She, a formidable queen reigning over the realm of the undead. He, the foremost zombie hunter among mankind. When these two formidable souls encounter each other, an unexpected affection blooms. Do not run, my queen. I shall capture you, no matter the distance. In the year 20XX June, atop Mount Tai, enveloped in persistent mist, one could scarcely discern the features of another just a few steps away. Luo Hao, help me, please. I can't hold on any longer. A girl with delicate features dangled precariously over the edge of a cliff, her hands clinging desperately to a small branch that extended out over the abyss, imploring her companion for aid. The fierce mountain wind whipped her hair about, rendering her nearly unable to open her eyes. With her feet swinging in the void, her entire weight depended on that fragile limb. Her palms had begun to sweat, clammy and unsteady as she grappled with the branch, which was slowly slipping from her grasp. The situation was dire. She could fall at any moment. Luo Hao, please save me. The girl tilted her head back, straining to elongate her neck in hopes that the boy on the cliff might hear her clearly, more clearly still. Huh? Why should I save you? A boy, tall with dark hair, wide brows, and striking features, smirked while leaning back, his demeanor leisurely as he admired the exquisite mountain scenery. I'm your girlfriend. You must save me. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief as she braved the biting wind, making desperate eye contact with him. If I rescue you, won't that million belong solely to you? The boy sat down casually, as if he were just a neighbor enjoying the picturesque landscape. What? So it's all about the million? That's rightfully mine. Fine, I'll give it all to you. Just pull me up. Tears streamed down her beautiful eyes as the girl broke down. Is this truly the boy who brings her breakfast each morning, regardless of the weather? Is he the same kind-hearted lad who swore undying love for her? Shen Feifei, do you think I would believe you? If you die, that million will all be mine. No one will know that ticket was yours. I'm no longer a poor lad. I'm a rich heir. No, a bona fide tycoon. Before long, they'll have any stunning girl I desire. Who will remember you, the chubby and plain girl? Luo Hao erupted into maniacal laughter, his face contorted in glee. Luo Hao, please, I promise to give you that million, all of it. Just pull me up. The girl sobbed, making one final desperate plea. All right, I'll rescue you, beauty. Luo Hao replied with a sinister smile, unhesitatingly reaching out to grasp her delicate fingers, prying away one finger after another. Luo Hao, what are you doing? Stop it. You've gone mad. The girl could hardly comprehend his cruelty. At that moment, it felt as if he was hastening her demise. No, you mustn't. One of her hands had already been pried free, the other slipping away painfully. She turned pale as a ghost, striving to grasp the branch again, but the wild winds tossed her about like a flimsy kite, rendering her unable to hold on to anything. I'll keep that million safe for you. Just rest easy and depart this world. Ha ha! As his laughter echoed, he released her final grasp, watching her plummet into the swirling abyss of clouds below. Ah! Despair surged through Shen Feifei, jolting her awake, her legs thrashing and arms flailing as if in a chaotic dance. What's wrong? Feifei, wake up! Were you having a nightmare? A cheerful voice rang out beside her. Aye. Shen Feifei blinked, her adhesive eyelids open to find a poised, beautiful girl seated at her bedside, studying her with surprise. I was dreaming? Shen Feifei began to recognize the familiar dorm room and her equally familiar roommate, coming to terms with her surroundings. It's fine, just go about your business. It'll take a moment to collect my thoughts, Shen Feifei said, patting her racing heart as she gasped for breath, still shaken by the vividness of the nightmare. The movements and expressions of Luo Hao haunted her. It all felt unsettlingly real. Shen Feifei shook her head forcefully, attempting to dispel the ominous impression of Luo Hao from her mind. Her Luo Hao was a quintessential gentleman, caring and charming. How could he possibly resemble that villain from her nightmare? Sighing, she turned her gaze to the wall where her bag hung. Shen Feifei, a senior history major at Z University, was 22 years old with luxurious shoulder-length hair, unadorned beauty, bright almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and although her figure was somewhat plump, it was merely baby fat, not at all resembling the chubby and plain girl portrayed in her dream. Curling her legs up, she buried her head deep within their embrace, lost in thought. With 1 month left before graduation, Shen Feifei must begin her job search, but she knew how daunting it would be for both her and Luo Hao in their specialized field. It seemed futile. Either suitable jobs were unavailable, or they would be separated by hundreds of miles. With graduation looming on the horizon and their future uncertain, it was as if they would be thrust into unemployment after leaving school. Shin Feifei felt overwhelmed one day. She passed by a lottery station and inadvertently selected a few random tickets, only to shockingly discover the next day that she had won the first prize, a staggering 10 million. 10 million. After taxes, she would still have 8 million in hand. Shin Feifei had never seen so much money in her life, let alone money that was entirely hers. At first, she was ecstatic, jubilantly envisioning how to spend and utilize the money to ensure happiness for herself, her family, and Luo Hao, no longer worrying about the strains of long-distance work. She was so thrilled that she couldn't sleep that night. However, on the third day, rumors began to circulate throughout the school, claiming that a girl from their university had won the jackpot but had yet to claim it. If they could find out who, they would intercept her and seize the fortune. Those words struck Shin Feifei like a bucket of ice water, sending chills down her spine. How could she avoid being targeted even before claiming her prize? If they discovered that this vulnerable girl was the winner, she wouldn't stand a chance. They would undoubtedly devour her whole, leaving no share of the prize for her. Deliberating further, she decided to enlist Luo Hao's company when going to claim her prize. However, after calling him repeatedly, all she got was silence. His phone remained off. Inquiring with his roommate, she learned that Luo Hao had gone to Jinhua to secure a job. Why hadn't he informed her beforehand? Did he fear she would hinder him? How could she possibly intervene if he had found a worthy position? She would only be thrilled for him and could easily accompany him. Did Luo Hao harbor disdain for her? How would he react if he discovered she had won a substantial prize? What would her family say? Grabbing a bottle of water from her desk, she emptied it in one long gulp, feeling her nerves begin to settle slightly. Without thinking, she dialed Luo Hao's number once more. Beep, beep, beep. Feifei, is that you? A familiar deep voice echoed through the phone. Yes, it's me. Only then did Shin Feifei realize she had indeed dialed Luo Hao. Really? Are you sure? His voice brimmed with surprise. Hanging up, Shin Feifei felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. Harboring a secret for so many days had been exhausting, filled with dread and fear. Now that she had confided in Luo Hao, a weight lifted from her shoulders, and her spirits brightened considerably. Entering the bathroom, Shin Feifei started to freshen up. Glancing in the mirror at the girl sporting dark circles under her eyes and a chaotic mess of hair, she couldn't help but chuckle at herself. After neglecting her appearance for so long, she did bear a slight resemblance to the chubby and plain girl from her dream. Clatter! Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from the dorm window. What's going on? Shin Feifei wondered, rushing to peer outside. Moments ago, the sky had been bright and clear, but now ominous clouds rolled in, casting a deep gloom in an instant. The dark clouds churned and piled on top of each other, thick and heavy, threatening to crush the very rooftops beneath them. A fierce wind whipped through, bending the distant trees and swirling the dust. Trash bags flew through the air, carried by the wild gusts. Dormitory windows slammed shut as the storm intensified. Oh no, it's so windy. Close the windows. The third and fourth girls hurried in from outside, desperately trying to secure the windows. As Shin Feifei hurriedly dried her face, she rushed out of the bathroom. Where did such clouds come from? I didn't hear about any storms today. It's quite strange. Who knows? They said it was supposed to be clear today. The weather forecasts are becoming increasingly unreliable, the fourth girl murmured. In the distance, lightning streaked across the skyline, illuminating half the sky. Look, it's raining. No, wait, it's snowing, the third girl exclaimed. What? Snowing? Shin Feifei's heart dropped. Thunder and lightning accompanied a snowstorm? Watching the snowflakes fluttering outside, everyone in the dorm rubbed their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before them. They had seen snow, but who had ever encountered snow in June, and during a thunderstorm? No less? It utterly defied all common sense. June snow, could it be a sign of impending doom? Is the land of Huaxia bearing witness to another tragic injustice? The third girl quipped, ever the jokester, seizing the moment to jest. In the Chapter 2, the one with grass on her head, Lao San tilted his head slightly to the left, legs crossed, arms flailing like water sleeves, and began to sing with a hint of sobbing. Injustice. Unfairness, in an exaggerated Beijing accent, drawing out the final notes. Ha ha ha, Shin Feifei and Lao Si were both amused. There were 6 girls in the dormitory, The eldest, Shun Feifei, affectionately known as Feifei. The second, the bespectacled girl, whose large glasses were emblematic of her studious nature, being the top student in the class and aspiring to pursue graduate studies at a more prestigious institution, spending her days shuttling between the classroom, cafeteria, and library. The third, Lei, possessed an inherently optimistic disposition, overflowing with humor and a penchant for jokes, never seen with a frown, always lifting the spirits of those around her during times of distress. She was the source of joy in the dormitory. The fourth, Huan, carefree and oblivious, never taking anything to heart, quickly forgetting matters after they passed. Is the bespectacled girl still in the library? With such heavy snowfall, I hope she hasn't gotten soaked. Shun Feifei expressed her concern. The bespectacled girl was the friliest among them, susceptible to illness from even the slightest change in the weather. Although it was snowing, it was June, and the snow would melt upon contact. If she were to get wet, it would undoubtedly lead to an illness. I just called her. She is still buried in her books at the library, completely unaware of the thunder and snow, Huan remarked, holding up her phone. As for Lao Wu and Lao Lu, no one worried about them. They were always out and about, well cared for by their boyfriends. Don't touch that. Shun Feifei's expression changed dramatically, urgently pulling Lei away from the windowsill. Why not? Lei asked in confusion, while Huan looked at Shun Feifei with equal curiosity. Well, June snow is not a good omen. Besides, it's 20xx, and it's better to be cautious. Shun Feifei felt an inexplicable sense of unease towards the snow, coupled with her fondness for apocalyptic and wasteland-themed television shows, which instilled a sense of vigilance in her. Feifei has watched too many shows and thinks the world is ending. Fine. I want to touch it then. Let us eat some fried stinky tofu. Lei laughed, conjuring several steaming boxes of spicy fried stinky tofu from seemingly nowhere. Oh, Lao-san, I wondered why I caught a whiff of that odor earlier. Turns out you were hoarding stinky tofu. Hand it over. Shun Feifei and Huan shared a fondness for it, often sneaking out to indulge. The reason for their clandestine purchases was that the other girls in the dormitory could not tolerate the smell. To spare the others, they would buy it only when no one was around to avoid complaints. So you've been sneaking stinky tofu. I finally caught you. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu leaped forward upon seeing the empty boxes on the table and a piece of stinky tofu on Lei's skewer. Oops, it's all gone. No evidence left. Lei exaggeratedly devoured the last piece of stinky tofu, teasing them with the skewer. You rascals, with your foul-smelling mouths. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu pounced on them, resulting in a playful tussle. The dormitory erupted in peals of laughter. After dinner, Feifei, we're turning in now. Achoo. Lao Wu and Xiao Lu, having been drenched in the afternoon rain, were feeling quite unwell, having eaten little for dinner and were running a slight fever, eager to rest early. Indeed, let us cover ourselves more. A little perspiration will do us good, Shun Feifei remarked as she gently patted their heads, offering her counsel. In days gone by, this hour was the most vibrant, filled with chatter, online antics, dormitory visits for light-hearted banter, and the hustle of washing and tidying up. Downstairs, beneath the shade of trees, numerous couples would rendezvous, and occasionally, audacious young men would serenade girls in hopes of winning their affection. Yet, on this peculiar evening, the dormitory area was eerily silent. Many rooms had extinguished their lights and surrendered to slumber well before 10 o'clock, devoid of the usual lively atmosphere. Could the snowfall of the day be the culprit, causing many to fall ill? Shun Feifei pondered, her thoughts drifting into a sleepy haze. The following morning, Shun Feifei stretched languidly, sitting up to find her companions still nestled in their beds. She tiptoed out, embarking on her morning preparations. How strange it was that so few had risen. Despite the brightening day, as she meandered through the corridors, the scarcity of movement struck her as odd. Even more perplexing was the scene in the cafeteria, where the number of individuals preparing and consuming their meals had dwindled by more than a third. Upon inquiry, she discovered that the remaining souls were still ensconced in their slumber. Have Lei and Qianqian awakened? Shun Feifei wondered aloud. Upon entering, she observed that the second, third, and fourth sisters were indeed awake, leaving only the fifth and sixth still lost in their dreams. No, they haven't stirred at all. They're sleeping as soundly as pigs. Lei chuckled. Today, many seem to remain in the realm of sleep, likely those doused by the snow. Shun Feifei replied with a grave expression. The bespectacled girl, upon hearing Shun Feifei's words, reached out to feel the forehead of the fifth sister. Qianqian, who was nearby, "Oh dear, how icy. It feels like ice," she exclaimed. "What? Like ice? Doesn't that mean she has no body temperature?" Shen Feifei was about to investigate when Qianqian's eyes suddenly flew open. "Qian, you're awake. You've been sleeping for ages. You truly can slumber," the bespectacled girl remarked, gently patting Qianqian's cheek. Gazing into Qianqian's eyes, Shen Feifei felt an indescribable sense of strangeness, reminiscent of the snow she had witnessed the day before, stirring a sense of unease within her. Why did those eyes appear so peculiar? They bore no resemblance to her usual gaze, resembling instead that of a soulless creature, sending an icy shiver down her spine. Yes, akin to the eyes of a snake, cold-blooded and predatory. Slowly, the fifth sister Qianqian sat up in bed, her gaze fixed intently on the bespectacled girl. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I'm your second sister, the bespectacled girl," she stammered. "Oh, and why do you have a blade of grass atop your head? When did that happen?" The bespectacled girl reached out to remove the small grass from Qianqian's hair. The single blade of grass drew everyone's attention. It was a vibrant green, its leaves appearing as if freshly plucked from a tree, succulent and dripping with vitality, not something that could have clung to Qianqian's head yesterday, but rather as if it had sprouted from her very crown. Shen Feifei found it strangely familiar. Yes, it was undoubtedly a seedling of a dandelion. "Don't touch her, bespectacled girl," Shen Feifei cried out urgently, her heart lurching at the sight of Qianqian's pale complexion. Suddenly, Qianqian seized the bespectacled girl's right hand and bit down fiercely, akin to a ravenous wolf tearing into its prey, ripping away a substantial piece of flesh from her exposed arm. Suddenly, the blood of the bespectacled girl gushed forth, splattering across the bed and the floor. Qianqian's erratic behavior sent a wave of terror through her companions, who screamed and leaped about in chaos, unsure of how to react. "What are you doing, Lao Wu? Have you lost your mind?" Huan shouted in panic, raising her hand as if to strike Qianqian on the head. The earlier actions of Qianqian had been utterly frenzied, reminiscent of a scene that struck a familiar chord in Shen Feifei's mind. Though her thoughts were momentarily muddled, it was hard to fathom the reality before her. As she rummaged for bandages and hemostatic powder, she pinched herself hard, feeling the sharp sting. Indeed, this was all too real. The phone won't connect," Lei cried, frantically pounding her mobile device. At that moment, the phone's signal emitted nothing but a series of beeps, utterly unresponsive. "First, we need to stop the bleeding." Shen Feifei finally located the hemostatic powder and, as if it were of no consequence, poured an entire bottle onto the wound of the bespectacled girl, subsequently wrapping her arm tightly in bandages, resembling a large rice dumpling. Meanwhile, the corridor was descending into chaos as other dormitories joined the fray. "They're eating people. Help! Someone come quickly!" The atmosphere in the other dorms and the hallway erupted into disarray. Screams, cries, and shouts filled the air, mingling with the cacophony of hurried footsteps and panicked runs, creating a veritable maelstrom. Eating people, bleeding? Could this be a biohazard crisis? Shen Feifei's once dazed mind finally recalled the apocalyptic series she had occasionally watched. They were all about cannibalistic creatures. Zombies, they have become zombies, no longer human. Shen Feifei shrieked, pointing at the bespectacled girl, Lao Wu Qianqian, who lay on the bed, her face smeared with black shoe prints and blood. A biohazard crisis. Everyone knows that once it begins, it cannot be contained to just one or two cities. The entire world could be at risk of infection. The apocalypse has truly arrived. 20XX is upon us. Run! The immediate instinct of everyone in the dormitory was to flee. Shen Feifei reached for the door, ready to escape, but then paused, realizing she had forgotten something. Her lottery ticket. That was the guarantee of a prosperous life for her and Luo Hao in their later years. She could forfeit her life, but not the money. "Hurry, boss. What are you stalling for? Our lives are at stake." Lei's urgent voice rang out from the doorway. Coming. Just then, Shen Feifei turned to see Xiao Lu Yinyan standing before her, staring blankly. "Xiao Lu, you're awake?" "No, you're a..." Shen Feifei's words faltered as she noticed Xiao Lu's ghastly pallor, reminiscent of Lao Wu Qianqian, topped with a sprout resembling a dandelion. Before Shen Feifei could finish her thought, Xiao Lu, baring her teeth, lunged forward with open arms, making hissing sounds as she approached. "No, don't come any closer," Shen Feifei screamed, her legs turning to jelly as she stumbled backward, only to trip over a table leg and fall flat on her back. Seeing her fall, Xiao Lu the zombie leaped towards her, intent on sinking her teeth into Shun Feifei's head. As the gaping maw of Xiao Lu drew nearer, Shun Feifei closed her eyes in despair. Was this how it was to end? On the very first day of the apocalypse, she was devoured by zombies, truly an extraordinary stroke of bad luck. At the very least, fate could have granted her the opportunity to experience life as a zombie herself. Bang, bang, thud. Shun Feifei opened her eyes to find Lei Lei wielding a folding iron stool from their dormitory, mercilessly smashing the head of a small zombie named Xiao Lu. Her fervor was unrestrained until the creature's skull burst open, at which point she finally ceased her relentless assault. Thank you, Lei Lei. Shun Feifei expressed her gratitude, her eyes filled with appreciation. Were it not for Lei Lei, she would undoubtedly have met her doom today. Quick, let's go. With iron stools in hand, Shun Feifei and Lei Lei took the lead, protecting and supporting their bespectacled friend, Huan Huan, as they fled the dormitory. Throughout their 4 years of university, the 6 girls in their dorm had grown as close as family. In times of peril, none would abandon the others. Though unspoken, the understanding lingered among them. In the corridor, chaos reigned, with panicked individuals fleeing, while zombies like Lao Wu and Xiao Lu crawled on the ground, feasting on the living. The air thick with the stench of blood. Occasionally, the sounds of screams, gasps, and zombie growls echoed from the open dorm rooms. Thankfully, Lei Lei and Huan Huan had yet to eat breakfast that morning, merely retching a few times before recovering. The bespectacled girl, disoriented, followed them without much reaction. However, Shun Feifei's bout of nausea delayed their escape, resulting in a zombie, currently feasting on human flesh, being splattered with her vomit. Enraged, it stood up, roaring in apparent protest, and lunged at them with clawed hands. Stay calm, stay calm. Shun Feifei was the first to face the oncoming zombie, striving to rein in her emotions. After the earlier confrontation in the dormitory, she found her panic had subsided. She discerned that the newly transformed zombies, despite their strength and sharp teeth, moved awkwardly and slowly. As long as they maintained their composure, they could surely defeat them and escape. Raising her folding stool, she brought it crashing down upon the zombie's face. Thud! The impact caved in its nose, causing it to stagger back a few steps before charging again. Thud, thud, thud. Noticing the creature was still standing, Shun Feifei disregarded her confusion and relentlessly pounded its face. The female zombie's neck twisted at an unnatural angle before it finally fell still. Several other zombies, startled by the commotion, began to rise. Run! As the horde of zombies began to encircle them, Shun Feifei led the charge down the staircase, prepared to confront any threat. They understood that although the zombies moved slowly, being surrounded would spell certain doom. Fortunately, along their path, the zombies were either preoccupied with savoring their ghastly meals or engaged in combat with one another, leaving few obstacles in their way. Shun Feifei and Lei Lei took turns pummeling the female zombies that blocked their path, finally bursting forth from the female dormitory. Outside the dorm, the chaos continued unabated. With zombies rampaging unchecked, to make matters worse, numerous towering male zombies, possessing immense strength and impervious to blows, now roamed the area. Shun Feifei and her friends felt utterly despondent. Even in death, these zombies retained their intimidating stature, oblivious to the fact that most girls were typically shorter than them. The body remains unresponsive to blows, as they are oblivious to pain. Striking the head often leaves one's arms aching without reaching the crown. Only the face can be slapped, and fortunately, the back of the head can still be struck, lest they truly wear themselves out, unable to escape. In this manner, Shun Feifei and her companions managed to dislodge a chair's seat, leaving only the iron legs behind. Now, they were left with but a single weapon, gazing at the relentless horde of zombies approaching from the forefront. What could they possibly do? Look over there, someone is coming. Huan Huan, supporting the bespectacled girl, noticed a group of men and women hastening toward the gymnasium. They must join forces and flee together. Shun Feifei understood this was their sole opportunity. The strength of numbers far surpassed that of a mere few. The quartet advanced toward the group, with Huan Huan calling out, "Wait for us." Soon, they were on the verge of reuniting with the larger crowd. However, as the group passed a patch of shrubbery, unexpectedly, a girl at the forefront was seized by a hand that emerged from the underbrush. Yanking her to the ground, a zombie, lying in ambush within the foliage, revealed itself, opening its maw wide to sink its teeth into the girl's thigh. "Help me!" the girl screamed in desperation, but the throng paid her no heed, only focused on their own escape, dozens of feet trampling over her and the zombie as they surged forward. After the crowd passed, the girl's cries ceased. Whether from pain-induced unconsciousness or being trampled to death remained uncertain. The zombie, however, was unscathed, save for being covered in filth from the trampling, continuing its frenzied gnawing on the girl. Shortly after the larger group moved on, the horde of zombies arrived, surrounding the girl's lifeless body in a frenzy. Her demise had afforded the survivors a momentary reprieve, and at this juncture, Shen Feifei and her companions caught up, merging with the larger group as they hastened toward the nearby library. With a vast population of students, faculty, and their families, alongside local businesspersons, the total exceeded tens of thousands. Those who had mutated comprised roughly one-third, amounting to at least 1,000 individuals, indicating that there were thousands of zombies prowling the campus, hunting and devouring the living. What does it mean to face such numbers? A 400-meter track field can accommodate only 2,000 to 3,000 people, thus requiring at least 3 fields of that size to contain the horde. Standing in unison, they would form a dense sea of heads, a considerable expanse in stark contrast to the densely populated university campus. The library, at this early hour, was relatively deserted, marking it as the safest location in the vicinity. However, the library was enclosed by an iron gate, typically wide open, yet locked at night. Fortunately, although the main gate was secured, the smaller entrance was merely fastened with an iron bar, left unlabeled, perhaps forgotten by the guard. "Hurry inside. Quick!" The boy at the front of the line swiftly removed the iron bar, flinging open the small door and slipping through. He and several others positioned themselves by the entrance, on alert, urging the remaining survivors to enter promptly. This group was not large, consisting of only 40 or 50 individuals, yet the small door could accommodate only 2 at a time. Occasionally, if someone was particularly large or burdened with belongings, only one could pass through at once. Should anyone attempt to force their way in, they risked becoming wedged and immobile, trapped in that narrow space. "Do not push. Let us proceed in an orderly fashion. Whoever dares to shove, I shall kick them out to feed the zombies." The leader of the group, a burly young man with a fearsome countenance, wielded a thick, long kitchen knife, its blade stained with the dried, dark blood of countless victims. Be they zombies or humans, he was clearly a ruthless individual. Fourth section. Boyfriend Luo Hao. "Wait, what is wrong with her?" The imposing young man obstructed their path, pointing at the bespectacled girl whose arms were wrapped like a rice dumpling, his tone menacing. Shen Feifei hesitated, unsure whether to tell the truth. Just then, a voice urged, "Hurry inside. The horde of zombies that has been following us has devoured the girl and is now staggering toward us." However, several individuals outside had yet to enter and were anxiously calling from beyond the iron gate. As the zombies drew nearer, closing in with their ghastly moans, some were dripping with foul, rancid saliva. "Quick, hurry!" The people outside, disregarding the cue, rushed toward the iron gate in a frenzy. A few managed to squeeze through, but the last 2 were both hefty individuals, one of whom was a boy burdened with a large backpack. In the ensuing chaos, they became wedged tightly at the entrance, immovable. This was dire. They could not enter, the gate could not close, and the advancing zombie horde was almost upon them, a dark wave threatening to engulf them all. If they did not manage to dislodge these 2 hefty souls from the threshold, the fate awaiting everyone was to be devoured by the zombies. Damn it. I told you not to push, yet you insist on doing so. Do you think I am merely a decoration? Go to hell. The fierce young man raised his foot and forcefully kicked the 2 boys stuck at the gate. After a few solid blows, one boy was finally dislodged and sent sprawling outside, while the other tumbled into the entrance. The people beside the gate quickly yanked the boy who had fallen inside away, and with a loud clang, the iron gate shut, secured by a heavy bolt and locked. "Do not lock the door. Let me in." The boy who had been kicked outside shouted before he could even rise. What awaited him was not the welcoming sight of an open door, but the oncoming horde of zombies, in mere seconds. He was overwhelmed, the sickening crunch of bones echoing far and wide, sending shivers down the spines of those who remained. After this commotion, the fierce young man seemed to have forgotten about the bespectacled girl, leading the way into the library. The others followed behind him, subtly regarding him as their leader. This library, steeped in history, was once the repository of the renowned Shosha Academy in Huagua. Celebrated throughout the nation in recent years, Z University had significantly increased its investment in the facility, transforming it into a modern building of over 10 stories. Housing over 1 million volumes and nearly 10,000 reading seats, it was an impressive establishment. Wait a moment, everyone be cautious. You few, go inside the security room and take a look, the fierce young man commanded, pointing to several boys. Having toiled at the iron gate for some time without any acknowledgement from the elderly guard, it seemed unreasonable. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it was prudent to investigate the situation for everyone's sake. The boys who were singled out exchanged glances, their faces betraying their reluctance. They had intended to refuse, but upon seeing the fierce young man and his 10 or so equally menacing companions glaring at them, they had no choice but to steel themselves and slowly approach the security room. Since they could not ascertain the situation from outside, it was inevitable that someone had to venture in to investigate. After waiting for a while, there was still no response. The boys began to jostle one another, and eventually one of them was pushed into the room. Inside, there was no one present. The boy within seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, appearing somewhat pleased. The guard room was quite small, offering a clear view of its entirety at a glance. Check if there's a key to the library's main door and retrieve it, commanded the imposing boy. The guard room was located outside the library's entrance, and under normal circumstances, the guard would possess the key to the main gate. With the key in hand, they could open the gate without resorting to violent means. However, if the key was not found, they would have to shatter the glass door, thereby diminishing the library's defenses against the zombies. In that moment, the boy noticed a set of keys hanging on the wall's key rack, exactly like the one typically worn by the elderly guard. He reached out and took it down, eager to present it to the imposing boy. Just as the jingling keys were handed over, an elderly zombie suddenly lunged out from the guard room, seizing the boy's neck, who was still partially inside, and dragging him back while hissing fiercely. In the process, the zombie bit through the boy's carotid artery, voraciously drinking his blood. This elderly zombie was none other than the former guard, who, after being drenched in snowmelt yesterday, had transformed into a zombie with grass growing from his head. He had fallen to the floor in a feverish stupor from neglect and had remained unconscious until now. The boy, upon entering, had been too tense and focused on the obvious surroundings, failing to notice the lurking danger beneath the bed. The zombie, awakened by the boy's movements, seized the opportunity for a meal and attacked. The unfortunate boy became a victim. As his neck was bitten, a fountain of blood erupted, splattering the imposing boy's face. Damn it! The imposing boy cursed loudly, seemingly enraged by the blood splatter. Without regard for the boy's fate, he kicked both the boy and the zombie back into the room and swiftly locked the guardroom door. He then turned and strode towards the library's main entrance. Inside the guardroom, the abandoned boy initially struggled against the zombie, attempting to escape through the locked door. However, it was securely fastened, leaving him unable to open it. After losing a significant amount of blood and growing increasingly weak, he was soon overpowered by the zombie once more. Perhaps intimidated by the imposing boy's ruthless demeanor, several of the initially reluctant boys fell silent, lowering their heads to follow him. The library was vast, with each reading room accommodating hundreds of seats. The imposing boy selected a sunlit reading room on the second floor as a temporary refuge for the group. A throng of dozens set up camp there. Luo Hao, Shin Feifei, among the dozen or so boys following the imposing boy, was taken aback to see Luo Hao in the earlier chaos. They had been so preoccupied with fleeing that they had not noticed one another. Feifei, is that you? Luo Hao exclaimed in surprise, taking in Shan Feifei's disheveled appearance, her clothes smeared with blood, her hair in disarray, and her face marked with bruises. It was hard to believe she was his typically tidy girlfriend. What? Oh, I brought the lottery tickets. They're in my bag, Shin Feifei replied earnestly, not suspecting anything amiss. Shu, keep your voice down. Come this way, Luo Hao urged, leading her behind a shelf in the reading room. Let me see. Gazing at the thin lottery ticket in his hand, Luo Hao was overwhelmed with joy. Every single number matched perfectly. If he were to claim the prize, he would be set for life, free from worries about sustenance. His daring venture had proved worthwhile. Meanwhile, Shun Feifei, who had just located Luo Hao, was still immersed in the elation of their reunion, viewing him as a reliable ally, and she had no intention of denying any of his requests. Your girl? The fierce-looking man acknowledged Luo Hao and Xin Feifei as they emerged from behind the bookshelf, nodding at them. This intimidating figure was a senior whom Luo Hao had met in the male dormitory. They had supported each other while fleeing, thus he treated Luo Hao with a degree of courtesy. Luo Hao and Xin Feifei were assigned to a spacious area near the bookshelves, which featured several rows of empty tables and chairs sufficient for their rest. They gently laid the bespectacled girl down to one side, settling around her. Feifei, the girl with glasses has a fever. Wanwan whispered to Xin Feifei that a fever. Xin Feifei felt a heavy weight in her heart. Last night, Qian and the others had first exhibited fever symptoms, which then escalated to unconsciousness, ultimately leading to their transformation. The bespectacled girl had always been frail, and having been bitten by the undead, would she succumb to infection as depicted on television? Xin Feifei exchanged a complex glance with Wanwan and the others, letting out a helpless sigh in this dire situation, with no anti-inflammatory medication available. What were they to do? Fortunately, she still had a bottle of mineral water in her bag. She decided to give the bespectacled girl a bit to lower her temperature and observe her condition for a while. Finding an empty cup in the reading room, she poured some water and offered it to the dazed girl. "What's wrong with that woman?" A sharp male voice inquired anxiously. "Who got bitten by a zombie? Where?" The piercing cries of the man startled the previously calm crowd, inciting a flurry of commotion as people gathered around. That woman, her arm is heavily bandaged and there are blood stains. She must have been bitten. The shrill-voiced man pointed at the bespectacled girl, exuding an expression of triumph as if he had uncovered a grave threat. "No, you're mistaken. Don't cause trouble here." Xin Feifei and Wanwan stood in front of the bespectacled girl, blocking the sharp-voiced man. This male figure appeared pristine and delicate, resembling a girl, with no visible blood or stains on his skin. His high-pitched voice further reinforced their malicious speculation that he was quite likely a cowardly rabbit. "Everyone, step back, don't crowd here, disperse." The fierce-looking man pushed through the throng, accompanied by several others. "You all, move aside." Seeing Xin Feifei and her companions still obstructing his path, he spoke rudely, shoving them aside. The unconscious bespectacled girl was now fully exposed to him. The fierce-looking man yanked away the bandage from her arm, revealing a gaping wound that showed bone, eliciting gasps of horror from the crowd. "Damn it, she was bitten by a zombie and is still here with us. She wants to get us all killed," people shouted in outrage. "Throw her out to feed the zombies." The surrounding crowd erupted in a cacophony of angry voices. "Don't." The girl with glasses was merely bitten. She had not transformed into a zombie and remained human. They could not simply cast her aside. Being bitten does not inevitably result in becoming a zombie. That notion is merely a fabrication of cinema. Xin Feifei and her companions fervently objected, for they had been together for so long, bonded as sisters. Could they truly abandon a living being to the horde of the undead, to be devoured by those fiends, merely due to a wound? This was something they could not accept. If she were to be cast out, then they too would leave, refusing to remain in this place. The shrill-voiced instigator incited a chorus of agreement from the others. "No, no." Xin Feifei and her friends paled in fear. Having narrowly escaped to this refuge, who would wish to be ensnared by zombies once more? Luo Hao, Luo Hao. Xin Feifei anxiously searched for Luo Hao, hoping he could extricate them from this predicament, but his presence eluded her. Silence. The menacing figure turned, raising his hand to quell the unrest, casting an ominous glance toward Xin Feifei and her friends. "Is she truly your blood sister?" "No, she is one of our dormitory mates, a dear friend." Xin Feifei regarded him with uncertainty. Their lives now rested in his hands. "Oh, just a dorm mate, and you risk everything to protect a worthless one?" The man's lips curled in a derisive smile, as if mocking them. "She is not worthless," Xin Feifei faltered, unsure how to defend her. "Confine her in the reading room downstairs. Furthermore, everyone here must be examined. Anyone with bites or scratches is to be locked in with her." The menacing figure swung his bloodied blade with a fierce flourish, the dark blood glinting ominously in the sunlight. Immediately, several boys approached, seizing the girl with glasses and dragging her away. Xin Feifei and her friends attempted to intervene, but they were restrained by a couple of boys. Ultimately, after much insistence from Xin Feifei, she managed to stuff a half bottle of water into the glasses girl's embrace to conclude the matter. "Woman, in this apocalypse, do not play the saint, or you shall perish even faster." The menacing figure violently yanked Xin Feifei's hair, pulling her back in a display of cruelty, uttering a final remark before departing. Was she a saint? Shen Feifei pondered, helplessly witnessing her sister's plight. Would they truly disregard her fate? Having lived for over 20 years, could she really overturn the moral constraints that bound her in mere hours? The reading room descended into chaos once more, as 3 or 4 more students were discovered to have bite or scratch wounds, wailing as they were ushered into the lower reading room to join the girl with glasses. By this time tomorrow, if you are still unscathed, you shall not be infected and may be released. The menacing figure's nonchalant words pronounced their death sentence. Tomorrow, could the flimsy iron bars and the fragile glass door at the entrance truly provide adequate protection? Observing the gathering horde of zombies outside the iron barrier, their howls growing louder, Shen Feifei forced a bitter smile. Yet, there was still a glimmer of hope. Shen Feifei blinked her large eyes a couple of times before producing a piece of bread to offer him. In preparation for the awards ceremony with Luo Hao that day, she had purchased several bags of bread and snacks the night before, which he had hastily stowed in her bag, having just retrieved a piece during the earlier commotion. Subsequently, she extracted a few more bags of bread to share with Wan Wan and Lulu, who had not eaten breakfast that morning and had rushed out without provisions, leaving them ravenously hungry. Originally, Wan Wan and her companions intended to show some restraint, yet a single remark from Shen Feifei extinguished their resolve. Let us eat. If we do not partake now, who knows when we shall have the opportunity again? Indeed, at such a moment, life is measured in seconds. Who could predict whether they might be devoured by a zombie in the next heartbeat? Why quibble over such trivialities? Let us feast abundantly. Perhaps it was the sounds of Shen Feifei and her companions enjoying their meal that stirred everyone else. Their stomachs began to rumble in protest of the hunger gnawing at them. Those who had brought food eagerly extracted their provisions, while those who had none swallowed their saliva repeatedly, gazing hungrily at the diners. Do you have any food left? Please share some with me, a shrill voice piped up beside Shen Feifei. Looking up, she saw him staring intently at a bag of potato chips in her hand, his throat convulsing in anticipation. None left, Shen Feifei declared, promptly devouring the remaining chips. She had yet to settle accounts with the bespectacled girl, and he thought to demand food from her? What audacity! She firmly remembered the words of the fierce-looking man. This saintly demeanor would not suffice. Fine, consider yourselves ruthless. Realizing that it was futile to expect anything from her, the shrill-voiced boy's animosity towards Shen Feifei deepened. He turned to seek sustenance from others, and soon, a commotion erupted. Shen Feifei glanced up to find the boy wresting a chocolate bar from a frail girl. When she refused to yield, he struck her across the face multiple times, hurling insults as he did so. What do you need so much food for, you worthless woman? You're just going to end up as zombie bait anyway. Hand it over, you wretch. With that, he stuffed the stolen chocolate into his mouth. Perhaps dissatisfied with the scant portion, he proceeded to rummage through the girl's bag. What a shameless scoundrel! To seize a girl's food is beneath contempt. If he were truly bold, he would confront the zombies instead. At that moment, Lei could no longer contain her frustration over the bespectacled girl's plight. Witnessing the boy's despicable behavior as he robbed a girl of her food was intolerable. Enough of this noise. Everyone, surrender your food for a fair distribution, the fierce-looking man interjected, discarding a piece of biscuit from his hand. The group of boys surrounding him rose in unison. He had anticipated the conflict over food, and this uproar provided the perfect opportunity to seize control over their provisions. No, was the immediate response from many, who instinctively clutched their bags tighter. However, upon seeing the menacing glare from the fierce-looking man and his companions, weapons at the ready, they reluctantly complied, surrendering their food. Chapter 6. The Library Turmoil, Part 2. One by one, backpacks were turned inside out, and anything edible was commandeered by the fierce-looking man and his cohorts. They scoured every reading room and even managed to uncover pots of alcohol in the librarian's office. 4 bags of instant noodles, 2 loaves of bread, 5 sausages, 2 boxes of fries, a small pouch of millet, a bag of soy sauce duck, and several bottles of fine red wine constituted their entire stock of food. It is quite a challenge for 4 to 5 dozen individuals to endure for several days while awaiting rescue. Fortunately, the library is equipped with several large water tanks that store a considerable amount of emergency water, ensuring that drinking water is not in short supply. After freshening up, the young women appeared transformed. In addition to their inherent serene grace, they exuded a spirited confidence forged through their fierce battles against the undead, captivating the attention of those around them. Even the previously arrogant and fierce-looking young man nodded with a smile in their direction. Lunch consisted of a pot of millet porridge accompanied by a few slices of sausage. Though meager, the meal provided a sense of comfort, leading to a tranquil atmosphere devoid of further quarrels. Shen Feifei and her companions also took a few disposable cups downstairs to deliver food to several individuals confined in the reading room, 2 of whom had succumbed to unconsciousness, with the bespectacled girl showing no signs of awakening. The afternoon passed in peaceful stillness. Several attractive young women approached the fierce-looking young man, engaging him in conversation, and soon they became fast friends. By evening, their camaraderie had deepened significantly, with the young women comfortably settling onto the laps of the boys, embracing in an intimate manner. The fierce young man also held one girl close, whispering sweet nothings and eliciting fits of laughter that brought a blush to their cheeks. Occasionally, he would steal glances toward Shen Feifei and her friends, who had already noticed the unfolding dynamics. However, given the mutual affection between the parties, no one felt compelled to comment. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone pierced the air, prompting everyone to perk up and search for the source. "Feifei, your phone is ringing," said Lei, rousing the drowsy Shen Feifei from her reverie. "My phone? Oh yes, it's in my bag. I took it out earlier." Shen Feifei's spirits lifted as she quickly retrieved the device. Indeed, it was ringing, the screen displaying her mother's name. "It's Mom," Shen Feifei murmured, her eyes misting over. "Mom," she cried, her voice trembling. "I'm fine. Really. You don't need to worry." In this moment of distress, she chose to convey only good news, not wishing to burden her mother with concerns. How absurd. A biohazard crisis with zombies lurking everywhere, and you say you're fine. "Ha ha ha," interrupted an annoyingly shrill voice, suddenly interjecting. "Don't come here, Mom. Remember to tell Shasha not to stay in the city. She should hurry to her Anna's house in the countryside and stock up on food. She needs to prepare weapons as well. If you see anyone suspicious, run." Just as Shasha's frantic warnings reached a crescendo, the previously functioning phone signal abruptly cut out. Shen Feifei shouted into the phone for a while, but there was no response. "Ha ha ha. You're in denial, saying everything is fine. Tomorrow, you'll be devoured." The irritating voice continued, but before he could finish, Shen Feifei swiftly slapped him on the head with a chair. Thankfully, the library chair was cushioned, sparing him from serious injury, though it left his nose bleeding. "That I'll teach you to interrupt. You annoying little rabbit. How hard it is to finally get in touch with family, and you waste precious time with your prattling. You, just remember this. A good man doesn't quarrel with women," he retorted, nursing his wounds. With a shrill voice, the timid boy, easily frightened, saw Shen Feifei and several girls brandishing their chairs, their brows furrowed in defiance. Realizing he would not find favor, he hastily covered his nose and turned to flee. "What are you staring at? Disperse!" Luo Hao shouted a few times to scatter the onlookers. "Feifei, Boss Zhu is calling for you." Luo Hao tugged at Shen Feifei's clothing and pointed at the fierce-looking man. "Me?" Shen Feifei pondered briefly before following Luo Hao over. "Feifei, you are quite impressive, embodying a spirit that rivals men. From now on, be my woman and run with me," the fierce man proclaimed, leaving Shen Feifei utterly astounded. Seeing her frozen in disbelief, Luo Hao quickly urged, "Why not agree? Feifei, in these chaotic times, preserving one's life is paramount." "What? You want me to be his woman? What do you consider yourself?" Shen Feifei retorted, delivering a resounding slap to Luo Hao. "What a despicable person. How could I have been so blind to your true nature? I was so kind to you before. I was only looking out for you," he replied, somewhat pathetically. "With so many zombies around, I can't protect you. Only Boss Zhu can shield you if he desires you. Consider it your fortune. Don't be foolish." Luo Hao shielded his face, lacking any dignity as he spoke. "Ha ha ha, still a thorny one. I like that, and oh rush. Before long, you will be begging me for your place." "What?" Shen Feifei found herself both amused and exasperated. The conceited and self-absorbed Boss Zhu began to resemble a bandit adorned in a tiger-striped cap, brandishing toy guns. "Humph," she scoffed, turning her back and walking away. "What a fool. The apocalypse hasn't even lasted a day, and he acts like a tyrant. It's ridiculous, considering he has a university education. How quickly he has devolved into a rogue." What had her mother said on the phone earlier, right? North of the Yangtze River, everything was still normal. This indicated that the nation remained intact, and the military was still operational. Eventually, rescue would arrive, provided they could endure until that day. With this thought, Shen Feifei's grim mood lightened somewhat. Chapter 7. A complete betrayal. From time to time, they waved duck legs in the air, savoring their feast while leering at her with lascivious gestures and crude remarks. It was evident they intended to subdue Shen Feifei and her companions through hunger. Some of the girls, still unsated, began to murmur and berate Shen Feifei, accusing her of being ungrateful and causing their hunger. Shen Feifei regarded all of this with cold indifference. Did they truly believe she would barter her body and emotions for food to satiate them? How naive! And as for that boss Zhu, did he consider her the kind of woman willing to sacrifice her dignity for a mere morsel? Absurd. Lei Lei could no longer tolerate it and jumped up, ready to confront Boss Zhu and his associates, but was restrained by Shen Feifei. Boss Zhu and his crew were not clumsy zombies. They were highly intelligent humans, and with their numbers, how could they, as delicate women, stand against a horde of burly men? Seeking retribution would only lead to their downfall. All they could do was hurl verbal curses and swallow their indignation. Shen Feifei firmly believed that these hardships were only temporary. The land north of the Yangtze River remained under human control, and there was a military camp nearby. Rescue would come soon. The reign of Boss Zhu, a mere transient tyrant, would not last long. That being said, the experience of hunger is undeniably unpleasant. The half cup of millet porridge that entered her stomach soon transformed into mere moisture, expelled almost immediately, leaving her empty stomach in a frenzied state of agitation, secreting more gastric acid that irritated her insides. The sight of Zhu Laoda and his companions flaunting their braised duck legs only intensified Shen Feifei's gnawing hunger. As if it were a fire raging within her, it was truly unbearable. The last time she experienced such hunger must have been in the womb. Damn Zhu Laoda, damn Luo Hao, a bunch of wretched souls who truly deserve to be devoured by zombies. While cursing Zhu Laoda and his gang, Shen Feifei resolved to accompany Lei Lei to the reading room downstairs to check on the situation of the bespectacled girl and her companions, temporarily escaping the irritating presence of those upstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Shen Feifei and Lei Lei were greeted by a strange rustling sound, which became clearer as they approached the reading room. Cautiously, they drew near to the entrance. Inside the reading room, one person was notably absent. Originally, there had been 5 individuals present, but now only 4 remained, all facing away from Shen Feifei and Lei Lei, hunched over the table in an unknown activity. The rustling noise emanated from that very spot. "Eyeglasses girl, you're awake. What are you all doing?" Lei Lei exclaimed upon recognizing that the bespectacled girl was one of the 4. However, her loud voice startled those inside, prompting them to slowly turn around and face Lei Lei and her companion. The scene before Shen Feifei and Lei Lei rendered them utterly speechless. The bespectacled girl and the others were covered in blood, their faces particularly smeared with it, and they drooled incessantly, saliva mingling with the crimson fluid. One individual was even seen chewing on a piece of human flesh. Ah! The bespectacled girl was the first to react, lunging at the transparent glass of the reading room, her blood-soaked mouth agape as she bared her teeth and screamed. Crimson-stained fingers left claw marks on the glass. Terrified, Shen Feifei and Lei Lei pressed themselves against the opposite wall, their hair standing on end. The outcome they had dreaded had indeed come to pass. The bespectacled girl and her companions had succumbed to infection, transforming into zombies. Among the 5 in the reading room, 4 had been injured and mutated into zombies, leaving only one unharmed, who had been devoured by them. The scattered remnants of human remains on the table belonged to that unfortunate soul. The only distinction these zombies had from the original ones was the absence of grass growing on their heads. Witnessing the metamorphosis of her friend into a zombie, tears streamed down Shen Feifei and Lei Lei's faces involuntarily. 4 years of shared experiences flooded their minds in an instant. Memories of the playful and vain Qianqian, the studious Xiaolu who always had a book in hand and aspired to be a university professor, and the joyous moments of quarreling over stinky tofu resurfaced vividly now. In their dormitory, 3 out of 6 had turned into zombies, leaving the remaining 3 teetering on the brink of life and death. That night, the trio huddled together, trying to catch some rest. Yet, Shen Feifei found it impossible to sleep soundly, her mind entangled in the sudden and convoluted turn of events. The abrupt change in Luo Hao's demeanor, the arrogance of Zhu Laoda, the horrifying sight of their classmates as flesh-eating zombies, and the furtive movements of those in the reading room, each filled with their own thoughts. perpetually haunted her dreams. On the following day, as dawn began to break, Shun Feifei and her companions, still caught in the haze of sleep, were abruptly roused by a cacophony of noise. Gunshots! I hear gunshots! A boy exclaimed with fervor. I hear them too. They're coming from the south. The army has arrived. We are saved. A voice retorted. What nonsense, with such a racket. Who could possibly miss it? Zhu Laoda chastised the group. Yet he himself opened the window to peer outside. The gunfire from the south grew increasingly distinct, echoing closer with each moment. The horde of zombies surrounding the iron fence began to stir, converging towards the source of the gunfire, leaving only a handful of sluggish, decrepit figures aimlessly wandering the ground. Seeing the zombie crowd disperse, everyone readied their bags, preparing for an imminent breakout. A few remnants of food were hastily packed by Zhu Laoda's loyal followers. You lot, lead the charge, Zhu Laoda commanded with a menacing expression, pointing ominously at Shen Feifei and several girls, including the one who had been so close to him the previous day. What? Asking them to take the lead is akin to sending them to their doom. Though many zombies had fled, a significant number remained. Venturing out recklessly would almost certainly lead to becoming a zombie's meal. Zhu Daiji, do you truly expect me to go as well? This cannot be real. You must tell me. The girl, her eyes brimming with tears, rushed forward to embrace Zhu Laoda's arm. Get away, you burden. Do you think this is the time to indulge you? Move. Zhu Laoda forcefully shoved the girl aside. Abandoning the slower girls was the only way to divert the attention of the remaining zombies at the entrance, allowing them a chance to escape and join the army. No. If we are to go out, we must all go together. We cannot be the only ones. Shen Feifei and her fellow girls armed themselves with chairs, standing united. In this critical moment, they could not afford to indulge them. How dare you resist? Believe me, I will take you down right now. Zhu Laoda, in a fit of rage, struck down the nearest girl with a blade, severing her arm, causing her to faint from the excruciating pain. Under the onslaught of several burly men, 7 or 8 frail girls were forcibly driven down the stairs, Shen Feifei among them. Beyond the iron gate lay the throng of zombies. As soon as they saw someone emerge, the zombies erupted in excited hisses, stretching their elongated arms through the gaps in the iron bars, clawing and grasping desperately. Will you walk out on your own, or shall we throw you out? Zhu Laoda and his gang shouted triumphantly from behind. Many girls succumbed to tears. Some dropped their chairs, collapsing to the ground, consumed by their sobs. Shen Feifei glanced at Zhu Laoda's group, spotting Luo Hao among them. When he noticed her gaze, he quickly averted his eyes, hiding within the crowd. Luo Hao, come out. Do you truly intend to cast me into the midst of the zombies? Shen Feifei, still reluctant to believe it, clung to the last shred of hope, questioning him. Indeed, you are just a fat girl. I have long despised you. This is the perfect opportunity for us to part ways. Luo Hao, unable to evade the situation, stepped forward to sever ties with Shen Feifei. Tears streamed down her face as her heart shattered like fragile glass. In a frenzy, she seized a chair and led the charge, smashing at the outstretched arms of the zombies. You shall inevitably face retribution. We shall await your arrival below. Lei, with her candid and straightforward manner, spoke impulsively and followed Shen Feifei. Both Shen Feifei and Lei were determined to fight with abandon, for death was certain. It was better to go down fighting. The arms of the zombies were shattered, rendering them incapable of seizing them. Perhaps there was still a chance to escape. In the 8th chapter, Am I a zombie? Luo Hao, that heartless wretch, stood before her. Shen Feifei lunged at him, sinking her teeth into his flesh, severing his throat to drink his blood. She then used her claws to rip open his abdomen, extracting his warm, pulsating intestines and, ultimately, his still-beating heart, which he devoured with a sinister grin. How curious, Luo Hao had once again transformed into Zhu Laoda, springing back to life. Shen Feifei pounced once more, biting ferociously. The taste was exquisite. Who would have thought human flesh could be so delectable? Yet, how was it so cold? She sneezed, and moments later, the sun emerged, bringing an unexpected warmth. Shen Feifei trembled as she opened her eyes, only to find herself in a dim, confined space. No, it was the reading room shrouded in darkness. It was still the reading room on the 2nd floor, but eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Sparse moonlight filtered through the shadows of the trees outside, casting a soft glow over the reading tables arranged haphazardly. It had all been a dream. Indeed, One's thoughts during the day often linger into the night, and even dreams could turn grotesque. The floor was strewn with debris discarded by panicked individuals, tissues and refuse scattered about. The tables and chairs lay chaotically, lacking any semblance of order. The door to the reading room was tightly shut, leaving the space empty save for the tables, chairs, and shelves brimming with books. Shen Feifei felt a peculiar heaviness in her head, vaguely recalling how she and her companions had been coerced into serving as bait for the zombies. She remembered struggling alongside Lei and Huan to break the arms of the undead. Then, she had seen a military vehicle brimming with survivors and soldiers racing toward them, pursued by an uncountable horde of zombies. Zhu Laoda had immediately opened the iron gate, forcefully pushing them out while he sprinted toward the military vehicle. After seeking refuge in the library, she had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Shen Feifei vigorously shook her head, feeling as if it were not her own. Had she indeed been bitten? Why had she not transformed into a zombie? Where was Lei? Her gaze swept across the reading room until, at last, she spotted a curled figure in a corner. Shen Feifei rose to her feet, laboriously moving forward. Oh, her legs felt so heavy, akin to her head, as if they belonged to someone else, perhaps a consequence of the bite. Lei, is that you? She called softly, inching closer to the figure. As her hand brushed against the body, she felt a hard, blood-stained back. Lei had undoubtedly been bitten. Lei? Shen Feifei gently nudged her while adopting a stance conducive to escape, grateful to have survived the bite without transforming into a zombie. What of Lei? The figure stirred, slowly raising her head, eyes tightly shut and silent. Shen Feifei's heart raced with trepidation, and she hastily stepped back, warily observing her. Gulu Lei's throat emitted a sound of swallowing, startling Feifei into a swift retreat. Boss, the voice was faint yet distinct. It was Lei's voice. She was still alive. Lei, you're okay, but your back is injured. I'm fine. I can't feel any pain. How about you? I doubt I seem to be all right as well. No pain. The reading room fell silent once more, an extended period devoid of conversation. How could someone who had been bitten be unscathed? The absence of pain was indeed peculiar, unless one lacked sensory nerve cells or had been administered anesthesia. Shen Feifei reached to touch the wound on her leg, recalling the several bites she had endured from a zombie lying on the ground. Indeed, there was a wound the size of a bowl at the top of her thigh, and it felt as though she could touch the bone. Yet there was still no sensation of pain, nor was there any bleeding. Boss, why are you touching me? Touching you. Sister clearly pinched you quite hard several times. In an attempt to validate her feelings, Shen Feifei pinched Lei several more times while she was distracted. A disquieting sensation arose from the depths of her heart. Could it be that both she and Lei had transformed into zombies? However, they could still converse and possessed intelligence. Those zombies were mindless beasts, driven solely by their hunger for flesh. Perhaps it was merely a temporary infection without mutation, and Shen Feifei and Lei clung to a sliver of hope in their hearts. The following morning, they were jolted awake by an intense hunger. Their empty stomachs protested, a profound sense of starvation engulfing their bodies. They craved blood and fresh meat. On the ground lay a human arm, already decomposing. Yet they perceived it as a delectable morsel, yearning to pounce upon it and devour it immediately. They exchanged fearful glances, suppressing their salivation as they tossed the arm out of the window. Cannibalism? As civilized humans, how could they possibly accept such a notion? We must venture out to find something to eat. Unable to withstand the gnawing hunger any longer, the two had no choice but to seek sustenance. Cautiously peering into the first-floor hall, they found no zombies. Shen Feifei gestured to Lei, and the two descended the stairs in hushed silence. If memory served, just 100 steps beyond the library, there was a small convenience store brimming with food. Alas, having narrowly escaped the wolf's den, they now found themselves in the tiger's lair. Shen Feifei and Lei resigned themselves and closed their eyes. Chapter 9. I am a zombie after waiting for what felt like an eternity without feeling any bites. Shen Feifei opened her eyes to see that the group of zombies had dashed towards the door, chasing a small animal that had passed by. To their astonishment, Shen Feifei and Lei were completely overlooked. At that moment, a slow-moving, blind zombie approached, groping its way towards them. Boss, Lei, sensing the approaching zombie, felt a surge of fear and tugged at Shen Feifei's shirt, urging her to hide. What? Not even a blind zombie finds me worthy. Shen Feifei lamented, feeling dejected. Thankfully, they were facing zombies. Had it been an extraordinarily handsome man, she might have dashed headfirst into Tofu in despair. A zombie, seemingly amused by their indecent behavior, let out a strange cackle, as if perplexed by their actions. The fact that the zombies ignored them was a stroke of good fortune, indicating that they were indeed safe in this moment. However, Shin Feifei and her companions found themselves unable to muster even a semblance of laughter, for there existed but one possibility. They too had become zombies. Zombies do not attack their own kind. Dejectedly, they sat upon the expansive steps of the library, scrutinizing one another in an effort to discern any lingering traces of humanity upon each other's faces. Shin Feifei's hair was in disarray, matted with dried blood, leaves, and blades of grass, all tangled together. Her face bore splotches of blood and dust, yet one could still discern the pallid hue hidden beneath the grime and stains, an expression unique to the undead. Lei was not faring much better, her visage resembling that of a ghastly specter. Unlike other zombies, their skin bore no signs of swelling, nor did they emit the foul stench typically associated with decay. Moreover, their hearts retained a faint warmth, beating gently every minute or so. And they possessed intellect, still capable of speech. A stark contrast to their mindless counterparts. Had we truly perished? Lei's throat constricted as she finally managed to utter, "Yes, we have died. We are now zombies. Ha ha ha. No one can consume us now. Only we shall feast upon others." Shin Feifei, appearing almost deranged, howled in a frenzied manner, waving her arms about as if in catharsis. Lei watched her leader's manic display, yearning to weep, yet realizing that her tears and sweat had long since abandoned her, for their bodies felt frigid, as cold as corpses. Once her outburst had subsided, Shin Feifei, forsaking all semblance of decorum, sprawled upon the ground with limbs akimbo, akin to a piece of gum stuck to the earth. Having lived as a human for over 20 years, the abrupt transition to a zombie was truly unbearable. "Leader, I am hungry. I crave sustenance," Lei lamented, gazing pitifully at Shin Feifei while clutching her emaciated belly. How could they still feel hunger even in their undead state? After what felt like an eternity, Shin Feifei finally stirred her arm and sat up slowly, seemingly having come to a realization. "Let us seek nourishment. Even as zombies, we must not neglect our appetites." They beheld a loaf of bread being unconsciously trampled by a bespectacled zombie. Shin Feifei discarded the food bag in her hand with a sigh. Though transformed into zombies, she and Lei found that, aside from a craving for fresh blood and flesh, they could still consume the foods of their former human existence. Furthermore, they could devour a quantity equivalent to that of 10 ordinary individuals in a single sitting. Indeed, after one meal, they could go several days without sustenance. Their digestive systems functioned remarkably well, efficiently processing even the coarsest fare. At times, they pondered whether zombies shared a kinship with the mythical Paixio, given their peculiar ability to consume without excreting anything. The bespectacled zombie, like others of its kind, consumed nothing but fresh blood and flesh, exhibiting none of the intelligence they possessed, merely wandering aimlessly, shrieking and howling. Shin Feifei and Lei speculated endlessly, traversing various hypotheses regarding their clothing, the medications they ingested, and the beverages they drank. Yet they could not arrive at a satisfactory explanation as to why they retained their human intellect while other zombies did not. There remained not a single clue. Frustrated, Lei tore open a bag of dried tofu, munching on it as a snack. Tofu, stinky tofu, fried spicy stinky tofu. Shin Feifei suddenly recalled that both she and Lei had indulged in deep-fried stinky tofu during a snowfall, an experience that the others had not shared. Could it be? Noticing her leader's intense gaze fixed upon the tofu, Lei too was reminded. Deep-fried spicy stinky tofu. Leader, could it be the antidote that ensures our continued wisdom and sustenance? Lei exclaimed in astonishment. Stinky tofu, with its pungent aroma, surprisingly delights the palate. According to some experts, its odor is a result of fermentation, harboring numerous beneficial bacteria for the human gut, which many people relish. If it is indeed the source, what substance within it could be at play? Or must it be fried and slathered in spicy sauce to be effective? Perhaps it requires the snowy backdrop to yield results. Or must the timing, location, and camaraderie all align perfectly? Shin Feifei shook her heavy head, pondering how her cognitive faculties had diminished so drastically since becoming a zombie. The calamity of the biohazard was infuriating. as was that wretched Zhu Laoda, who had thrust them into the horde of the undead, along with that despicable Luo Hao. Just the thought of Luo Hao caused her heart, which had already been barely beating, to surge violently. That ungrateful wretch, with his sweet nothings, he had deceived her heart, swindled her lottery tickets, and when crisis struck, he had offered her as a gift to the zombies, conspiring with others to feed her to the undead at the critical moment. How had she failed to see through his true nature sooner? It was all her fault for being so foolish, ignoring her mother's advice. Shen Feifei felt a bitter and acrid ache within her. Was this the pang of heartbreak? No, Luo Hao, I shall not be entranced by you again. Luo Hao, mark my words, I shall seek you out one day. Shen Feifei let out a sinister laugh for the first time since her transformation, silently vowing to avenge herself, declaring that she would not rest until justice was served, not for humanity, but for the undead. Chapter 10. The need to consume flesh. Shen Feifei patted her belly. Although she had eaten her fill, why did she still feel so weak? Humans experience lethargy when deprived of salt for extended periods, but what of zombies? In the past few days, she and Lele had consumed foods rich in sodium. So why did they still feel drained? Moreover, why did their minds feel increasingly dull, requiring prolonged contemplation for even the simplest tasks? Was it merely a salt deficiency? Observing the mindless zombies, their mouths smeared with fresh blood, lacking any cognition, merely revolving in place and howling with vigor, they plunged into deep thought. Could it be that only by consuming fresh blood and flesh could they sustain their strength? Only through such nourishment could they maintain their intellect? Living beings were scarce. The small creatures that once populated the world before the apocalypse had all but vanished. When one did appear, it was invariably pursued by hordes of zombies, leaving no opportunity for them. Unless, armed with the vestiges of their intelligence, they sought out the living. Suddenly, Shen Feifei shuddered at the notion. Consuming humans. Would they have to capture their former kin and devour them alive? To indulge in their vibrant blood, their pallid bones, and their gelatinous brains? To listen to their desperate cries while savoring their flesh? Regardless of the sorrow experienced by their wives, mothers, and children, do they consume them? If they were to devour human beings, how could they confront the parents of those they have once been? Although she and Lele now exist as zombies, they still retain a semblance of human reason and conscience. To consume flesh. What a profound violation of their moral compass. Despite their desperate need for blood, despite their overwhelming craving for fresh flesh, and despite the enticing allure of those humans, the remnants of their reason and subconscious admonish them against such actions. Yet, they find themselves in a state of extreme fatigue. If they do not partake of blood sustenance soon, they will face the prospect of once again succumbing to death, transforming entirely into mindless corpses. They refuse to become the lowest form of zombie, reeking and wandering without awareness, on the brink of death. What choice remains for them? Perhaps we could subsist solely on blood. After pondering for an extended period, Lele timidly uttered this uncertain thought. Just blood? Indeed, the various components found within animal bodies are present in their blood. Thus, could they not consume only blood, abstaining from flesh? However, who would remain docile, allowing them to drink their blood? Furthermore, those bitten by zombies swiftly transform into zombies themselves, leading to a depletion of blood sources. Alas! Wait, could they not draw blood? Yes, drawing blood. Before the apocalypse, hospitals possessed blood banks stocked with prepared blood bags. This is human blood. How could they have overlooked such a notion? It is the lack of blood that has muddled their minds. Shen Feifei eagerly shared her brilliant idea with Lele. Before long, on the bustling streets of Z University, now teeming with staggering zombies, two girls sprinted ahead, clearing every obstacle in their path as they hurried towards the esteemed university hospital. These zombies, usually akin to dogs lunging for bones upon sighting humans, exhibited no reaction today, occasionally toppling over when pushed aside by the girls. These two, Shen Feifei and Lele, were determined. With nearly 80,000 students and staff, Z University frequently saw its share of illnesses and fevers. Consequently, the school had established a hospital, a considerable institution, recognized as a tertiary Class A hospital by the provincial authorities. Therefore, it was certain that a significant quantity of plasma would be stored within. Upon reaching their destination, they would have access to copious amounts of fresh blood. With each sip, their strength would be restored. With every drop, their intellect would revive. With this nourishment, they would survive. The anticipation fueled Shen Feifei and Lei Lei's excitement, propelling them forward at a sprint akin to a 100-meter dash towards the campus hospital. As they ran, their hands clawed at the air, saliva flowing freely, resembling two zombies catching sight of fresh meat. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the Z University Hospital, their eyes gleaming with fervor. But wait, what is that? Just as they were about to burst into the hospital, Shen Feifei and Lei Lei halted in their tracks. Before them stood a military vehicle, one stained with congealed blood and remnants of flesh, parked at the entrance of the hospital. It was one of the military trucks that had come to offer aid a few days prior. Now, one of its wheels has gone flat, and the military canvas at the back of the vehicle has been torn to shreds by the zombies, with fabric hanging loosely on one side and gaping holes on the other. Several shards of glass from the cockpit have been shattered, and a decapitated zombie corpse is slumped against the front of the vehicle, leaning into the cabin. The car is positioned sideways at the entrance of the Grand Hospital's gate. A series of disordered bloodstains lead directly to the entrance of the campus hospital. The hospital's main door is securely locked from the inside, and shadows occasionally flit past the windows on the rooftop. A large throng of zombies congregates at the hospital entrance, extending their swollen, putrid fingers toward the interior. Upon catching sight of any movement, they emit a cacophony of growls and howls. Are there humans inside the hospital? Or perhaps those who were with Shen Feifei just a few days ago? Is Luo Hao also within? Just the thought of Luo Hao ignites a fierce desire within Shen Feifei to rush in and tear him apart, to devour his flesh, drink his blood, extract his tendons, and strip away his skin. And of course, the bones must not be overlooked. They ought to be simmered into a broth. Shen Feifei indulges in her dark fantasies. Boss, there's blood inside, and the door is locked. How are we supposed to get in? Lei Lei expresses her concern. How to get in? Humph. If we cut the lock on the iron fence and smash the glass of the main door, then those tens of thousands of zombies will rush inside, and we can follow suit, can't we? These foolish zombies have no idea how to enter. Surely, we won't be stumped? At that moment, Shen Feifei can't help but smirk sinisterly. Boss, Huan might also be inside. Lei Lei, perhaps sensing Shen Feifei's intentions, disrupts her scheme with a single remark. Oh, isn't that so? Huan managed to break through the encirclement and is likely with these humans, hence she could very well be here. If those tens of thousands of zombies rush in, Shen Feifei and Lei Lei alone cannot protect her. They've already been unfortunate enough to become zombies. How could they allow their dear friend to join their ranks? And if so many zombies pour in, Huan might not even have the chance to become a zombie at all. It appears that this plan must be revised with great caution. How can they enter the campus hospital to obtain fresh blood while ensuring Huan's safety? Chapter 11. The back door of the hospital desiring to acquire the blood bags from the hospital while ensuring Huan's safety poses quite a conundrum. Gazing at the densely packed throng of zombies outside the hospital, Shen Feifei feels a headache brewing. Although she and Lei Lei are zombies now, she cannot command these creatures to comply with their bidding. It seems that expecting lower-level zombies to heed the commands of higher-level ones is unreliable. Or perhaps Shen Feifei and Lei Lei's ranks are simply too low to exert control over the other zombies. Moreover, even if they manage to sneak into the hospital without alarming the other zombies, they are still zombies themselves. Should they be recognized by those who know them, their identities would be revealed, making it exceedingly difficult to avoid detection by humans and escape unharmed. The complexity of this task is truly formidable. Perhaps there is a location where they can enter discreetly and exit just as quietly. That would be the back courtyard of the hospital. Beyond the hospital's rear wall, several residential buildings are closely nestled against the hospital's enclosure. At the back entrance of a laundry, the proprietor has surreptitiously carved out a passageway leading directly into the hospital's backyard. The intention behind this clandestine access is to collect and launder the garments of patients, thereby generating profit. Eventually, this arrangement came to the attention of the hospital's administration, who confronted the proprietor, compelling them to temporarily seal the entrance. As it stands, the passage remains unbricked and is merely secured with a chain, possibly indicating the proprietor's desire to retain its future utility. This secret was inadvertently uncovered by Shen Feifei and Luo Hao during a visit to the laundry, a fact unknown to others. Now, it has become particularly relevant. The mere thought of Luo Hao sends a pang of anguish through Shen Feifei's heart. Should she encounter him within the hospital, she vows not to spare this heartless individual. Accompanied by Lei Lei, the pair meandered around the hospital's perimeter, ultimately arriving at the front of the residential buildings. The area before the residences was a chaotic sight, with several small cars haphazardly crashed together, completely obstructing the exit of the residential complex. Some vehicles had half their doors torn off, while others displayed windshields shattered like tattered fabric, riddled with cracks. A few car fronts were utterly crumpled, resembling sheets of paper wedged between two vehicles, with only the rear sections remaining somewhat intact. The apocalypse had commenced several days prior, and the air was thick with the pungent scent of gasoline, undoubtedly emanating from punctured fuel tanks. Within these vehicles lay the skeletal remains of several deceased individuals, bearing unmistakable signs of having been gnawed upon. One car still contained a male zombie, unable to extricate itself, letting out ghastly wheezes. It is likely that, in the initial chaos of the apocalypse, many had sensed the impending doom and attempted to flee in their vehicles. However, amidst the panic, there was no semblance of order, each person striving to escape first. The inevitable outcome was catastrophic, as fleeing vehicles collided, effectively sealing off any possible exits, trapping everyone inside. At that moment, zombies descended, initiating a gruesome feast on human flesh. The surviving humans were either reduced to mere bones or transformed into members of the relentless horde. The staggering presence of dozens of swaying zombies in the residential area stands as testament to this grim reality. Among them were adults, children, and several elderly individuals. Had it not been for their hollow gazes and swollen, putrid bodies, one might easily mistake them for merely well-fed individuals out for a leisurely stroll. Only one small zombie, adorned with a dandelion-like tuft on its head, stood defiantly, issuing low growls as if to challenge them. Upon noticing Shun Feifei's indifference, it lost interest and turned away. The laundry was situated centrally among the residential buildings, directly facing the hospital's rear entrance. Perhaps in their haste to escape, the proprietor's family neglected to secure the shop's door, which was merely ajar. With a gentle push, Shun Feifei and her companion managed to enter. Inside, chaos reigned. Several articles of clothing lay strewn across the floor, and there were unmistakable signs of disarray in the form of scattered footprints. The main room's dryer stood partially open, with a few patient bed linens still inside, yet to be retrieved. Tables and chairs were overturned, and the floor of the inner room bore faint water stains. After a prolonged search, they finally discovered a set of keys within the pocket of a work uniform. This collection comprised various keys for garages, doors, and even a safe. However, the key for the rear entrance remained elusive, leaving Shun Feifei and her companion utterly exhausted and frustrated. Ultimately, it was Leilei's meticulousness that led to the discovery of the key within the toy box in the room of the shopkeeper's child. It turned out that the key was adorned with an adorable toy pig, which had been taken by the shopkeeper's little one as a plaything. Such a mischievous child. Shun Feifei couldn't help but utter a mild complaint, lamenting the considerable effort expended alongside Leilei, which had left them both fatigued and her mind increasingly sluggish. It was evident that time was of the essence in their quest for plasma. At long last, the iron chain of the back door was unfastened. As they pushed open the somewhat rusted gate, the silent and eerie hospital courtyard loomed before Shun Feifei and Leilei, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, poised to devour any living creature that dared to approach. Entering through that entrance, a few left turns would lead them to the injection room, where they might find the urgently needed plasma. Shun Feifei swallowed hard, conveying this thought to Leilei, who was peering cautiously into the courtyard. After a thorough inspection, they discerned that no armed humans were present in the direction of the hospital's rear. Seizing the opportunity, they hastened toward the back entrance of the hospital. This area was typically deserted, frequented only by the cleaning lady disposing of trash and the occasional patient strolling about, attending to personal matters. Thus, the back door remained unlocked, affording Shun Feifei and her companions convenient access to the hospital. With no one in sight along the hospital corridor, they found it easy to slip inside, their previously taut nerves easing somewhat. As long as they could successfully reach the injection room, there was hope for acquiring the plasma, allowing them to endure a few more days. Once the current occupants had fled, this place would again be under their control, enabling them to return boldly and take as much as they desired. The mere thought of this prospect filled Shun Feifei and her companions with joy. However, just as they were a few steps away from the injection room, the sound of scattered footsteps echoed down the corridor ahead. Startled, Shun Feifei and her companions pressed themselves tightly against the door of a nearby examination room, minimizing their presence within the confines of the doorframe. Paralyzed with fear, in the hospital, patients and doctors were not uncommon. In fact, the number of individuals seeking medical attention had only increased since the apocalypse. The audacity of these intruders, capable of vanquishing the mutated zombies within the hospital and securing the main entrance, spoke volumes of their formidable strength. At the very least, their firepower must be quite formidable. In stark contrast, Shen Feifei and her companions were mere low-level zombies, lacking in strength, and dared not confront such heavily armed adversaries alone. The utmost priority now was to preserve their lives. As the footsteps drew ever closer, the tension in the air mounted in the hospital corridor. The rhythmic cadence of approaching footsteps heightened Shen Feifei and her companions' anxiety. Had they been discovered? They braced themselves for a desperate struggle. Finally, the cacophony of footsteps came to an abrupt halt. The clattering sounds gradually receded, allowing Shen Feifei and her companions to exhale in relief. That was close. They had nearly been detected by those wielding firearms. Cautiously peeking out, they confirmed the corridor was devoid of human presence. Adopting a monkey-like stance, they tiptoed, bending slightly at the waist, with hands dangling, and gently leaped into the injection room. In the injection room, there were no obstructions. The syringes and medications were clearly visible. Aside from the items hanging on the medication bags, everything was stored in the nearby nurse's pharmacy. Shen Feifei and her companions meticulously searched through the area, only to be disheartened by their findings. There was nothing, no blood whatsoever, not even a hint of red in the bags hanging for the patients. It was truly disheartening. After enduring so many hardships to infiltrate the hospital, they found themselves empty-handed. Shen Feifei and her friends felt tears welling up, though, of course, if they had any left to shed. Well, as the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. They resolved not to back down until they secured some plasma. Really? Let us hurry, Lei Lei exclaimed, suddenly invigorated by the mention of the plasma's whereabouts. Although the pharmacy was not far from the injection room, a hospital hall separated them. There, patrolling personnel often lingered, observing the movements of the zombies outside. If Shen Feifei and her friends wished to pass through safely, they would need to exercise utmost caution. Stealthily, they embarked once more on their quest for plasma. Moving with great care, they soon arrived at the door of a washroom adjacent to the hall. Noticing that the hall was unguarded, they decided to seize the opportunity and make their way through. Why go downstairs to wash rice? Isn't there a faucet upstairs? A male voice echoed as footsteps descended the stairs. Just when they thought they had a clear path, new complications arose. Shen Feifei and her friends quickly slipped into the washroom, hiding behind the door. There's not much water left, and without electricity, we can't pump it up. Fortunately, the supply from the water tank downstairs is still adequate, a somewhat hoarse female voice remarked. After a brief pause, she added, I can wash the rice myself. No need for you two brothers to follow. This place is quite safe. Be careful. Call us if anything happens, came the captain's voice again. The sound of footsteps grew closer as they approached the lower level. At that moment, Shen Feifei felt a surge of frustration. Why pretend to be noble? They were all zombies now, clinging to what remnants of humanity and moral codes. This was a dire situation. The washroom offered no concealment, and the girl would undoubtedly discover them as soon as she entered. At that point, she resolved to go all out. If she was to die, she would at least die with a full stomach. Shen Feifei bared her newly grown fangs, deciding that once the girl stepped inside, she would pounce and seize her. It was better for someone else to perish than themselves. Perhaps by consuming the girl's flesh and blood, she and Lei Lei could summon the strength to fight back. Presenting a glimmer of hope, the washroom door creaked open, and a girl entered, holding a basin of items while sidestepping to make room. Just as she set the basin down, she felt a rush of wind behind her. Before she could utter a sound, a powerful arm tightly covered her mouth, and a human face, adorned with sharp fangs, swiftly loomed closer. A zombie. This was her immediate instinctive reaction. Good heavens, when did a zombie appear in the washroom downstairs? Hadn't Captain Liu and the others searched the entire building? She had visited this washroom countless times and had never encountered a zombie before. Tears streamed down the girl's face as she found herself immobilized, closing her beautiful eyes to await the zombie's next move. Huan Huan, is that you? The young girl, oblivious to the threat of being bitten by zombies, was instead met with a familiar, deep voice calling out. What? This voice. How strikingly reminiscent it is of Feifei. As she opened her eyes, she beheld the figures before her. It was none other than her long-cherished Fei and her dear friend Lei. "Leader, you're safe." "How wonderful!" Huan Huan exclaimed, ready to rush forward and embrace her two closest companions. "Stop, Huan Huan, do not hug us. We carry bacteria," Shen Fei interjected swiftly, preventing Huan Huan from lunging forward. They were now zombies, and excessive physical contact could potentially infect Huan Huan, who was still human. What happened to you?" Huan Huan stuttered, momentarily stunned by Fei's action. Realization dawned upon her, and instinctively, she recoiled several steps, inadvertently knocking over a basin filled with rice, which clattered loudly. "No, it's nothing. I just bumped the basin." "You two carry on," she stammered, her heart racing as she noticed her leaders shushing her. Resolute, she steadied her nerves and ventured to explain, her gaze falling upon the two tense zombies behind her. After a brief pause, the footsteps in the corridor faded once more. "Leader, are you truly infected?" Huan Huan hesitated, then posed the question. "Yes, we are now zombies, no longer human." Huan Huan's expression darkened. Sorrow etched upon her features. "Do not weep, Huan Huan. At least we still possess our memories and retain our human emotions. Our souls endure." Shen Fei comforted her, noticing the tears welling in Huan Huan's eyes. "We do not consume humans, you need not worry." "We have come seeking plasma," Shen Fei continued, glancing at the time and realizing that Huan Huan had lingered too long, risking the attention of the patrolling teams outside. As Huan Huan's emotions stabilized, she hastened to inform her of their purpose at the hospital. "Plasma?" Huan Huan echoed, her face pale, her body trembling slightly as she instinctively raised a hand to protect her neck. "Fear not. We shall not drink your blood," Shen Fei said with a bittersweet smile, recognizing the impact their transformation had on Huan Huan. "What we seek is stored blood from the blood bank. Consuming it is the same. However, there are patrolling personnel moving about the hospital lobby. If we cannot find it, we risk being killed by humans," Shen Fei added. "Huan Huan, could you assist us in retrieving a few bags of plasma from the blood bank?" At this moment, all their hopes rested upon Huan Huan, for they were growing increasingly weak. Should she aid her leaders in acquiring plasma? Huan Huan fell into deep contemplation. "Leader, you are now zombies, the enemies of humanity. Do I truly wish to aid my adversaries?" Huan Huan pondered, caught in a dilemma. Yet, she reflected, her leaders had not harmed anyone. They continued to care for her as always. The tender memories of the past 4 years spent together during university flooded back into Huan Huan's mind, intertwined with recollections of their desperate battles against the zombies, striving to escape the encirclement. Regardless of what status her comrades currently held, as long as they still remembered her, they would remain her cherished sisters. Huan Huan's previously hesitant expression transformed into one of resolute determination. Observing her steadfast silhouette, Shen Fei and the others exhaled a sigh of relief. What would they do if Huan Huan refused to agree? Would they truly resort to silencing her? The mere thought of such an act caused a pang of sorrow in Shen Fei's heart. Yet she was relieved that she would not have to make that choice. Regaining her composure, Shen Fei surveyed the washroom once more. Aside from the sinks on either side, the room was stark and devoid of any obstructions, not even a scrap of wood or cardboard. If another human were to intrude, there would be nowhere for her and Lei to hide. What should they do? Isn't that the place we came from? Beyond the bright plastic steel window lay a spacious courtyard, the very backyard of the hospital where she and Lei had first arrived. The plan began to form in Shen Fei's mind. Filling her with joy, she pried open the rusted and tightly wound wire on the window, fully opening the long-sealed panes. A rush of fresh air greeted her. Free from human-made pollutants, the air quality had undoubtedly improved significantly over just a few days. Now that the window was ajar, Shen Fei and Lei could leap out at any moment to evade human attacks. Seconds ticked by agonizingly slowly as they watched the sun gradually sink in the west. Lei, unable to contain her impatience, suggested, "Boss, why don't we go look for her ourselves? Now that Huan Huan is human, will she still help us?" "Wait a moment," Shen Fei replied, resolute in her belief that Huan Huan was not the type to betray them. Her absence must be due to unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed once more in the previously silent corridor. "Here she comes." Shen Fei and Lei exchanged glances, bracing themselves with heightened vigilance. The door to the washroom swung open again, and a slender figure swiftly slipped inside, promptly shutting the door behind her. "Boss, where are you?" It was indeed Huan Huan, who, upon noticing the washroom was empty, called out anxiously, "Here, Huan Huan!" The two girls' heads popped out from the window, clumsily jumping in one after the other. "I found some blood plasma, but I didn't dare take too much for fear of being seen." Huan Huan carefully produced a plastic bag from her shirt, revealing 4 bags of still-chilled blood plasma. "Wonderful!" Shen Feifei and the others wasted no time in seizing a bag each, quickly tearing it open and drinking eagerly. The icy liquid slid down their throats and into their stomachs, swiftly breaking down and flooding their bodies with a marvelous energy that surged through their limbs and invigorated their minds. If not for the concern of startling Huan Huan or alerting other humans, Shen Feifei would have loved to unleash a triumphant roar to release her pent-up energy. There are sounds coming from within. Li Huan Huan and the others must be in there, lurking about. I've always sensed something was off about her. A sharp male voice echoed from the corridor. As someone approached, Shen Feifei swiftly consumed the second bag of plasma in her hands, having no time to bid farewell to Huan Huan, and prepared to leap out of the window alongside Lei Lei. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was violently kicked open from the outside, and a dark, menacing gun barrel intruded, unleashing a barrage of gunfire without a moment's hesitation. The bullets thudded against the walls, the pipes, and even the glass, startling Huan Huan, who was cowering by the door, into a terrified scream. A distinctive metallic scent of blood, unique to humanity, assaulted her senses as Shen Feifei shook off the splattered blood from her head. With a fierce roar, she was ready to charge again, to bite and fight desperately. "Boss, Huan Huan is fine. Quickly, we cannot contend with them now." Lei Lei seized the enraged leader, pulling Shen Feifei with all her might. Upon being tugged by Lei Lei, Shen Feifei regained her composure, confirming that Huan Huan was indeed unharmed. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of their assailants, they hurriedly jumped from the window to escape. Had Shen Feifei been present, she would have surely recognized the unfortunate young man as the meddlesome individual they encountered in the library, known for his shrill demeanor. However, at that moment, he lay in a pool of his own blood, barely clinging to life, no longer able to stir up trouble. Kill him. If he is torn apart by zombies, he too will become one. The patrol leader issued the cold command, a smirk of satisfaction playing on his lips, seemingly reveling in the sensation of authority. In this apocalyptic world, human life was as cheap as grass. If one could not save them, then eliminate them, especially since he had always been so irksome. Chapter 14. The deal. Is she the woman colluding with the zombies? Gazing at the frail figure in the corner, a dark-skinned officer with the lieutenant's insignia asked skeptically, furrowing his brows. "Yes, sir. This is the woman, harboring malicious intent, who dared to steal blood bags from the storage to nourish the zombies. Clearly, she is no good." The patrol leader recounted, "Those female zombies can even speak and are incredibly fast when they run. They are ferocious when it comes to killing. Fortunately, I discovered this in time to thwart her scheme." "Zombies that can speak?" The officer was intrigued by this revelation, his brows twitching slightly. "All right, you have done well. Distribute 2 pieces of candy to each member of the patrol team, and you may leave." The officer interrupted the patrol leader's incessant self-praise and dismissed him. With a cigarette pinched between his fingers, the officer took a deep drag before addressing Huan Huan. "Care for a smoke?" Huan Huan gently shook her head. Few young women indulge in smoking. This officer truly mistook her for a delinquent from the streets. "Is it true that you nurture zombies? Did you actually deliver plasma for them to drink? Why do they not consume you?" The officer bombarded her with questions. They are not bad. They have never harmed humans." Huan Huan instinctively shrank back, her body retreating slightly, her face still bearing several distinct fingerprints, remnants of the violence inflicted by the patrol team. "Who are they?" The officer's penetrating gaze fixed upon Huan Huan, as if seeking to unearth her innermost thoughts. "They are my dormitory sisters. We fought our way out together from the horde of zombies." Huan Huan explained in detail the nature of her relationship with the boss and the others, hoping the officer would come to understand her. Zombies, possessing memory and intellect, capable of speech and not feeding on humans, left the officer's mind in a state of turmoil, grappling to accept the astonishing information. From the moment they transformed into zombies, they had already perished. Those wretched creatures outside the window could no longer utter a word or possess any semblance of intelligence. Their sole purpose was to ceaselessly devour the living. Yet, Now there exists ample evidence to suggest that this girl is not deceiving us. Those two female zombies indeed retain their intellect, capable of thought and speech. Could they be advanced mutated zombies? If all zombies were as astute as they, would humanity have any chance of survival? No, it is imperative to devise a means to eliminate these two intelligent corpses. The officer's hand instinctively rested upon the handgun at his waist. However, after dispatching those two sentient zombies, what would become of his own men? Should they merely remain here in anticipation of rescue? Rescue, he scoffed, his entire battalion dispatched to the city for salvation. Apart from fewer than 200 surviving soldiers, the rest had been devoured by these fiends. He considered himself fortunate, as his warriors were formidable, having fought valiantly to find this temporary refuge. With manpower dwindling in the camp, there was no possibility of sending further assistance. The ammunition and weapons of his squad were also alarmingly scarce, and food was nearly depleted. Without sustenance, this team would soon falter, ultimately succumbing to the fate of being devoured by zombies. If, perchance, these two zombies still possessed human emotions, perhaps they could be leveraged to aid his squad in their escape. The officer discarded the remnants of his cigarette onto the ground, crushing it firmly beneath his boot, and resolutely turned to Juan Juan. "What shall we do, Chief? Will they pose a threat to Juan Juan?" Lele fretted. Pacing anxiously within the confines of the room, occasionally peering out toward the hospital across the street, in order to ascertain Juan Juan's whereabouts and keep abreast of these individuals' movements, Shin Feifei and her companions had secured a temporary observation post in a building opposite the hospital. Shin Feifei squinted, extending her fingers, her nails growing increasingly hard and sharp. Having consumed human blood, her physical prowess had swiftly recuperated, her entire being suffused with boundless energy, her speed surpassing that of her former self. Especially her nails, which were now indomitable, capable of rending even thick wooden planks with ease. Those humans across the way, if they possessed any sense, would refrain from harming Juan Juan. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to break down the door and lead a horde of zombies to slaughter them. Ensuring their demise would be anything but dignified. "Chief, there's movement across the street. Come quickly to see," Lele exclaimed. "What movement? Have they taken action against Juan Juan?" An inferno of rage threatened to erupt within Shin Feifei. Juan Juan was now the sole surviving kin they had in Jiangbei. No one was permitted to inflict harm upon her. Shin Feifei swiftly approached the window. Several large characters, scrawled upon white hospital sheets, hung from the building opposite. "Shin Feifei, let us negotiate. Juan Juan is fine. She is unharmed." The hastily pinned black letters conveyed the writer's evident anxiety and urgency. Were they frightened? Seeking to negotiate with zombies? How absurd. Yet, this also indicated their awareness that Shin Feifei and her companions still retained their memories and intellect, these cunning humans. "Lele, fetch that loudspeaker we found." Shin Feifei recalled seeing a megaphone in a shop downstairs, used by the proprietor for promotions. The banner across the way was swiftly rolled up, and after a brief interval, a figure reappeared at the window. "Shin Feifei, we are aware that although you have succumbed to the state of zombies, the remnants of human emotions and intellect still linger within you. Let us strike a bargain." A man, resembling a military officer, proclaimed loudly through a megaphone. The officer's voice roused the horde of zombies below, inciting a flurry of agitation among them as they craned their necks, reaching out with outstretched arms towards the hospital window in a desperate grasp. "Why should I entertain the notion of a trade with you? I am, after all, a zombie now, and it would be a miracle if I were to spare you," Shin Feifei retorted defiantly. "We have not harmed Juan Juan. She remains unharmed, as you can see." With that, the officer gestured, and a girl appeared at the window. Indeed, it was Juan Juan. "We understand your strong ties to one another. If you assist us in escaping this place, we shall return Juan Juan to you. What say you?" The cunning and deceitful humans had astutely identified their current vulnerability, concerned for Juan Juan's safety, and sought to leverage it against them. "No. Juan Juan is human. She is far safer among her own kind. Shin Feifei and her companions were currently too weak to control the vast throng of zombies. How could they possibly protect Juan Juan? Then we shall escort her to safety. All we require is for you to divert the horde below, and we will ensure her safe passage to the survivors' base. Does that sound agreeable? Now that is more acceptable. It appears the soldiers across the way have not entirely lost their humanity. There remains a flicker of compassion within them. After a series of negotiations, Both parties ultimately agreed upon a viable rescue plan. Chapter 15. Exiting the city with humanity. Food was an item of extreme craving among the humans within the hospital. While gathering food was a trivial endeavor for Shen Feifei and her companions, it was an insurmountable task for the survivors besieged by thousands of zombies. If you desire food, then let it be exchanged for dozens of bags of fresh plasma. Need gasoline? That too shall require dozens of bags of fresh plasma. For vehicle parts, fresh plasma remains the currency. Should they engage in a contest against the humans within the hospital, as long as the humans refrained from using firearms, they would stand no chance. After several days of preparation, everything was in place, awaiting the survivors' escape. After bidding farewell to the survivors, Shen Feifei and her companions commenced their operation. Clumps of rags soaked in fresh plasma were stuffed into large plastic bags. These rags served as bait to lure the zombies. With a mighty roar, Shen Feifei stood 50 meters away from the horde, calling out in the peculiar language of the zombies while brandishing the plasma-soaked rags, waving them in the wind. The scent of blood sent the horde into a frenzy, and with Shen Feifei's call, they quickly altered their course, rushing toward the rags. Among them, several zombies adorned with flowers on their heads sprinted with remarkable speed and strength, barreling through the lesser zombies that obstructed their path. Others, weaker in stature, were shoved to the ground by their brethren, only to be trampled by a horde of filthy feet. The sight of thousands of zombies surging forward was nothing short of spectacular. As the horde approached, Shen Feifei flung the rag far down the road and fled in the opposite direction. The throng of zombies descended upon the bloodied rags like a tidal wave. Fighting fiercely, with many sustaining grievous injuries in the fray, their existence coming to a grim end as Lei Lei awaited at the next rendezvous point. She produced the blood-soaked cloth that the group had meticulously prepared, enticing the horde of zombies with it. After several rounds of diversion, the undead were lured further and further away from the hospital building. Whether they could escape now rested upon the shoulders of the survivors, and Shen Feifei offered her silent blessings from a distance. A large contingent of individuals hastily emerged from the edifice, scrambling into the vehicles that had long been readied, eager to flee this hell on earth. "Sir, are we really taking this traitorous woman along?" the patrol captain questioned, yanking Huan Huan aside and aiming his firearm at her. Addressing the officer, "Of course we are. Do you think my words are mere nonsense?" The officer retorted, his demeanor unyielding. "Protect her well. If she dies, none of you will escape unscathed." The officer regarded the patrol captain with disdain, recognizing him as a petty man, one who would burn bridges for his own gain, wise to remain vigilant against him in the future. Several assorted vehicles, laden with survivors, departed in the opposite direction of the zombie throng. If they could break free from Z University and reach the nearby highway, heading westward, they would soon find the Taicang military base within a few hundred miles, where the rescued souls would congregate. And then there was that cursed Luo Hao, along with Boss Niu. What sheer luck they had in not being trapped like those within the hospital, having escaped early with another convoy. Otherwise, how could Shen Feifei allow them to slip away so easily? Well, Luo Hao, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, I shall not let you off so lightly, boss. There is still plenty of plasma left." Lei Lei exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she turned to Shen Feifei. With the survivors gone, Shen Feifei and Lei Lei could roam freely within the hospital. This place had transformed into their kingdom, allowing them unrestricted access to the blood bank whenever they desired. Truly, it was a grand hospital, boasting an impressive stockpile. Despite their recent indulgences, several hundred bags of plasma remained in the blood bank. Gazing at the numerous bags, exuding wisps of steam, Shen Feifei and Lei Lei rejoiced, dancing with delight. Fresh plasma. Given their current consumption rate of 4 bags per person each day, they had enough to sustain them for several months. This meant that, for at least the next 2 months, they need not worry about energy. With careful rationing, they could potentially extend their supply for another month. "Boss, the blood bank still has power. Is it truly powered by solar energy?" Lei Lei speculated, observing the pristine condition of the plasma in June. "Indeed. Have you not noticed the solar panels adorning the hospital's roof?" Shen Feifei replied with pride. Z University housed tens of thousands of students and staff. And to ensure the hospital's operational efficiency, several critical departments were equipped with specialized designs, including the blood bank, which was specifically outfitted with solar power generation equipment. When power was available, it would be uniformly supplied. When it was not, the solar apparatus could continue to generate energy, but these few hundred bags of plasma will only last us a few months. What do we do after that? Lele suddenly expressed her concerns. They were entirely reliant on plasma to maintain their intellect. They could not afford to be without it. The two of them huddled together, chattering away as they deliberated for a time, ultimately deciding to investigate a nearby blood station. Should it be convenient, they planned to sweep the place clean of plasma in times of chaos and disorder. It is always prudent to stockpile provisions, for such is the instinct of humanity, and the same applies to zombies. Chapter 16. The struggle for territory. City A, the provincial capital, thrives economically and is densely populated. To accommodate urban development, the Flower Nation has invested in multiple blood banks throughout Province C, with 4 tiers of facilities surrounding City A: national, provincial, municipal, and county-level blood stations. Adjacent to Z University lies a national-level large-scale blood reserve center. 0.5 kilometers west of Z University, near the garment trade city, stands this blood bank. Each time Shin Feifei and her companions go shopping, they pass by this place and are thus familiar with it. The weather in the southern region at the end of June is predictably sweltering. As noon approaches, the sun hangs high in the sky, casting its scorching rays mercilessly upon every corner of City A. By pre-apocalyptic standards, today is akin to a sauna, with temperatures nearing 40 degrees Celsius. The streets are almost deserted, as even the zombies shy away from the intense sunlight, retreating early into shady avenues, grassy patches, and buildings to seek refuge from the heat. Shin Feifei and her friends enter the city on foot, having discovered that as soon as vehicles arrive in the urban area, all major roads are choked with abandoned cars. Particularly at the toll booths near the city center, a myriad of vehicles stretches for several kilometers, rendering progress impossible. The roads, already narrow, are further obstructed by toll booths that block the escape routes from the city, leaving only a single lane available for passage. Under normal societal conditions, the process of paying tolls would be manageable, allowing for orderly progression. However, in the midst of a biochemical apocalypse, such facilities become a matter of life and death. In a frantic bid for survival, people swarm onto the highways, desperate to evade danger, disregarding the tolls. Yet, the toll collectors remain steadfast in their duties, refusing to let any vehicles pass, raising barriers to obstruct the flow. This leads to heated disputes and violent altercations, with the outnumbered toll staff suffering severe injuries. Seeing the situation deteriorate, other toll workers, fearing repercussions from superiors for failing to collect fees, resort to positioning a large barrier truck horizontally in the middle of the road, effectively sealing off the escape route. At that moment, zombies from the city pursue them, and within the queued vehicles, some humans have already transformed into zombies. A brutal assault ensues, with the undead voraciously attacking the living, leaving a scene of gruesome carnage. Survivors attempt to flee by car, but are trapped in a hopeless gridlock, their only options being collisions with one another, leaving them with no escape routes. Shin Feifei and her companions leap from vehicle to vehicle along the highway, desperately searching for a way through. Realizing this strategy is futile, they adapt and take to the roofs of the cars, vaulting over one vehicle after another. This is how they traverse several kilometers. Let us hope that Wan Wan and the others reach the survivor base safely. As they leap atop the vehicles, Shin Feifei cannot help but pray for those who have evacuated from the hospitals. Given the current circumstances, escaping is an arduous task. 2 hours later, Shin Feifei and her companions finally arrive in the city, spotting the long-awaited blood bank building. "We have arrived," Lele exclaims joyfully upon seeing the prominent sign of the blood bank. The surrounding zombies were startled into a flurry of movement, peeking out from their shadowy hideaways in search of the source of the sound. Upon discovering that the origin was merely another of their kind, they disinterestedly turned away. Truly, this national-level blood donation center was impressively constructed. The tall entrance boasted dozens of steps, requiring one to tilt their head back to gaze upon it. The towering building, reaching for the clouds, was surrounded by several thousand square meters of courtyards. Rows of trees provided shade, lush green grass spread out in patches, and a riot of flowers vied for attention, resembling a grand botanical garden. It was evident at a glance that this establishment was exceedingly affluent. Under normal circumstances, the place would be bustling with throngs of individuals donating blood, vehicles coming and going in a lively manner. However, now it lay eerily silent and desolate, with scarcely a zombie wandering about. Something was amiss, very amiss, Shin Feifei murmured to Lele. Although it was morning during the outbreak of the bioweapon crisis and fewer people were out and about, This blood donation center was located in the city center, where the population density was significant. Moreover, the entrance was wide open, revealing numerous shaded areas within. Why then did these zombies, exposed to the scorching sun, not seek refuge inside? It appeared as though they were deliberately avoiding this place, immediately veering away upon reaching the entrance, as if it harbored something they feared. The presence of such anomalies warranted suspicion. Surely there was something awry. Should they venture inside? After overcoming numerous obstacles and traversing several kilometers to arrive here, would they simply give up? No, even if this was a den of peril, they would dare to press on today. With a decisive wave of her slender hand, Shun Feifei strode boldly through the entrance of the blood donation center, leading Lei with her. Roars erupted from a few zombies that had previously been meandering in the courtyard. Their heads adorned with blooming flowers upon seeing Shun Feifei and her companion enter. Their intent was clear. Get out, intruders! This is the domain of the king, and you are not welcome, however. Upon hearing Shun Feifei's commanding shout and sensing her formidable presence, these feeble creatures immediately wilted, trembling with fear and retreating to clear a path. How foolish of them to think they could obstruct her way. Such ignorance! Shun Feifei felt a surge of satisfaction. Ever since they had replenished their plasma in abundance, both she and Lei had undergone remarkable and rapid transformations. The wounds inflicted by other zombies had long since healed, and their physical strength had multiplied several times over. To illustrate, if an average adult male could lift 100 pounds, a typical zombie might manage 200, a slightly advanced one could heft 250, while Shun Feifei and Lei could effortlessly lift at least 300 pounds. In essence, their strength exceeded that of humans by more than threefold. Furthermore, they possessed razor-sharp claws several inches long, agile speed, heightened intelligence, and the formidable presence typically reserved for advanced zombies. This presence was a formidable asset, an invisible force. Since discovering it, Shun Feifei and Lei had conducted numerous experiments on those lower-tier zombies, often reducing them to a state of submission, nearly prostrating themselves in reverence. However, exerting this pressure required mental energy, and after each use, they needed to replenish varying amounts of plasma, lest their faculties become sluggish. Upon witnessing the retreat of the flower-adorned zombies, Shun Feifei and her companions hastily consumed a pack of blood bags they carried with them. Swiftly replenishing their energy, they had yet to enter the blood bank building ahead. Who could ascertain what circumstances awaited them within? Maintaining peak combat readiness was essential. Chapter 17. The Duel, Part 1. Ascending the numerous steps, Shun Feifei and Lei entered the blood bank building in turn. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped them, the only sound being the echo of their heels against the floor. To the right of the main entrance lay a communication room, the door ajar, revealing a disarray of security equipment strewn across the floor. To the left stood a floor plan, overturned and lying on the ground. Shun Feifei and Lei carefully righted and examined the diagram. The first floor featured a registration area on the left, and on the right, a room for doctors and nurses on duty, alongside departments responsible for blood extraction and testing. The plasma cold storage occupied the second, third, and fourth floors, while the administrative offices of the blood bank were situated above the fifth floor, with no further information provided for the other levels. With a gesture, Shun Feifei and Lei stealthily approached the Dr. S office on the left. The place was devoid of any presence, an unsettling quiet pervading the air. The entity that had instilled such fear in the flowered zombies outside was nowhere to be found, warranting further investigation. The door to the doctor's office was slightly ajar, a foul stench wafting through the narrow gap. Shun Feifei and her companions instinctively wrinkled their noses. Though they too had become zombies, their bodies remained intact and fresh, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Their living quarters were consistently kept immaculate, and they avoided close proximity to other zombies to evade the foul smell. The stench of decay from these corpses was particularly bothersome to them. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves and pushed open the door, revealing the skeletal remains of a human clad in a white coat, slumped over the desk, covered in a sheen of large green flies. Its once round eyes had been devoured, leaving only writhing maggots in their wake, some of which would tumble from the eye sockets onto the desk, only to clamber back up again. The hair atop the corpse's head had largely fallen away, leaving only a few long strands, indicative that this doctor had been a woman in life. Upon their entry, the flies surrounding the corpse took flight in a startled frenzy, circling around the remains. unlike the bodies of zombies, which attracted no flies, likely due to their overwhelming stench. This female doctor's corpse still drew them, suggesting she had met a violent end, her critical areas mutilated, preventing her transformation into a zombie. As they circled the body, Shin Feifei and Lei Lei finally discerned that the back of the woman's skull was absent, her brain matter having vanished, leaving behind an empty cranium and an otherwise intact body. Exiting the doctor's office, they encountered several other corpses of hospital staff in various departments, each meeting a fate akin to that of the female doctor. Had someone feasted upon their brains? Shin Feifei and Lei Lei's immediate thought was this. It appeared that this killer zombie was a formidable adversary. The sheer speed required to penetrate the skull of an unsuspecting victim was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary zombie. The opponent is at least a high-level zombie, perhaps even one endowed with extraordinary abilities. Boss, this zombie is remarkably formidable. Perhaps we should retreat for the time being and devise a careful plan. Witnessing the tragic demise of these workers, Lei Lei felt a pang of fear. No, we shall not retreat. Shin Feifei, far from being intimidated, felt a surge of excitement, a flicker of battle intent igniting within her. The biohazard crisis had persisted for half a month, and they had only encountered mindless, bumbling low-level zombies until now. Since their evolution, Shin Feifei and her companions had yet to meet a worthy adversary. Encountering one now was a cause for elation. IT is but a single entity. While we are two, it is destined to fail. Moreover, we possess this. Shin Feifei pointed to her head, encouraging Lei Lei. Very well, we shall boldly confront this advanced being today. Lei Lei, inspired by Shin Feifei's fervor, summoned her courage once more, deciding to risk her life alongside her companion. Let us make our way to the guardroom. There lies what we require. Shin Feifei resolved to arm herself first, for one must engage in battle prepared. That is the distinction between a cerebral individual and a zombie. In the chaotic guardroom, they unearthed 2 bulletproof helmets and 2 electric batons, equipping themselves accordingly. Thankfully, the batons were fully charged. With her helmet on, Lei Lei pressed the switch of her electric baton, producing a series of crackling sounds and sparking with electricity. The high-voltage police batons were effective for both striking and stunning, designed specifically by the blood bank to deal with troublesome intruders. They likely remained underutilized, hence their ample charge. Onward, gripping the high-voltage baton, Lei Lei's confidence swelled as she boldly led the ascent up the staircase. The second floor was soon within reach. From a distance, they spied the bulletproof glass windows, revealing rows of large blood plasma refrigerators within. Each refrigerator housed dozens, if not hundreds, of meticulously labeled plasma bags, neatly arranged on the shelves. So much plasma! Lei Lei quickly dashed to the glass, staring intently at the plasma bags, swallowing her saliva repeatedly with such an abundance of plasma. Shin Feifei felt slightly dizzy at the sight. She quickly calculated that if each floor contained 10,000 bags, 3 floors would yield 30,000. Consuming 8 bags a day would suffice for nearly a decade. No longer would they need to fret over energy, and the thought alone filled Shin Feifei with joy. Has the main figure arrived? Shin Feifei and Lei Lei immediately snapped to attention, raising their electric batons in readiness for combat at the staircase's entrance. A figure, with a head resembling a dandelion's white fluff and draped in tattered white lab coats, slowly descended from above. Towering and robust, standing over 2 meters tall, its taut muscles strained against the fabric, creating gaping holes, with its thighs fully exposed, barefoot and grimy. Its large feet kicked up dust with each step. The muscles of its face were contorted, compressing the features above its mouth nearly out of sight, leaving only 2 narrow slits for eyes. Its gaping maw was particularly striking, stretching wide to the ears, several times the size of a normal human's. An invisible pressure descended from the upper floors, causing Shin Feifei and Lei Lei's hearts to race violently, their legs feeling unsteady beneath them. Suddenly, the weight lifted, and the oppressive force vanished. The towering, grotesque zombie halted, casting a glance at Shin Feifei and her companions, its small eyes narrowing, head swaying slightly, before it unexpectedly broke into a wide grin. This sight nearly made Shin Feifei and the others retch. Goodness, how could such an unsightly zombie smile? It is not your fault to be ugly, but to emerge and terrify others is certainly a transgression. Chapter 18. Duel, Part 2. Hee hee hee. The tall, hideous zombie emitted a series of soft sounds. Ugh, ugh. Lei Lei desperately covered her bulging mouth. It would be a shame to waste the blood plasma she had just consumed. Indeed, this repulsive zombie possessed considerable lethality, nauseating to the point of being fatal. Huh. The ugly zombie tilted its head, watching Shen Feifei and the others with a curious expression, perplexed by their actions. Roar! Shen Feifei let out a furious howl. The mere thought of encountering this hideous zombie first thing every morning sent chills down her spine. Anger surged from her core, and she directed all the oppressive force towards the abominable creature. Thud! Caught off guard, the grotesque zombie stumbled back, tripping over the steps behind it and falling flat on its back. In an instant, Shen Feifei dashed forward, aiming her finger blade at the zombie's massive thigh. With a sharp snap, the blade did not sever the zombie's leg as anticipated, but became lodged in its thigh bone. The bone of this advanced zombie was remarkably tough. Shen Feifei could slice through timber with ease. Yet here she found herself stuck. Enraged, the ugly zombie did not expect this inferior female zombie to dare oppose it, let alone launch an attack. It roared in fury, attempting to claw at Shen Feifei with its outstretched arms. With one hand's blade ensnared in the zombie's leg, Shen Feifei had no choice but to use her free hand to defend against its assault. However, a single hand could hardly withstand the onslaught of the zombie's two claws. As its filthy paw neared her chest, Shen Feifei, in a moment of desperation, yanked her trapped hand down the staircase. The zombie, losing its balance, fell once more. At that moment, Lei Lei rushed in, raising her finger blade to strike at the zombie's head. Yet, the grotesque creature, being slightly more advanced than Shen Feifei and her companion, quickly reacted, raising its claws to intercept Lei Lei's attack. It then opened its maw wide, unleashing a long, serpentine tongue aimed directly at her. The tongue extended a full 2 feet, splitting into 4 prongs at the tip, each lined with countless tiny, sharp teeth that resembled a multitude of hooks, spiraling toward Lei Lei's head. Watch out! Noticing Lei Lei's peril, Shen Feifei, in a moment of panic, hurled her helmet towards the creature. The helmet landed squarely in the center of the tongue's prongs, effectively blocking its path. The tongue, missing its target, quickly recoiled, making a series of grinding sounds as it attempted to crush the steel helmet. This tongue, resembling a flour saw, was the very instrument responsible for devouring the brains of the blood station workers. Shen Feifei, seizing the opportunity, disregarded the fact that one of her arms was still ensnared within the grotesque zombie's thigh. With the other hand, she swiftly struck at the frail base of its tongue. In an instant, the tongue was severed at the root, and dark blood gushed forth in a violent spray. Perhaps due to the force of her strike, Shen Feifei's trapped arm was freed, and she had successfully severed the zombie's leg. The wretched creature, now devoid of its tongue, could only emit pitiful gurgles, unable to vocalize any further. It flailed its arms ferociously, spinning in place, yet it could not regain its footing. Boss, look, Lei Lei exclaimed, pointing at the top of the zombie's head. A dandelion plant, adorned with white tufts, was rapidly wilting, its seeds drifting away on the gentle breeze that wafted through the window. Scattering across the room's corners, a single white seed floated down onto Shen Feifei's hand, seemingly imbued with vitality, writhing as if attempting to burrow into her skin. For reasons unknown, it paused after a couple of attempts, gradually withering and slipping to the floor. At that moment, the plant atop the zombie's head had shriveled to nearly half its original height, and the zombie fell silent, its wide eyes seemingly absorbing something profound. This is not good. It is evolving. Observing the increasingly animated gaze of the grotesque zombie, Shen Feifei instinctively sensed danger. If such a formidable foe was already challenging to contend with, the prospect of its evolution was unacceptable. She could not allow it to succeed. With determination, Shen Feifei dashed forward, seizing the wilting dandelion plant and pulling it down with all her might. In pain, the gurgling zombie immediately lashed out, claws raised toward Shen Feifei. Lei Lei swiftly assisted by wielding an electric baton to intercept its claws, delivering a jolt that caused the creature to convulse, momentarily halting its assault on Shen Feifei. The sound of cracking echoed as the zombie's skull loosened, a round fragment breaking away along the dandelion's roots. With a forceful thud, Shen Feifei was propelled backward, colliding with the wall, still clutching the plant. The zombie, which had been fiercely attacking moments before, abruptly ceased its aggression the instant the plant was detached from its scalp, its wide eyes frozen in shock. Lei Lei took advantage of the moment, striking it down with the electric baton. Boss, It's dead. Completely dead, Lei Lei exclaimed joyfully as she raced up the stairs to inform Shun Feifei. I know, Shun Feifei replied, her words measured and sparse. The exertion of her previous display of power had drained a significant portion of her mental energy, and engaging in combat with a higher-level zombie had further depleted her strength. As the threat dissipated, she felt utterly exhausted, devoid of any vigor. Boss, quickly drink this bag of plasma, Lei Lei urged, handing her a pre-opened blood bag. Shun Feifei and Lei Lei had been leaning against the desk in the second-floor office for an extended period, their eyes fixed on the withered dandelion plant before them. This was the very specimen they had extracted from the head of the high-level zombie, now its stalk and leaves entirely desiccated. The brittle yellow leaves, having lost all moisture, would crumble to dust at the slightest touch, carried away by the wind. Its roots, enveloped in a translucent gelatinous substance, were also gradually withering. The viscous mass is gradually shrinking, transforming into a block of resplendent gem-like stone that gleams with iridescent hues, resembling a captivating jewel that radiates a kaleidoscope of colors. From the very beginning, Shun Feifei was aware that this dandelion seedling had not sprouted atop the heads of the zombies without reason. As she observed the small zombies adorned with flower buds exhibiting greater intelligence than their counterparts, and later encountered several fully blossomed zombies stationed at the entrance of the blood bank, all reverently referring to the grotesque zombie with the floral seed atop its head as their king, it became evident that there was something amiss with the dandelion plants. They seemed to categorize themselves based on the maturity of the dandelions. The more mature the dandelion, the higher the zombie's rank and the greater its strength. A fully matured seed would enable the grotesque zombie to evolve, and this gem was undoubtedly the catalyst for that evolution. Brimming with an abundance of energy, Chapter 19. Evolution. This splendid gem, swirling with vibrant colors, evoked a strong sense of revulsion in Lei Lei, prompting her to turn her head away, no longer gazing upon it. Feifei, do you wish to consume it? Lei Lei observed that Shun Feifei displayed no aversion to the stone, having excavated it from the zombie's brain, instead fixating on it with an insatiable desire, drooling at the sight. The look in her eyes was unmistakably akin to that of a lecher beholding a beautiful woman. Indeed, I can sense an immense energy within it. It is utterly tempting and delectable, Shun Feifei replied, wiping away the drool that threatened to spill forth, her eyes sparkling with desire. Lei Lei, do you not wish to partake? No, it's utterly revolting, Lei Lei exclaimed, clutching her chest in shock. The grotesque zombie was simply too hideous, and the thought that this substance was extracted from its brain horrified her. What if consuming it transformed her into a similarly ghastly creature? Instinctively, she reached up to touch her lovely face, shuddering at the nightmarish vision of becoming an unsightly monster. If you want to eat it, then I shall. Shun Feifei's gaze remained fixated on the gem. She was unconcerned about the prospect of becoming ugly. In this world, what mattered most? Power was paramount. They had nearly been overwhelmed by such a formidable zombie. Who could say how many even stronger zombies lurked in the shadows? Were they to live in perpetual fear? Hiding away? Thus, she resolved to enhance her strength, refusing to overlook any potential opportunity. After a prolonged period of cleansing, Shun Feifei finally deemed the gem free of odor and filth, and with a sense of relief, she placed it in her mouth. The gem appeared remarkably hard, and in her hand, it felt solid and unbreakable. Yet, upon entering her mouth, it melted away like ice cream. Before she could even discern its flavor, the gem's essence slid down her throat. Shun Feifei smacked her lips a couple of times, unable to taste anything, lamenting inwardly how reminiscent of Zhu Beiji consuming ginseng fruit, just as she regretted not allowing it to linger in her mouth a moment longer. A searing pain ignited in her stomach. After transforming into a zombie, Shun Feifei had nearly lost all sensation of pain. Even when suffering from severe knife wounds exposing bone, it had merely felt like a tickle. However, the agony now coursing through her abdomen surpassed her wildest imagination, akin to 1,000 steel drills attempting to bore through her body, causing her to writhe on the ground in torment. Pain, excruciating pain. Ah! Shun Feifei let out an inhuman wail that reverberated through the room, causing the windows to hum in response. Boss, what's the matter? It hurts so much. What should I do? Lei Lei rushed over, eager to assist upon witnessing Shun Feifei's distress. No, you must leave. Stay outside and do not allow anyone to enter, Shen Feifei gritted her teeth and forcefully pushed Lei Lei away, her demeanor bordering on hysteria. She felt on the verge of losing control. A fierce urge to shatter everything in sight and lash out at anyone, even Lei Lei, who had been by her side through thick and thin. "All right, boss, I will guard the door for you." Realizing she could offer no help and only exacerbate Shen Feifei's suffering, Lei Lei resolutely stepped back, firmly closing the door behind her. Oh, mother, mothered in an instant. Shen Feifei felt an icy chill envelop her stomach, as if it were filled with several tons of ice blocks, bloated and unbearably cold. Memories of her mother flooded her mind. She recalled how, whenever she fell ill as a child, her mother would vigilantly stay by her bedside, comforting her and telling her stories, curling into a ball and trembling incessantly. Shen Feifei tore down the doctor's uniform, the bedding from the infirmary, and the curtains from the window, wrapping them around herself. Yet, even then, she felt cold, a chill emanating from within her, until her face was dusted with a layer of frost. Just as she believed she was on the brink of freezing to death, her body suddenly ignited with heat, her entire being flushed crimson as a fierce fire roared within her stomach, a scent reminiscent of roasting flesh wafting from her mouth. If only she had known she would be cooked alive, she would have never touched that wretched gem. Such were Shen Feifei's thoughts before succumbing to unconsciousness. In the second-floor infirmary, a frail, curled-up figure lay amidst the wreckage of shattered furniture, her body oscillating between fiery warmth and icy frost, intermittently enveloped in a bluish glow. This bizarre phenomenon repeated itself time and again. As time gradually passed, the cycle of day and night continued until at last, the transformation ceased. Black, foul-smelling liquid began to seep from her body, accumulating in increasing amounts, staining the floor of the infirmary blackened in patches. Boss, wake up! Who is it, disturbing my peaceful slumber?" Shen Feifei felt someone vigorously slapping her face, yawning before reluctantly opening her eyes. "Boss, it's me. You've been unconscious for 3 days." A blurred figure gradually came into focus. "Lei Lei, is that you? Where am I?" Shen Feifei sat up abruptly, surveying her surroundings. A large bed, 2 sets of sofas, luxurious carpeting, and all manner of electrical appliances, reminiscent of a high-end hotel. "This is the guest room above the blood bank. You fainted, and I carried you up," Lei Lei explained. Upon hearing Lei Lei's explanation, Shen Feifei finally recalled that she had consumed the grotesque zombie's crystal core, which had caused her body to alternate between scorching heat and bone-chilling cold, tormenting her to the brink of death. She remembered the sensation of becoming roasted meat before losing consciousness. "Becoming roasted meat? Am I not now as black as charred coal?" Shen Feifei exclaimed as she leaped from the bed, racing to the mirror in the next room to inspect her reflection. Oh my! Who is that tall, slender figure in the mirror, blackened from head to toe as if emerging from a coal heap? Could it be me? Shen Feifei, in a daze, extended her hand and waved at the mirror, only to find the reflection mimicking her actions. Woe is me, I have truly become ugly, more hideous than a zombie. Shen Feifei burst into tears, a clear stream cascading down the corner of her eye, washing away a small patch of black grime from her face, which plopped onto the floor. Although she yearned to enhance her abilities, what girl does not wish to look beautiful? It is only natural to feel heartbroken at suddenly transforming into a ghastly creature. "Boss, can you cry? Are you shedding tears?" Lei Lei exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Shen Feifei's tears. For since their transformation into zombies, no liquid had escaped from them, be it tears or sweat. Yes, I can cry again." Shen Feifei pondered. "Oh, does the black on my hands wash off?" She scrubbed vigorously at her hands, rubbing away a clump of black grime to reveal her fair skin beneath. "Yes, boss, I intended to tell you earlier that the black substance on you can be washed away," Lei Lei teased, observing her leader's performance with a grin. "You little rascal, why didn't you inform me sooner? I was left believing I had become the ugliest girl in the world. You truly deserve a scolding." Upon learning she could cleanse herself and revert to her former beauty, Shen Feifei's spirit soared, and she began to playfully banter with Lei Lei. This was the first time they had experienced such joy since becoming zombies. In the 20th chapter, Transformation. Atop the tallest building in City A, stood a striking girl in white attire, her tall frame poised elegantly at the pinnacle. The fierce winds whipped her garments, causing them to flutter, while her long hair cascaded behind her. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted from her lips, a resounding call that transcended the howling wind, enveloping the surrounding structures and resonating throughout the city. Upon hearing this keen wail, all the zombies in City A whimpered like wronged pups, submissively bowing their heads and huddling together. Trembling in fear, B-Boss, Lei cautiously called out to Shun Feifei after the echo of the shriek faded, her expression one of utmost reverence and caution. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Shun Feifei's cry was palpable. Even at a distance of several meters, Lei felt as though she could scarcely breathe, her heart racing wildly. Huh? Shun Feifei turned to glance at Lei. The irresistible weight of her presence bore down upon Lei, who nearly buckled at the knees, promptly exclaiming with a mournful face, "Spare me, boss, I was wrong." "What did you err in?" Shun Feifei chuckled at Lei's frantic apologies and lifted the oppressive aura. After consuming the hideous zombie gem, Shun Feifei not only escaped the fate of becoming a dark and ugly girl but, rather fortuitously, shed much of the zombie's deathly aura, transforming into a breathtaking beauty. Not only that, her height surged from under 1.60 meters to a striking 1.70 meters. Her once slightly plump figure became slender and graceful, exuding charm and allure, while the distinctive grayish hue of her skin faded nearly to invisibility, leaving only a hint of ivory pallor. The present-day Shun Feifei bears a stark contrast to her former self, having undergone a remarkable transformation that is nothing short of a metamorphosis. Even the members of the Shen family, who are close to her, might struggle to recognize her at first glance. In this city, she reigns supreme, the queen of the zombie realm. From this day forth, we shall embark on a hunt, Shun Feifei declared with an undeniable authority. Hunt? Lei inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed. We shall hunt all the advanced zombies in City A. You two must consume their crystal cores. Shun Feifei intended to gather these cores for her own cultivation and advancement. The foolish zombies, having gained strength, would merely pose a threat to humanity. It would be far more advantageous to harness their energy for her and Lei's enhancement. What? I also have to consume those repugnant zombies' crystal cores? Lei replied reluctantly, yet under her leader's unwavering gaze, she had no choice but to acquiesce. From that day onward, the streets of City A frequently witnessed the presence of two impeccably dressed young women, specifically targeting high-level zombies. Ever since her advancement, Shun Feifei's speed and strength had escalated exponentially. Even her once 3-inch-long finger blades had now extended to 6 inches, becoming increasingly hard and sharp, glinting with a metallic sheen, and possessing a new feature of retractability. This newfound ability was a significant boon. Previously, the fixed blades hindered her ability to handle objects, but now, with retractability, her fingers could move with the dexterity of a normal person. She could even play the role of a cunning predator, unexpectedly revealing her blades to strike at unsuspecting zombies. Reflecting on recent events, Shun Feifei couldn't help but chuckle. That high-level fool of a zombie, upon noticing their approach, had displayed no caution, reveling in the euphoria of its recent advancement. Oblivious to the impending danger, it was only when Shun Feifei and her companions suddenly unveiled their blades beside it that it realized too late. As she swiftly severed its head, the decapitated zombie, now devoid of its cranium, stared in disbelief, seemingly questioning whether they were the culprits. He. Lei gazed at the nearly 100 crystal cores laid out on the table, unable to contain her delight. Over the past fortnight, they had scoured the city from east to west and from south to north, meticulously cleansing City A of high-level zombies, and in doing so, amassed a fortune in crystal cores. Lei, choose whichever color of crystal core you prefer, Shun Feifei said as she observed her. Unlike the colorful cores Shun Feifei had previously consumed, these cores came in a variety of hues: red, green, earthy yellow, and the most abundant, transparent. I still want the red ones, Lei decided, selecting over 20 of her favorite crimson cores. The vibrant red cores shimmered in the sunlight, dancing like living flames, exceptionally radiant and brilliant. All right, you may consume only one at a time. You must fully absorb the energy of the first before you may partake of the next, Shun Feifei instructed, recalling the torment inflicted upon her by that hideous zombie's energy core, a memory still fresh in her mind. Once everything was prepared, Shun Feifei confined Lei in an empty indoor arena at the blood station, vigilantly guarding outside the door. Just as Shun Feifei had anticipated. After a prolonged struggle within, Lei eventually succumbed to slumber. After 5 days and nights of slumber, I finally roused myself, covered in a fair amount of dust, though not as much as Shin Feifei had at the outset. Boss, why Haven Ti transformed into a beauty? Lei Lei asked, looking at the figure in the mirror with a sense of grievance. Perhaps it was due to the differing colors of the crystal cores, which provided varying amounts of energy, or maybe the directions of development differed as well. Shin Feifei was uncertain as to why there were so many distinctions in the colors of the crystal cores, and why individuals of comparable strength experienced such disparate advancements after consuming them. Boss, I've only ingested one crystal core. I want to devour all the other red ones. Lei Lei gazed enviously at Shin Feifei's exquisite and beautiful visage. No, you cannot. This crystal core has not been fully absorbed. You must not consume another, Shin Feifei asserted with an air of authority. The energy of the crystal cores was immense. Consuming too many at once could lead to catastrophic consequences. Oh, understood. Lei Lei nodded obediently under Shin Feifei's imposing presence. It's the Blood Station Sports Arena. Shin Feifei took out the remaining dozens of various crystal cores, one by one caressing them. After sensing each one for a while, she would place a crystal core in her mouth and practice her cultivation for an hour. Upon awakening, she would select another, meticulously feeling its energy before consuming it. Eventually, her pace of consuming the crystal cores quickened, while the duration of her cultivation sessions grew shorter. Ha! Shin Feifei exclaimed with a powerful shout, rising to her feet. The sound was brief yet formidable. An invisible sound wave swept through the room, toppling the nearby gym equipment to the ground. The reverberations surged towards the windows, shattering the glass panes with a resounding crash. Shin Feifei, had advanced once more. Chapter 21. The Emergence of Abilities Boss. Boss? Lei Lei burst in suddenly, shouting and jumping with excitement. Boss, I have awakened my abilities, Lei Lei declared proudly, her eyes sparkling, and a flush of excitement graced her otherwise pale gray face. Abilities? Indeed. In a world where zombies and crystal cores existed, the emergence of legendary powers was hardly surprising. As Shin Feifei felt the flames in Lei Lei's hands, she closed her eyes in contemplation. Suddenly, she extended her arm, and a brilliant flame, as large as a chrysanthemum, erupted from her palm without warning. The fire was stable, with flames licking high enough to nearly singe Lei Lei's approaching hair. Boss, you've broken through to the second tier? Lei Lei exclaimed, stepping back in astonishment as she beheld the fire in Shin Feifei's hand and the overturned gym equipment around them. Shin Feifei responded softly, retracting the flame in her palm and conjuring a water sphere instead. Boss, you are being too. Before Lei Lei could finish her thought, Shin Feifei flipped her hand again, summoning a cloud of earthy mist that gradually coalesced into a palm-sized earthen shield before them. You are bullying me. How can you be so abnormal? Lei Lei lamented. She had already proven herself exceptional, rising from the weakest of zombies to one of the top experts in City. Yet, how could her boss, this anomaly, ascend to the second tier in such a short span of days and possess so many abilities? Abnormal, truly a great anomaly. Lei Lei felt a surge of jealousy towards her boss countless times. Achoo! Lei Lei, you must be talking bad about me again. Shin Feifei wiped her nose and smiled at Lei Lei. Humph, it's good that you know. Who told you to be so peculiar? Lei Lei ceased her tears, resigned to the reality. Having a formidable leader to rely on is certainly better than having none. The heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. It is forever a mystery. Although Shin Feifei is a woman herself, deciphering the thoughts of other women is no simple task. The colors of the zombie crystal cores vary, and their abilities develop differently. Zombies with red crystal cores may eventually wield fire powers. Those with blue cores will possess water abilities. Yellow cores grant earth powers. Green cores bestow wood abilities, and metallic cores endow zombies with metal powers. Additionally, zombies with colorless cores lack inherent abilities, yet their cores can enhance the attributes of the other 5 elemental powers, usable by any zombie. As for the multicolored cores, these are the unattractive zombie cores that Shin Feifei has begun to consume, which possess abilities from all elemental categories. In essence, Shin Feifei now possesses a complete array of elemental powers: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thanks to the fortune bestowed upon her by that unsightly zombie, considering that multicolored cores are exceedingly rare, and she happened to consume one. Boss, are there any more crystal cores? Lei Lei, perhaps unwilling to give up, gazed at Shen Feifei with her large, misty eyes filled with longing. Yes, there are only a few left. Shen Feifei turned the bag containing the cores upside down, glancing at Lei Lei with a hint of reluctance. Inside the bag remained only 5 or 6 cores of various colors, but none were red. I can't consume cores of any other color, Lei Lei said, feeling somewhat disheartened. Having initially ingested a red core, her attributes had already been determined. Unless it was a red or colorless core, she could not consume any others. Different attributes sometimes conflict and can have adverse effects. Don't worry, there are plenty of zombies in the city. High-level zombies will surely be available, and we can hunt again. Shen Feifei reassured Lei Lei, casually placing several colorless cores into her hands. In the 5th-floor office of the blood station, Shen Feifei quietly observed Lei Lei directing the glasses girl and her former dorm mates, Qianqian and Yinyan, as they tidied up the building. Thus, Shen Feifei had deliberately prepared an assortment of crystal cores for them to choose from. Although the glasses girl and the others had transformed into mindless zombies, their innate yearning for power had not diminished. The glasses girl, with a silly grin, grabbed a green crystal core and swallowed it down, while Qianqian and Yinyan each selected a yellow and a golden core, respectively. They then began to howl and thrash about, followed by their evolution. After their transformation, the 5 individuals no longer emitted a foul odor. Their skin began to take on human hues, and their intelligence significantly improved. At the very least, they could comprehend Shen Feifei and Lei Lei's commands and perform simple tasks, such as cleaning and assisting in their hunts. 6 individuals had ventured forth, yet now only 5 had become zombies, with only Huan Huan managing to escape the city. Watching her busy sisters outside, Shen Feifei felt a pang of sorrow in her eyes. This biochemical crisis had shattered countless families and claimed innumerable lives. In the blink of an eye, it has been 2 months since the outbreak of the apocalypse. It has been a considerable time since I last received any news from humanity. I wonder how things are faring in Jiangbei. Are humans still in control there? How are my parents, far away in the north? Chapter 22. Money equals waste paper before the end of the world. This city boasted a population of 6 million. The number infected by the snowfall was barely 1 million. Yet those who were bitten and mutated in the early stages amounted to a staggering 2 million. Coupled with the casualties from roadblocks and the internecine conflicts among humans, the losses exceeded 1 million. In truth, fewer than 1/3, around 200,000, managed to escape. However, the remaining zombies in the city have swelled to over 3 million. Among these countless undead, those who have evolved to the first-tier number in the hundreds of thousands, while only a select few, including Lei Lei and her companions, have truly surpassed that threshold. The vast horde of zombies, which wanders about aimlessly, often erupts into chaotic howls at the slightest disturbance, much to the annoyance of Shen Feifei, a girl who cherishes tranquility and contemplation. Therefore, she resolved to consolidate and command the nearby zombie army. Shen Feifei bellowed at the horde before her, simultaneously unleashing her formidable aura upon them. Nearby, thousands of zombies heeded her call, emerging from the nooks and crannies of the streets, staggering slowly toward her. After half an hour, they finally managed to arrange themselves into several crooked lines, albeit with great difficulty. Humph! These foolish zombies take a whole half hour just to form a line. They are utterly useless. Shen Feifei was greatly dissatisfied with their sluggishness. Compared to human intelligence, they were pathetically inferior. After several repeated experiments, Shen Feifei established the extent of her aura's control. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, she could command any zombie of a lower tier to perform her bidding, but beyond that distance, she was powerless. Moreover, she discovered with delight that within 300 meters, she could communicate mentally with certain zombies, eliminating the need for incessant shouting. One must not underestimate the significance of that 300-meter distance. If utilized wisely, it could serve as a decisive advantage in ambushing enemies. She decided to entrust the training of these dim-witted zombies to Lei Lei and her companions, ensuring that they adhered strictly to her commands and refrained from disturbing the life of their queen, Shen Feifei. After making the necessary arrangements, Shen Feifei set off, bag in hand and electric baton at the ready, to peruse the streets. Having endured over 2 months of the apocalypse, her days had been consumed with evading humans or honing her skills. She had yet to experience a day of genuine comfort. Seizing the opportunity of a rare free moment, she resolved to stroll through the most bustling street in the city center, hoping to find a radio to glean any news of humanity. With all trades in Jiangbei abandoned, mobile phones rendered useless, and telephones out of reach, devoid of power and internet. The only means of obtaining external information was through the antiquated radios of the past. After half an hour, Shen Feifei arrived at a large Walmart supermarket. The first floor was dedicated to food, which had always been her favorite section to explore, and this occasion was no exception. However, due to prolonged power outages, many food items had spoiled and were inedible. Nevertheless, items with extended shelf lives, such as canned goods and dehydrated foods, remained intact. After dispersing a few wandering zombies loitering in front of the shelves, Shen Feifei began her meticulous selection. Beef jerky, still within its expiration date, was swiftly gathered into her travel bag. Braised pork hocks, also unspoiled, were stashed away. Ham was taken, and dried abalone was collected. After rummaging for quite some time, Shen Feifei had filled her already oversized travel bag to the brim with an array of meat products, bulging and straining under the weight until it could accommodate no more. Who could blame her? Before the apocalypse, she was an ardent carnivore, relishing every morsel of meat. It was only for the sake of maintaining her figure that she had been compelled to curtail her meat intake. Now transformed into a zombie, she was fortunate not to feast on humans, let alone restrain her appetite. Naturally, she indulged in sumptuous feasts of meat every single day. Yet, when have you ever seen a zombie grow plump? Having completed her selection of provisions, Shen Feifei made her way to the second-floor clothing mall, where she tried on several exquisite, contemporary, and exorbitantly priced garments from renowned brands, indulging in her vanity for quite a while. Only then did she remember to venture into the electronics section in search of radios and similar devices. What was that? Just as she was about to exit the mall with her newly acquired radio, something across the way caught her eye. The sign read Luxury Jewelry Section. Shen Feifei stood momentarily stunned before slowly approaching. The gleaming gold earrings, rings, and necklaces adorned several counters, their brilliance intensified by the sunlight streaming through the windows. Narrowing her eyes, Shen Feifei brandished the police baton she always carried, mimicking the brutish characters from films as she struck the glass counter with fervor. "Robbery! Robbery!" she cackled with abandon, her laughter echoing through the space. In the pre-apocalyptic world, robbing a jewelry store was tantamount to courting death. Armed police would swiftly surround the area, creating a fortress so impenetrable that not even a fly could escape. Yet now, the thought of robbing a jewelry store, or even a bank, would hardly provoke a response from anyone. The sound of shattering glass rang out in rapid succession as the counters were obliterated, exposing a dazzling array of golden ornaments before Shen Feifei's eyes. A few nearby zombies, drawn by the commotion, instinctively lurched toward the source of the noise. "Get lost! All of you, get out!" Furious at these lowly zombies for interrupting her delightful escapade, she bellowed, forcing them all out of the mall's entrance. Still unsatisfied, she exerted her presence to drive every last zombie from the premises. Once these preliminary tasks were accomplished, Shen Feifei swaggered over to the gold display. Grabbing handfuls of jewelry and adorning herself lavishly, a necklace worth 100 shells hung around her neck, with several more draped across it. The smaller chains were slung over her hands and neck. On her fingers, she wore 2 or 3 rings per digit, leaving each of her 10 fingers adorned to the hilt. Not to mention, several golden bracelets adorned her arms. Had there been golden belts available, she would have adorned her waist as well. As she gazed into the mirror, her body swathed in gold jewelry, she couldn't help but erupt into raucous laughter. Gold, before the apocalypse, it was worth more than 500 shells per gram. And that wasn't even pure gold. Now, with her entire ensemble likely weighing several thousand grams, it must be worth a fortune, perhaps even tens of millions. That scoundrel Luo Hao, who had pushed her into a horde of zombies for a mere few million lottery tickets, would surely go mad at the sight of this treasure. Alas, even with gold in her possession, it was useless. Those lottery tickets couldn't be redeemed until they reached Jiangbei. Unless that scoundrel Luo Hao could escape to Jiangbei. But the government there was no fool. They would never allow individuals from the infected zone to enter freely, bringing with them the zombie virus, in accordance with the traditional human methods of controlling virulent infectious diseases. It is likely that by now, Jiangbei would have been sealed off along the river. Perhaps even machine guns would be at the ready, preventing anyone from the epidemic zone from passing through. In Jiangnan, money would merely be worthless paper. The lottery tickets in Luo Hao's possession would be the epitome of such worthless paper. Chapter 23. The Survivors Appear, Part 1. Shen Feifei adorned herself in a dazzling array of gold, continually glancing at her reflection in admiration. Suddenly, the shop door downstairs was forcefully flung open with a clatter, followed by a cacophony of hurried footsteps. Who is it? Which zombie dares to disregard my orders and intrude? A glint of coldness flashed in Shun Feifei's eyes as she prepared to exert her authority. Captain, come in. There are no zombies inside. It's quite safe, shouted a voice with a croaky timbre. Quickly, upstairs, shoot it in the head. Another voice urged. Then came the chilling roars of zombies and the sharp reports of gunfire. Humans? Are there still humans alive at this time? Ha, splendid. I must see what kind of divine being can endure in such a brutal environment. Surrounded by zombies, Shun Feifei rolled her eyes with a cunning smile. A backward man was caught by zombies and dragged down the stairs, followed by a continuous series of screams, which eventually fell silent. Captain, they haven't pursued us, said a man named Xiao Qiu. Not pursued? The leader paused, noting the absence of zombies trailing behind, and curiously leaned out to investigate. The previously ferocious horde of zombies now appeared rather clumsy, seemingly incapable of climbing stairs, merely lurking at the bottom and howling with outstretched claws, none daring to ascend. After a moment, perhaps bored, the zombies gradually dispersed, aimlessly wandering below. Strange, truly strange. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. The leader let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. After running for most of the day and losing many comrades, it was a dire situation. Huh? What is that? So blinding. The leader quickly raised a hand to shield his eyes from the dazzling light, cautiously reopening a gap between his fingers to assess the situation. Across the way, a figure, a person shimmering in gold, was pacing before a mirror, measuring something. Zombies! The leader's first instinct was to assume a zombie was present, and he sprang up from the ground, muscles taut, ready to fire at the figure. Captain, it seems to be a woman. Not a zombie. One of his companions tugged at his sleeve. A woman, resplendent in gold. The woman then lifted her head, nodding in their direction while continuing to admire herself in the mirror. Miss, are you human or a zombie? The captain asked cautiously, still not relinquishing his grip on the gun, its muzzle aimed at her. This supermarket has no zombies and there is food. Where else would I hide? Shun Feifei retorted. Goodness, she is adorned with gold from the counter. The captain and his men were taken aback by Shun Feifei's extravagant display of gold chains and rings, inhaling sharply in astonishment. They then exchanged knowing frowns. Humph, what a woman, both greedy and vain. Even in these dire times, she is draped in gold, deprived of sustenance and drink. What worth does gold possess? It pales in comparison to a mere loaf of bread. Merely a decorative facade, pleasing to the eye yet devoid of utility. These individuals silently cast their judgments upon Shun Feifei. Observing that the immediate danger had subsided, they collectively exhaled with relief and sought out places to sit. The captain, too, found a spot nearby Shun Feifei to rest. Although he settled down, his gaze remained fixated upon her. This girl, despite her vanity and lack of urgency, was undeniably beautiful. Radiant and charming like a delicate blossom in this apocalyptic world, she had retained her allure. Unlike the women in the base, who appeared worn and haggard, resembling shadows of their former selves. If only he could win her over, the mere thought was delightful. Captain, there's food over there, a voice with a grating tone whispered, lowering its pitch. Shun Feifei's denim bag, laden with meat products, was conveniently positioned just outside the counter, a chicken wing peeking out. The captain's stomach grumbled audibly, having gone days without satisfying his hunger. The sight of the chicken wing provoked a wave of acid in his stomach. A young girl, alone and without support. Should she find herself deprived of food, it was inevitable she would seek assistance, perhaps even resorting to pleading for protection. At that moment, the captain shot a knowing glance at the one with the grating voice. Instantly comprehending his intent, the grating-voiced individual strode purposefully towards Shun Feifei's bag, rudely reaching for the chicken wings. Get away. If you want something to eat, go downstairs and fetch it yourself. Shun Feifei forcefully shoved the intruder to the ground. Had they approached her with civility, she might have considered sharing some of her provisions out of camaraderie for their shared humanity. But to attempt a brazen theft? Absolutely not. Hey, you foul creature. She has food. Plenty of it. Come, let us seize it. The grating voice, unwilling to yield, called for reinforcements while still sprawled on the ground. Chicken wings, food, food. Upon hearing this, a dozen others, prompted by the instigator, sprang to action, eager to snatch her bag. Had they encountered anyone else, today would certainly have ended in theft, leaving her in a state of humiliation. But who was Shun Feifei? She was the sole second-tier advanced zombie in the city. How could she allow a throng of ordinary humans to take advantage of her? In a swift blur, several figures staggered, followed by a series of thuds, leaving burly men groaning in disarray upon the ground. Shin Feifei's bag remained untouched, still firmly in its place. Are you a fighter? The captain spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, clutching his jaw as he rose, 5 distinct fingerprints visible on his face. Damn it, do you wish to perish? Hand over the food. The grating voice crawled to the side, picking up a shotgun from the ground, cocking it and aiming it at Shin Feifei. Go ahead, pull the trigger. I assure you, the moment your gun fires, the zombies below will come to pay you a visit, Shin Feifei retorted disdainfully. Possessing gold-based powers, she was impervious to ordinary bullets. However, if he were to shoot, she would have no choice but to eliminate these humans, disrupting her plans and undermining her interests. Do not fire. You seek death? The captain snatched the weapon away, casting a fierce glare at the grating voice. She turned her head and smiled sweetly at Shin Feifei, saying, Miss, we are not here to take your belongings. Rather, we wish to exchange goods for food, if that is agreeable. Chapter 24. The Survivors Appear, Part 2, Exchange Goods for Food? What do you have to offer? Shin Feifei raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a hint of amusement. This ragtag group was in tatters, lacking even the most basic of weapons, let alone any surplus items for trade. Observing the fleeting smile that graced Shun Feifei's lips, her enchanting autumn-like eyes sparkled with allure. Her delicate nose was exquisitely shaped, her cheeks blushed with a soft smile, and her lips, tinted like a rosy bloom, complemented her snow-white complexion, which glistened like jade. Her figure was breathtaking, ethereally beautiful. The captain found himself momentarily entranced, forgetting to speak as he stared. Captain, Captain! A fellow survivor, witnessing his leader's embarrassing fixation, whispered urgently to rouse him. Ahem, the recently risen survivors promptly collapsed again. The captain was trying to charm the young lady once more. At this moment, what use is gold? Can it even be carried away? The hordes of zombies outside are not to be trifled with. Food, however, is a different matter. Every morsel counts. Yet, deep down, they still hoped their captain would succeed. They were truly famished. Do you have it on you? Show it to me, Shun Feifei urged, her interest in gold piqued. Unable to resist the allure, if you provide us with food, I shall reveal to you the location of the gold. The captain, with a glint of cunning in his eye, began to make empty promises. Humph! Shin Feifei turned her head away, choosing to ignore him. Indeed, she was drawn to the radiant, opulent aura of gold, but at this moment, she desired it not. The banks outside were ripe for the taking. To dangle empty promises before her was mere folly. Wait, don't go. I truly have gold, right here. I can fetch it for you immediately. The captain, seeing Shin Feifei moving away with her bag full of food, hurriedly attempted to halt her. Before he could finish his sentence, he dashed into the counter where the gold was kept, rummaging for what felt like an eternity, until he finally retrieved a set of keys from a small drawer. He turned around and removed an ornament from the cabinet, revealing a combination lock and a keyhole. After a series of clicks and clacks, he finally completed the task. Miss, behold, gold, an abundance of gold. The captain grinned at Shin Feifei, perspiration beading on his forehead from his exertion. He had once been the security manager of this mall, having witnessed the gold's arrival firsthand. He never imagined it would prove useful today. As Shin Feifei approached and glanced down, she gasped in astonishment. Beneath the counter lay several layers of gleaming gold bars, their brilliance dazzling. Gold bars? How splendid! Shin Feifei exclaimed, immediately lunging forward. There were hundreds of gold bars, each weighing half a kilogram. What a treasure! Mine, all mine! Shin Feifei exclaimed, disregarding her demeanor as she began to handle each bar, caressing them one by one. Were it not for the presence of others, she might have rolled about in delight. Ahem, miss, I have given you the gold. Now might we receive some of that food? The captain, clutching his hollow stomach, gazed longingly at Shin Feifei. That can certainly be arranged. Shin Feifei generously retrieved 1/3 of the food from her bulging bag and tossed it to them. To Shin Feifei, food was abundant. Several bags of provisions could be exchanged for hundreds of pounds of gold, a most advantageous trade. Witnessing these famished humans devour the food without a moment's hesitation, she felt a pang of sorrow within her heart. If she were still human, would she not find herself in their plight, hiding from the world, her body inadequately clothed, enduring hunger and fear on a daily basis? Eating, with each meal a precious gift. It must be said that although Xin Feifei was a zombie, she retained a kind heart and a genuine affection for humanity. After searching for some time, Xin Feifei discovered an antique bag, meticulously crafted from pure cowhide, designed specifically for holding gold. This sturdy bag could easily accommodate hundreds of pounds. She stuffed all the gold bars and jewelry into the leather satchel and gazed at its bulging form with immense satisfaction, her joy radiating in a bright smile. As she turned to another counter, she beheld a plethora of jade and emerald ornaments. Dreaming of their beauty, she smashed the display case to smithereens. Alas, her bag could no longer hold any more treasures, and this particular counter had no bags to offer. Frustrated, she scoured the entire second floor of the mall, but to no avail. How absurd to be so stringent over a mere bag. No wonder they were prey for the zombies. Cursing the mall's management, Xin Feifei stripped a coat from a tall mannequin. With a rustle, she gathered all the jade and emerald pieces onto the sturdy fabric of the coat, rolled it up several times, and tied the sleeves into a knot, preparing to lift it away. Just then, a piece of jade slipped from the folds and shattered on the floor. Cough, miss, we actually have a bag here for you to use. The team leader, unable to bear the sight any longer, offered her a small item bag. After much effort, Xin Feifei finally secured all her possessions and took a moment to rest. Be cautious tonight, team leader, she advised him, acknowledging his kindness with a reminder in return. With a meaningful glance at a bespectacled young man standing behind the team leader, she caught his eye. The bespectacled man, sensing her gaze, quickly averted his eyes, turning his attention elsewhere, seemingly guilty. All right, we will be careful. The team leader, dazzled by Xin Feifei's smile, completely missed the deeper significance of her words. Their intentions had been conveyed. Whether they comprehended it was of little consequence. Each to their own fate, Xin Feifei chose to disregard them thereafter. The night was tranquil, with the zombies downstairs maintaining an eerie silence. The survivors on the upper floor sought spacious corners, laying down the mall's garments as makeshift bedding, drifting into a comfortable slumber. The watchful sentinels transitioned from vigilant wariness to yawning fatigue, eventually succumbing to drowsiness, their eyes growing heavy, their guard lowered. The other survivors, having endured relentless pursuits by the zombies in recent days, found themselves sinking into a profound sleep at the first moment of respite. Outside, the moon shone brighter than ever, illuminating the mall with a clarity that belied the night. Caw, 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 caw. A lone old crow flapped past the window, leaving behind a mournful cry. Chapter 25. The emergence of martial arts masters. A series of faint sounds, akin to crackling, echoed through the stillness of the night, resonating with unusual clarity. A clumsy and swaying silhouette rose to its feet, wobbling unsteadily for a moment before producing a series of huffing noises. The surrounding individuals remained deeply slumbering, oblivious to the disturbance. After a brief interval, the figure steadied itself and unexpectedly lunged towards a nearby person. A sudden cry of alarm pierced the air, high-pitched and haunting. The individual who was pounced upon began to struggle, rolling about with the assailant. The commotion stirred the zombies below, rousing them into a cacophony of growls. Yet none dared to ascend the staircase in a fit of panic. A survivor, overwhelmed by the pressure, gripped the trigger of his firearm, resulting in a chaotic flurry of gunfire. Alas, his aim was woefully poor. In his haste, the bullets shattered the glass doors on the ground floor, sending shards flying, culminating in a resounding crash. The gunfire startled the horde of zombies below, inciting them to surge towards the staircase. You fool! Who told you to shoot? Who permitted you to fire? The team leader bellowed, delivering several sharp slaps to a comrade with a voice akin to a duck's quack, who had been the one to discharge the weapon in his frenzy. The zombies below surged momentarily, seemingly deterred by an unseen threat above, yet ultimately, they refrained from advancing, resorting instead to their eerie groans, which gradually faded into silence. What's wrong with them? Why aren't they coming up? The survivors exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at the unprecedented sight of zombies shunning their prey. Were they perhaps taking a respite from their nocturnal pursuits? A chilling sound of gnashing and chewing pierced the stillness of the night, distinctly unsettling. Zombies! The zombies are devouring someone, a survivor exclaimed, the familiarity of such sounds echoing within him, having heard them countless times over the past months. This outcry jolted the previously tranquil group into a state of alarm and disarray. There are zombies feasting above. Following the sound, the survivors traced its origin. There, over there. One survivor tremulously pointed at a figure hunched over on the ground, incessantly swaying. The figure was perched atop a fallen individual, relentlessly gnawing away, all the while emitting guttural sounds of gluttony. Bathed in moonlight, the swaying figure appeared ghostly pale, its mouth clenching a piece of flesh, which it swallowed greedily. Blood, mingled with saliva, dripped from its lips. More bizarrely, it wore spectacles, the lenses obscured by a murky film. Certainly not water, but the blood of the unfortunate soul beneath it. The victim had long ceased to struggle, only twitching intermittently, his feet kicking feebly in a desperate sign of life. Upon noticing the gathering humans, the bespectacled zombie lifted its head, baring its teeth in a menacing grin, seemingly poised to pounce. The zombie with glasses has turned. Quickly, put it down, cried a bolder survivor, brandishing their weapon and directing their fire towards the bespectacled creature. The bespectacled zombie, precisely the individual whom Shun Feifei had signaled to the captain earlier that day, exhibited unmistakable signs of having been infected with the zombie virus. The moment he ascended the stairs, Shun Feifei keenly sensed the impending danger. Regrettably, the captain was too absorbed in his own thoughts to heed her warning. Now, in the dead of night, the virus within the bespectacled man had fully manifested, transforming him into a primitive zombie driven solely by the hunger for human flesh and blood. Despite having sustained a few blows, the zombie was unwilling to succumb quietly, springing into action to grapple with the humans. Alas, it was no match for their strength and lowly level, and after a brief struggle, it was swiftly dispatched, its head obliterated. As the crowd parted, the captain approached to examine the lifeless creature, kicking it as he muttered curses. Damn bespectacled fool. Bitten by a zombie and said nothing. What a menace, Captain. Watch out behind you. A voice from the crowd shouted, as the onlookers recoiled in fear at the sight of the gruesome spectacle. The captain barely had time to shout a warning before he found himself unable to evade, helplessly witnessing the monstrous figure's gaping maw descending upon him. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, and the zombie froze in place. Moments later, its large head detached from its neck, toppling to the ground, lifeless. Is it dead? The captain, still trembling from the shock, gingerly felt his own face, ensuring he was unscathed, still struggling to believe what had transpired. The zombie had perished just like that, its head and body separated as if by some unseen hand. His gaze fell upon a glimmering gold necklace lying beside the corpse. Miss, was it you who saved me? The captain recalled that all the gold in the mall had been in the possession of that girl. This necklace could not possibly belong to anyone else. However, Shun Feifei, unwilling to engage with him further, turned her back and returned to slumber on a large bed. Remarkably, a mere gold necklace had been sufficient to sever a life. This girl was no mere decorative vase, but rather a hidden master of martial arts, a legend concealed within the mundane world. Had she cleared the mall of zombies? The horde lurking at the foot of the stairs dared not advance, likely terrified by her prowess. Had she chosen to acknowledge them, they would have swarmed her like fervent fans from a pre-apocalyptic era, clamoring for autographs and elevating her in joyous celebration. A few individuals began to clear the body, while the rest dispersed, respecting the need for the heroic figure to rest. The captain had mentally elevated Shun Feifei to the status of a hero. He was utterly in awe of this enigmatic girl. Following the previous turmoil, the survivors found it challenging to sleep as soundly as they had earlier in the night. They remained vigilant, tossing and turning, with many succumbing to fatigue only to drift in a state of half-sleep before dawn. Chapter 26. The Holy Father? In the distant horizon, a faint light began to shimmer as a streak of dawn quietly unfolded, growing increasingly crimson. A brilliant sphere of light emerged, soon pushing through the colorful clouds to officially rise. The newborn sun banished the gloom from the sky, and the once chill air began to warm pleasantly. The shoppers in the mall were illuminated by slants of sunlight streaming through the windows, many beginning to yawn and stretch, rousing from their slumber. Some individuals, overwhelmed by drowsiness, hastily shielded their eyes from the piercing sunlight, rolling over to succumb once more to a heavy slumber. Meanwhile, a distant cacophony erupted from a horde of zombies, their guttural growls growing ever closer and more pronounced. The streets were teeming with a dark mass of zombies, all reaching toward a singular direction, their arms outstretched in a relentless grasp, howling as if they had set their sights on a treasure they fervently desired. "Captain, look over there. It seems someone is approaching," exclaimed a sharp-eyed survivor, pointing toward a cluster of office buildings in the distance. Following the direction of the survivor's outstretched arm, Shin Feifei turned her gaze. A few shadowy figures clad in black tactical gear were seen moving atop a modestly tall building. One among them cradled an object, aiming at a nearby structure adjacent to a shopping mall. With a pull of the trigger, a steel cable shot forth, its hardened tip embedding itself deeply into the outer wall of the building. Moments later, that individual seized the sliding lock and swiftly zipped across the cable, landing inside a window of the opposite edifice in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the other figures mimicked this movement, gliding across the cable with remarkable agility. Below, the zombies craned their necks, drooling in desperation, continuously hissing and gesturing toward the newcomers, yet utterly powerless to reach them. Intriguingly, these figures did not resemble the ordinary, disorganized masses of survivors. Their precise and unhesitating movements evoked the image of elite special forces. What purpose could have brought them here? Were they on a mission to rescue someone? It had been over 2 months since the onset of the bioweapon crisis. Was there truly anyone left worth risking their lives to save? Shin Feifei shook her head, uncertain. Here. There are people," the captain, brimming with excitement upon spotting them, flung open the window, fervently waving a tattered piece of cloth as a makeshift signal for help. Other survivors, inspired by their leader's display, extended their arms and raised their voices in desperate supplication. The people of Huagua have always placed unwavering trust and support in the military and government, particularly during these tumultuous times. The cohesion of the government forces was beyond imagination. The figures appeared to have heard the commotion, peering over in this direction before conferring among themselves. Shortly thereafter, they retracted their iron cables and swiftly advanced toward the survivors. "Are they coming? We are saved." The survivors were filled with hope, erupting into cheers as they witnessed the group approaching. Startled, the zombies stationed below responded with a renewed roar, clawing at the air, while those within the supermarket on the first floor joined in the frenzy, eager to scale the building. "Get back!" Shin Feifei immediately exerted her aura, pressing down upon the horde of zombies below. These civilians were easily misled, believing she hailed from a martial arts lineage. The zombies, fearing her presence, hesitated to advance. These battle-hardened special forces, seasoned and worldly wise, would undoubtedly question her humanity if they encountered zombies that dared not press forward. Though Shin Feifei felt no fear toward them, she knew that revealing her plan to infiltrate the survivor base would be inevitable if she allowed these lower-tier zombies to remain. Thus, her priority was to dispel them first. The zombies on the first floor received the command from Shin Feifei, their dim-witted heads swaying as they clumsily turned their unwieldy bodies, staggering towards the door as they ambled along. They emitted raspy sounds as if something outside was far more enticing than the flesh and blood of the humans above. "The zombies have departed. The zombies have departed." A survivor, upon witnessing this, joyfully informed the others. "They have truly left." Others, disregarding the rescuers, eagerly leaned out to observe the scene below. The zombies had already vacated, leaving behind only toppled shelves brimming with merchandise. "Food! There's food downstairs." A famished individual, whose stomach rumbled audibly, suddenly realized and rushed down, rummaging for any edible provisions, stuffing his mouth while cramming morsels into his clothing until he could contain no more. "Ah, they are but ordinary citizens, disorganized and lacking any semblance of discipline," Shin Feifei scoffed, leaving them to their own devices. Turning her gaze back to the rescuers several hundred meters away, she noticed that the leading man bore a child on his back, an infant of merely a year or so. The little one appeared remarkably tranquil, peacefully sleeping through the high-stakes maneuvers of the adults around him. Ever since Shin Feifei advanced, her previously nearsighted vision had returned to normal, even evolving further. She could now discern details from hundreds of meters away. With even the flight of a mosquito failing to escape her notice, a savior, perhaps? Shin Feifei inwardly scoffed at the man leading the group in these times. Merely surviving was a feat, yet here he was, escaping with a toddler. While children are light, any extra weight becomes a hindrance during flight, not to mention a squirming, crying child. Thus, he could not possibly be a savior. Given the severe scarcity of supplies, could this child not be an emergency resource? An evil grin crept across Shun Feifei's face as a thought crossed her mind. This infant must be the man's own flesh and blood. Suppressing her earlier notion, she reached a temporary conclusion. The rescuers had skillfully navigated several sliding paths, now directing their sliding path nail guns towards her vicinity. With a resounding bang, a projectile pierced the outer wall of the window above her. The sleek black steel of the sliding path glinted brilliantly under the nascent sunlight that a tall, yet agile figure surged forward. Chapter 27. Truly a savior, the man on the sliding path gripped the pulley tightly, soaring from the towering heights with the swiftness of a divine warrior, the wind howling around him as his slightly long hair swept back. A crow, resting atop a tree, was startled awake, evidently displeased at being disturbed. It spread its 2-foot-long black wings and, like a sword, darted towards the man. The early sunlight glinted off the crow's sharp beak, accentuating its keen, elongated form. This is not good. That is no ordinary crow. It is a zombie crow, and moreover, one that has attained the status of a high-level evolved zombie. Its elongated, knife-like beak, its blood-red eyes, and its 8 iron-like claws unequivocally signify that it is one of the most perilous carnivorous creatures. With a few powerful flaps of its wings, the zombie crow ascended above the man, pecking at his eyes amid the gasps of the onlookers. Should it strike, the man would instantly be rendered blind. Even if he were to temporarily evade it, the multitude of zombie viruses harbored within the crow would inevitably infect him. Sooner or later, he too would succumb to the fate of a zombie. In this life-and-death moment, the well-trained man managed to free one hand to swat at the zombie crow. Fortune smiled upon him as he wore a sturdy gauntlet, deflecting the crow's sharp beak to the side without sustaining injury. Alas, the moment he released one hand, combined with the frantic kicking and crying of the infant behind him, he lost his balance. With a tremor, his grip faltered, nearly sending him plummeting. Suddenly, the muscular man surged upward, using the scant tension in his hand to secure his feet on the steel cable. Avoiding a fall, however, his hand that had clutched the pulley slipped away. The man dangled headfirst from the suspended cable bridge, with the small infant precariously balanced on his shoulder. Though the child was securely strapped in and had not fallen, the harness loosened under the strain of the upside-down position. The infant, likely terrified, began to wail pitifully, thrashing its arms and legs in a desperate manner. With less than a third of the journey remaining, the man's inverted position brought his hair alarmingly close to the ground. The horde of zombies below, upon spotting such delectable fresh meat within reach, became increasingly agitated, their arms outstretched in a frenzied gathering. Some higher-tier zombies even leaped up, clawing at the air. Cleverer zombies stood atop their brethren, reaching towards the man, their decayed, sharp nails nearly grazing his hair. Shun Feifei stood motionless at the window, observing the man, a faint smile curling at her lips. Such a devoted father, even in the direst of circumstances, refused to abandon his child. A warm sensation coursed through her heart, evoking a sense of admiration. Although the man was an elite special forces operative, meticulously trained and exceptionally skilled, he found himself at a loss in such a predicament. Just as the sharp teeth and claws were poised to strike, a flicker of movement caught the attention of the girl at the window of the opposite building. Her finger twitched, and a golden beam of light pierced through the air with a hissing sound, hurtling towards its target. The crow's caw was abruptly severed, falling silent as it spun, its lines severed, plummeting onto the grotesque faces of the zombies gazing skyward, covering a portion of them. Its head was a mangled wreck, and the crystal core within its brain was nowhere to be found. The covered zombies swatted away the decaying crow from their faces, continuing their relentless gaze upon the man and the infant. With the threat of the crow eliminated, the man exhaled deeply, revitalized, and with a determined leap, he raised his upper body, firmly grasping the pulley, propelling himself forward once more. Mere seconds later, the man landed with a thud inside the building's window. Clad in a high-elasticity military combat suit, standing at approximately 6 feet tall, with thick brows and large eyes, and a face adorned with a rugged beard, he appeared to be around 30, exuding an air of competence and strength. Yet, a perplexing thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the military ventured forth with a child in tow? Is he your child? Shen Feifei hesitated before posing the question to the man. No, he is a child we rescued just yesterday from a residence. When we found them, his mother was on the brink of starvation, and he was nestled in her arms, suckling at her breast. Shortly after we took him in, his mother passed away. The bearded man replied with a tone of sorrow, "Oh, so he is another's child. Not yours." Shen Feifei pondered incredulously. During such perilous times, he bore the burden of a small infant, who could easily be deemed a hindrance. Truly, what a paragon of virtue. Shen Feifei mused internally, yet she couldn't help but feel a flicker of admiration for this bearded man. Although one should not play the role of a saint in the apocalypse, people invariably held a deep respect for those who managed to retain their noble character amidst adversity. "Are you a rescue team? Here to save survivors?" Shen Feifei inquired once more. "No, we are here to locate someone." The bearded man glanced at Shen Feifei with a hint of unease. He wished to spare this beautiful girl any disappointment. "Looking for someone? Who exactly?" Shen Feifei's curiosity was piqued again. What kind of person warranted the deployment of an elite special forces unit into a horde of corpses? Humph! If they kept it from her, did it imply some unspeakable secret? If it was something they couldn't disclose, what purpose did their presence here serve? Shen Feifei felt a surge of animosity towards the girl with the delicate brows and did not hesitate to retort. The girl in the black tactical gear, who had just entered the mall, seemed to harbor an innate animosity towards Shen Feifei. She immediately frowned and scolded sharply. "This is military confidential. You, an ordinary citizen, have no right to know." It is noteworthy that prior to the apocalypse, government officials in Huagua had always held a disdainful attitude towards the common populace. It was notoriously difficult to gain entry to governmental institutions, and one was often met with unwelcoming faces and harsh words. Shen Feifei had long detested such behavior, for they claimed to be public servants, yet their actions suggested otherwise. Ultimately, when Shen's mother was unable to make headway, she resorted to a connection and presented a generous gift, only then to be greeted with smiles, and the paperwork was completed in a matter of moments. Shen Feifei had accompanied her mother throughout this process, witnessing every detail, which only deepened her aversion to such government officials. Now, in this post-apocalyptic world, this cold-faced girl adopted the same haughty demeanor as those bureaucrats, and Shen Feifei could no longer tolerate it. "How dare you?" she exclaimed. The cold-faced girl turned her head away, lapsing into silence, yet her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of indignation. She was an elite of the special forces, having evolved in the aftermath of the apocalypse, accustomed to being adored and flattered by others. Never had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner, especially a frail woman trapped amidst a horde of zombies. Humph! To remain so remarkably beautiful and well-groomed in the apocalypse must surely indicate she was a superficial creature relying on some man for sustenance. As for her claims of having saved Brother Wong, the cold-faced girl concluded that he must have been bewitched, duped by this vixen. "Excellent work, Commander. At last, you have arrived, and we can survive." The captain rushed forward, grasping the arm of the man with the bushy beard and shaking it vigorously, displaying an endearing familiarity. The other survivors gathered around, encircling them. "Please, save us. We have been trapped in the city for 2 months. Our loved ones are all gone. We are the only ones left. Why have you taken so long to come? I am on the brink of despair. Please take us away from here." The survivors clamored, their voices overlapping, their eyes filled with fervent hope as they recounted their plight. "Ahem, who among you is the leader?" the bearded man inquired, his expression slightly strained as he cradled the still-crying infant. "Ah, Captain Lee, this child is hungry and has been crying incessantly. Could you find something to feed him? We can discuss other matters later." The bearded man handed the wailing child to the captain. He was a special forces soldier, adept at rescue operations, but how was he to care for an infant, especially one still nursing? Captain Lee stood there, momentarily taken aback. Hadn't they come to save lives? Why was he being thrust with a child instead? Looking around, he noticed everyone avoiding his gaze, none willing to take the child from him. Reluctantly, he had to entrust the baby to a middle-aged man with a kind demeanor, instructing him to look after the little one. "What? You are not here to rescue us, but rather to seek someone, or perhaps to hunt zombies," Captain Lee exclaimed suddenly during his conversation with the bearded man. "Indeed, we are members of the newly formed corpse-hunting squad from Huagua, dispatched by higher authorities to locate 2 advanced zombies. Here are their photographs. Has anyone seen them?" The bearded man took the 2 photographs from the cold-faced woman and handed them to the captain. A corpse-hunting squad, searching for advanced zombies. 2, no less. Shin Feifei immediately perked up, her attention drawn to the images in the bearded man's hands. They depicted 2 young girls, both strikingly beautiful. One was adorably plump, while the other was clearly a tall northern girl. A surge of anger ignited within Shin Feifei. Those 2 girls were none other than herself and Lei Lei. However, her appearance had changed significantly since her evolution. Her once chubby face now resembling an oval shape, and she had grown taller, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to recognize her. In contrast, Lei Lei's transformation was subtle. Her features remained quite similar to her original appearance, making her easily identifiable. These 2 female zombies were advanced, capable of speech and thought, and possessed a high level of intelligence, extremely dangerous. Has anyone seen them? The bearded man asked, passing the photographs around for the survivors to view. Zombies that can talk and possess intelligence? Good heavens, humanity is doomed, murmured the survivors in a state of dread. Is it possible for zombies to retain such qualities? They must surely reek, making them unrecognizable. The survivors exchanged fearful discussions. The fact that these corpse-hunting members possessed their photographs indicated significant effort had been made. Undoubtedly, it was the human they had once assisted who reported them to the government, betraying their trust. The military must have sent people to capture them. Ungrateful humans. Had I known, I would have devoured them all, leaving not a single one behind. Shin Feifei harbored a tinge of regret for having released those individuals from Z University, gaining a more profound understanding of human nature. What do you seek from them? Have they not transformed into zombies? They are dead, remarked a survivor. It is a military order to capture them and transport them to the base laboratory. Those 2 are the only sentient zombies capable of speech. If absolutely necessary, eliminate them to prevent any further threat to human safety. Do you comprehend? Interjected the cold-faced woman, elongating her tone and casting a superior glance at the assembly, even daring to provoke Shin Feifei with a deliberate glance. The last known location of these 2 female zombies was Z University. We have searched there, but alas, they have departed. Based on analysis, it is possible they have ventured into the city. If anyone has seen them, please inform us. Such advanced zombies pose a significant danger. Capturing them would greatly enhance your safety, the bearded man insisted. Chapter 29. Escape. Locate Shin Feifei and Lei Lei, then apprehend them and deliver them to the laboratory for experimentation, dissecting them into thin slices for study. Immediately, a horrifying image flashed through Shin Feifei's mind. The 2 women bound tightly by iron chains, confined within a fortress of steel walls, surrounded by personnel clad in white lab coats and masks, donning protective gear as they traversed the space. One would approach with a needle as thick as a finger, drawing blood for analysis. Another would wield a chainsaw to sever their arms and legs, slicing them into thin sections for microscopic examination, recording data. A sudden chill coursed through Shin Feifei. How terrifying! If they were captured along with Lei Lei, what chance would they have for survival? Their fate would surely be 100-fold more tragic than anything she could imagine. Those deranged scientists would stop at nothing. The favorable impression she had just begun to form of these military personnel evaporated in an instant. No, they must not succeed. They must be exterminated. Shin Feifei's expression morphed into one of ferocity, her fingers involuntarily extending into claws, her teeth sharpening. And what of us? Will you abandon us? Captain Li queried sharply. The survivors murmured amongst themselves, clutching photographs. We must fulfill our mission. How can we carry the burden of you lot? The cold-faced woman suddenly declared. You consider us a burden? A survivor gazed at them with wide, innocent eyes. Is that not the case? Can you truly combat zombies, maneuvering through hordes of the undead? The cold-faced woman dismissed him with disdain. How can your military act thus? Before the apocalypse, we paid our taxes to sustain you. After the catastrophe, you prioritized the escape of high-ranking officials, leaving us to fend for ourselves against the zombies. Now, after all this time, you return only to pursue those wretched zombies, disregarding us entirely. Do you possess no conscience? As the survivor's voice grew more impassioned, the others echoed his sentiments, their indignation rising. Cough, cough, allow me to speak. We are on a mission and must see it through. Should we successfully complete our objective, we can still escort you from this place, the bearded man interjected, attempting to mediate the escalating tension. Are you implying that once you locate those two zombies, you will come to find us and escort us to safety? Captain Lee interjected suddenly, his eyes glinting with an enigmatic light. One could indeed say so, replied the bearded man. We are merely a fraction of those who ventured out in search of sustenance. A significant number of survivors remain at the temporary base. It is conceivable that those two female zombies might seek them out. Perhaps some among them might possess knowledge. Captain Lee squinted, speaking hastily. Will Shin Feifei and Lele go in search of them? Shin Feifei found this notion amusing. What would they want with them? Are they planning to eat them? They don't consume humans. It was evident that Captain Lee's ploy was a mere compromise, attempting to have the military personnel escort them to a secure location. Upon hearing this, the members of the zombie hunting team huddled together to deliberate. Shin Feifei pricked up her ears, catching snippets of conversation suggesting that mingling with the crowd might yield information and perhaps a chance to scout the area. After a brief interval, one of them inquired, "Where is your temporary base? Is it far?" The bearded man stepped forth. "Not far at all. Exiting the mall, head east, cross 2 streets, and you will arrive at the Peace Hotel. Our temporary base is situated there." Upon hearing this, Captain Lee was instantly elated, unable to suppress another squint. The zombie hunting team retrieved a map, studying it for a moment before assessing the surrounding horde and terrain. "Let us rest and conserve our strength. At noon, we shall break through. Our objective is the Peace Hotel to the east," commanded the bearded man. As noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely, scorching the city center to the extent that the pavement felt as though it might shed its very skin. As per usual, the zombies had retreated to the shade to escape the heat, leaving the streets largely unoccupied. Suddenly, a throng of survivors, laden with bags, emerged from the mall, sprinting toward the eastern street with the fervor of a 100-meter dash. They suppressed their breaths and muted their footsteps, clearly the product of rigorous training in the art of escape. A few individuals clad in tactical gear led the way, flanked by the survivors in the center and several military personnel bringing up the rear. Shin Feifei blended in with the survivors, making her way toward the Peace Hotel. As the group advanced, the zombies lurking in the shade began to stir, their nostrils twitching, growing increasingly agitated. Alas, one survivor stumbled while attempting to leap over an overturned vehicle, crashing to the ground. Instantly, jagged metal tore a gash across his arm, blood gushing forth. His belongings scattered across the ground. "Get out of the way, you useless fool!" The cold-faced woman not only failed to assist the fallen survivor, but callously kicked him into the advancing horde of zombies, continuing her hurried escape with the others. No. The unfortunate survivor was swiftly engulfed by the relentless tide of zombies, devoured in an instant. Perhaps it was the blood of this ill-fated soul that awakened the zombie's savage instincts. Soon, more zombies joined the fray, and the streets erupted into chaos as they pursued the fleeing survivors. With a resounding pop, the military personnel unleashed a barrage from their light machine guns, targeting the approaching horde of zombies. Their marksmanship was impeccable, causing dark sprays of blood to erupt above the heads of the undead. Not a single zombie that drew near was spared. They all succumbed to the onslaught. Impressive shooting skills. I mused, no wonder they dared to venture alone into the city center. However, I wondered how many bullets they had left. Shin Feifei's face darkened, a malicious smile creeping into her mind. Hurry, don't dawdle." The bearded soldier, having pulled the trigger only to find it empty, had no time to reload. Instead, he resorted to wielding the machine gun as a blunt weapon, knocking aside a charging zombie. As he ran, he forged a path for the survivors. Help! A soldier lagging behind was overtaken by the horde, grabbed, and soon became a meal for the ravenous undead. Chapter 30. The makeshift base in the heart of City A. On Central Street, at noon, a ragged group of survivors fled in a state of panic, devoid of any semblance of dignity, closely pursued by a throng of decaying zombies. One soldier, tasked with holding the rear, was caught by the swarm, his clothing tugged and his body brought down, subjected to a brutal feast. An intense melee ensued. This soldier, skilled in combat, swung his weapon with ferocity, dispatching numerous ordinary zombies. Amidst the chaos, he managed to drag out the bloodied lure and made a dash for safety. Alas! Just as he thought he had escaped the encirclement, an advanced first-tier zombie lunged at him from the side, sinking its teeth into his arm and tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. With a gasp, he faltered, losing his footing, and lure was once again engulfed by the horde, leaving him ensnared. Perhaps his skills were formidable, and in one-on-one combat, no zombie could rival him. Yet now, surrounded by hundreds of the relentless undead and bolstered by the presence of an elite zombie, he could barely withstand the onslaught for half a minute before he was utterly spent. Surrounded by a relentless tide of flesh-eating monsters, he found himself trapped, overwhelmed. Soon, silence enveloped him on the roadside. From behind the crowd, an increasing number of zombies emerged, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing survivors, their guttural growls echoing ominously. My heavens! A middle-aged man, previously cradling a small baby, appeared to be paralyzed by fear. Perhaps driven by selfishness, he flung his bundled possessions to the ground, carelessly casting aside the child in his arms. In a frantic bid for survival, he abandoned all concern. Shun Feifei's furious gaze swept over him. The two slow-moving zombies near the street suddenly quickened their pace, zeroing in on the man who had forsaken his child. They lunged, heedless of his screams, seizing his arms and legs, dragging him towards the roadside. Humph! Those devoid of professional ethics deserve their fate. Shun Feifei scoffed, her disdain palpable. Initially, her subtle protection had been extended towards the middle-aged man, intended to safeguard the child. Yet now, having abandoned the infant for his own escape, he had forfeited any moral obligation. Such individuals, bereft of duty, should not be allowed to live. Shun Feifei harbored deep resentment towards the negligent government workers, extending her ire to this man as well. The sudden agility of the two clumsy zombies, catching up to a human, was a testament to Shun Feifei's formidable aura. Those who should not survive ought not to waste precious resources. To the little children, although Shun Feifei is the zombie king, she simply cannot bring herself to harm them. The baby's bright, sparkling eyes and delicate, fair face remind Shun Feifei of the sweet little ones from her hometown, stirring memories of her elderly parents back home. Very well, I may be a zombie, but I am also a principled and moral zombie. I shall not consume humans or innocent children, Shun Feifei mused proudly to herself, feeling quite pleased. Perhaps it was the effect of the pressure she had just exerted. Some zombies visibly sensed it. The few began to slow their pace in fear, trailing behind them at a distance, no longer rushing forward with their ferocious intent to bite. After losing a few more, the survivors finally managed to escape to the exterior of the Peace Hotel. Inside, a robust man clad in a plaid shirt, his body adorned with tattoos, lounged comfortably in a reclining chair, eyes closed in relaxation. On the carpet, several women dressed in light attire knelt, attending to him with back rubs and leg massages. Military personnel? Let us go take a look. Bossimo leapt from the chair and briskly made his way to the first-floor lobby. Before the apocalypse, Bossimo was a formidable figure in Citier's underworld. Notorious for his ruthlessness, he had taken many lives, but after the world fell apart, he was unable to escape the city in time. Instead, he quickly gathered a group of former subordinates, seized control of the Peace Hotel, cleared out the zombies, and took in a few survivors to establish a temporary base. Claiming dominion in the lobby of the Peace Hotel, Shun Feifei scrutinized her surroundings. Outside, a jumble of cars, some intact and others damaged, formed a makeshift barrier about a meter high, curving in a semicircle to block the entrance of the hotel. Only a narrow passageway was left at the main entrance, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. A tall, heavy counter obstructed the entrance, moved aside when someone needed to enter or exit, but otherwise remained in place. Several burly men wielding various weapons stood guard at the entrance, though few possessed firearms. The service counter that once occupied the lobby had been relocated to block the way, leaving only a few green sofas, somewhat greasy and gray, as if they had not been cleaned in ages. Some of the sturdy men who had remained at the hotel eagerly invited the military personnel to sit on the sofas, attentively serving and flattering them. Many of them cast furtive glances at Shun Feifei, their eyes flickering with speculation. Heroine, please join us here, Captain Li called out, noticing that while the military personnel were being welcomed, Shun Feifei was being ignored. He hurried over to invite her. Humph, does Amir Vase think she can sit among us? The cold-faced woman, still irked by the loss of her companions, refused to reflect on her own selfish behavior. Seeing Shun Feifei being invited to rest with them only served to stoke her ire. What? You useless woman dare to retort. The cold-faced woman, her mood soured and feeling exposed, sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chapter 31. The performance in the lobby of the Peace Hotel. The cold-faced woman, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, had her hair standing on end, her claws poised to pounce on Shen Feifei. "Stop it, Xiao Lung!" The bearded man, sensing the dire situation, swiftly blocked the cold-faced woman's advance. Humanity had already suffered significant losses. Internal strife would only serve to make us a laughingstock. The cold-faced woman let out a derisive huff and sank heavily onto a tattered sofa. Depleted of energy and unwilling to confront the bearded man, she could only glare at Shen Feifei in silent frustration. "Consider yourself fortunate," Shen Feifei muttered under her breath, relaxing her clenched fists. After enduring multiple provocations from the cold-faced woman, Shen Feifei felt her patience waning and was eager to seize the opportunity to teach the woman a lesson, ensuring she would remember it. However, the bearded man intervened, forcing her to abandon her intentions for the time being. Yet, she would not forget this slight. "Please, do not take offense. My friend here can be rather tempestuous, is merely the result of our comrades' sacrifices weighing heavily on her heart. She means no malice. For my sake, let us not hold it against her," the bearded man said, his mood somewhat somber yet compelled to maintain a cordial atmosphere. "The government representatives have arrived. How splendid! We've long awaited your presence," he continued, just as a heavily tattooed giant strode down the staircase, flanked by a throng of followers. He approached the military personnel with a broad smile, while his entourage formed an imposing display. Reminiscent of a crime lord's followers, "I am Mo Long, the head of this peace base," he announced with an air of superiority, casting a pleased glance at the surrounding survivors. "And may I inquire your honored surname? Surely, you have come to rescue us, and my surname is Wang. My comrades call me Captain Wang. We are merely here on a search," replied the bearded man. "Only a search?" Mo Long's expression darkened at once. His gaze fell upon the mountains of food piled in the hall, and a flicker of a smile returned to his face. Like a king surveying his domain, he nodded regally, about to make a proclamation when he noticed a woman seated calmly on the sofa, surrounded by several hefty bags, showing no inclination to surrender them. "Is she one of your military personnel?" Mo Long inquired, pointing at Shen Feifei as he turned to the bearded man and his group. "Ah, that girl is indeed a sight to behold." Mo Long momentarily lost his train of thought, searching for words before finally managing a comment. "Humph! No matter how beautiful, taxes must be paid." Mo Long, seasoned as a crime lord, quickly regained his composure and signaled to his bald companion. "You there, little lady? Yes, I'm speaking to you. Hurry and hand over your belongings. Do not court disaster." The bald man advanced, intent on seizing the largest and most enticing bag. Shen Feifei merely smirked, remaining in her seat and eagerly awaiting the ensuing drama. "Boss, no, please. This isn't right." Captain Li rushed to Mo Long's side, whispering urgently at that moment. The bald man had already begun to tug at Shen Feifei's substantial leather bag. "Why can't I lift it?" he muttered in disbelief, trying to hoist the bag with one hand but finding it immovable. Convinced it was an illusion, he tugged again, yet it remained steadfast. "Impossible. This cannot be. Is it stuck to the ground?" Sweat beaded on his forehead as he noticed the crowd's attention on him, their whispers piercing his pride. The 8-foot-tall man, astonishingly unable to lift even a bag that a girl could effortlessly carry, left one to ponder how he would maintain his reputation among his peers. The bald man, his face flushed with effort, bellowed as he desperately pulled the leather bag toward himself. Miraculously, the bag shifted. He chuckled in triumph, yet before his smile could fully blossom, the leather bag tumbled down with a resounding thud, crashing heavily onto his feet. "Help, it hurts," he cried out, feeling as though his feet, ankles, and shins were on the verge of shattering. His wails echoed like a slaughtered pig. Meanwhile, the onlookers stifled their laughter, wearing expressions that screamed, "I knew it! I knew it! You useless lot! Move the bag!" Mo Long, witnessing the bald man's plight, found himself swayed by Captain Li's words. Immediately, a group of burly men rushed to assist, straining together to lift the leather bag from the bald man's feet, placing it with a heavy thud on the ground beside him. Beneath the bag, the bald man's feet were already bruised and bloodied, resembling duck webbing. This leather bag was used by Shen Feifei to store gold. Though the individual pieces of gold were small, their density was immense, weighing heavily on the scale. Hundreds of half-pound gold bars and a plethora of gold jewelry combined exceeded 200 pounds, nearing 300, all contained within that bag. A typical adult male could barely lift over 100 pounds. Thus, the nearly 300-pound bag was beyond their capabilities. Only someone like Shun Feifei, an evolved zombie queen, could lift it with ease. The bald man, unaware of the true nature of the bag, assumed it was merely a woman's small purse and arrogantly attempted to seize it, only to suffer a significant setback, nearly losing his legs in the process. Chapter 32. The emergence of Space Imo Long, observing the entire scene, felt a shift in his expression, quickly replaced by a broad smile as he approached Shun Feifei with brisk steps. "Miss, what remarkable strength you possess. It is all a misunderstanding. These oafs simply lack the vision to recognize true talent, so please, do not take offense to such soft, resilient hands," Imo Long thought, instantly enveloped in bliss, grinning foolishly. "Humph, what a charade. I refuse to believe it." The cold-faced woman, feeling discomfort at this display, confidently strode toward the leather bag and attempted to lift it. Failing to budge it, she switched to both hands, managing only a slight movement. Her expression shifted dramatically as she quietly retreated behind the bearded man, falling silent. As an evolved being, her physical capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, particularly in strength. She could lift weights that even the strongest men struggled with, such as the 200 pounds. This gave her an air of arrogance and disdain for others, especially those who relied solely on their beauty. Initially, she regarded Shun Feifei as just such a woman and had mocked her accordingly, but discovering that she could not even lift Shun Feifei's bag was utterly humiliating. The cold-faced woman's transformation did not escape the bearded man's notice. He regarded Shun Feifei with renewed scrutiny, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of discovery. "Come, let us escort the officers and this young lady to our finest guest room, providing them with the utmost hospitality," Imo Long instructed, a sycophantic grin plastered on his face as he directed the group to the luxurious accommodations on the 4th floor. Declining the assistance of the burly men, Shun Feifei effortlessly hoisted 3 large bags, as if they were but trifling handbags, and ascended the stairs with ease. The onlooking survivors craned their necks in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief, nearly unable to close their jaws. One leather bag weighed a staggering 300 pounds. Another, a large bag resembling stone, was filled with jade and likely weighed around 180 pounds. Not to mention, there was yet another bag brimming with meat. These bags must have weighed no less than 400 pounds in total, and this young woman managed to carry them without a hint of struggle. Is this truly a woman? On the 4th floor, a woman with a sallow complexion, unsteady steps, yet dressed relatively neatly, selected a room key from a bunch and unlocked a luxurious guest room facing the sunrise, then respectfully gestured for Shun Feifei to enter. "Miss, you are indeed fortunate. None of us have had the chance to stay in such a high-end room. Boss Imo truly treats you well," she remarked, seemingly envious, her voice laced with audatum. "Why do I only see you here? Are there no other survivors?" Shun Feifei inquired casually. "There are others, but they find it inconvenient to come out," the woman replied, her face stiffening as she averted her gaze from Shun Feifei's penetrating stare. "Inconvenient to come out?" Shun Feifei scrutinized her with a puzzled glance, lost in thought. The woman's unsteady gait and pallid complexion suggested a prolonged state of malnourishment. It seemed that the status of women in this place was rather low, and their lives were far from pleasant. Perhaps they were treated as mere appendages. Indeed, before the apocalypse, women could pursue any profession, holding up half the sky. Yet in this dire world, physical strength became paramount. The ability to fend for oneself was crucial. Women, inherently weaker than men, would surely struggle against the ferocious zombies, in a society that valued strength above all. Those women who could not contend with the undead were relegated to hiding, mere dependents of the robust and powerful men, living wretched lives. "Do not disturb me unless necessary. I require rest," Shun Feifei coldly issued her decree, dismissing the woman. She had far too many matters to attend to and wished to avoid the distraction of a loquacious companion. Closing the door, she found herself in a secluded, independent space. Shun Feifei scanned the room with her mental energy, detecting no surveillance devices, before pouring the jade and emeralds onto the soft bed with a clatter. Why do some of these jades appear as coarse as stone?" Shun Feifei's mental energy delved deeper, revealing peculiarities among the jade pieces. She extracted a plethora of items that, although seemingly beautiful, were of ordinary stone quality. Among the emeralds, she also discovered many odd pieces that resembled glass or rough stone. Shen Feifei squinted her eyes. Could these items all be counterfeit? Or perhaps they were faux jade with some deceptive alterations? Were they akin to the so-called B-grade or C-grade imitations of jade? Truly, the art of forgery had reached new heights, with each piece so convincingly crafted that the average person could hardly discern the truth. She recalled the exorbitant prices of jade and emerald products in the marketplace, often soaring into the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. The realm of counterfeiting was indeed a lucrative one. Had it been before the apocalypse, with such formidable spiritual abilities, Shen Feifei would have effortlessly discerned the authenticity of jade and emerald ornaments, undoubtedly leading to her fortune. Alas, she now shook her head, dismissing such fanciful thoughts. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Shen Feifei meticulously gathered the jade and emeralds that exhibited energy fluctuations. Among the genuine items, she discovered fewer than 10 pieces imbued with energy, 5 jade artifacts and 4 emerald ones. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she extended a finger and pricked it, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon a seemingly smooth and pristine jade piece. In a reaction, Shen Feifei felt a twinge of disappointment. Resolute, she picked up another jade piece to test in turn. Still, there was no response, and her spirits began to wane. Could it be that there truly was no space? Were novels mere fabrications? Yet, zombies and supernatural abilities had manifested. Surely, space could exist as well? Her gaze shifted to the emeralds, placing her hopes upon the scant 4 emerald ornaments. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Each time she tested one, her heart sank further. Finally, the last piece. Shen Feifei murmured, her eyes fixated on the droplets of blood, lamenting, "My blood, the essence of a high-level zombie king. Each drop is a treasure. What if this too failed? Oh, what a tremendous loss that would be." With a tear-streaked face, Shen Feifei cradled the last exquisitely beautiful heart-shaped emerald necklace, shimmering with iridescent brilliance, observing it for a considerable time before summoning her resolve to squeeze out a drop of vital blood onto it. A breakthrough, Shen Feifei rejoiced, hastily adding several more droplets. Soon, her blood was absorbed entirely. After a brief moment, the heart-shaped emerald suddenly radiated with a brilliant light, enveloping Shen Feifei in a kaleidoscope of colors. She felt as if the scenery before her blurred, and she found herself transported into a space, an illuminated realm measuring approximately 40 to 50 square meters. Chapter 33. Recruitment. Is this the Emerald Space? Shen Feifei scrutinized her newly acquired luminous domain. It was a three-dimensional, enclosed space, roughly 40 to 50 square meters in width and height. The corners of the space stood rigidly, akin to the corners of a room. The walls, a glossy verdant green adorned with a spectrum of colors, mirrored the hue of the heart-shaped emerald. The light within was bright, reminiscent of the sun's rays, imbued with a hint of emerald's verdancy, radiant yet soft, though the source of illumination remained a mystery. The space was utterly vacant, devoid of any objects. Shen Feifei reached out to touch the wall. It felt cool yet not damp or cold, pleasantly warm without any dryness. Ha ha ha, it truly is a space. A wondrous realm, as miraculous as those described in novels. Shen Feifei leaped with joy, bouncing on the large bed and cheering exuberantly. She vowed that when next encountering those online authors, as long as they were not too absurd, she would surely let them off the hook, refraining from devouring them. After reveling in her elation, Shen Feifei remembered she had yet to test the functions of this space. Thus, grasping a leather suitcase, she concentrated her thoughts and sent the suitcase into the space. Ouch! Shen Feifei let out a yelp, tumbling onto the floor beneath the bed, becoming covered in dust. Upon her initial foray into the realm of space, Shen Feifei found herself overwhelmed with excitement, inadvertently expanding her mental grasp to an excessive extent, which resulted in the entire bed and its contents being transported into the void. Ironically, she herself failed to enter, losing her footing and landing on the ground. Brushing off the dust, she instinctively rubbed her rear, though she felt no pain. Undeterred, Shen Feifei regrouped and continued her experiments with unabated enthusiasm. She realized that her mental focus could neither be too expansive nor too narrow, lest it fail to encompass the desired objects. Through repeated trials, she finally mastered the delicate art of manipulating this spatial consciousness. Watching as items in her room vanished and reappeared, a smile spread across Shen Feifei's face. Ah, the allure of space, the ultimate tool for subterfuge. What girl wouldn't wish for a secure and concealed personal space? In her youth, she and her imaginative friends had longed for such a haven, which perhaps explained why in the realm of online literature, particularly in the female-centric narratives, 9 out of 10 tales of transmigration featured the existence of such spaces. This undoubtedly reflected a woman's desire for comfort and a means to evade danger. Little did they know, just as those imaginative girls had envisioned, that these jade artifacts or emeralds indeed harbored real spatial dimensions. Had she known earlier, Shen Feifei would have joined her classmates in raiding a jade shop before the apocalypse, rather than dutifully adhering to the law as a model citizen. Once proficient in the manipulation of space, she stashed genuine jade, emeralds, and gold within her newfound realm, as well as a bag of meat. After completing her tasks, she reclined on the bed, humming a tune while listening to the radio. This is 104.5 MHz, broadcasting from the Taicang Survivor Base. Taicang Base is the largest human survivor base in Province C. Officially sanctioned by the government, boasting ample food and drinking water, along with a significant military presence, we welcome all survivors to form teams and join us. The radio's intermittent signal sometimes faltered yet often resonated clearly. The sweet, melodious voice of the female announcer remained as beautiful and natural as ever, evoking a sense of comfort, reminiscent of the prosperous world that existed before the apocalypse. North of the Yangtze River, humanity still held sway. The government had not forgotten them, with continual drops of rescue supplies. Survivors, do not surrender your will to live. Numerous evolved individuals have emerged within the bases, capable of easily defeating zombies. The future of humanity appears bright. Alas, the southern regions seem to lack operational signal towers, resulting in the radio's reception being far inferior to that of the pre-apocalyptic era. Many messages were only partially comprehensible. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Shen Feifei's furrowed brow as she listened to the broadcast. Who is it? So bothersome. Wasn't it said not to disturb her rest? Growing increasingly irate, she turned her head away from the door. The persistent knocking continued, seemingly oblivious to her situation. Who could it be? How annoying. Can't I enjoy a moment of peace? Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Shen Feifei flipped over and sprang up, angrily opening the door, ready to shout. Huh? It's you? Standing at the doorway was a military officer with a scruffy beard, an apologetic expression adorning his face, his hands still poised as if to knock. Commander Wang, is there something you need? Upon recognizing the bearded man, thoughts of the adorable little baby softened her heart, causing her to temper her hostility. There are some matters I need to discuss with you. May I come in? The bearded man smiled cautiously, casting a careful glance at Shen Feifei, whose face still bore traces of anger. There's something to discuss. Very well, please come in and speak, Shen Feifei said, stepping aside to leave a crack in the door for him to enter. The bearded man slipped through the doorway with caution, professionally peering behind him to ensure no one was following. Before firmly shutting the door with a decisive click, a spy background? Shen Feifei couldn't help but find it amusing. At such a moment, who else could he be wary of? Surely, the other spies had all perished by now. Miss, having known you for so long, I haven't yet asked your name. Would it be too much trouble to share? The tall, burly man inquired with a hint of shyness. My surname is Liu, and my name is Liu Yi. Just call me Xiao Yi, Shen Feifei replied, chuckling at the bearded man's bashful demeanor, which struck her as quite comical. Of course, the name was entirely fabricated. Xiao Yi, it is a pleasure to formally meet you. I am Wang Chong, the squad leader of the Taicang Division of the Corpse Hunting Special Forces. I have come to recruit your exceptional talents, the bearded man stated directly. Recruit me? To join your corpse hunting team? Shen Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, she was the zombie queen. How could it be possible for her to hunt down her own kind? Was there anything more absurd than that? Indeed, our corpse hunting team has suffered significant losses. We now have only 6 out of 10 team members remaining. The whereabouts of the 2 intelligent zombies are still unknown, and they could be hiding anywhere. Xiao Yi, your extraordinary martial skills and your status as a power evolver make you an ideal candidate to serve the military and protect humanity by eliminating those zombies that threaten us. The bearded man asserted with utmost seriousness. Humph. A zombie queen like me serving the country to hunt down other zombies. It feels rather akin to being sold and then being tasked with counting someone else's money. Shen Feifei thought, a wave of discontent washing over her, and she nearly bared her sharp teeth to take a bite out of the bearded man. And of course, joining the corpse hunting team comes with excellent benefits. For instance, the provisions and salary are several times greater than that of ordinary citizens, he added earnestly. Chapter 34. A lavish banquet. Dad, Mom, Shin Feifei almost moaned, as the gentle and caring images of her parents resurfaced in her mind. Although with her current abilities, infiltrating north of the Yangtze River should pose no problem, she could not simply walk in openly. Moreover, seeking vengeance on that scoundrel within the survivor base would also prove rather inconvenient. If she had an official identity, however, everything would become much more manageable. As for the corpse hunters, if they planned carefully, they would gain nothing from their efforts. How could these individuals possibly be aware that the zombie king they sought was lurking right beside them? Humph! How to proceed? Shin Feifei quickly suppressed the tears threatening to spill forth and solemnly inquired of the bearded man. The conditions are indeed appealing, yet she feigned an expression of deep envy, though a hint of difficulty lingered in her demeanor. But what? The bearded man appeared somewhat anxious. Their small team had lost nearly half its members, almost rendering them devoid of combat capability, and they had yet to catch a glimpse of the two intelligent zombies. If this exceptionally talented girl were to join them, she would undoubtedly be a significant asset, enabling them to accomplish their mission with far greater efficiency. As he gazed at her with eager eyes, the man with the scruffy beard, Shin Feifei, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle and feigned a look of grievance, saying, "You are aware that I am not on good terms with your little Long. If I were to join your ranks, would she not make things difficult for me? So that was the concern. Heh, fret not. Little Long merely possesses the temperament of a child. I shall remind her not to trouble you again, rest assured." The man with the scruffy beard let out a long sigh of relief, thumping his chest with a resounding promise. Very well, Shin Feifei nodded, albeit somewhat reluctantly, yet her heart was brimming with joy. That cold-faced woman still harbored intentions to make my life difficult. It wouldn't be long before I would show her a thing or two. Ha ha! Welcome aboard, Xiaoyi. The man with the scruffy beard saluted Shin Feifei with a precise military gesture, then extended his hand, vigorously shaking hers with a gaze full of affection and clarity. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the room once more. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a woman with a waxen, pallid complexion. She represented Mo Long, extending an invitation to Shin Feifei and her companions for Mo Long's opulent banquet. Descending to the second-floor banquet hall, several large dining tables had been pushed together to form an expansive rectangle, positioned centrally within the dining area. Without electricity, several medieval-style candelabras adorned with varying heights of red dripping candles were arranged in a line atop the table, creating a somewhat romantic ambience reminiscent of a candlelit dinner. At the head of the table sat Mo Long, who postured himself like a king. To his left were his loyal subordinates, including the bald man with flattened feet, who sat nearby with his legs bound. To his right, near the entrance, were the leaders of several survivor squads. Notably, several seats adjacent to him remained vacant. Come, esteemed officers, this lovely heroine may sit here. Mo Long warmly beckoned Shin Feifei and her companions to take their seats upon their arrival, even graciously inviting Shin Feifei to sit beside him. Shin Feifei furrowed her brow but motioned for the man with the scruffy beard to occupy that position while she settled for a seat further down. Mo Long's mouth, shaped rather grotesquely, seemed to have not seen a toothbrush in ages, and when he spoke, a foul odor emanated that even Shin Feifei, who frequently traversed through hordes of zombies, found unbearable. Yet, oblivious to the stench, Mo Long continued to smile at Shin Feifei, making her want to retch. It was far more tolerable to have the scruffy bearded man shielding her from Mo Long's repulsive breath. After all, he was her captain. If he did not stand up for her, who would? Humph! The cold-faced woman, however, appeared somewhat displeased, forcefully pulling out a chair and sitting down heavily. Had she not known that Shin Feifei's strength surpassed her own by a considerable margin, she would have already been in a frenzy. Following a brief speech, Mo Long ostentatiously snapped his fingers, summoning the dishes to be served. A variety of canned foods and even instant noodles were brought forth, filling the table, yet not a single green vegetable adorned the spread. Was this truly a luxurious banquet? Shin Feifei stifled a laugh, managing to maintain a straight face. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, simply having something to eat was a blessing. The thought of vegetables as accompaniment was a distant fantasy. Of course, Queen Feifei could procure whatever she desired. The living conditions here are exceptionally favorable. We have no worries regarding food or clothing. The female warrior will remain here as the captain of our security team, placed above all yet beneath one. What do you think? Mo Long stretched his neck, gazing at Shun Feifei with an expression that suggested he would treat her well. The foul stench emanating from Mo Long's mouth, overpowering his unkempt beard, wafted directly towards Shun Feifei, causing her to involuntarily expel the food she was chewing, narrowly missing Mo Long's horse-like face. Instantly, the entire dining hall ceased their meals, staring in shock at Mo Long's visage, now smeared with remnants of food. You! Mo Long exclaimed, hastily grabbing a napkin to wipe his face, only to angrily crumple it and hurl it onto the table. Refraining from provoking Shun Feifei further, my apologies, Mo Long. This young lady, Miss Liu, has already joined our military ranks and is now a member of the corpse hunting team. The bearded man interjected, compelled to speak under the circumstances. What? She has joined the military's corpse hunting team? Both Mo Long and the cold-faced woman asked in unison. Upon receiving affirmative nods from the bearded man and Shun Feifei, an expression of profound regret and indignation washed over Mo Long's face, while the cold-faced woman crossed her arms and sat back in her chair, emitting a series of disdainful snorts. Mo Long lamented his missed opportunity to recruit Shun Feifei earlier, allowing this evidently evolved and beautiful talent to slip through his fingers. He also resented the military for acting too swiftly, denying him even a sip of soup. The cold-faced woman, on the other hand, reflected on her ongoing rivalry with this girl who consistently opposed her. Her abilities surpassed her own, and with such alluring charm, she resembled a vixen. Wouldn't the male comrades in their team soon dote upon her, neglecting her? The thought alone infuriated her to the point of losing her appetite. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, and the atmosphere grew heavy with tension. Chapter 35. Clue of the intelligent corpse in the banquet hall. Several groups dined in silence, each lost in their own musings. Ahem, I haven't yet inquired, Commander. What brings you here in search of whom? Mo Long, seasoned by years of navigating the martial world, attempted to ease the atmosphere with a cordial smile, realizing he could not woo Shun Feifei and unwilling to offend the military. We are searching for two intelligent corpses. They possess the ability to speak and think, and they may have infiltrated your survivor group, lying in wait for an opportunity, the bearded man stated. Zombies can speak? You suspect that they have concealed themselves among our women? Mo Long's hand trembled, causing a slice of luncheon meat to tumble beneath the table. The nearby waitress stared hungrily at the fallen piece of meat as it rolled a few times, swallowing hard yet hesitating to retrieve it. By the way, where are your women? Aside from this waitress, are there no other women present? Shun Feifei inquired with curiosity. Instantly, the waitress leaped away from the table, as if the zombies were hiding nearby, prompting curious glances from the diners. After a prolonged silence, they followed her gaze to discover she was fixated on the piece of luncheon meat that had dropped earlier. Seemingly incensed, Mo Long shouted at the woman, "Get to the basement and bring up those worthless snacks. None can be missing. If even one is absent, I shall flay your skin." Moments later, the thunderous footsteps echoed through the staircase as a throng of women, herded by the menacing presence of Mo Long, entered the room. This group comprised women ranging from mere girls of 14 or 15 to those in their 30s, approximately 20 in number, who timidly stood in the dining hall, jostled by several burly men. The night had fully descended, and although the flickering candlelight was dim, it sufficed to illuminate the surroundings sufficiently for all to discern the unfolding scene. Shun Feifei involuntarily gasped. The women, or rather girls, appeared before everyone almost entirely unclothed, their bodies exposed, with only a few tattered bed sheets awkwardly draped around their vital areas, barely concealing them. Though the September weather in the south was not particularly cold, the stark exposure left these women shivering. Many curled their bodies in an attempt to ward off the chill, as if to protect their modesty. What modesty remained, after having been violated by men countless times before, seemed utterly ridiculous. One of the thugs maliciously swatted away the arm of a nearby girl he had seized, forcefully yanking her flimsy covering from her and tossing it to the ground, trampling it underfoot. The girl, paralyzed by fear, dared not resist, instead retreating further into the crowd. Witnessing this, Shun Feifei felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the plates from the table into the face of that loathsome Mo Long. To treat women so callously, he was truly a despicable wretch. Despite being a zombie, she never forgot her identity as a woman, and the sight of such degradation inflicted upon her kind was intolerable. No, just as Shun Feifei was about to erupt, she felt the grip of the bearded man restraining her hand, preventing any rash actions. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate. After much internal deliberation, she resolved to bide her time and refrain from alarming the enemy. Our women are gathered here. Commanders, take a look. Are any of these the intelligent zombies you seek? Mo Long appeared utterly devoid of remorse, treating these women as if they deserved such treatment, even exuding a sense of pride. Xiao Long. The bearded man gestured to the cold-faced woman, instructing her to use the photographs for identification, though he held no hope. How could two advanced intelligent zombies allow themselves to be so mistreated by these ruffians? Unless they had lost their minds at that moment, the cold-faced woman displayed her impatience, abruptly pushing her chair back, extracting the photographs, and striding towards the group of women. She roughly seized one girl, glanced at her, and promptly shoved her in another direction. Regardless of her status as an evolved being, her strength was indisputable, and she forcefully knocked the girl to the ground. The girl's knees scraped against the floor, blood seeping from the wounds. Tears welled in her eyes, yet she remained silent, sorrowfully rising to stand aside. Next, yes, you. The cold-faced woman disdainfully yanked another girl, scrutinizing the photograph before delivering another brutal shove, sending the woman crashing to the floor. Shun Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this cold-faced woman truly a woman? Was she even human? How could she appear to loathe humanity, particularly women, even more than Shun Feifei, the legitimate zombie queen? In comparison to the cold-faced woman, Shun Feifei felt her own kindness was almost excessive, akin to the benevolence of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, who devotes herself to the practice of compassion. Alas, Xiao Long is still but a child. When will her temper improve? The bearded man sighed softly, torn between reprimanding her and an unwillingness to do so. Humph, a spoiled, mischievous child, is she not? The cold-faced woman? Yet, Shun Feifei did not perceive her as a mere child. Rather, she found the cold-faced woman's disposition increasingly unbearable. A piercing, resolute gaze was suddenly directed at the cold-faced woman. Captain Wong, we have not located the target. After surveying the group of women, the cold-faced woman reported to the bearded man. Have you all noticed any unusual occurrences in Cydia recently? The bearded man pressed further, inquiring with Mo Long and his team. Hoping to glean some clues, Mo Long, pondering, scratched his horse-like face and turned to ask his subordinates if they had noticed anything. The blood bank, the lighting. Indeed, the initial information indicated that those two intelligent corpses could not be separated from blood. Thus they must venture into the hospital of Z University to seek blood to consume. Now that they had departed from Z University, their primary choice would naturally be a national-level blood bank, abundant in blood supply and possessing suitable preservation conditions. The bearded man's eyes brightened with realization. However, Shun Feifei felt a surge of anger, nearly grinding her silver teeth in frustration. These survivors had actually noticed the illuminated blood bank building at night. How cunning of humanity! Although zombies could see clearly even without lights at night, the habit formed over time compelled Shun Feifei and her companions to turn on the lights as soon as evening fell. After all, the blood bank building was powered by solar energy, which afforded them this convenience. Chapter 36. The scheme on the fourth floor of the Peace Hotel, in the makeshift conference room of the bearded man. A team of 7 hunters Saturday after a brief introduction to Shun Feifei's circumstances and welcoming her aboard. The bearded man eagerly commenced the day's agenda. Evidence provided by the survivors suggested that the two intelligent corpses they were seeking were likely hiding within the National Blood Bank. The bearded man's eyes sparkled with excitement. After several days of investigation and suffering significant losses in manpower, to finally obtain a lead, how could he not be elated? Tomorrow, is it? Tomorrow you shall march to your demise. Shun Feifei secretly chuckled sinisterly, contemplating who might survive and who must perish. In what manner would they meet their end? Captain Wong, what shall we do about that small child? Shun Feifei suddenly recalled the predicament concerning the treatment of the innocent child. Should these survivors raise this little one? Entrust Mo Long, the scoundrel who treats women as mere playthings, with the care of a child who cannot yet speak, walk, or even has to drink milk. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Shun Feifei deemed it the most ludicrous joke in history. Was there any difference between this and sending lamb to the wolf's den? It was entirely possible that as they departed, that helpless, tender child would become a delectable feast on Mo Long's dining table. The flesh of a child is exceedingly tender, far superior to the shoddily made luncheon meat in cans. Given Imo Long's merciless nature, such an act of cannibalism was undoubtedly within his capability. With this thought, Shun Feifei disdainfully curled her lips. The bearded man awkwardly scratched his scalp, possibly feeling that the matter at hand was somewhat dubious, and let out a nervous chuckle. It's fine. I've discussed it with Imo Long if he can take good care of that child. I can assure you that within 3 months, we will send a rescue team. However, if they cannot look after him properly, we shall refuse assistance to Oh, is that truly feasible? Shin Feifei regarded the bearded man with a penetrating gaze, discovering that despite his towering stature and abundant facial hair, his mind was filled with rather juvenile notions. Well, at this juncture, there was no other course of action. Shun Feifei suddenly chuckled at her own absurdity, realizing that she seemed akin to a zombie, yet found herself deeply concerned for the lives of humans and City A. Amidst a biochemically charged night devoid of human activity, it was a veritable paradise for the undead. Countless zombies meandered through the streets and alleys, colliding and jostling with one another, their joyous howls echoing like the wails of tormented spirits, resounding far and wide. The city lay in darkness, devoid of electricity and light. Once, when night fell, City A would sparkle with neon lights and countless glowing windows. Now, it resembled the maw of a black beast, with towering concrete structures serving as its sharp fangs, devouring every living soul in sight. Shin Feifei strolled to the top floor of a high-rise, and noticed a nearby building still illuminated by a few lights. Those flickering glimmers in the pitch-black night were strikingly brilliant, instantly capturing attention. That building was none other than the National Blood Bank, the headquarters chosen by Shin Feifei and her companions. No wonder the survivors were drawn to it. The light was indeed too conspicuous. Under the cover of darkness, Shun Feifei and her companions leapt down several dozen meters, vanishing into the night. Where have you been these past few days, boss? We've heard nothing from you, and I was starting to worry something had happened. Lei pouted, her eyes slightly reddened. Humans are social creatures. Spending the day alone without any form of entertainment can be stifling. Although the bespectacled girl Qianqian and her companions were present, they were gradually regaining their intelligence with the advancement of their abilities. Yet, for now, they remained quite simple-minded, merely following Shin Feifei around and engaging in basic interactions, hardly surpassing the intellect of a child. I encountered a group of survivors and have been with them for the past few days. Their dwelling is not far from here, just a few turns down the street. Furthermore, I came across a team dispatched by the military to hunt zombies. Shin Feifei recounted her recent experiences in detail to Lei. Hunting zombies? The government is actually sending people to apprehend us. This is quite an overestimation of our significance, Lei exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. The state machinery mobilized to capture 2 inconspicuous little zombies. They posed no threat to humans, and it seemed the government had far too much time and resources on its hands. They would be better off rescuing survivors instead. In terms of sustenance and supplies, Shin Feifei swept through the supermarket, clearing the shelves of preserved food and clothing, then moved to the bedding section to select several exquisite and practical high-quality sheets and comforters, along with soft, natural mattresses. Finally, she ventured into the furniture area to procure a spacious and comfortable bed, filling her jade space to the brim before finally ceasing her activities. How wonderful it was to possess such a space! Shin Feifei gently patted her necklace, delight causing her eyes to narrow into mere slits. Humming a tune, she vanished once more into the shadows. The following day dawned with the same brilliant sunshine and unbearable heat. The bearded man raised the back of his hand to shield himself from the piercing rays, glancing towards the distant high-rise surrounded by a horde of zombies. The streets were teeming with the undead, rendering passage impossible. Thus, we resolved to traverse via zipline. Xiao Sun, teach Xiao Yi how to use the zipline. Once prepared, we shall set off at noon, declared the bearded man, pointing at several male team members. Yes, we will accomplish the task, the young men responded, standing to attention, saluting the bearded man before eagerly rushing over to instruct Shin Feifei on the operation of the zipline and the mechanisms involved. Observing the scene of Shin Feifei encircled by her teammates, each vying to impart their knowledge, the cold-faced woman's expression darkened considerably. You'll see, she muttered under her breath, kicking a stone in frustration as she stormed away to sulk in solitude. Oh, is she already angry? Shin Feifei caught a glimpse of her through the gaps in the crowd, a smirk playing on her lips before she turned her attention back to her lessons. Chapter 37. The zombie hunt. As noon approached, the zombies on the streets fell silent, most seeking refuge in the shade, while only a handful of particularly foolish ones aimlessly wandered about. "Let us move," the bearded man commanded, his serious demeanor prompting the prepared zombie hunting team to swiftly ascend to the upper levels of the building. A sleek, arrow-shaped harpoon was launched forth, slicing through the air like an arrow, embedding itself firmly into the exterior wall of the opposite skyscraper, gripping tightly. "Yes, secure. We can proceed," exclaimed a young man as he tugged at the steel cable, which remained unmoving. He grasped the pulley with determination, securing it tightly before propelling himself forward, swiftly gliding downwards with a whoosh in no time. He had reached the window on the opposite side. One after another, for individuals had successfully crossed, leaving only Shen Feifei, the cold-faced woman, and the bearded man behind. Unfortunately, Shen Feifei harbored a fear of heights, which had not diminished despite her transformation into a zombie. The mere thought of looking down from a height of several meters sent waves of vertigo through her, rendering her legs weak. How amusing it was that someone so timid would join a zombie hunting team. The cold-faced woman, recognizing Shen Feifei's trepidation, mockingly shoved her aside, seizing the pulley and laughing as she glided past. Stumbling slightly, Shen Feifei's eyes immediately flashed with anger. That push had nearly sent her plummeting off the building. Had it not been for her impressive balance and strength, she might have tumbled to her demise, becoming the first zombie king to meet such an unfortunate end, mocked by her peers. "This little cold one, always with that foul temper. Do not let it bother you. Just go ahead," the bearded man intervened, casting an apologetic glance at Shen Feifei. "Foul temper? It's a wicked heart that's the issue. The recent incident can no longer be merely attributed to a simple clash of egos. It is, in fact, tantamount to murder." Deep within, Shen Feifei had already devised her plans. Perhaps it was her anger that eclipsed her fear, as she steadied her mind, inhaled deeply, and refrained from peering downwards. Grasping the pulley firmly, she summoned her courage and, following the teachings of those young members of the corpse-hunting team, she vigorously shook and propelled herself across to the opposite side. The howling wind rushed past her ears, and mere seconds later, Shen Feifei found herself firmly standing within the confines of the adjacent building. Leaping from such heights was not as terrifying as she had imagined. With a sense of relief, she patted her chest, reveling in her success. It seemed that overcoming her acrophobia was indeed within the realm of possibility. After several twists and turns, the corpse-hunting team had arrived at a building adjacent to the blood station. Could it be that the zombies had retreated to escape the scorching sun? The bearded man pondered in confusion. Was this a scheme devised by the undead? Such a notion was absurd. He swiftly extinguished this fleeting thought. How could the zombies possibly know of their arrival? Such a scenario was utterly implausible. It appeared he was simply being overly suspicious. Surrounding the blood station were wide thoroughfares, devoid of nearby buildings, rendering the steel cables brought by the team of little use. "Let us descend and seize the moment while the number of zombies outside is limited. We shall charge towards the blood station," the bearded man resolutely declared. Outside the blood station, several fully armed humans emerged from a nearby building, hastily making their way towards the entrance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Numerous zombies lurking in the shade of the streets twitched their nostrils, searching for the scent of fresh flesh, restless yet hesitant to approach the fleeing humans. However, from the humans' perspective, these zombies simply feared the sun, unwilling to venture forth. Quickly, quickly, as the zombies grew increasingly agitated, with a few even beginning to advance towards them, the bearded man could no longer restrain himself and urged his comrades to hasten their pace. Without a moment's hesitation, they plunged into the ominous, gaping maw of the blood station. Inside, the building remained eerily silent, devoid of any sound. One could hear a pin drop. The only suspicious detail was the unnaturally pristine condition of the interior, with not a trace of the refuse or debris one might expect. The stairwell appeared as though it had just been mopped, casting clear reflections of their figures. Did anyone truly reside here? The bearded man and his companions were left bewildered. Could zombies possess such a penchant for cleanliness and orderliness? Were they not creatures that feasted upon humans and scattered refuse haphazardly? If it were indeed they who maintained this tidiness, the implications would be utterly chilling, blurring the lines between the undead and humanity. The blood station was terrifyingly immaculate, its silence unnervingly oppressive. causing the skin of the corpse-hunting team to prickle with unease. Search each floor. Do not disperse. The bearded man tightened his lips, mustering his resolve as he issued the command. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the corridors as the team meticulously searched each level. On the first floor, there were neither humans nor corpses. The doctor's duty rooms and security offices were equally well organized and spotless. On the second floor, rows of blood lay quietly in the refrigeration units, exhibiting no sign of disorder. Still no sign of life, still immaculate. The third floor was no different. No danger lurked within. The nerves of the corpse-hunting team gradually began to relax, with some individuals even lowering their firearms and removing their gas masks, taking deep, relieved breaths. The air felt stifling, truly uncomfortable. Suddenly, cold-faced woman spotted a fleeting shadow at the end of the third floor. It appeared to be a girl. Without hesitation, she gave chase, shouting, "Stop! If you run, I will shoot. Quick, follow her. Don't let her act alone, that little cold." The bearded man, witnessing cold-faced woman's swift departure, furrowed his brow in distress, stamping his foot to issue commands. A group of corpse hunters hastily pursued the retreating figure of cold-faced woman. Shen Feifei allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips before quickly masking it. Following suit, at the corner of the fourth-floor staircase. The once audaciously pursuing cold-faced woman had vanished without a trace. The team of corpse hunters exchanged bewildered glances. How could it be? It had only been a matter of seconds, and cold-faced woman had disappeared. The bearded man felt a surge of anxiety, his eyes reddening. That little cold, despite being warned not to follow, had disregarded the command. What would he say to the captain if something happened to her? Ha 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 ha. The sounds of zombies echoed from above, accompanied by the noise of struggle and commotion. Before the corpse hunters lay two paths, either to meticulously search the fourth floor, room by room, with the hope of finding cold-faced woman, albeit the risk of discovering only her lifeless body, or to charge directly towards the source of the noise above in search of her. However, if they failed to locate her, they might not even find her remains. What to do? Chapter 38. No Negotiation on Eating, Part 1. On the fourth floor of the blood station building, the bearded man pondered deeply, his furrowed brow deepening as he made a decisive choice. Xiao Yi, you three search upwards from the fourth floor. Remember, the enemy is cunning. Do not split up in your pursuit. The three of us will head to the scene of the struggle above. Stay in constant contact via walkie-talkie. The bearded man, disregarding the need for collective action, waved his hand decisively. Losing the captain's sister was not an option. They had to find her quickly. Shen Feifei and the others had no choice but to heed the bearded man's orders and began searching each room on the fourth floor. A corpse hunter in the lead kicked open a door, gun drawn, meticulously scanning for any signs of life, leaving no corner unchecked. Nothing, nothing, nothing. After searching through a dozen rooms, still no sign of anyone. Could it be that there was no one on the fourth floor? One corpse hunter turned to speak to those behind him, only to discover that there was not a single shadow in sight. Shen Feifei and another team member had vanished. Ah, you? How did you get here? The corpse hunter was startled to find Shen Feifei standing behind him, nearly dropping his gun in shock, his lips turning pale as he trembled. We were in another room. When we heard you call, I came to check. What's the matter? Any leads? Shen Feifei beamed with an innocent smile, resembling a pure little lamb, evoking no suspicion. No, nothing. Let's not split up. Let us regroup. The corpse hunter let out a deep sigh of relief, lowering his weapon, and led the way toward the room pointed out by Shen Feifei. Xiao Lu, what has happened to you? The corpse hunters pushed open the door to the room, only to discover Xiao Lu sprawled on the floor, a firearm fallen to one side, utterly motionless. They hurried forward to inquire, "Do not shake him. He has fainted, and perhaps he has already transformed into a zombie," Shen Feifei remarked coolly, her smile undiminished. What? The corpse hunter turned to rebuke Shen Feifei, only to find her swiftly delivering a chop to his neck. Instantly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed. It's done. Shen Feifei clapped her hands. In the secret chamber on the fourth floor, a bucket of icy well water was unceremoniously poured over the still unconscious cold-faced woman. Coughing violently, she was jolted awake as the water streamed into her nostrils and trachea. Once the water had nearly drained away, she laboriously opened her eyes, still glistening with droplets. How did you end up here? Upon opening her eyes, she was confronted with a magnified face hovering close before her. After a brief moment of confusion, she recognized it was Shen Feifei. "My hands, my limbs cannot move." The cold-faced woman struggled against her restraints, only to find herself tightly bound by iron chains, her limbs spread apart in a manner reminiscent of the crucified Christ, exaggeratedly suspended on a metal framework against the wall. "What are you doing? Hurry and release me," she bellowed, her expression fierce as she reprimanded Shen Feifei. "Give me a reason to let you down," Shen Feifei replied, her arms crossed behind her back, still smiling beautifully, seemingly unfazed by the cold-faced woman's rudeness. Does this cold-faced woman lack intelligence? How could she speak to her savior in such a manner at a time like this? Isn't she courting death? Shen Feifei shook her head, struggling to understand such a spoiled temperament. She had encountered many foolish individuals, but this one was uniquely devoid of sense. Her intellect could hardly surpass that of a pig. No, that comparison was unfair. Pigs are, after all, quite adorable and intelligent creatures. How could the cold-faced woman possibly compare to them? "Why won't you let me go? Release me now." As Shen Feifei continued to ignore her, the cold-faced woman finally lost her composure, urgently shouting, "Ha ha, I know. You were also captured by zombies, waiting here to meet your demise, right? I had already surmised you were a useless vase. The sooner you die, the better," she cackled, causing the chains binding her to rattle in response. "Is that truly your wish for me? We have barely interacted for a few days. What deep-seated enmity could there possibly be?" Shen Feifei pondered, perplexed. Was this how all arrogant women behaved? "Indeed, I wish for your demise. You lowly wretch, do you think your pretty face grants you the right to trample over me? I am a third-generation princess of the noble Flower Kingdom, exceedingly refined. You are not even worthy to carry my shoes." The cold-faced woman, growing animated, splattered saliva as if from a watering can. "So, she is a third-generation princess. No wonder she possesses such a haughty demeanor, looking down upon those of common birth. Why do you not rescue me? Quickly, get me down. Save me, please." Xiao Yi, perhaps having vented enough, upon seeing Shen Feifei's continued indifference, the cold-faced woman's tone unconsciously shifted to one of pleading. "You do realize I was also captured, correct? How am I to rescue you? Perhaps it is best to simply await death here." Shen Feifei replied, calm and composed. "No, you are not bound. You can surely rescue me. I implore you, please release me." The cold-faced woman, her demeanor faltering, began to plead in a low voice, her face contorted with despair. "Alas, I am powerless." Shen Feifei shrugged her shoulders in resignation, adopting an expression of helplessness. You, ha ha, it's over for you. You stand idly by while I face my doom. Soon you too shall be devoured by the zombies. Ha ha ha." The cold-faced woman, upon seeing the door to the secret chamber swing open, erupted into gleeful laughter as Lei Lei and the others, having captured a cadre of elite zombies, entered. She laughed with wild abandon, her hair disheveled, her mirth bordering on madness, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gradually, however, her laughter subsided, replaced by astonishment as she beheld the bizarre scene unfolding before her. The elite zombies did not see Shen Feifei for a gruesome feast. Instead, the lead intelligent zombie, the one named Lei Lei, personally fetched a luxurious office chair and placed it behind Shen Feifei, respectfully inviting her to take a seat. As if that were not enough, she also dutifully presented a tall goblet filled with vibrant, crimson blood, bowing low as she offered it to Shen Feifei. The other elite zombies formed a circle, standing obediently behind Shen Feifei, heads bowed in reverence, not daring to utter a sound. The bright red liquid swirled within the crystal goblet, a thin film of plasma clinging to the walls before slowly cascading down, reminiscent of a fine vintage red wine. Since Shen Feifei had advanced to the first tier, her dependence on blood had significantly diminished, and upon reaching the second tier, she found that as long as she had crystal cores at her disposal, her thirst for blood was no longer a craving. Yet, the instinctual nature of her zombie self still yearned for the rich, red fluid, particularly freshly harvested blood, which she found utterly delectable. You are a zombie?" The cold-faced woman finally grasped the truth as she witnessed Shen Feifei drink from the goblet of blood. "Correct, but there are no rewards for your right answer," Shen Feifei quipped, snapping her fingers with a playful smirk. "You are the intelligent zombie named Shen Feifei? The cold-faced woman suddenly recognized the striking resemblance between Shen Feifei and the figure she had seen in photographs. "Do not dare to utter the name of our leader. Vile human!" Lei exclaimed in a sudden fit of rage, delivering a resounding slap that left half of the cold-faced woman's face swollen. Instantly, a ringing filled her ears, and she found herself momentarily disoriented. Once she regained her senses, she noticed Shen Feifei staring intently at her, an unsettling gaze that sent shivers down her spine. Following Shen Feifei's line of sight, she realized that the latter was keenly observing her neck, deep in contemplation. "She intends to consume me." A thought flashed through the cold-faced woman's mind. In an instant, beads of cold sweat began to form, soaking through both her inner and outer garments. "No, no. You claim not to eat humans, do you? Please, do not devour me." The arrogance and disdain that typically characterized the cold-faced woman vanished entirely, leaving her utterly deflated. Had she not been bound by chains, she would have surely collapsed like a puddle of mud upon the ground. "I do not feast upon the virtuous, yet I shall not hesitate to indulge in the wicked." Shen Feifei licked her lips, smiling with a glimmer of menace in her eyes as she regarded the cold-faced woman. "I am a good person, truly a good person. Please, do not eat me." The cold-faced woman trembled, the chains rattling as she quaked in fear. "A good person?" A virtuous individual can trample upon the dignity of weaker women at will. They may take a life whenever they desire, even pushing someone from a great height without a second thought. "Correct," Shen Feifei remarked coldly, her expression turning grim. The cold-faced woman paled instantly, for she understood that Shen Feifei referred to her bullying of the defenseless women within the Peace-Base Tower, as well as her murderous intent towards Shen Feifei from the heights above. What an inescapable fate! The cold-faced woman thought to herself in her final moments. In the military building of the Taicang base, within the captain's office of the third-floor corpse hunting team, a young colonel, whose eyes resembled bright stars, had brows like swords, and a face akin to jade, sat at his desk, engrossed in writing, a subtle frown gracing his features, exuding an inexplicable melancholy and a hint of malevolence. Suddenly, a rapid knocking erupted at the door. "Report, Colonel Xiao Yi. We have just received a call from Team 1, stating they have discovered a target of intelligent corpses. However, they have suffered significant casualties and request a helicopter to be dispatched to the rooftop of the National Blood Bank in City A at noon for extraction." The messenger was a duty officer from the communications room. "Oh, news has arrived. Let us hasten to provide support." The young colonel, Xiao Yi, promptly seized the armed belt from his desk and strode purposefully towards the base's helicopter landing pad. On the rooftop of the blood bank, the bearded men fired their weapons incessantly, retreating while fending off wave after wave of zombie attacks. Just moments ago, as they followed the sounds of battle, they discovered that the cold-faced woman was nowhere to be found. Instead, numerous zombies roamed aimlessly above. One zombie dragged an iron rod across the ground, producing a jarring scraping sound that, from below, mimicked the sounds of a struggle. "Retreat. Little Cold is no longer here." The bearded man contemplated descending to assist Shen Feifei and the others in their search from the fourth floor. However, as they prepared to descend, they were met with an unexpected sight. A staircase that had been empty moments before was now entirely blocked by a horde of zombies, cutting off their escape route. The previously indifferent zombies began to approach them with alarming vigor. They were surrounded. The cunning and treacherous intelligent corpses. The bearded man understood then that it had all been a trap from the very beginning. Why were there so many zombies on the street that ignored them? Why was there not a single zombie obstructing their path at the entrance of the blood bank? And why had the zombies on the fourth floor drawn their attention only to vanish moments later? They had intentionally lured them into the blood bank, subsequently dispersing the hunting team's forces to eliminate them one by one. These devious zombies indeed possessed high intelligence. They were not in the least inferior to humans. Finally, the bearded man comprehended why the military high command had insisted they capture or eliminate these two intelligent corpses at all costs. They were far too dangerous, too cunning. Once they matured and evolved into advanced zombie overlords, humanity would face catastrophic consequences. Yet now, the bearded man could only manage a weary smile, for their team had yet to even catch a glimpse of the two intelligent corpses, let alone capture them. It seemed they might all perish here. And what of the new girl who had joined them, named Lu Yi? She had truly become a liability. They incessantly pulled the triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the relentless horde of zombies, as if the ammunition were worthless. Yet these undead creatures remained oblivious to pain and fear of death. As one fell, another climbed over its fallen comrade, continuing to surge forward. The bullet supply of the corpse-hunting team was nearly depleted. Yet the encirclement of zombies grew ever tighter, gradually enclosing the three of them. The rotting arms incessantly reached out, tugging at them like a cat toying with a mouse, relishing the moment without haste to pounce and bite. Suddenly, warm blood splattered far and wide, drenching the nearby zombies, their heads adorned with crimson droplets. The scent of human blood acted as a stimulant, and the zombies could no longer restrain themselves, lunging forward en masse, dragging one of the corpse hunters into their midst, pinning him down to rend and devour. Some seized his arms, others grasped his legs, while a few zombies reveled in the delight of disemboweling him for tender entrails. One particularly ravenous zombie even sank its teeth into his face, gnawing with fervor. In mere seconds, the unfortunate corpse hunter was torn asunder by the frenzied undead, devoured entirely, leaving not a single bone behind. Chapter 40. The Colonel's rescue. On the rooftop of the Blood Station building, 3 corpse hunters remained. One had already been shredded and consumed, leaving only the bearded one and another team member to resist valiantly. They were out of ammunition, armed only with the weapons they carried, such as short daggers. While the dagger held substantial lethality against humans, it proved nearly futile against these sensationless zombies, unless it struck the head to incapacitate their central nervous system, rendering it little more than a mere scratch. Confronted with the ever-narrowing encirclement, countless clawed arms reached out towards them. The bearded man realized their fate was sealed, witnessing the gruesome spectacle of his comrade being devoured alive before his eyes. Even his resolute heart quaked with fear. Furrowing his brow and steeling his resolve, the bearded man retrieved a small, melon-shaped device from his combat pack, the fabled high-explosive grenade. He pressed the button, ready to let go. He would rather obliterate himself and his comrades than allow these zombies to feast upon them. In that critical moment, a cacophony of roars erupted from the zombies below, and then a slender figure clad in white emerged like a colossus, wielding a folding chair with great ferocity, delivering a barrage of strikes upon the undead. The zombies, large and small, were sent tumbling down the stairs like rolling gourds. The white-clad figure swiftly carved a path through the bloodshed, reaching the bearded man and his companion. "Xiao Yi, is that you? Thank goodness you're alive." The bearded man's eyes lit up with excitement as he beheld the approaching woman in white, his heart easing as he released the grip on the grenade button. This woman was Shun Feifei. After finishing with the cold-faced woman, Shun Feifei wiped the remnants of blood from her lips, satisfied with a hearty belch, after entrusting the remains of the cold-faced woman to Lei Lei and others for disposal. She resumed her plan, keeping a watchful eye on the movements of the bearded man and his team. Upon receiving the news that they were at their wits' end, utterly defenseless, she promptly smeared herself with 2 handfuls of filthy blood, tore 2 pieces of clothing, and applied her disguise with a folding chair in hand. She valiantly charged onto the battlefield. As for the lowly zombies, they dared not defy her commands and naturally complied, allowing her to strike them playfully, performing their roles in this elaborate charade. Shun Feifei was also quite fond of her subordinates, never truly harming them. These zombies were precious assets. Once they advanced to the first tier, they could freely utilize the nurturing chambers for crystal cores. If she were to eliminate them now, who would provide her with the crystal cores necessary for her cultivation later? Thus, Shun Feifei gently toppled them over, coaxing them to roll down the stairs without truly killing them. "Captain, how are you all faring?" Shun Feifei inquired with concern, casually swatting away a few approaching zombies. "We're still alive. It's truly wonderful to see you," exclaimed the bearded man, his joy evident in every word. This little Yi was remarkably capable. Were it not for her, they would likely have been devoured by the zombies or obliterated by high-explosive grenades. Humans are indeed peculiar creatures. Moments ago, they were resigned to their doom, prepared to sacrifice everything in a desperate struggle against the undead. Now, upon glimpsing a glimmer of hope, the bearded man and his companions were suddenly reluctant to embrace death. They regarded Shun Feifei as a guardian angel, their sole confidant and protector for eternity. Suddenly, Shun Feifei felt a shiver run down her spine as she caught sight of the adoring expressions on the bearded man and his comrades. Goodness, these bloodied individuals, filthy and splattered with the stench of zombie gore, had only their 4 white eyes left seemingly clean. Yet they gazed at her with such fervent admiration, it was impossible for her not to shudder. In the midst of this awkwardness, a rumbling sound of machinery echoed from the distant sky. Before long, a dark green, armed helicopter approached swiftly, its top-mounted rotor blades whirling, forming a transparent circle, with a series of rapid-fire bursts. Flames erupted from the helicopter, toppling several zombies that had been encroaching upon the bearded man and his companions. The ferocious firepower even severed a few zombies in half. Remarkably, those unfortunate creatures seemed oblivious to their pain, dragging their intestines along the ground as they clawed their way forward, leaving behind trails of putrid, dark blood. Ugh, how repulsive! Shin Feifei wrinkled her nose, using her folding chair to send one of the bisected zombies flying. She covertly commanded her fellow survivors to prevent these disgusting creatures from advancing further. As the helicopter drew closer, the powerful winds billowed their clothing as if they were balloons. "Quick, get on board," a voice shouted from the open door of the helicopter, where a young officer resembling a soldier emerged, tossing down a specialized folding rope ladder. Despite the strong gusts, the officer's voice resonated clearly in their ears. A wind-type evolver? Shin Feifei immediately surmised. Unable to resist, she looked up to observe the young officer. With sleek, glossy black hair, elegantly arched brows, and finely chiseled features, he possessed a robust physique. Though the howling wind slightly distorted his face, even causing minor wrinkles, he was undeniably a strikingly handsome young man. Shin Feifei found herself momentarily taken aback. This remarkably handsome young man was far more appealing than those celebrity heartthrobs on television who pretended to be cool every day. He was undeniably superior in every conceivable way. "What are you waiting for?" The bearded man and his companions had already begun to ascend the rope ladder, while Shin Feifei remained lost in her admiration of him. The officer, upon noticing Shin Feifei's foolish demeanor, couldn't help but furrow his brows and bellow loudly. How embarrassing it was to be so captivated by a man. Shin Feifei quickly grasped the rope ladder and began her ascent. The zombies on the top floor, upon seeing their potential meal attempting to escape, became agitated and surged forward, eager to claw at the dangling rope ladder. As the zombies drew nearer, the helicopter abruptly lifted higher, creating a significant distance from the building, consequently raising the ladder several meters. "Damn you, wretched humans!" Shin Feifei cursed while shouting, gripping the ascending rope ladder tightly, too frightened to open her eyes and glance down. It is well known that she has always harbored a fear of heights. Even though she had gained some experience with high-altitude ziplining that morning, her fear remained. A challenge not easily conquered in just a day or two. The helicopter, resembling a dragonfly, soared higher and farther, its underbelly suspending a soft ladder with a white object hanging from it. Shin Feifei clung tightly to the ladder, paralyzed with fear. Chapter 41. Refusal to join the sky was devoid of clouds. A brilliant blue expanse with the fiery sun suspended above, a helicopter, resembling a dragonfly, glided toward the horizon under the sun's rays. Outside the military headquarters of the Taicang base, a dark green, armed helicopter hovered slowly downwards, the strong winds flattening the nearby grass, creating rippling waves. The cabin door swung open with a whoosh, and a group of soldiers in uniform swiftly disembarked from the helicopter. The helicopter did not depart, nor did the soldiers leave. They stood by the door as if awaiting something. After a considerable pause, silence still reigned inside the helicopter. "Hey, you? Why aren't you coming down? Hurry up!" The young colonel could no longer contain his impatience. Leaning into the cabin and calling out irritably, "Dotto!" Coming with a crisp voice, a figure clad in white gradually emerged from the cabin, carefully descending while covering her mouth, her brows tightly knitted, exuding an air of profound discomfort. Shin Feifei stepped down slowly, feeling quite queasy. Could these wretched humans not take it slow? She had been buffeted by the wind for ages in the air, and just as she finally entered the cabin, the helicopter sped off, swaying and rocking, making her stomach churn to the point where she felt her recently consumed blood threatening to rise. It was a dismal realization for Shin Feifei to comprehend not only her fear of heights, but also her susceptibility to motion sickness in an armed helicopter, an ailment far from trivial. Despite being a zombie queen, she still possessed so many vulnerabilities. It was utterly pitiful. "Humph, women are just too weak." The colonel scoffed coldly, his furrowed brows resembling unyielding ice, a demeanor he had maintained since laying eyes on Shin Feifei. Was it her first time aboard an armed helicopter? Let him endure the fierce winds and the relentless jostling in midair. Let us see how arrogant he remained. Shin Feifei, undeterred, immediately retorted, "We've arrived at the base. So what? I can leave at any moment. Am I supposed to be afraid of you?" The sharp-tongued young woman huffed defiantly. The colonel, his disdain palpable, cast a sidelong glance at Shin Feifei, a wicked gleam in his eyes. This insolent demeanor incensed Shin Feifei, who widened her eyes and placed her hands on her hips, ready to duel him. "Hold on. We are all on the same side. Let's not quarrel," urged the bearded man and the other soldiers, hastily intervening to create distance between Shin Feifei and the officer in the military base's conference room. The once stern colonel, who had maintained a cold demeanor earlier, now appeared sorrowful, his eyes betraying an abyss of grief, even glistening with unshed tears. Yes, little Long has fallen, slain by those two intelligent corpses. When an intelligent corpse appeared, she rushed out, and by the time we reached the upper floors, she had vanished. We searched thoroughly but found no trace. And later we were besieged by a horde of zombies. Given the sheer number, it's likely that little Long, the bearded man, standing at attention, lowered his gaze, his parched lips moving helplessly. "It is my fault. I failed to protect her. I request disciplinary action." "Why? Why is it that so many cannot protect a single woman?" The colonel, incensed by the bearded man's report, slammed his hand on the table, leaping up to seize the man's collar as if intending to tear him apart. However, after a moment of fury, he released him, slumping back into his seat. Despondent, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all because my little sister is too headstrong. Do not blame yourselves." At that moment, Shin Feifei realized that the cold-faced woman named Little Long was the cousin of the young officer before her. And this colonel was none other than Xiao Yi, the captain of the corpse-hunting squad. This wretched human, the mastermind behind their capture. Truly, one cannot escape the arrogance and rudeness of those born into privilege. Shin Feifei chuckled darkly to herself. "Your dear cousin came to hunt us down, and now she has been drained of her blood. Just wait, your turn will come. Ha ha ha." The subsequent discussions revolved around Shin Feifei. Xiao Yi, regaining his composure, meticulously inquired about her name, residential address, her life before the apocalypse, and her occupation. His questions were exhaustive, resembling a police interrogation. What a nuisance! Shin Feifei's irritation grew with each probing question, her frown deepening. Naturally, the information she provided was fabricated, a strategy she had devised days prior. With the entire Jiangbei region in ruins, where could one find reliable information to verify her claims? It was merely a matter of how convincingly she could weave her story. Half an hour later, having uncovered no inconsistencies, Xiao Yi finally nodded in satisfaction and formally invited Shin Feifei to join the corpse-hunting squad. "No, I have no intention of joining your squad." To everyone's astonishment, Shin Feifei outright rejected Xiao Yi's invitation to the military. "Why, Xiao Yi? Did you not agree to join the corpse-hunting squad?" The bearded man exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he turned to her. Xiao Yi looked at Shin Feifei with a puzzled expression. Originally, Shin Feifei had intended to join the corpse-hunting team, but the tragic experiences she had encountered along the way had caused her to reconsider. Not to mention the grueling daily drills of the military, with early mornings and late nights that left one utterly exhausted. The corpse-hunting team, reputed to be the elite among the elite of the military special forces, was renowned for having the most rigorous training regimen of all the armed forces in Huaguo, often several times more intense than that of regular troops. For someone like Shin Feifei, who cherished freedom and a carefree lifestyle, joining such a team would undoubtedly lead to her being constrained and subjected to relentless training. Moreover, the special forces frequently engaged in high-altitude parachuting and were often seen flying back and forth in armed helicopters, a prospect that filled Shin Feifei with dread. The very thought of it made her pale, her stomach churn, and the contents of her mouth threatened to spill forth. She had no desire to endure such horrors again in her lifetime. Thus, she resolutely declined to become a member of that wretched corpse-hunting team. No, absolutely not. At that moment, Shin Feifei shook her head vigorously, adamant in her refusal. "Let us put this matter to rest for today. We shall discuss it again tomorrow." The colonel's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to their usual state, as though he were no longer inclined to pursue the topic, and with an irritated wave of his hand, he concluded the conversation. The next day, the early morning sunlight crept through the gaps in the white curtains, casting a warm glow upon Shin Feifei's peacefully sleeping eyes. "How annoying," Shin Feifei mumbled sleepily. refusing to open her eyelids, pulling the quilt higher to envelop her head, wishing to indulge in a few more moments of slumber. Point 1. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. For the thunderous chants of soldiers training outside reverberated in the air, accompanied by the distinct sound of military footsteps marching in unison around the building where Shen Feifei resided. How infuriating! With a swift motion, she tossed aside the comforter and reluctantly opened her eyes. Rubbing the sleep from her bleary gaze, Shen Feifei stretched her arms lazily and let out a yawn before finally rising to her feet. Oh, why must these soldier boys rise so early? The sun had barely risen in the east. Couldn't they allow her a little more time to sleep? Although zombies could forego sleep, after decades of being human, certain habits had long since taken root and were difficult to change. Shen Feifei had no desire to alter her ways. Unless it was something of utmost importance, she certainly did not wish to become a night owl. After all, staying up late was detrimental to one's skin, leading to premature aging and a sallow complexion. She had no intention of transforming into a wrinkled, elderly queen. The conditions and benefits of the corpse hunting team were indeed as impressive as the bearded man had described, excellent and quite adequate. Each individual had a private room, albeit modest at around 10 square meters. Aside from a bed, a cabinet, a desk, and a large sofa, there was little else. However, in this makeshift base, with nearly 1 million people flocking in, many faced dire living conditions, with dozens crammed into a single room or lacking housing altogether. By comparison, the housing benefits of the corpse hunting team were akin to the luxurious treatment of a 5-star hotel before the apocalypse. Shen Feifei was designated as a prospective member of the corpse hunting team and was even allocated a room for her stay. She gently drew aside the delicate white sand curtains that graced her window and opened it wide, allowing the fresh, vibrant morning air to flow in. Taking a deep breath, Shen Feifei reveled in the invigorating freshness of it all, with the absence of human activities that heavily polluted the atmosphere. The Earth's purification process had accelerated significantly, accompanied by a faint aroma of grass. Outside her window lay an open corridor stretching from one end to the other, devoid of any windows, featuring only railings made of steel pipes and cement. The high ceiling jutted out, supported by several concrete pillars. The entire structure bore a resemblance to buildings from the 1960s and 70s, sturdy, durable, and suffused with light. Was there a hint of human flesh nearby? Shen Feifei, whose stomach was grumbling with hunger, subtly twitched her highly sensitive nose, which had developed an acute sense since her transformation into a zombie. Wiping away the drool that had escaped her lips, she leaned forward, searching for the source of that tantalizing scent. A tall military officer stood on the outer corridor near her room on the 3rd floor, his back to her, hands resting on the railing as he gazed into the distance towards the training grounds. Oh? Shen Feifei glanced around the corridor, confirming that no one else was in sight before realizing he was indeed speaking to her. Are you waiting for me? Shen Feifei recognized that this enticing morsel was none other than the corpse hunting team's colonel. Xiao Yi, who had been frowning ever since their first encounter, seemed he was preparing to recruit her into the hunting team, prompting Shen Feifei to act quickly to thwart his intentions. She had no desire to rise at dawn like those soldiers, marching in unison. You can't go anywhere. You must stay here. Xiao Yi pivoted and approached Shen Feifei, his gaze sharp and penetrating, akin to a leopard fixating on its prey. What do you want? Shen Feifei's heart raced, her complexion paling as she asked nervously. Had he uncovered her identity as the Zombie King? Did he intend to take action? As these thoughts raced through her mind, her sharp fangs began to emerge, and her claws gradually elongated, ready to strike at the slightest movement from Xiao Yi. Noticing her frightened pallor, Xiao Yi's lips curled into a smug smile as he tilted his head slightly, declaring, "The military commission has issued a new order. All evolved individuals must comply with government military recruitment and cannot refuse. Otherwise, they shall face immediate execution." Pausing for effect, he added with a subtle hint of menace, "Thus, you can't go anywhere. You must join our corpse hunting team." What? I must join you? That's impossible. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You want to deceive me. Shen Feifei was resolute in her disbelief, convinced that Xiao Yi was cut from the same cloth as the cold-faced woman, both being nefarious villains. Anticipating her skepticism, Xiao Yi remained silent for a moment before producing a stack of already prepared documents and thrusting them into her hands. Read for yourself. A government military document with the familiar red header appeared in Shen Feifei's grasp. The header bore the inscription of the XX nation's military's emergency mobilization order No XX, followed by the main text, which conveyed the imperative that, in times of war, citizens must unify under the nation's command. The official bases and military possessed the authority to conscript ordinary citizens and evolved individuals to serve the country, with severe consequences for those who defy such orders, immediate and just punishment. Did this woman intend to rebel against military decrees, to stand in opposition to the entire armed forces? Xiao Yi's brows, which had just relaxed, furrowed once more. I advise you to abandon your childish obstinacy. Refusal will lead to pursuit by the major bases. Given the current turmoil, survival alone is exceedingly difficult. Joining our military increases your chances of survival, and you may even find an opportunity to reunite with your loved ones. At this moment, Xiao Yi appeared remarkably patient. Shen Feifei, being pursued by the humans of the base, felt no fear. After all, she was a zombie, perpetually hunted. Yet, the notion of possibly locating her family did indeed resonate with her. Nevertheless, Shen Feifei was not one to easily capitulate. Not joining meant simply that, not a chance in defiance. She resolved to stand her ground, for she was the proud zombie queen and would not be easily intimidated. Suddenly, the frowning Xiao Yi broke into a smile, extending his long fingers to swiftly grasp Shen Feifei's chin. With 2 fingers, he gently tilted her pale face upward, his breath brushing against her skin. Why, dear? Are you truly afraid of me, which is why you hesitate to remain here? His piercing eyes glimmered with a dangerous mirth, almost as if issuing a challenge. Who would fear you? If I wish to stay, I shall. With a flushed face, Shen Feifei forcefully swatted Xiao Yi's hand away and retreated a few steps, defiantly exclaiming. The queen had never before been so brazenly handled by a man, not even by that scoundrel Luo Hao. Fine, you win. I shall remain and join the zombie hunting squad. Xiao Yi, having triumphed, laughed heartily and turned to leave, leaving Shen Feifei in a state of exasperation, unable to retract her decision. In the 43rd chapter, Deceived, realization struck Shen Feifei. She had fallen for the cunning provocation of that insufferable 3rd generation, compelling her to stay. How could she, the formidable zombie queen, have been so easily ensnared? Gazing skyward, she felt an overwhelming wave of regret. Scoundrel, villain, cretin, and an unwanted old virgin to boot. In her mind, she circled every vile epithet she could conjure to curse Xiao Yi. Yet, after a while, the previously indignant Shen Feifei suddenly broke into a wicked grin. Humph! Xiao Yi, do you think you have gained the upper hand? The reason I choose to remain is that you are a high-level evolved human, and the blood of your dear cousin, a mere beginner in evolution, is exceptionally nourishing for my cultivation. I can only imagine how delectable your advanced blood must be. With this thought, Shen Feifei's anger dissipated. After all, it was merely training. Would the peculiar constitution of the zombie queen truly fear such a thing? Perhaps this was an opportunity to confront her weaknesses and emerge even more formidable. In the morning, at the office of the zombie hunting squad. Press your fingerprints. All 10 fingers must be imprinted. Yes, just like that. Furthermore, both the palms and backs of your hands must leave their marks. The personnel officer diligently reminded Shen Feifei of the enlistment procedures. The forms to fill out, the fingerprints to press, the photographs to take. So many tedious tasks awaited her. Shen Feifei gazed at her hands, still stained with red ink, and couldn't help but feel that they paled in comparison to the charm of human blood, evoking an unsettling sensation akin to the plight of a maiden selling herself. Holding her ink-smeared hands aloft, she cast a venomous glare at the infamous corpse-hunting squad leader, Xiao Yi, who had summoned her for paperwork, only to meet his penetrating gaze in return. Is the paperwork complete? Here, with that, Xiao Yi tossed a large bag in her direction. Baka, how could this Xiao Yi possibly expect me to wear a military uniform designed for men? As she looked in the mirror, the attire, although fitting in height, hung loosely on her frame, resembling a bag draped over her. Shen Feifei cursed Xiao Yi 1,000 times in her mind. With no other option, she tightened the belt by multiple notches, managing to secure it, though a conspicuous fold formed at her back. Thankfully, the waistband of the trousers was adjustable, ensuring she wouldn't embarrass herself in public. After much struggle, she finally donned the oversized male military uniform, yet she lacked the gallant appearance of a soldier. Instead, she resembled a little girl playfully dressed up for a photo, complete with a somewhat wobbling large hat as she reported to the new recruit training class. Ha ha ha, little sister, that's not how you fasten the belt. And the collar is not supposed to be rolled like that. Also, it's not training time. You can wear the formal military uniform instead. The moment Shin Feifei entered the new recruit training class clad in her rumpled male uniform, she was met with a chorus of laughter from the aspiring soldiers present. Is there a distinction between formal military attire and combat training gear? Shin Feifei, a girl who had never paid much attention to military matters, was utterly oblivious to the myriad of uniforms within the army. It was all rather perplexing. She couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Fortunately, the class leader was an experienced soldier who swiftly quelled the laughter of the new recruits, patiently explaining the military dress code to Shin Feifei and instructing her on how to wear it without appearing overly bulky. Thank you, class leader. Shin Feifei raised her right hand, fingers splayed, attempting a military salute she had observed from others, only to be corrected by the class leader on how to properly execute the gesture. By noon, Shin Feifei buried herself in the soft blanket, reluctant to rise. Why are soldiers so chatty? They prattle on even more than my mother at home. The class leader truly possessed remarkable patience. Merely explaining military uniforms and salutes had consumed half of her day for lunch. She was served a plate of rice, a dish of greens, and 2 pieces of dark, egg-sized braised meat, which appeared to be long-marinated beef, tough and salty. Casting a glance around the dining area, Shin Feifei noted that while her meal was rather modest, the food provided to the corpse hunting squad was still significantly better than that of other units. The rations of other teams bore no trace of even a sliver of meat. Evidently, the military's situation was not too favorable, as food supplies had begun to dwindle. Perhaps I should stoke the flames a bit? Shin Feifei mused mischievously, contemplating whether to unleash the zombie virus to cause some chaos at the human base, especially since Xiaoyi had deceived her. However, she swiftly extinguished that thought. This was also the reason why. Despite her prolonged stay at the human base, there had yet to be a significant outbreak of zombies. Although she is the zombie queen, she is not a senseless killer. Rather, she embodies steadfastness, morality, and kindness, a truly benevolent undead. In her heart, Shin Feifei indulged in a moment of self-affirmation before she began to eat heartily in this apocalyptic world. To still engage in such brainwashing tactics is truly a desperate grasp for power, a torment to endure. Who still adheres to these ethereal notions? They treat people like fools, deceiving them. Shaking her head, Shin Feifei picked up a stack of study materials and glanced at them. What is this? Isn't this the red document that Xiaoyi used to coerce her into enlisting? Something seems quite off. Shin Feifei meticulously read through it line by line. Suddenly, her fury ignited. With a resounding bang, she pushed her chair back and stormed out of the classroom, clutching the stack of papers, leaving a room full of astonished instructors and rookie soldiers. Xiaoyi, you deceitful scoundrel! Shin Feifei rushed into Xiaoyi's office from several floors up, forcefully slamming the documents down before him. What's the matter? Xiaoyi, with a furrowed brow, regarded Shin Feifei with a hint of indifference, though a flicker of disarray could not escape his eyes. Where in this mobilization document does it state that evolved individuals must respond to military summons and face immediate execution? It distinctly states voluntary enlistment, which is entirely different from what you showed me. Shin Feifei nearly roared in outrage. Chapter 44. The Queen's Sorrows. Xiaoyi leaned elegantly against the high-backed chair, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. And so what? In any case, you have officially joined the corpse hunting team and signed the informed consent. You are now part of the military and cannot retract your decision. You deliberately deceived me. Why? Shin Feifei's eyes blazed with fury. The once proud Queen Feifei found herself repeatedly at a disadvantage against this man, which was exceedingly infuriating. Cunning, detestable humans. You are an evolved being, and our team is in dire need of talent. It is as simple as that. Xiaoyi, unflinching, uttered these words without so much as a blink. You scoundrel! Shin Feifei, witnessing his utter lack of remorse, was driven to madness. With a furious shout, she raised her hand and struck the desk before Xiaoyi with great force. Instantly, there was a thunderous crash as countless splinters of wood shot out in all directions, along with a barrage of sharp debris aimed directly at Xiaoyi. The office descended into chaos, devoid of anything whole, strewn with fragments as delicate as snowflakes. Except for Xiao, a figure covered in splintered wood slowly lowered his arms, which had shielded his face, surveying the wall now adorned with wooden shards and the office that appeared as if trampled by 100 elephants. His originally cold gaze gradually softened, eventually revealing a hint of amusement. This female Tyrannosaurus is intriguing. She is also a high-level evolved being. No wonder she was able to carve a bloody path through a horde of thousands of zombies and emerge unscathed. However, 3 days later, Shun Feifei successfully graduated from the rookie training class, becoming an official member of the corpse hunting team. On the morning of the 4th day, just as dawn broke, the reveille sounded throughout the military camp. Accompanied by the blaring bugle, a swift procession of soldiers emerged on the training grounds, moving with the swiftness of a gale. At the designated assembly time of 5 minutes, the majority had arrived at the venue in just 3, forming a neat line to take attendance. The corpse hunting team also gathered at this moment, positioned along one side of the training ground. Point 1, 2, 3, 4.69. The counting echoed until it abruptly halted at 69, on the 3rd floor. Within the independent dormitory of the corpse hunting team, upon hearing the wake-up call, Shun Feifei instinctively pulled the blanket over her head, resuming her slumber. These past few days at the rookie camp had been an adaptation period. She had not awakened early to join the soldiers for morning exercises, and no one monitored her, allowing her to indulge in her morning laziness as long as she attended her lessons on time. Now that she was officially part of the corpse hunting team, she lacked the motivation to participate in morning drills, relishing the opportunity to be idle. The dormitory door was thunderously knocked upon, yet Shun Feifei had no intention of answering. They would soon tire of knocking, assuming no one was home, and leave. Amused, she continued to linger in bed out of spite. Suddenly, the door was violently breached, and a figure clad in military green dashed inside. "Get up! Do you intend to sleep until evening?" The stern voice boomed over her head like a clap of thunder. "You pervert! How dare you barge into a girl's dormitory?" Shun Feifei thought incredulously as Xiao Yi audaciously invaded her space to shout at her. Instinctively, she sat up, wrapping herself tightly in her blanket. The sharp exclamation resonated loudly, causing the building's windows to vibrate and even drawing the attention of the busy soldiers on the training ground, who craned their necks like a gaggle of curious geese to glimpse the commotion in the corpse hunting team's dormitory. Enough with the spectacle. Focus on your training. The officers hastily reprimanded the soldiers' frivolity, urging them to concentrate. If that cold-blooded captain discovered their penchant for gossiping about him, there would be dire consequences. With a gaze as cold and deep as ice, Xiao Yi fixed his steely eyes on Shun Feifei and said, "You have 5 minutes to reach the training ground, or do not blame me for assigning you to the collective dormitory." With that, he turned to exit. "What? The collective dormitory?" Shun Feifei's pupils constricted sharply. This insufferable pervert was threatening her with a transfer to the communal quarters, where, apart from her, all the occupants were male soldiers. "Get out!" She hurled a pillow with force, striking the door just as Xiao Yi closed it behind him. Quickly, Shun Feifei sprang into action, washing up, dressing, and preparing herself. All within 5 minutes, then dashed downstairs towards the training ground. She had no desire to be crammed into a dormitory with a throng of soldiers. She would rather transform into a zombie again than endure that fate. 5 minutes and 3 seconds. "You're late." Xiao Yi's expression remained as stoic as ever, his voice icy as he addressed Shun Feifei. 3 seconds? You're counting 3 seconds? Aren't you a man? Shun Feifei retorted in exasperation. After all, she had never undergone formal military training. Her prior experience during university was merely a semblance, involving some marching and a few drills. Where was the rationale behind needing to assemble within 5 minutes? It was utterly inhumane. On the battlefield, even a second's delay could lead to death. One must sweat more in training to bleed less in combat. In summary, you are late, and now you must endure a punishment of 5 kilometers of cross-country running. Only after completing this will you be allowed to rest. Xiao Yi maintained a stern expression, devoid of any emotion, a cold-blooded creature. Indeed, Shun Feifei muttered under her breath, circling and cursing Xiao Yi, while reluctantly commencing the so-called 5 kilometers of cross-country running. One could hardly determine now who the true cold-blooded creature was. 1 kilometer equates to 1,000 meters, thus 5 kilometers amounts to 5,000 meters, which necessitates running 10 laps around an 800-meter track. This is unbearable. I must take a breather. Shun Feifei slowed her pace, walking with deliberate pauses. Hurry up, do not stop. A pair of military combat boots appeared before her, and Xiao Yi's devilishly icy voice thundered in her ear once more. As the sky brightened, the training grounds of the base came into view. Xiao Yi glared fiercely at the woman before him, who was attempting to shirk her responsibilities. Though the training area was vast and populated, Shen Feifei was the only long-haired woman sprinting along the track. Thus, when she paused to slack off, Xiao Yi immediately spotted her. Without hesitation, he practically flew to her side. "What are you staring at me for?" Shen Feifei exclaimed, startled by Xiao Yi's sudden appearance. After all, Xiao Yi was the captain of the corpse retrieval team, seemingly holding a colonel's rank and ought to be preoccupied with numerous military duties. Why did he persistently fixate on her? Shen Feifei promptly rolled her eyes in response. "Do not stop, do not be lazy, run faster." Xiao Yi found himself inexplicably compelled to shout at this woman. She was truly disobedient, lacking in organization and discipline. With that, he menacingly swung the command baton in the air, the whooshing sound slicing through the air as it narrowly grazed Shen Feifei's back. "You pervert!" Shen Feifei exclaimed, swiftly dodging the imminent strike, resuming her run. Her calves ached terribly, and she continued to emit heat. The elevated temperature within her body felt as if her blood were on the verge of boiling. This was untenable. After all, the zombie body was inherently cold-blooded, and excessive heat would lead to the combustion of blood and the degradation of muscle. Such training was truly counterproductive. What should she do? Abandon it all and create chaos in the military camp? Incite disorder and unleash more zombie subjects? Absolutely not. Though Shen Feifei was the zombie queen, she had not yet descended into madness to the extent of exterminating the entire survivor base, comprising millions of humans. She had no intention of opposing all humanity or obliterating human society as a whole. Thus, this approach was not viable. What then? Suddenly, Shen Feifei had a brilliant idea. She attempted to conjure 2 crystal cores from her spatial abilities, feigning a cough as she discreetly placed the cores into her mouth. Simultaneously, she activated the energy of her unique abilities, swiftly digesting and absorbing the energy from the cores. Soon enough, the energy flowed through her body, replenishing the energy that Shen Feifei had lost to burning. Instantly, her legs felt lighter, and the unique energy circulated rapidly to her limbs, eradicating the sensation of soreness, replaced by an overwhelming sense of ease, while the heated turmoil within her gradually subsided. For this reason, she found herself in considerable distress. However, without the support of higher-level zombie crystal cores for her cultivation, consuming as many first-level crystal cores as she could resulted in negligible progress, rendering her unable to advance. To her surprise, after a brief session of physical training, she received encouraging news, igniting hope for the advancement of her supernatural abilities. No wonder the ancients always emphasized the importance of balancing internal and external cultivation. It seems that the combination of physical training and inner strength cultivation is indeed the optimal path to progression. What profound wisdom! Shen Feifei felt a surge of joy in her heart and, determined not to be idle, took long strides, dashing forward with a speed reminiscent of the wind. This woman truly cannot be underestimated. Just moments ago, she was reluctant to move, taking one step at a time. Now she was sprinting as if she were a 100-meter sprinter. Xiao Yi watched in disbelief as the woman outpaced even the swiftest of rabbits, shaking his head in astonishment. 7 laps, 8 laps, 9 laps over 10 laps, yet Shen Feifei showed no signs of stopping, lost in the delightful joy of her training. The soldiers present had completed their training, yet none chose to leave. Instead, they remained, captivated by Shen Feifei's performance. How could that woman run so fast? Indeed, it had been over 10 laps, and her speed showed no signs of diminishing, but rather seemed to increase. A speed evolutionist? No, did you not see how she was just crawling moments ago? Moving at a snail's pace. Could it be that she experienced a breakthrough during her training, on the verge of advancement? The crowd murmured in astonishment, watching as Shen Feifei's speed continued to escalate. On the training ground, a figure darted forward, stirring up gusts of wind and clouds of dust, gradually transforming into a fleeting shadow that whipped up circles of air. Were it not for the ample space of the 800-meter track, one might fear that a tornado would form. 100 laps, 50 kilometers. Shen Feifei finally came to a halt, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "Xiao Yi, have you developed speed evolution?" the bearded man called out excitedly as he approached. His joy so palpable it seemed as though he himself had achieved advancement. "Indeed. I never anticipated that physical training could be so effective, allowing me to unlock speed evolution." Shen Feifei replied, equally elated, though she reframed the concept of advancement as the evolution of human speed. "That's splendid. Congratulations." The bearded man seemed eager to lift Xiaoyi in celebration. He truly possessed keen insight, having discovered such a promising talent. How glorious it would be for him as her referrer, basking in the admiration of others. Well then, let us not linger here. Everyone should return to their respective tasks. Xiaoyi dispersed the crowd and approached Xin Feifei. His expression serious, yet his gaze softened. Indeed, keep up the hard work. After observing Xin Feifei for a few moments, Xiaoyi uttered, tilting his head before turning away with an air of cool detachment. Humph, conceited man. Xin Feifei had no intention of acknowledging his favor and turned away in irritation. The mere thought of him having dragged her from her warm bed ignited her anger. Only her mother had ever roused her from slumber in such a manner, and never had any man dared to do so. Even her father would politely knock on her door and wait for her consent before entering, let alone commit such an impudent act. Ah, the bearded man observed the tension between the two with a shake of his head. Rivals indeed. After having breakfast, time flew by, and before one knew it, it was already 8:30 in the morning, with the resounding call of assembly echoing. The 70 members of the corpse hunting team assembled in their military attire on the training ground. This time, Xin Feifei did not indulge in laziness, arriving at the training site within 5 minutes and standing straight at the back of the line. Chapter 46. Feifei's nemesis at 8 o'clock in the morning. On the training field, the task at hand involved a hook ladder, where one hangs upside down on the iron rungs and performs sit-ups while facing upward. Although this maneuver appears visually impressive and flamboyant, it is not something an average person can accomplish. Without sufficient physical strength and core stability, one would be unlikely to rise at all. It truly seems an inhuman feat. 300 repetitions, no less. After managing to complete a few, Xin Feifei felt her legs and lower back beginning to ache painfully once more. Observing her fellow team members effortlessly executing the exercise one after another, none of them complaining or showing signs of fatigue, she couldn't help but feel envious. These individuals were indeed the epitome of hardened warriors. No wonder they were regarded as the elite of the military. Yet, Queen Feifei still yearned for a brief respite. Being a girl, her physical training was inherently limited. Aside from a few sit-ups during physical education exams, who would engage in such a tedious endeavor of hanging upside down? Even if one wished to attempt it, the conditions would be far from conducive. As she paused, still hanging momentarily from the iron bar, a pair of military boots appeared before her, accompanied by the rhythmic motion of a command baton that danced teasingly in front of her palms. What a pervert! That insufferable creep had returned. Xin Feifei felt an innate aversion towards this individual named Xiaoyi. It seemed he was always lurking around. Gritting her teeth, she resolved not to jump down for a break this time. Instead, she channeled her abilities to circulate throughout her body while she resumed her sit-ups. With a thud, Xin Feifei effortlessly leaped down from the hook ladder, nonchalantly dusting off her hands and casting a defiant glance at Captain Xiaoyi, who had been glaring at her from the sidelines. This woman was truly insufferable. She simply had to be provoked. Back in the day, when the men first attempted this exercise, who among them could manage to complete it in one go? They had all cried out in anguish, training for several weeks just to achieve it. Yet here she was, seemingly unfazed and at ease, while they were left limping and suffering from sore muscles. Xin Feifei felt a surge of nausea. The reason for her discomfort became apparent as she spotted several fresh piles of human excrement brazenly lying within the barbed wire obstacle course, emitting wisps of steam and mocking the elite corpse hunting team. This had to be the pervert's doing. Disgusted, Xin Feifei shot a glance at Xiaoyi before quietly retreating to the back of the line, maliciously anticipating how these special forces soldiers would handle the repulsive situation. If they got any of that filth on themselves, it would surely be unbearable. Oh, the training was set to last all day. They would have to contend with it for hours. How revolting! The individuals in front began to move. Xin Feifei craned her neck from the back of the line, eager to witness how they would tackle the loathsome mess. She watched as a soldier bent low, rushing toward the barbed wire, dropping to the ground and crawling forward with determination, hands outstretched, his body pressed low as he swiftly made his way ahead, his feet pushing against the ground and stirring up a hint of dust. As the moment drew near for them to approach the bomb, the soldier exhibited remarkable composure, merely tilting his head slightly to avoid contact with the object, before swiftly darting past Iti in his wake. He left behind an impression, flattened by gravity, of a yellow hue. What extraordinary nerve! Xin Feifei could hardly contain her admiration for that fearless soldier, unperturbed by filth or odor. The remaining soldiers followed suit, each crawling forward in succession. After dozens had passed, the yellow marks had long since vanished, leaving only a dusty path behind. A wave of relief washed over Shun Feifei. She felt immense gratitude towards the preceding soldiers for their thorough cleanup. If she, a girl with a penchant for cleanliness and order, had to crawl through such mess, she would rather transform into a zombie once more. Bending down, she lunged forward, mimicking the soldiers as she crawled through the barbed wire. Surely, this was a trivial matter. Merely a few meters to traverse, however. As she swiftly maneuvered through the wire, she suddenly halted. She realized she had become ensnared by the barbs. Foolish girl, keep your body low and stay close to the ground. Do not raise your posterior. The voice of that despicable instructor rang out again. This was Shun Feifei's first experience crawling through barbed wire, and lacking any prior knowledge, she inadvertently elevated her rear end while trying to stay low. The consequences were predictable. Her uniform became caught on the sharp barbs, and the more she struggled, the deeper the metal thorns embedded themselves, ensnaring her new military attire tightly. Lower your body and try to back away. Perhaps you can free yourself, a kind-hearted young soldier advised from behind. All right, I will give it a try, Shun Feifei replied, feeling resigned as she attempted to inch back. Yet, it seemed the barbs had developed a stubborn grip on her clothing, refusing to let go. You little rascal, how dare you oppose me? In a fit of anger, Shun Feifei discreetly employed her metallic powers, directing them toward the barbs clinging to her uniform. To her relief, the sharp thorns that had been snagging her clothing suddenly vanished, leaving a vacant space on the wire, resembling a small, open smile. Thankfully, amidst the disarray of barbed wire, no one seemed to notice. Chapter 47. Genius versus Cold-blooded man. After an entire morning of training, it was far from over at 10 o'clock. This group of individuals was led to the gym for strength training. 15-kilogram dumbbells for 150 repetitions, resistance bands for 100 repetitions, and strength rods for another 100. The thought of those muscular women, their bodies honed to perfection through rigorous bodybuilding, sent chills down Shun Feifei's spine. Fortunately, this particular exercise played to her strengths. With her powers providing a protective energy, she would not transform into one of those muscle-bound, unfeminine figures. Nevertheless, the training for the special forces was truly daunting. After a brief respite following lunch, their grueling regimen resumed at 1:30, forcing them to endure 2 hours under the blazing sun. Shun Feifei finally understood why the soldiers' faces were so dark and glistening, resembling refugees from Africa. Anyone subjected to such relentless exposure would undoubtedly emerge with a deep, shiny tan. Being a girl who cherished her beauty, the radiant Shun Feifei was determined not to let the harsh sun tarnish her complexion. As anticipated, she once again employed her water-based supernatural ability, forming a protective barrier upon her skin that shielded her from the searing ultraviolet rays of the sun. After 2 hours, the soldiers resembled desiccated fish, their skin darkened and taut, while she, the resplendent Queen Feifei, remained fair and tender, her skin glistening with vitality. Following a brief respite, they commenced their shooting training. This time, Shun Feifei was particularly diligent in her studies. To the current horde of zombies, close combat posed no fear. Their numbers were staggering, in the billions, and even without engaging in battle, they could encircle humanity to the point of extinction. Moreover, they carried a plethora of zombie viruses, capable of infection through mere contact, and those who drew near risked being devoured. Among humans, only a select few evolved individuals could contend with them, yet these evolved beings were scarce and of limited power, posing no significant threat. Presently, the sole means of inflicting substantial damage upon them resided in humanity's advanced weaponry, such as firearms and atomic bombs. It was an undeniable fact that Shun Feifei was a zombie. One day, humanity would inevitably uncover her secret and pursue her relentlessly. That time, her greatest peril would not be the evolved humans, but rather these high-energy thermal weapons. As the saying goes, know thyself and thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Thus, Queen Feifei was determined to thoroughly understand these weapons, mastering their application to devise strategies against them. She began by familiarizing herself with firearms, handguns, light machine guns, sniper rifles, and semi-automatic sniper rifles. Over the course of 3 days in the new recruit training program, Shun Feifei had encountered images of these weapons and gained a preliminary understanding of their capabilities. However, This was her first time handling a physical object. What was placed in her hands was a compact, brand-new Type 95 pistol, its barrel gleaming black, no larger than her palm, capable of loading 12 rounds, a delightful and charming piece. Shen Feifei took a liking to it immediately. Upon acquiring the pistol, she endeavored to sense it using her metal-based supernatural ability. Before developing her metal powers, she had regarded metallic constructs as mere lifeless lumps of iron, devoid of spirit or thought. To her surprise, after unlocking her metal abilities, she gradually came to realize that metals, too, possess emotions and life. They are a collective of metallic elements. She could discern their joys and sorrows, comprehend their feelings and thoughts, and engage in communication and collaboration with them. This exquisite pistol, too, was a sentient little entity, and after conversing with it for a while, Shen Feifei learned much. From the moment it was crafted on the production line a year prior, to its tumultuous journey across various places, it had spent much of its existence confined within a dark wooden box, only to finally see the light of day in Shen Feifei's hands. It was elated and eager to assist her in training and achieving greatness. Shen Feifei comforted and cherished it, treating it as a friend, feeling the essence of each component and bullet, hoping that this pistol would remain by her side. After loading the bullets, she gracefully raised the Type 95 pistol, steadying her aim at the target 50 meters away. The bright red rings in the distance were strikingly clear, with a resounding bang. The bullet spiraled through the air, swiftly finding its mark, leaving a bullet hole on the distant target. As the target announcer called out, Shen Feifei learned that her first shooting score was 9 rings. Alas, it fell short of the perfect 10, indicating she had not yet struck the bullseye. With a slight pout, she once again engaged in a dialogue with her small handgun, adjusting her shooting angle before firing once more. This time, as anticipated by both Shen Feifei and her trusty pistol, she achieved a perfect 10, hitting the center of the target. A smile graced her lips as she continued unabated, swiftly discharging the remaining 10 bullets. On the distant red bullseye, a small, round, dark dot represented the outcome of Shen Feifei's inaugural shooting attempt. Is this your first time shooting? The imposing figure of large military boots reappeared before her. Of course, what did you expect? Shen Feifei retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Yi. Shoot again, he urged, handing her another magazine while instructing the target announcer to adjust the target to 100 meters away. Shen Feifei accepted the magazine, loaded it with ease, and once again effortlessly emptied the chamber. Despite the double distance, all 12 bullets found their mark in the red center, forming a perfectly symmetrical cross. This is so unfair. I assure you, I am not merely showing off, Shen Feifei lamented, wishing to test her ability to control her aim with precision. She continued to practice, her movements still somewhat clumsy. The action of loading bullets appeared awkward, and her gun-holding posture lacked refinement, unmistakably indicating a novice rather than a seasoned spy infiltrating the ranks. Observing her, Xiao Yi pondered thoughtfully. It seemed she was a gifted military prodigy, an advanced evolved being, a natural sharpshooter. The furrowed lines on his brow softened slightly as his gaze flickered towards Shen Feifei. That afternoon, Shen Feifei, who had never before handled a firearm, made a remarkable impression. From the Type 95 pistol to the 5.88 mm KBU-88 sniper rifle, she diligently practiced with each one. Her shooting scores consistently impressed, resembling those of an innate marksman. Each ring was a perfect 10. Eventually, Shen Feifei no longer needed to aim at the bullseye. She could simply rely on her instincts to hit the center, the coveted target long aspired to by countless soldiers, at long last. The day's training concluded. Shen Feifei, still clad in her attire, collapsed heavily onto the soft, inviting bed, unwilling to rise again. The rigorous training had undoubtedly drained her of a significant amount of energy. No wonder none of the soldiers were overweight. With such high-intensity military exercises, it would indeed be remarkable to gain weight. Even she, the advanced zombie queen, found it somewhat overwhelming. Had it not been for her protective abilities, this day would have surely left her utterly exhausted. I endure, she mused, and soon fell into a sweet slumber. During her days in the military camp, aside from the daily physical training, Shen Feifei and her peers engaged in a diverse array of cultural studies pertinent to special forces. These educational sessions encompassed a multitude of topics, including combat skills training and technical instruction. The technical training encompasses a vast array of knowledge, mastering specialized combat tactics, understanding enemy forces, acquiring military high-tech insights, computer knowledge and applications, battlefield languages, military topography, field survival skills, capture techniques, climbing skills, swimming and boating techniques, driving various vehicles, demolition skills, breaching techniques, communication technologies, shooting techniques for various weapons, operational skills for diverse combat equipment, as well as physical and psychological training. After several days of this rigorous regimen, Shin Feifei found herself overwhelmed. Goodness, is this what it means to serve in the military? It seems more arduous than pursuing a doctorate. If one were to master all these skills, a special forces soldier would indeed become an omnipotent being. Complaints aside, Shin Feifei remained diligent in her studies. There was no alternative. The more she learned, the safer they would be. Fortunately, with her advanced intelligence and physical prowess, Queen Feifei had significantly improved, enabling her to overcome these minor challenges with relative ease. Amid the arduous and demanding training days, they finally arrived at the day of high-altitude military training. Previously, this training occurred once every 5 days. However, with the impending apocalypse, scarcity of resources, and constraints on military training grounds, this exercise had been adjusted to once every 10 days. Just the thought of that harrowing experience aboard an armed helicopter made Shin Feifei's stomach churn. While the other members of the corpse hunting team lined up to board the aircraft, Shin Feifei lagged behind, becoming the last to join. Eventually, as everyone boarded, they realized she was nowhere to be found. "What are you hiding here for?" Xiaoyi searched for her until he finally pulled Shin Feifei out from behind a military bus at the airport. "Humph, afraid of heights." Upon seeing the fear in Shin Feifei's eyes as she stared at the helicopter, Xiaoyi surmised the reason. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to break from his usual demeanor. Instead of forcibly dragging her onto the aircraft, he entrusted her to a young soldier at the airport, instructing him to ensure she trained on the rotating platform. Indeed, it was the rotating platform. "Woman, don't make me underestimate you," Xiaoyi remarked, mockingly patting the platform as he cast a derisive glance at Shin Feifei. "Am I the one to be underestimated, pervert?" Shin Feifei shot him a fierce glare, vowing to remain steadfast on the spinning apparatus. This rotating platform was not a child's merry-go-round with seats that slowly turned with a gentle push, delighting giggling children. Rather, it was a towering structure, secured to the ground, over 2 meters high, with dozens of spokes. Participants could grasp the spokes with their hands and secure their feet in the gaps between the spokes and the platform, allowing themselves or others to rotate the wheel for anti-vertigo and balance training. As Shin Feifei began to spin on the platform, she realized she had underestimated its potency. She did not suffer from motion sickness or acrophobia as a child. That was merely a consequence of her playful nature. Since then, she had developed a lasting aversion, instinctively avoiding such platforms and succumbing to dizziness. When she was younger, she had been somewhat skeptical, but as she matured and acquired more knowledge, she refused to believe in such superstitions. Gradually, she forgot about her childhood fears of the spinning apparatus. The heavens and the earth incessantly exchanged flashes before her eyes. After spending less than a minute on the carousel, a wave of dizziness began to envelop her. Her chest tightened uncomfortably, and her stomach protested vehemently. Coupled with the terrifying memories of her childhood surging forth like a tidal wave, her discomfort intensified to an unbearable degree. Shin Feifei puffed out her cheeks, resolutely swallowing the sour liquid that threatened to rise to her throat. She could not vomit. To do so would render her efforts futile, leaving her to suffer in vain on the carousel. Should she succumb to the urge, she would lose her strength and have to descend to rest, inevitably inviting the ridicule of that perverse individual, making her feel diminished in his presence. Proud as she was, Queen Feifei would never concede defeat before the twisted Xiao Yi. Closing her eyes tightly, Shin Feifei summoned her extraordinary abilities, allowing them to flow throughout her body. When they reached her stomach, a noticeable relief washed over the discomfort. The acidity in her throat began to subside. Yet, it seemed that the haunting memories of her childhood danced incessantly before her, preventing her from finding peace, causing her powers to fluctuate in tandem with her emotions, sometimes effective, sometimes not. Finally, after 30 minutes of training, the carousel came to a halt. Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi. The soldiers in the camp were aware that a beautiful girl named Xiaoyi had joined the corpse hunting team. After calling out for a while, a young soldier noticed Shin Feifei still clinging to the carousel, motionless, as if she had fallen into a deep slumber. Alarmed, the young soldier approached the carousel and gently nudged Shin Feifei. only to find her unresponsive. Panic surged within him. Had she overexerted herself, leading to a dire situation? His heart sank, and he rushed to the back of the carousel to observe Shen Feifei's complexion. What's wrong? In the distance, Xiao Yi caught sight of the commotion and sprinted over. Xiao Yi, she has no temperature. Zombie, zombie, the young soldier stammered, trembling with fear. Impossible, Xiao Yi exclaimed, though his expression betrayed his disbelief. Approaching the figure on the carousel, he clearly observed the changes on Shen Feifei's face. Could it be that she had been infected and the transformation was now beginning? At that moment, Xiao Yi was filled with regret. Had he known she could not endure such trials, he would never have compelled her to practice on the carousel now. The virus lurking within her was awakening, threatening her with transformation into a zombie. This realization weighed heavily on Xiao Yi's chest, causing him profound sorrow. His eyes misting with tears, a faint groan escaped Shen Feifei's lips, startling both the young soldier and Xiao Yi into a state of anxious turmoil. Was she truly on the brink of mutation? Xiao Yi steadied his emotions, allowing reason to triumph over sentiment. With a quick motion, a Type 95 pistol materialized in his hand. The dark muzzle was aimed at the center of Shen Feifei's forehead. Yet he found himself unable to pull the trigger, his hand trembling almost imperceptibly. What was happening to him? Why was he unable to act? At that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within Xiao Yi. The sight of this delicate, fragile woman undergoing transformation filled him with an overwhelming sorrow, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Even when his cousin had encountered misfortune, he had not felt such profound anguish. Shen Feifei slowly opened her eyes, yet she had no time to heed the gun pointed at her. Instead, she loosened her grip and staggered down from the carousel. After a considerable struggle, she finally steadied herself, her movements devoid of the typical stiffness associated with zombies. Xiao Yi, that's wonderful. You're all right, aren't you? Witnessing Shen Feifei's fluid motions, entirely lacking the characteristic traits of a zombie, Xiao Yi's heart surged with joy, prompting him to disregard the gun still clutched in his hand and rush towards her. He enveloped the still somewhat suspicious Shen Feifei in his arms, eagerly inquiring, "You're truly fine, aren't you?" "Of course I'm fine." Shen Feifei, taken aback by Xiao Yi's sudden embrace, felt a flutter in her heart, her cheeks flushing a faint crimson, dispelling some of the pallor from her face. Yet, she made no effort to push him away, her tone imbued with an unexpected tenderness. What is this that makes me feel so unwell?" Her gaze fell upon the rigid lump of metal on her arm. "A gun. It's a gun. This Xiao Yi intended to kill me." A chill swept through Shen Feifei's heart as she forcefully pushed Xiao Yi away. "You pervert, why did you point that gun at me?" Just as she was about to finish her sentence, the turmoil in her stomach erupted uncontrollably. An acidic liquid mixed with gruel-like remnants spewed forth, splattering onto Xiao Yi, who was now clad in a pristine officer's uniform. Fortunately, Shen Feifei had turned slightly, and due to her height, his handsome visage remained unscathed. "Oh, you. Shen Feifei, gazing at Xiao Yi's disheveled appearance, felt a twinge of remorse stirring within her, yet the sight of the gun in his hand quelled her desire to apologize. You're fine now." After Shen Feifei expelled the foulness, Xiao Yi's expression gradually returned to normal, a hint of youthful embarrassment creeping onto his face. "Everything's fine now. Let us practice zipline flying." Upon witnessing his new uniform's unfortunate state, Xiao Yi's previous tenderness vanished, replaced by a scowl of irritation. He barked a command and, still covered in grime, swiftly retreated to his office. Behind him, the victorious and mischievous laughter of Shen Feifei echoed. You deserve it. Who told you, you pervert, to aim a gun at me, the queen?" On another note, transforming into a zombie had its advantages. The dizziness and nausea she had experienced earlier vanished in an instant. Thus, Shen Feifei managed to endure the next half hour without any unusual sensations. However, once she descended from the zipline, reverting from her zombie state, the wave of dizziness hit her anew, forcing her to expel the discomfort. Much to Xiao Yi's misfortune, perhaps accustomed to the various rotations and heights, Shen Feifei surprisingly felt no discomfort during this high-altitude training. She no longer feared the several dozen meters above ground during the zipline flights, successfully gliding through multiple attempts. The subsequent armed helicopter training proved equally triumphant, with Shen Feifei elegantly executing various parachuting and climbing exercises. In other words, the Queen Feifei had completely overcome her fear of heights and dizziness. As she secretly reveled in her achievements, Shun Feifei felt a flicker of gratitude towards that pervert, especially for his reckless yet protective embrace earlier when the situation was still uncertain. A warmth coursed through her heart, softening her demeanor. Yet, the thought of the dark gun barrel aimed at her by Xiaoyi sent an unsettling chill through her, dissipating all her gratitude and tenderness into nothingness. To humanity, zombies are their eternal adversaries. Regardless of whether once close comrades or beloved friends have transformed into the undead, there can be no mercy. They must be eliminated without hesitation. Although Xiaoyi's actions were not misguided, the ominous barrel of the gun still sent a chill through Shun Feifei's heart. Those who are not of my kin will surely harbor different intentions. Indeed, humans and zombies cannot coexist in harmony. Queen Feifei sighed, choosing to abandon this intricate dilemma and return to her confrontation with the armed helicopter. Chapter 50. Sister Quan emerges from seclusion by the end of September. 3 months had passed since the outbreak of the biohazard, and Shun Feifei had spent over half a month at the Taicang military base. On this day, the corpse hunting squad finally enjoyed a much-anticipated break, taking 2 days off every 20 days. As she removed her military uniform, Shun Feifei felt a tumult of emotions. The benefits of the corpse hunting squad were relatively favorable within the base, yet the rations of water were woefully insufficient. Since the onset of the biohazard, water sources in regions of Jiangnan that had experienced snowfall had become contaminated, and it was uncertain when the rivers and lakes would become tainted with the zombie virus. Consuming such water had transformed many survivors into the undead, adorned with flowers upon their heads. Even boiling the water for half an hour at high temperatures proved ineffective for disinfection, and washing clothes could trigger mass infections, resulting in more zombies. To prevent the base's inhabitants from inadvertently consuming poison water, the facility refrained from utilizing nearby open river sources, opting instead to drill several deep wells for water sourced from over 100 meters underground. However, while this water was deemed safe, excessive extraction of groundwater prior to the apocalypse meant that only a limited quantity could be drawn each time. Consequently, water usage within the base was stringently regulated, with each person allotted a mere 2 jin per day. This meager amount sufficed for drinking, but left no possibility for washing or laundering. The corpse hunting squad enjoyed significantly better provisions than others, yet even they were allocated only 6 jin of water daily. The special forces, engaging in strenuous physical activity, perspired profusely and required ample hydration, rendering this allocation barely sufficient for drinking alone. As a result, their clothing often went unwashed, and on occasion, Shun Feifei would spot clumps of dark mud falling from their garments. When the discomfort of uncleanliness became unbearable, these warriors would resort to using a small cup to pour half a cup of water, dipping a small washcloth into it to scrub and cleanse themselves upon her arrival. Witnessing these robust men resorting to such pitiful means of cleanliness with their diminutive washcloths filled Shun Feifei with deep sympathy. As the saying goes, stinky men, stinky men. Men are bearable even without bathing. But what a filthy sight a woman would present after prolonged neglect of personal hygiene in the sweltering heat. Fortunately, endowed with all-encompassing abilities, including water manipulation, Shun Feifei could effortlessly conjure a water sphere whenever needed. Thus, she need not worry about water for washing, bathing, or laundry. However, she was cautious not to reveal her abilities too overtly. Hence, she only washed the garments worn beneath, while her outer combat attire had remained unwashed for the past 20 days. Now, the jacket, encrusted with dust and grime, was exuding a foul stench that wafted towards Shun Feifei's sensitive nose, an utterly revolting sensation. Shun Feifei furrowed her brow, admiring her own courage for enduring the torment of wearing such constrictive attire for so many days while dashing about. Now that the holiday had arrived, she was finally free from it. Yet the lingering scent was truly bothersome. Peering out the window and noticing the corridor was deserted, Shun Feifei swiftly slipped into the emerald space with her garments. With an abundance of water and laundry detergent, she soaked the offending outfit thoroughly, then vigorously scrubbed it on a washboard until the foul stains and odors were eradicated. Employing her fire-based ability, she dried the clothes, and after indulging in a refreshing hot bath, she emerged from the space, quite satisfied. The sensation of wearing clean clothes was undeniably exquisite. Stretching her limbs contentedly, Shun Feifei resolved to explore the marketplace. Having been at the base for over 20 days, she had yet to familiarize herself with the particulars of Taicang base, and she needed to search for that scoundrel, Luo Hao. The weather in Province Z in September was neither too cold nor too hot. It lacked the unbearable chill of the north and the sweltering heat of the deep south. Clad in a lightweight long-sleeved shirt, Shen Feifei prepared to set out. Wait, something seemed amiss. She glanced in the mirror. Noticing her cascading hair was rather conspicuous, instantly marking her as a girl in these tumultuous times. It was wiser to remain discreet. Shen Feifei rummaged through her space and retrieved a men's cap, then fashioned her long hair into a bun, securing it beneath the hat. Thus, the girl in the mirror transformed into a tall, fair-skinned scholar. "Good morning, Brother Wang," Shen Feifei greeted as she brushed past a bearded man. "Morning, little girl, off you go," the man remarked, his eyes brightening at the sight of Shen Feifei in her masculine attire as she strode towards the military camp. There seemed to be a faint hint of shower gel lingering. Had she bathed? The bearded man pondered her retreating figure thoughtfully. After all, what girl would wish to endure the stench of sweat like those rough men? Yet, where had she procured such ample water? An advance? That seemed unlikely. He shrugged off the thought, dismissing it. Taicang Base was constructed against a small green hill, taking on a semicircular shape. Its innermost section. To the left lay the military camp, while the government office district and the family quarters were situated closely to the right. The military housed about 100,000 personnel, with an equal number of government staff, bringing the total population to around 200,000. This area was referred to as the Inner Ring City. The outer layer comprised the auxiliary personnel affiliated with the military and government, essentially the former indigenous inhabitants, numbering approximately 300,000. This layer was called the Middle Ring City. The outermost layer consisted of survivors from various regions seeking refuge, forming the largest group, nearly exceeding 1 million. This expanse was known as the Outer Ring City. The Inner Ring City boasted the best living conditions, with lush greenery and impeccably clean, orderly streets. Even the most upscale shopping mall of the base resided here. It resembled a flourishing yet orderly metropolis from the pre-apocalyptic era, characterized by good public safety, ample goods, an abundance of luxury items, and relatively high prices. Naturally, those who frequented this marketplace were well-dressed, either wealthy or noble, enjoying a leisurely and comfortable lifestyle in this place. It is not uncommon to encounter one or two portly gentlemen embracing some scantily clad, enchanting young ladies, extravagantly spending their wealth in the marketplace. Of course, the currency referred to here is no longer the paper bills of the pre-apocalyptic era. Those have long since decayed into irrelevance and are of no value to anyone. The treasures being squandered are genuine gold or staples such as rice and other grains. Indeed, gold proves to be the most stable form of wealth. As the saying goes, in prosperous times, antiques flourish. In chaotic times, gold reigns supreme. Gold remains an unwavering hard currency. Upon seeing gold, Shen Feifei could not help but smile. When it comes to gold, who could possibly rival her in terms of authority? After all, her spatial domain holds over 300 pounds of gold. Had she known earlier that gold was in circulation here, she would have raided a bank vault before arriving at the base, ensuring not a single piece would be left for the state, as for rice and the like. Shen Feifei had not been remiss in scavenging from the markets and supermarkets. Ultimately, she, the Queen Feifei, had become a quintessential nouveau riche. Chapter 51. The prestige of privilege. The inner city marketplace bustles with activity, yet Shen Feifei finds nothing there that she lacks or requires. After a brief observation, she turned and departed. In the inner city, that scoundrel Luo Hao is barred from entry. Due to the unique nature of the inner city, only military personnel, government officials, or certain influential individuals are permitted access. These individuals possess status and rank, and it is clear that Luo Hao does not meet the criteria to find him. One must venture to the Central Ring City or the Outer Ring City. Following the main thoroughfare, Shen Feifei, like the other pedestrians, walked while surveying her surroundings, leisurely making her way to the exit of the Inner Ring City. There, a soldier from a battalion stood guard at the entrance, inspecting incoming and outgoing pedestrians to prevent unidentified individuals from infiltrating the inner city and causing disturbances. Tall watchtowers loomed above, with city walls a meter thick, and not less than 10 heavy machine guns pointed ominously towards Central Ring City, intimidating everyone beyond its gates. Fully armed soldiers, with serious expressions, meticulously checked each traveler's identification. The checkpoint was equipped with barriers, allowing only one person to pass at a time. The vigilant guards conducted their inspections thoroughly, resulting in a slow flow of passage. It took considerable time for even one person to be cleared, causing the long line to inch forward at a snail's pace. Shun Feifei joined the queue, patiently awaiting her turn for inspection. Suddenly, a raucous laughter erupted from behind. "Make way! Make way!" A group of youths with flamboyantly dyed hair sped past in luxurious sports cars, showing no intention of slowing down upon seeing the crowd. The unexpected onslaught of the racing vehicles threw the orderly line into disarray, prompting people to dodge for safety. A middle-aged woman stumbled, unable to evade in time, and fell to the ground. Just as the lead car appeared poised to collide with her, it seemed she would not escape unscathed, eliciting gasps of horror from the onlookers. Yet, before anyone could comprehend, a figure darted past, and the woman vanished from the roadway. The fleet of sports cars barreled forward, crashing through the checkpoint without a moment's pause, barely scraping past the rising barriers. As they sped away, voices from within the cars shouted, "XB, seeking death." The soldiers at the checkpoint, once exuding an air of authority and maintaining order, now showed no signs of pursuit. They merely gazed at the retreating figure of what was evidently a sports car bearing military plates, letting out a soft sigh before resuming their inspections of others. "What manner of individuals are these?" Shun Feifei inquired, furrowing her brow at the middle-aged woman she had just rescued. "Are they the offspring of the mayor and the commander of the base? Even in this apocalyptic world, they remain so brazen, flaunting their privileges." "Humph!" Shun Feifei scoffed, expressing her disdain for those second-generation elites who feasted on their forebears' laurels while awaiting their demise. Upon exiting the checkpoint, they entered the central city. Here, the population swelled, far surpassing that of the inner city, resulting in bustling streets alive with activity, far more vibrant than within the inner confines. The buildings here were not particularly towering, the tallest reaching a mere 15 stories. The residential districts appeared orderly from a vantage point on the hillside, reminiscent of a quaint garden community, evoking a sense of fondness. Yet, this was merely a visual illusion. In truth, the management of this area was rather chaotic. The streets echoed with the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares, with numerous stalls lining the roadside and individuals peddling goods while adorned with various items. Occasionally, vehicles would traverse the thoroughfares, stirring up clouds of dust or splashing through puddles. Litter was abundant, with putrid refuse and plastic bags strewn about the corners and grassy patches. In summary, 3 words encapsulated the scene: filthy, disorderly, inadequate. The entirety of Central City resembled a rural marketplace, chaotic and unregulated, yet bustling with life. The stalls offered an array of goods: clothing, furniture, antique porcelain, books and paintings, home appliances, and a scarce selection of vegetables. Some vendors brazenly sold firearms and sharp melee weapons, once prohibited in the pre-apocalyptic world. The exchange of goods was eclectic, featuring items such as gold, rice, steamed buns, or bartering. Steamed buns, once a rarity for Southerners, had become a staple, easily stored and convenient to carry. Thus, every newcomer to the base received several buns daily as part of their food rations. Some survivors, reluctant to consume them, set a few aside as barter items for necessities. Shun Feifei witnessed several transactions involving steamed buns, which appeared coarse and hard, marred with numerous, unsightly fingerprints. Whether such unsanitary buns were still edible or if they would induce illness remained uncertain. Shun Feifei wandered through various locations, finding nothing remarkable for sale and no leads to assist in her search for individuals, leaving her feeling rather despondent. In such a vast central and outer ring, with over 1 million inhabitants, locating a single person was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Where could she possibly find that scoundrel? "Luo Hao, miss, would you like a gem? It's truly beautiful and reasonably priced." 2 buns for 1 gem. A small boy, around 10 years old, with a diminutive nose and eyes and a slender frame, approached her cautiously, holding a bundle of items. Yet, how could this boy discern her disguise as a man? Shun Feifei's gaze turned icy as she regarded the child. "That why you are showing your hair, big sister?" he stammered, seemingly intimidated by the aura of hostility emanating from her. His originally delicate features shrank even more in response to her glare. "Oh, it appears that a few strands of my hair have escaped." Shun Feifei reached up to touch her head and, indeed, a cluster of hair had emerged from the edge of her hat. Although it was not abundant, it was evident that she had long hair, which allowed one to recognize her as a girl. "What gem is that? Allow me to see it." Concealing her hair, Shen Feifei decided to investigate the goods out of gratitude for the boy's reminder, even though she had no particular need for anything. The boy, gasping for breath under Shen Feifei's scrutiny, opened the somewhat enigmatic small pouch. Could it be? Shen Feifei's expression suddenly darkened, and she furrowed her brow. Inside the pouch lay an assortment of first-tier zombie crystal cores, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. There were perhaps a dozen or so. 2 buns for a single gem seemed quite inexpensive, yet these were items obtained at the cost of one's life. They were truly not costly. Noticing Shen Feifei's somber demeanor, the boy hurriedly explained, his previously small eyes now wide with concern, thinking she disapproved. Where did you acquire these? It seems that he is the only one in the entire Taicang base selling crystal cores. Given their rarity, why would he part with them? Initially, she thought them valuable, only to discover that the government and military did not recognize their worth. My uncle fell ill again. I had no choice but to sell them. He continued, they are truly not expensive. Just look at how beautiful they are, perfectly suited for a lovely big sister like you. Fearing she might decline, the boy quickly flattered Shen Feifei. If the government and military were unaware of the true nature of these items, it indicated that they had yet to grasp their value. A smile of delight graced Shen Feifei's face. I in a corner of the central ring market. They are indeed beautiful. Very well, I shall take them. Shen Feifei decided to purchase the pouch of what humanity deemed gems. Though her space contained a fair number of crystal cores, one always needed to carry extra funds while venturing outside. As they say, a poor family may have rich roads. Furthermore, although the government and military were presently oblivious to the utility of these zombie crystal cores, they would eventually come to understand their significance. By collecting these items early, Shen Feifei and her companions could gain precious time before the authorities uncovered the secret of the cores. However, she lamented, I have no buns to trade. Shen Feifei typically dined at the military canteen and could not casually carry food with her. Moreover, she had not anticipated that buns could serve as currency before leaving the military camp, hence she truly had none. Big sister, I implore you, please return them to me. My uncle is ill, and our home has long been out of food. Observing Shen Feifei's nimble movements and the commanding presence she had just exuded, the young boy realized he could not compete with her and began to plead, tears swirling in his eyes. Resembling an adorable little boy, I said I have no buns, but I did not say I wouldn't to give you money. Why are you in such a rush? Shen Feifei thought to herself. It's not fun to pick on a little boy. Looking at the child on the verge of tears softened her heart, and she ceased her teasing in response to the boy's hopeful gaze. Shen Feifei rummaged through her bag, which actually contained her spatial storage, and after a moment, produced 2 hefty packets of Kong Shifu braised instant noodles. Instant noodles? The boy's eyes brightened instantly. He ceased his crying, wiped his tears with the back of his hand, disregarding the remnants of moisture as he clutched the noodles tightly to his chest. Plastic packaging, vibrant printed bags adorned with clear, bold characters proclaiming red braised beef noodles. The round noodle cakes, along with the distinctive seasoning packets that can be discerned even through the plastic, attest to the authenticity of the noodles. Quickly tucking the instant noodles into her embrace for safekeeping, the little boy's tears turned into a beaming smile. Thank you, big sister. I haven't seen these for such a long time. They are truly precious, he exclaims joyfully that in the pre-apocalyptic world, 2 bags of instant noodles would have cost merely 3 to 5 yuan. No one would have cared. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, with productivity plummeting and the manufacturing of such goods virtually halted, they have become exceedingly rare. Additionally, these bags contain the much-needed seasoning packets of salt and oil, making them even more valuable. A single complete noodle cake could be exchanged for 10 steamed buns at the base. The seasoning packets could fetch even more in trade. Strictly speaking, the little boy has gained an advantage. Yet, Shen Feifei is unconcerned. Her space is filled with such items, and she does not particularly relish them, making them perfect for barter. With a gentle smile, she pinches the adorable face of the little boy, pockets the crystal core, and prepares to depart. Wait, big sister, the boy exclaims, sprinting after her. I have plenty more at home. Dio, you want any more? Shen Feifei scrutinizes the young boy, noting his genuine urgency devoid of pretense or deceit. And her heart softens. I'll take as many as you have. The more crystal cores she acquires, the better. It prevents them from falling into the hands of the government and military. Before the apocalypse, she would never have dared to venture into unfamiliar territory alone, fearing the dangers that lurked therein. But now, in this desolate world, she is no longer the frail girl she once was. She is transformed into the feared queen of zombies, Shin Feifei. Want to harm her? They would be fortunate if they escaped being devoured by her. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, she assents to his request. Through their conversation, Shun Feifei learns that this little boy and his family had just visited their grandmother's house to reunite with relatives when calamity struck. On a fateful day, his aunt was splashed with snowmelt, and the following day, she turned into a zombie. In the ensuing chaos, the boy's father fell victim, triggering a chain reaction that ultimately claimed his mother and grandmother as well. His uncle fought valiantly to eliminate their zombified family members, leaving only him and the little boy to cling to each other amidst the relentless onslaught of zombies. However, as the population seeking refuge at the base swelled rapidly, shortages of food and water began to emerge. To alleviate this dire scarcity, the government and military established supply search teams to procure essential resources. By joining these search teams, survivors could receive daily rations along with basic weaponry, as well as a third of the supplies they retrieved. Initially, the survivors were filled with trepidation, reluctant to venture outside the city and confront the zombies, merely hoping to secure enough rations to scrape by. Observing this situation, the government and military, whether intentionally or due to genuine shortages, abruptly reduced the rations and drinking water allocated to everyone. In the face of external pressures, the base's food supply has dwindled to a critical point. If no one ventures forth to seek resources, the base may soon face dissolution. Previously, a single individual could consume 6 large steamed buns and 2 pounds of water in a day. Now, they receive merely 1 pound of water and 2 buns, which are half the size of those from before, making the total equivalent to but one of the former. The robust man of 5 feet tall and a growing boy endured daily hunger, their stomachs pressing against their spines, their eyes glinting with a feral green, reminiscent of wolves in the wild. Faced with this dire situation, the boy's uncle reluctantly joined forces with some neighbors to form a government-sanctioned resource retrieval team, embarking on perilous quests to salvage supplies. Gradually, life improved and rations began to stabilize. They had hoped to exchange these exquisite gems for essential resources from the military and government, yet to their dismay, those in power seemed oblivious to their value and refused to accept them. In this chapter, the alluring treasures of the wealthy, they were left with no choice but to attempt to sell some of the gems, hoping for a discerning buyer. For days on end, the young boy stood vigil at the central market from dawn till dusk, yearning to sell something to procure food and medicine to alleviate their immediate plight. Within the inner city, affluent and influential individuals might have shown interest. However, in the outer districts, given the current scarcity of food, who would trade life-sustaining provisions for gems that held no value to them? Had it not been for the encounter with Shun Feifei, it is likely that the uncle and nephew would have starved without ever selling a thing. Within the inner city, the two figures, one large and one small, conversed as they walked toward a dilapidated residential complex. The frayed and disorderly entrance boasted remnants of signage from Maple Leaf Community. The character for Maple had lost its wooden component, leaving only the character for Wind, while the phrase residential complex was similarly incomplete. Yet, based on the height of the floors and the brickwork outside, it was evident that this complex had been constructed no more than 2 years ago and was once a high-end establishment. However, without maintenance, it had fallen into disrepair within a few months. Shin Feifei couldn't help but sigh at the sight. In the absence of intelligent human activity, it wouldn't take long for cities overrun by zombies to vanish entirely. "Look who's brought in another unsuspecting lamb," exclaimed a bald man, his shirt unbuttoned in the chilly weather, revealing a hairy chest as he shuffled toward them in blue slippers, casting a sidelong glance with his beady eyes. "Uncle Joe, he's our relative, here to visit us, not a lamb for slaughter," the young boy stammered, clearly intimidated by the man, gripping Shun Feifei's hand tightly as they hastened toward a building. "Where do you think you're going? I can see he's a lamb." The bald man lunged to block their path, rudely shoving the boy aside and reaching for the bag in Shun Feifei's hand. "Ouch, ouch!" Instead of easily seizing the bag, the bald man's arm was caught in Shun Feifei's grip, twisted painfully, making him cry out, "Big sister, let us hurry and leave. There are many of them, and if they see, they'll all come," the boy pleaded. Witnessing the bald man's predicament, fear etched on his face as he urged Shun Feifei to flee. "Humph, a local bully." Shin Feifei initially had no intention of sparing the bald man, yet upon witnessing the sheer terror etched upon the boy's face, she reconsidered. Realizing that they would continue to reside in this place, she understood that if she were to kill the bald man, the boy would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Thus, she relinquished her grip and followed the boy. "You lot wait for me, you little rascals!" The bald man sat on the ground, cradling his wrist, and after a lengthy moment of sulking, only dared to utter his curses once Shen Feifei's silhouette had nearly vanished from view. Before them loomed a yellow building, its paint peeling, as the boy guided Shen Feifei to the 5th floor. After a prolonged series of knocks, a series of clumsy footsteps finally echoed from within. The door creaked open to reveal a man in his 40s. An overwhelming stench of mold and stagnant air wafted through the stairwell, prompting Shen Feifei, with her sensitive nose, to retreat a few paces. "I've sold the items, and the remaining ones, my elder sister will purchase too. I didn't bring them along, so I led her here," the boy explained, seemingly unfazed by the unpleasant odor. "Dear miss, do come in." "Do come in," the man said, perhaps sensing the unpleasantness of his abode. He hurriedly opened all the windows and the door to let in some fresh air before inviting Shen Feifei inside. The living room, scarcely 10 square meters in size, housed a large sofa bed, cluttered with clothes, boxes, and bedding, leaving little room for the two of them to squeeze in. Other areas were cordoned off, all locked, likely occupied by others who had ventured out for the day. The dimness of the living room made the already confined space feel even smaller. "Apologies for the cramped quarters. It may amuse you." The man chuckled awkwardly upon noticing Shen Feifei's neat attire, recognizing her as someone from the inner city, a person he could not afford to offend. He was exceedingly humble, his bashfulness evident. "That's quite all right. Do you have any gemstones? Please bring them forth. I am interested in purchasing," Shen Feifei stated directly, steering the conversation towards business. "Very well, just a moment," the man replied, bending down to search beneath the sofa bed. After a considerable delay, he produced a small black pouch, one commonly used by merchants before the apocalypse to hold currency and hang from the waist. Upon opening the pouch, a dazzling array of gemstones shimmered, casting a cold, ethereal light in the dimly lit living room, a truly captivating sight. "Where did you acquire such a plethora of gemstones?" Shen Feifei inquired nonchalantly as she discreetly tucked the crystal cores into her possession while engaging the man in conversation. From a villa in the nearby Li family town, they were simply resting on the table. "Perhaps they belonged to some affluent individual before the apocalypse, left behind in haste," the man replied, his excitement palpable as he spotted the 10 packs of instant noodles Shen Feifei had produced. He swiftly concealed them beneath the bed, obscuring them with a pile of miscellaneous items to ensure that no outsider could discern their presence. "Private treasures of the affluent? How could that be? These are clearly crystal cores from zombies. Before the apocalypse, there were no zombies. How could a wealthy individual possess such items? These must be what I collected, though I cannot fathom why they were not safeguarded. Now in the possession of this man before me. Perhaps this unfortunate creature was a dull-witted zombie, allowing humans to seize its treasures. What a wretched fate for this child." Shen Feifei couldn't help but chuckle to herself. However, this situation was indeed preferable. Acquiring these crystal nuclei for herself was far superior to that foolish zombie consuming them to evolve and pose a threat to humanity, thus preserving her status as queen. With this thought in mind, Shen Feifei found herself rather eager to see what this zombie looked like. How could one evolve so swiftly without high intelligence? Truly a genius. Or perhaps it was the high-grade crystal nucleus in its mind that piqued Shen Feifei's interest. Observing the rudimentary living conditions of the uncle and nephew, where even a few packs of instant noodles required such careful storage, Shen Feifei realized their lives were indeed fraught with hardship. She felt a genuine desire to assist them, yet hesitated, fearing that her benevolence might place her at a disadvantage. History was replete with instances of ingratitude, where kindness was met with hostility, like the neighboring Yu nation, which, prior to the apocalypse, thrived on the resources of the Flower Kingdom, only to turn against it once adversity passed. Or the CH nation, which, regardless of circumstances, would blame the Flower Kingdom, exhibiting a complete lack of gratitude, ready to turn like a famished wolf when denied benefits. Such occurrences among individuals were all too common as well. Consequently, Shen Feifei resolved not to extend her assistance to the uncle and nephew unless a fair exchange could be arranged. Despite finding the young boy quite endearing, with so many people at the base, where would one begin to search for someone? After securing the crystal nuclei, Shen Feifei casually inquired of the uncle and nephew about their search. "If the young lady is looking for someone, You have indeed come to the right people. We have friends working at the government's registration office, which maintains a detailed list of survivors entering the base. We can assist you in your search, the man said, suddenly stopping short, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. They sought payment, not merely assistance. Shen Feifei smiled gently. That sounds quite manageable, as long as you can help me locate the individual without alarming him. Your compensation will not be meager. Very well indeed. You understand that we are in difficult times. Without resources, one cannot accomplish anything. With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, the man gazed at the slightly bulging bags in Shen Feifei's possession. Shen Feifei opened her bag and retrieved the last 2 packets of instant noodles. Then, in front of the man, she emptied the bag to indicate its emptiness. These 2 packets serve as a deposit. Once you find the person, I will provide the remaining 6 packets. It is akin to a transaction. One would not pay in full before receiving their goods, lest they regret it later. Although unafraid of these humans, Shen Feifei was not one to suffer losses. Pinching the delicate, rosy cheek of the young boy, Shen Feifei turned and exited the Maple Leaf residential building. With a slight smirk, she chose to ignore the man and strode confidently out of the complex. Hey, where do you think you're going, girl? A scruffy, long-haired brute with a disheveled appearance blocked her path, arms outstretched. Behind him loomed the bald man, whom Shen Feifei had nearly incapacitated earlier, along with a group of ruffians clad in foul-smelling floral shirts, wielding makeshift weapons such as clubs, knives, and steel bars. As she glanced back, Shen Feifei discovered that numerous individuals clad in similar attire had encircled her. They chuckled and gradually constricted their perimeter, intent on trapping her. Humph! One must eradicate the roots. Otherwise, the spring breeze will bring them back to life. Just moments ago, Shen Feifei regretted her kindness in sparing that bald man, for now he had summoned 100 ruffians to rob her. Hurry, hurry! The once vibrant crowd bustling along the street had now retreated to a safe distance, standing afar, giggling and whispering, pointing fingers in her direction as they reveled in the spectacle. Not a soul intervened to halt the nefarious actions of the long-haired brute and his accomplices, nor did anyone bother to alert the authorities, as if such occurrences were a common sight, all too familiar. Hey there, little lady, you're quite the pretty one, aren't you? I could almost squeeze water from you, the long-haired thug said as he approached with a lewd grin, raising his hand to caress Shen Feifei's cheek. Get away! Shen Feifei's eyes flashed coldly as she prepared to strike back. Yet, inadvertently, she caught sight of a familiar figure emerging from the crowd. Oh no, please don't come any closer. Stay back. The fierce warrior from moments ago suddenly transformed into a frightened, ordinary girl, retreating a few steps and pressing herself against the outer wall of the community, trembling in terror as she gazed at the thugs, waving her delicate arms in a futile attempt to deter them. Don't be afraid, darling. Your big brother adores girls like you, so soft and sweet. I could just die for you. The long-haired thug, undeterred by his failure to touch Shen Feifei, found her reaction entirely normal. With 100 burly men on his side, how could a mere girl, surrounded and terrified, dare to resist? Especially as her expression of fear only fueled his excitement, making him feel powerful and invincible. He felt an immediate rush of adrenaline, his bravado swelling within him. Meanwhile, the bald man beside him furrowed his brow, skeptical of Shen Feifei's lack of resistance, yet he dared not voice his doubts, reluctant to disturb the atmosphere. Come with your big brother, and I promise you'll never have to worry about food or clothing. You'll live every day like a goddess. What do you say? The long-haired thug's laughter grew increasingly lascivious as he shamelessly reached into his filthy trousers, feeling around and then sniffing the stench on his fingers, his gaze never leaving Shen Feifei's face, fixating on the delicate skin of her neck. Disgust surged within Shen Feifei, her stomach churning as she struggled to contain her revulsion, her brow furrowing in dismay. Why the frown, little one? If you think your big brother alone isn't enough to satisfy you, just look at my 100-strong brothers, all strapping men. The surrounding ruffians roared with raucous laughter and jeers. These men were courting death. Shen Feifei narrowed her eyes, falling silent as she noticed that familiar figure standing at the edge of the circle, motionless, gazing at her with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Occasionally, she would lift her head to wipe away her tears, her delicate, rain-soaked visage causing the ruffians to collectively gasp, their eyes turning a vivid shade of red. The creature, with its unkempt fur, touched its nose, only to discover a stream of fresh blood trickling down. This little vixen, so tantalizing, possesses a power that is truly formidable, causing my nose to bleed uncontrollably. This is intolerable. With a flick of its wrist, disregarding any semblance of restraint, the creature let out a cacophony of cries and lunged towards Shun Feifei, eager for an impromptu performance to alleviate its fervor. Chapter 55. The Mischief Maker's Demon Star. Outside the Maple Leaf community in Central City, a gang of ruffians armed with weapons encircled a young girl, pressing her against the wall as if they intended to devour her. Each of them had bloodshot eyes, clamoring, "Boss, go for it! Charge!" Meanwhile, the creature inside was eagerly rubbing its hands together, exaggeratedly mimicking a hungry tiger about to pounce, fiercely lunging at the sobbing, helpless girl crouched on the ground. This girl is intoxicatingly fragrant. Her skin is so tender and smooth. The creature's claws were nearly grazing Shun Feifei's delicate shoulders, her unique, virginal sweetness wafting into its nostrils, igniting its greedy imagination and causing a stream of filthy saliva to drip down. Who dares to interrupt my delightful endeavor? The creature strained its neck mid-lunge, only to find a tall soldier clad in military attire, devoid of any insignia, glaring menacingly at it while gripping the collar of its shirt. The few ruffians in the outer circle had already collapsed, groaning on the ground. "Listen carefully, you little brat. I am the brother-in-law of the chief of the base's Public Security Bureau. Mind your own business, or you'll be courting death." The creature, seeing the absence of insignia, dismissed Xiao Yi as merely an ordinary soldier and, without a hint of remorse, instinctively threatened him. "Humph, a deserving target for punishment. You are forbidden from committing misdeeds or bullying women. Otherwise, I shall strike you every time we meet." Xiao Yi forcefully slammed the creature to the ground, delivering a swift kick for good measure. The creature rolled several times before finally coming to a halt with the assistance of its companions. "Ouch, ouch, my back is breaking, you little rascal. You lot, beat him up, beat him mercilessly. I'll take full responsibility if he dies." Instead of reflecting on its wrongdoings, the creature, emboldened by its numbers, sought revenge on Xiao Yi, issuing commands with a flurry of noise. Instantly, over 100 ruffians brandished their assorted weapons, raining down blows upon Xiao Yi, yet the tall officer remained unfazed. With a powerful leap, he soared high, executing a sweeping kick that sent the nearest group of ruffians crashing to the ground, their weapons clattering in a chaotic cascade. How impressive! At this moment, Shun Feifei ceased her feigned tears and gazed up in awe at the officer's stunning martial display, her face adorned with admiration and sparkling eyes. "Oh, here he comes, the handsome hero." With a radiant smile, Shun Feifei rose, her earlier fear completely vanished. "Catch!" She tossed a baseball bat she had retrieved from the ground to Xiao Yi, offering it as a weapon. She herself brandished a folding iron chair that she had seemingly conjured from thin air, charging into the throng of ruffians and delivering blows with a resounding crack. "This thug gets a smack on the head, that one a kick to the leg, and you, the loudest one, get a whack to the waist." The once fearsome and menacing ruffians, who had been so intimidating moments ago, now found themselves reduced to mere punching bags in the hands of Shun Feifei, utterly devoid of any power to resist, as she mercilessly tossed them about like playthings. Each thug she struck was left bleeding profusely, with their brains splattered, or in some cases, their very innards expelled from their bodies. None who fell under her wrath emerged alive. They were all thoroughly dispatched in her exuberance for the fray. Shun Feifei nearly claimed all of Xiao Yi's adversaries, having pummeled nearly 100 rogues, including those already felled by Xiao Yi. Was as if her strikes, imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds, were delivered with unrelenting ferocity. Oh, what a demon she was! One thug, having been sent sprawling into a heap of corpses, quickly rolled his eyes back, shut them tight, and held his breath, feigning death to escape her wrath. "Please, spare my life. I was wrong, utterly wrong." The bald-headed instigator, who had earlier brought his men seeking vengeance, now cowered in fear as Shun Feifei approached, paralyzed with terror, attempting to retreat on the ground, only to find his foot pinned beneath her heel. "What sin have I committed to incur the wrath of such a monster?" he lamented in the final moments of his life, filled with regret. "Enough already. You've killed them all," Xiao Yi exclaimed, taken aback by the brutal spectacle Shun Feifei had wrought upon her foes, hastily urging her to cease the bloodshed. Did you not say we must maintain the military's dignity? I merely gave them a gentle tap. They were the ones who could not withstand the blow. Shin Feifei pouted, still reveling in the chaos. With a flick of her wrist, a flash of golden light erupted as a long-haired brute, attempting to rise from the outskirts and escape, collapsed to the ground, blood and brain matter gushing from a bullet-sized wound. Why have you killed him again? Even Xiao Yi, accustomed to scenes of carnage, felt a twinge of remorse at the excessive violence, gazing at Shin Feifei with a shake of his head in reproach. If I do not kill him, will he not return with more to seek vengeance? That bald man, whom I spared out of a moment of compassion, immediately returned with a horde of thugs to ambush me. This long-haired brute has an even greater backing. If I let him go, he will surely return with an even larger force. Just then, the sirens of police cars, previously silent, erupted into a cacophony following the death of the director's brother-in-law, hastily racing toward the scene of conflict. We must flee. Xiao Yi grasped Shin Feifei's hand firmly. Shin Feifei's hand stiffened, a rosy hue blossoming across her face, yet she offered no resistance, obediently allowing him to lead her through the throngs, swiftly making their way toward the inner city. They resembled two wayward lovers, having committed a misdeed, furtively escaping hand in hand to avoid detection. The once boisterous crowd, witnessing the gruesome spectacle of Shin Feifei's violence, was left in shock and horror. More than half trembled uncontrollably, their legs weak, immobilized by fear. In an instant, upon realizing their fearsome heroine had vanished, they scattered in a panic, eager to distance themselves from the chaos and avoid any repercussions. Only a grim tableau remained, with bodies strewn across the ground, still warm, a gruesome sight of blood and flesh, utterly ghastly. Stop! Halt! Why are you running so fast? Are you still afraid of the police? Shin Feifei, having followed Xiao Yi into the military camp, finally came to a halt, ceasing her flight. How dare you say that? It suffices to teach those ruffians a lesson, but how could one consider eliminating them all? The loss of hundreds of lives is a grave matter indeed. Holidays are hereby cancelled. You are forbidden to step outside the camp for the next couple of days. Remain at home and reflect upon your actions until this matter is resolved. Humph! Such a heavy air of menace. With a stern expression, Xiao Yihu reprimanded Shin Feifei, while secretly devising a plan to settle the issue without implicating her. Understood, Commander. Shin Feifei, feigning compliance, saluted Xiao Yihu with a military gesture, yet inwardly chuckled, relishing the unexpected excitement after a long period of inactivity. Chapter 56. Who was the uniform enthusiast in the barracks, Shin Feifei, having idled away an entire afternoon, found her body weary and restless, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find slumber. As night approached, a series of knocks sounded on the dormitory door, and a tall figure entered upon Shin Feifei's permission. Xiao Yi, still gazing at the half-asleep Shin Feifei, said, "Come with me for a moment." "Where to?" "I am on leave," Shin Feifei replied lazily, reluctant to rise from her bed. "Just come with me, no questions asked." Xiao Yi maintained his stoic demeanor, though a glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes. Without further ado, he lifted Shin Feifei from the bed and carried her away. "Put me down. I can walk on my own." Shin Feifei's face flushed crimson as she found herself in Xiao Yi's embrace. She struggled fiercely to escape, quickly donning her shoes and obediently following him out the door. "Very well, it seems Xiao Yi truly is my nemesis." Shin Feifei could not help but concede in Xiao Yi's bedroom. She inquired, "What have you brought me here for?" A sense of unease washed over her as she entered his personal space. Thoughts of uniform fetishes and military fantasies from certain films crept into her mind. Seeing Xiao Yi, clad in a fitted military uniform and exuding strength, only deepened her embarrassment. Her face was now so flushed that it felt as if it reached her neck, fidgeting nervously with the hem of her clothing. She stood there, drawing circles on the floor with her foot. "What are you thinking?" "I merely wished to give you a haircut." Upon noticing Shin Feifei's crimson visage, Xiao Yi suddenly realized and could not suppress a smirk. You scoundrel, a haircut? Why did you not inform me beforehand?" Shin Feifei exclaimed, mortified as she understood that Xiao Yi had summoned her solely for a haircut. The embarrassment of her earlier demeanor washed over her. "It would have made no difference if I had told you now." Xiao Yi gently pressed her into a chair, secured a cape around her, and brandished scissors and clippers above her head. Shin Feifei harbored no aversion to getting her hair cut. In fact, She had long contemplated a shorter style back in Central City. With someone, especially a handsome gentleman, offering to assist, she could hardly refuse. All right, take a look and see if you like it. After a flurry of cutting and styling, Xiaoyi roused Shen Feifei to admire his handiwork. Who is that? Why does the mirror reflect a short-haired tomboy? Shen Feifei leaped up in shock, staring wide-eyed at the unfamiliar figure staring back at her. Xiaoyi, you rascal. How could you have cut my hair like this? Shen Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief, her remaining short hair standing on end in agitation as she glared at the man before her, who wore an expression of unabashed admiration. Had I not inquired moments ago if it were permissible to trim my hair shorter? You nodded in agreement, did you not? Xiaoyi blinked innocently, feigning ignorance. When did I ever consent to that? Shen Feifei's face was a mask of skepticism. After ruminating for a moment, she recalled that in her haze of sleep, Xiaoyi had seemingly posed a question, to which she had drowsily acquiesced without fully opening her eyes. As a girl, how could I possibly face the world with such short hair? It was evident that Xiaoyi was taking advantage of her vulnerability. After all, she had been asleep and was oblivious to what he had said. Military training dictated that excessively long hair could be a hindrance. Moreover, considering the numerous lives Xiaoyi had taken, it was likely that someone would come seeking him. By cutting her hair short, she could obscure her feminine identity, rendering her unrecognizable. It would only be for a few days, after which her hair would surely grow back. At last, Xiaoyi divulged the rationale for her haircut. Very well, it has been done, and it will not grow back immediately. Shen Feifei had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, the gesture of helping her with her hair was not without good intentions. She consoled herself, casting a heartbroken glance at her severed locks strewn upon the ground. The following morning, while engaged in her training, Shen Feifei was startled by the urgent assembly call reverberating through the military camp. What could possibly have happened? An emergency assembly during the holiday? Shen Feifei paused in confusion before quickly donning her attire and rushing downstairs, joined by her fellow soldiers who hastily gathered for the assembly. Within minutes, thousands of troops had assembled on the training grounds, standing in perfect formation, not a whisper to be heard. Colonel Xiaoyi stood at the forefront of the ranks, his expression grave. Approximately 10 minutes later, a few luxurious military vehicles and police cars arrived, their approach slow and deliberate as they came to a halt outside the training field. The doors swung open, revealing several high-ranking military officials and a handful of stern-looking police officers in their uniforms, who exited with an air of authority. Behind them trailed a throng of individuals, each one cautiously attending to their needs. After a brief exchange among the officials, one gestured, and several officers emerged, escorting a disheveled figure, wrapped like a dumpling, limping awkwardly from the crowd behind. Yesterday, a heinous murder incident occurred in Central, where hundreds of upstanding citizens were slain by a fearsome woman. We suspect that a zombie spy has infiltrated our military ranks. Therefore, we must conduct a thorough investigation. There is no need for alarm. Simply remain calm and stand at attention. A commanding police officer proclaimed loudly into a megaphone, and soon after, the limping individual began to identify members of the crowd one by one. Upstanding citizens? Those 100-odd ruffians were deemed upstanding citizens? Shen Feifei was nearly in stitches. If they were considered good citizens, then she, the zombie queen, must truly be a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. However, it must be acknowledged that they were correct in their suspicion of a zombie infiltrating the military. Yet this did not imply that they were aware of Shen Feifei's concealment here. It was merely a pretext for their search. It appeared that the long-haired creature's brother-in-law, unable to endure the torment of his domineering wife, had leveraged his political influence to persuade the military to allow him to bring survivors in search of someone. However, whether they would succeed in their search was beyond their control. The individual tasked with identification is none other than the long-haired remnants of the feigned demise left behind by Shen Feifei from yesterday. She felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would have taken the time to photograph each one again. Those elusive fish, however, given that he dared to come forward for identification, he must possess some form of assurance. Shen Feifei could not afford to be complacent. Contemplating this, she remained still, secretly employing her earth-based abilities to cloak her fair visage with a layer of dust. Her delicate face was instantly transformed into a muted gray, tinged with a hint of black, resembling the weathered hues of sun-kissed skin. Coupled with her freshly cut hair and her attire mirroring that of the male soldiers, how could a stranger possibly recognize her? Furthermore, with thousands of warriors present on the training grounds, it would exhaust even the most persistent of seekers. Indeed, after much circling and scrutinizing, the individual failed to identify Shen Feifei, eventually reporting to the accompanying officer that he had found no one. What a waste! The officer, who had earlier exuded authority, delivered a harsh kick to him, forcing him to retreat from the military camp in disgrace, akin to a stray dog, stripped of his previous bravado and arrogance. Section 57. Departure from the city. Observing the police depart so unceremoniously left Shen Feifei perplexed. Was it merely a formality? Moreover, as the sole female soldier in the camp, her presence was well known among the military personnel. Surely the senior officers were not oblivious to her existence. Such a grand display seemed unwarranted. Shaking her head, Shen Feifei chose to let the matter go. What was done was done. There was no need to fear that elusive individual returning. Should he dare to approach again, she would not hesitate to confront him. With the visitors gone, the soldiers quickly dispersed to resume their holiday. Well, did I frighten you? She teased. Pfft, do I look like I would be intimidated by them? Did you handle it? Shen Feifei retorted. It was well known among the ranks that a girl named Xiao Yi existed within the corpse retrieval unit. Even amidst the thousands of soldiers, her name was recognized. If even one of them were to speak up, Shen Feifei would have no choice but to act, thus bringing her undercover mission to an abrupt end. Of course, her lineage as a noble scion was not merely for show. Xiao Yi wore a smug expression, reclining with his feet propped up on the desk, swaying them back and forth, displaying the quintessential demeanor of a spoiled rich kid, entirely devoid of the gravitas and solemnity typically associated with high-ranking officers. It seems that privilege indeed comes with its own set of advantages, contingent upon how it is wielded. Shen Feifei found herself gaining a newfound understanding of the use of privilege. Thank you. Shen Feifei spoke softly, her sincerity evident, devoid of any pretense, as he gazed into Shen Feifei's bright, clear eyes and her exquisitely delicate features, complemented by her graceful and athletic form. Xiao Yi felt his heart race uncontrollably, his tongue inexplicably dry, and his speech slightly stammered. Here's a new female military uniform for you, he said hurriedly, tossing a large package to Shen Feifei before dashing to the washroom to douse his head with cold water until his temperature cooled. Gazing into the mirror at the sight of the well-fitted military attire adorning the spirited young woman, Shen Feifei smiled sweetly. It seemed that this Xiao Yi had his charming moments. Perhaps he was not entirely insufferable. Nevertheless, her expression momentarily stiffened, hoping fervently that this was not a dream. The following day, as the holiday concluded, the corpse retrieval unit resumed its rigorous training regimen. In recent days of training, Xiao Yi no longer regarded Shen Feifei with a cold demeanor. However, neither of them made any effort to seek out the other. Occasionally, when their gazes intersected, they would hastily avert their eyes. Look, the captain and Xiao Yi seem rather off lately, remarked a vigilant soldier. What's so peculiar? They're still the same, engaging in a daily cold war, each unable to stand the sight of the other, replied a stout, big-eyed warrior. Fool! It's evident to anyone with a discerning eye that they are harboring feelings for one another. And yet they continue this cold war, a gossip-loving soldier quipped, winking at his comrades. That wretched Xiao Yi, that rogue, you scoundrel. Shen Feifei, who inadvertently overheard the conversation, mentally scorned him with countless circles of disdain. Others had already discerned their affections. How could he remain oblivious? Why wouldn't he take the initiative to speak? Was she expected to make the first move? What girl would dare to initiate such a conversation? Moreover, she was Shen Feifei, whose heart was heavy with unspoken sorrows, teetering on the brink of tears. Both wished to converse, yet neither took the plunge. Ultimately, they succumbed to silence, passing each other with flushed cheeks and hurried steps. Days later, Xiao Yi summoned all members of the corpse hunting team for a serious mobilization meeting. The message was grave. Recently, teams venturing to collect supplies in Li Family Town had frequently been besieged by swarms of zombies. The military had previously dispatched troops to eradicate them but suffered devastating losses, resulting in many fallen soldiers. Rumor had it that a high-level zombie resided there, possibly endowed with advanced intelligence, beyond the capability of regular forces to conquer. Consequently, the military had specifically dispatched the elite corpse-hunting squad to capture this formidable zombie. Capturing it alive would be ideal, but if that proved impossible, they would settle for its corpse for research purposes in military laboratories. Though the mobilization report was brief, Xiao Yi delivered it with fervor, invigorating the soldiers, who were fired up and eager to charge into battle, ready to risk their lives without hesitation. This stirred Shun Feifei's fighting spirit as well, igniting a desire to engage in battle, not for humanity, but for the treasure that lay within the high-level zombie's brain. Once he sensed that the soldiers' morale was sufficiently heightened, Xiaoyi began to assign roles. Given the significance of this mission and the previous embarrassment of returning empty-handed from a city, the corpse-hunting team was under considerable pressure. Thus, Xiaoyi resolved that, regardless of the sacrifices required, they must capture that high-level zombie. He could not allow the military hierarchy to perceive the corpse-hunting squad as ineffectual, squandering resources without delivering results. This time, he would personally lead the operation, commanding a total of 50 soldiers from the 1st to the 5th squads, leaving the remaining 2 squads to guard the base and await reinforcement. The weaponry and equipment they carried were the most comprehensive and advanced, including semi-automatic sniper rifles, high-energy magnetic cannons, and even a specialized net gun designed for capturing high-value targets. This net, crafted from a unique material, was remarkably sturdy. Once ensnared, it would automatically bind the opponent tightly. The more the trapped individual struggled, the more constricted the bindings became. To date, none had managed to escape on their own. Shun Feifei had even utilized this net during training on several occasions. The net in question is indeed quite extraordinary, remarkably smooth like fishing line, coated in a viscous slime that renders it sticky to the touch. However, it boasts exceptional elasticity, making it impossible to break no matter how much one pulls or tugs. Yet, it harbors a significant weakness. It is highly flammable. Should it come into contact with Shun Feifei's fire abilities, it would instantly shrink into a charred, black lump, reduced to a state of ruin. Shun Feifei secretly chuckled, hoping that the advanced zombie from Li Family Town would lack fire abilities, as she joined the others in boarding the specially modified, elongated military Humvee that had been prepared in advance. She found herself in the same vehicle as the first squad, alongside Xiaoyi. The vehicle was spacious enough to accommodate more than 10 people comfortably. Xiaoyi occupied the passenger seat, while she settled in the row behind him, in close proximity. Shun Feifei could even catch a whiff of his appealing masculine scent, distinctly different from any unpleasant odor. It was an alluring aroma that particularly attracted women. The sight of his thick, dark hair at the back of his head captivated her as well. Chapter 58. The Narrow Path of Enemies, Part 1. A convoy of 4 vehicles swiftly exited the inner circular city and ventured into the outer ring. Upon entering the outer city, Shun Feifei was greeted by a vast expanse of military green tents, arranged in meticulous order, stretching endlessly into the distance. From afar, they appeared remarkably organized, giving the impression that the base's administrator was a responsible and capable individual. However, as the vehicles continued onward, Shun Feifei noticed that these orderly tents gradually became scarce. After a slight turn, she was confronted with a chaotic scene of makeshift shelters. Some were merely tattered sheets draped over a few poles serving as tents. Others were crafted from a few garments or scraps sewn together. Some individuals had resorted to hanging plastic bags as their only form of shelter, and there were those who lacked even that, simply lying on the ground atop a few handfuls of straw. Amidst Shun Feifei's bewilderment, the bearded squad leader beside her explained that those residing in the neatly arranged military tents were the first arrivals at the base, and their tents had been provided by the military. As resources dwindled, the military could no longer supply additional tents and delegated the management of the outer city to the government, urging them to find solutions. Unfortunately, these government officials, citing a lack of supplies, ceased to distribute any more tents, leaving the inhabitants to fend for themselves. This resulted in the stark contrast between the orderly tents closer to the inner city and the absence of proper shelter in the outer areas. It was evident that many residents of the outer city were malnourished, their faces gaunt and haggard, bearing the marks of prolonged exposure to the sun and wind, their skin parched and drawn. Few among them were plump. Several appeared as mere skeletal frames, their eyes sunken. As the military Humvee approached, the outer city's residents instinctively recoiled in fear, retreating to the roadside while casting longing glances in their direction. Their clothing, shoes, and hats were tattered and worn, riddled with holes and patches, showing signs of wear from the elements. Some were adorned in winter coats yet were beset by flying debris. The elderly and children fared even worse. Some children wore nothing at all, merely draping themselves in tattered paper bags, their faces smeared with dirt, and many were barefoot, stepping on the refuse-strewn ground. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Shun Feifei felt a pang of sorrow and furrowed her brow. She recalled the official announcements proclaiming the abundance of water, food, and clothing in this area. It was evident that water was now scarce. Yet, could it be that clothing and food were also in dire shortage? Why did these individuals appear so ragged, resembling the skeletal refugees of an African camp, perpetually famished? As the military vehicles gradually decelerated in the more densely populated regions, many hands reached out eagerly, incessantly banging on the doors, their cracked lips moving in a desperate plea for sustenance. Had the windows not been closed, their hands would surely have intruded. Noticing Shun Feifei's discontent, the bearded man continued to explain. The military had little in the way of reserves. It was an unavoidable reality. Food supplies were dwindling, now entrusted to the government for distribution to these refugees. The specifics of the process eluded them, but they were aware that the rations for young adults in the inner city amounted to merely half of what was needed. Each day, they received only 3 buns and a pound of water. The elderly and children, unable to venture out for supplies, were allocated half of that, just 1.5 buns and half a pound of water. Moreover, the uncertainty of whether they would receive their rations at all loomed large. Does the military not intervene? Shun Feifei questioned, her irritation palpable as she addressed the bearded man. The sight of such suffering unsettled her deeply. Despite her current existence as a zombie king rather than a human, she felt a profound empathy for these individuals. How can they manage? They simply cannot. The bearded man shrugged, his hands raised in a gesture of helplessness. The military consisted of only about 100,000 personnel, including administrative staff and families. They were tasked with defending the base, maintaining order, and safeguarding humans as they gathered supplies, all of which stretched their resources thin. How could they possibly manage millions? Furthermore, the authority over civilian affairs had been transferred to the government, falling outside their jurisdiction, making it inappropriate for them to intervene. Too many conflicting interests were at stake. At this juncture, Shun Feifei let out a cold laugh. What is so difficult to manage? Just because it is outside their jurisdiction, she mused, acknowledging that the daily food consumption of over 1 million people was not a trivial matter. Calculating it as half a pound per person, 100 individuals would require a 50-pound bag of food. 1,000 would need 10 bags. 10,000 would necessitate 100 bags. 100,000 would consume 1,000 bags. And nearly 2 million would demand 20,000 bags. The daily consumption approached the capacity of a small warehouse. A small base could not sustain the needs of millions. However, the Taicang base was originally a large facility, renowned nationwide as a significant state-owned granary, with storage capabilities in the millions, even tens of millions of tons. People were continuously scouring for supplies, and Jiangbei periodically dropped off provisions. Therefore, the base should not, and indeed would not, face a grain shortage crisis at this juncture. The notion of severe food scarcity, to the extent of disbanding the base, was a blatant lie, or perhaps a ruse to hoard supplies for unknown purposes. Thus, it became clear that both the military and the government had little intention of caring for the plight of these refugees. They merely engaged in passing the buck, concerned only with the distribution of benefits. They wished to reap the rewards while pushing the burdens onto others, a classic manifestation of the lethargic governance that had plagued both the government and military prior to the apocalypse. Little did I anticipate that in this post-apocalyptic world, fraught with peril at every turn, such a governing ideology would persist. It is no wonder that amidst the multitude of surviving humans, the Jiangbei government still endures. Yet humanity finds itself perpetually on the defensive, besieged by zombies, their strength gradually eroded. Humanity, truly a selfish species, unchanged through the ages. They cannot even rival these advanced zombies, who possess wisdom and understand the importance of unity. The convoy continued its journey toward the outer city entrance, and although many sought to extract some advantage from the soldiers, none dared to brazenly obstruct the path or intercept the military vehicles. The journey remained uneventful, and soon they arrived at the city gates. Here, however, the vehicle was compelled to halt temporarily. At the entrance, a large contingent of fully armed police officers had set up barriers for inspection. Upon seeing the military vehicle approach, a senior officer hurriedly jogged over with a few subordinates. "We are on official business. Move the barriers aside immediately," barked Xiao Yi, rolling down the window, his impatience evident as he addressed the portly officer with an abundance of excess flesh. The officers, clad in black, bore 2 pieces of white cloth on either side of their collars, and most wore their broad-brimmed hats askew. Their utility belts were slung loosely, resembling sagging bags, and their firearms dangled carelessly behind them. It was clear that this group lacked any semblance of discipline, reminiscent of the notorious white dog officers, once referred to as the tyrants of the past. Chapter 59. A narrow path of enmity, Part 2. The entrance to the outer city was encircled by an extensive, tightly woven barbed wire fence, glimmering in the sunlight as it formed an insurmountable barrier between humanity and the undead. Sandbags were piled into a formidable street barricade about a meter high, with only a few meters of passage at the entrance. Even this passage was obstructed by several horse hindrances. A throng of over 100 officers in dark uniforms stood there, exuding authority as they inspected the incoming and outgoing pedestrians. Occasionally, they would seize valuable items from the survivors entering the city, meting out harsh punishment with their leather belts at the slightest hint of resistance. Or they would simply declare that the individual was infected with the zombie virus, barring them from entry. Should anyone dare to contest this decision, a bullet would seal their fate. In their desperate bid for safe passage into the Taitsong base, these survivors, who had endured arduous journeys to escape the jaws of death, had no choice but to submit obediently to the extortion and scrutiny of these bandit-like officers, not daring to utter a word for fear of being killed or expelled. Those survivors who passed the inspection were not immediately allowed into the outer city. Instead, they were herded into a fenced enclosure, 5 to 6 meters high, where they were required to remain for a full day and night without succumbing to zombification before they could be registered to enter the outer city. Even those seeking to exit the city faced a rigorous interrogation from the police before being permitted to leave. As the corpse hunting squad's military vehicle approached the exit, a rotund man, adorned with high-ranking police insignia and a visage reminiscent of gluttony, hurried over, flanked by a few junior officers. "Greetings, sir." Upon noticing that Xiaoyi held the rank of colonel, far surpassing his own, the once imposing officer quickly adopted a sycophantic demeanor, bowing low in deference to Xiaoyi. "Hasten to remove the roadblocks. We must depart the city for official business." Xiaoyi chided the corpulent policeman with evident impatience, irritation etched upon his countenance. "Indeed, we would never dare to delay the military's official duties. However, there is a stern directive from above to locate the female bandit responsible for the murders in Central, necessitating a thorough search of every vehicle. I beg your understanding. Please bear with us." The overweight officer, sensing Xiaoyi's annoyance, appeared somewhat intimidated, yet he dared not let them pass without scrutiny, bowing repeatedly like a lapdog, his tail wagging incessantly to It seems that the long-haired monster's brother-in-law, the police chief, remains undeterred in his pursuit of Shun Feifei's whereabouts. Shun Feifei clenched her sharp teeth. She was a menace that could not be allowed to linger. Once this mission concludes, she would address this troublesome matter. They had already conducted a search at the military camp. Why persist in this fruitless endeavor? Xiaoyi showed no deference, reaching to close the car window. Wait, just a glance, the rotund policeman pleaded. Thrusting his hand into the window's path to halt the rising glass, his demeanor pitiable. It was clear he was under considerable pressure. Otherwise, a craven character like him would not dare challenge the military. "Quickly, take a look." Xiaoyi glanced at his watch, growing increasingly vexed. The officer hurriedly pulled someone from the crowd behind him, instructing him to identify the members of the corpse-hunting team within the vehicle. That individual was indeed the escaped fugitive. After several days of recovery, though still bandaged, he was no longer limping and could walk unaided. Clad in a black leather jacket, he stood there, a figure of medium stature. He carefully scanned the faces of several team members inside the vehicle, his gaze suddenly fixating on Shun Feifei, as if struck by a revelation. "What is it, Dogsy? Did you find something?" The policeman, noticing Dogsy's unusual behavior, rushed over, excitement gleaming in his eyes. No, I found nothing," Dogsy quickly corrected himself. "You imbecile, found nothing and yet you daydream." The officer kicked Dogsy, sending him sprawling to the ground, before respectfully bowing to allow the military vehicle to pass. It was only after the vehicle had driven away for some time that Dogsy slowly rose from the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Elijah town lies just ahead. Driving for another 10 kilometers will lead us there, where the high-level zombie awaits. Xiaoyi, with map in hand, pointed to an icon as they deliberated. This creature had taken residence there, frequently ambushing humans and military forces seeking supplies. When humanity was scarce, it would even orchestrate a mass of zombies to besiege them, deliberately annihilating and devouring them. An intelligent high-level zombie. Previously, the military had dispatched forces to eradicate it, but the creature had evaded capture. Since then, a multitude of unknown origins of zombies had congregated in Lijia town, with none who passed through escaping its clutches. This time, the primary objective of the corpse-hunting team was to capture it alive. Of course, this was merely the military's wishful thinking. With Shun Feifei, the undercover agent, among them, their goal of capturing it alive would remain unattainable. Chapter 60. The emergence of the second-level zombie, a light autumn rain, had likely fallen yesterday, leaving the air refreshingly humid. As a cool breeze swept through, it carried with it a gentle warmth that caressed the dry faces of the corpse-hunting team, providing a sense of comfort and ease. The town of Lijia is rather small, spanning an area of approximately 10 kilometers, situated about 30 kilometers from the Taicang base. The convoy advanced at full speed, arriving within the hour. The streets were eerily quiet, devoid of any wandering zombies. The convoy refrained from recklessly entering the town, halting at the entrance instead. The roadside was littered with decaying corpses, swarms of flies buzzing about, alighting on the indistinguishable skeletons, feasting on the remnants of desiccated flesh and blood. Their hollowed shoes and tattered clothing were also besieged by the insects, reveling in their macabre banquet. Moreover, the so-called non-biodegradable plastic bags, purported to last a century, hung indiscriminately from every jagged edge of the street, fluttering like little flags in the breeze, or swirling freely through the air. Once bustling thoroughfares from the pre-apocalyptic era still bore numerous billboards and lightboxes. However, these once vibrant signs had long been neglected, fading under the relentless sun and wind. A towering poster at the roadside, featuring a renowned beauty from the Flower Kingdom, now bore a gaping hole right at her lips. A dark abyss resembling a zombie's insatiable maw, poised to devour any hapless passerby, lending an air of sinister dread to the town. Despite the clear weather, it was already October, and even the southern province of Z had shed the oppressive heat of summer, especially after a light rain the previous day. The zombies should not have feared the mild sun. Yet, the absence of any undead wandering the town was perplexing. Had they collectively embarked on a vacation? The team leader, with a bushy beard, expressed his unease to Xiao Yi, recalling his harrowing experience at the blood bank in a city, which had forever altered his perception of these seemingly mindless creatures. We should proceed with caution, Xiao Yi pondered, furrowing his brow in contemplation. However, Shun Feifei, drawn by the handsome visage of Xiao Yi, resolved to assist them, if only to save face for the dashing young man. She deployed a dynamic robot from the vehicle, watching as it emitted a mechanical buzz and slowly made its way toward the town center. The corpse-hunting team did not rush into the town, but instead formed a defensive formation, weapons at the ready, observing the robot's progress. Xiao Yi wielded the remote control, maneuvering the robot while remaining vigilant to the sounds of the street. Suddenly, Shun Feifei nearly toppled from the vehicle as she distinctly heard the previously buzzing robot suddenly proclaim in a theatrical voice, brother is here, ladies, come out and welcome the guests." The tone was unmistakably that of Xiao Yi, leaving her bewildered as to when he had recorded such a message and placed it in the small machine. No laughing. Upon hearing Shun Feifei's chuckles, which she could no longer suppress despite puffing her cheeks, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment and reproached her in irritation. "If you're not going to laugh, then don't." Humph. This third-generation official, who knows how many sisters she has at home, has become accustomed to recording such tapes. Shun Feifei shot him a resentful glance, contemplating how to deal with his numerous sisters. Should she consume them raw or fry them in oil? Perhaps startled by the robotic voice, shadows began to flit about in the small shops lining the street, but this movement was fleeting as tranquility soon returned. Xiao Yi inhaled sharply, as if his teeth ached. This advanced zombie was not merely cunning. It possessed the patience to remain inactive. He pressed a button with great force, and with a clatter, a blood pack fell from the robot's abdomen. Vivid crimson splattered across the ground, the metallic scent of blood wafting far and wide with the wind. The zombies lurking within the buildings could bear it no longer, bursting forth like dumplings, pouring out from various doorways in rapid succession. A cacophony of hooting laughter echoed, reverberating through the town sky, piercing the soldiers' eardrums painfully. Many soldiers clutched their heads, swaying uneasily. "Be cautious. The enemy possesses sound-based abilities," Xiao Yi bellowed, attempting to dissipate the overwhelming auditory assault on the soldiers. Equipped with specially designed military soundproofing devices, the soldiers gradually regained their composure, although one soldier had blood trickling from beneath his nose. The zombies' vocal resonance was formidable, yet its level was still inadequate. Shun Feifei scoffed disdainfully, discerning from that raucous cawing that the foe's ability had yet to reach the second tier, perhaps just a step shy of it. A moment ago, the ravenous horde of zombies had been fiercely vying for blood, but now, intimidated by the hooting, they abandoned their frantic feeding, lining up in a disorganized fashion, stretching out their arms as they surged toward the corpse-hunting squad. Open fire. Do not let them approach. This horde of zombies numbered in the thousands, while the corpse-hunting squad consisted of less than 100, a stark disparity. Aside from utilizing firearms to compensate for humanity's deficiency, there seemed to be no viable alternatives. The heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of blazing fire, violently shredding the skulls of the approaching zombies. Those struck by the bullets had their heads obliterated. Yet their bodies continued to advance momentarily, only to collapse onto the street in a heap. The zombies behind them showed no fear of their fallen comrades, continuing to trample over the corpses as they advanced. A relentless tide. Utilize the dry incendiary bombs. Xiaoyi gritted his teeth, issuing the command with fervor. These dry incendiary bombs were the latest high-tech weaponry developed by Huagua. Unlike previous incendiary devices, these would ignite upon contact with flesh, mercilessly burning until nothing remained, whether it be clothing, muscle, or bone. Such weaponry was deemed excessively cruel and was generally prohibited from use. The newly crafted dry-shrinking Lin bomb is an advanced iteration of the previous Lin bomb, designed not to incinerate living beings, but rather to swiftly extract moisture from within a specified range of biological entities, rendering them immobile, akin to desiccated corpses within mere seconds. Though undeniably cruel, it proves remarkably effective against zombies, particularly lower-tier ones. Chapter 61. The Nightmare of Zombies. Soon, a member of the corpse-hunting team retrieved a substantial refrigerated container from the back of their vehicle. After considerable effort, he extracted 2 dry-shrinking Lin bombs, each approximately twice the size of a fire extinguisher. The production of these innovative bombs is challenging, and their preservation is no easy feat. The hunting team is equipped with fewer than 20 of them. For the purpose of capturing a high-tier zombie alive, they had spared no expense in bringing along 2. Presently, as a multitude of zombies surged forward, relentlessly approaching the hunting team, even their most reliable heavy machine guns proved inadequate. At this juncture, the deployment of these potent dry-shrinking Lin bombs was timely. The team member donned a specialized bulletproof suit to prevent accidental discharge upon himself, then secured one of the bombs firmly onto his back while another teammate assisted in attaching the weapon's discharge nozzle. Once equipped, the team member resembled a firefighter, wielding a high-pressure spray nozzle with an elongated hose aimed at the advancing horde of zombies. The command of Xiaoyi, a jet of white liquid substance erupted forth, propelling itself dozens of meters away. Although reminiscent of a water gun, it possessed an extraordinary level of pressure, rendering it quite perilous. Instantly, the throng of zombies, numbering in the hundreds, were drenched from head to toe in this white liquid. Momentarily bewildered, the zombies paused, momentarily mistaking it for rain. A few of the more intelligent among them even sampled the liquid to discern its flavor. However, in an instant, what initially appeared to be harmless liquid emitted a thick white mist, accompanied by a hissing sound. Subsequently, a continuous stream of white vapor began to be extracted from the zombies' bodies, evaporating away, only to be drawn out again and again. A vast multitude of zombies transformed, their skin turning a ghastly pale gray, the remnants of moisture in their muscles visibly depleting, clinging tightly to their faces, hands, and thighs. Ultimately, these zombies were reduced to grotesque, desiccated skeletons, in less than 20 seconds. As the white mist dissipated, those drenched zombies stood frozen, their forms now pallid and motionless. As the zombies behind them pushed and jostled, the incapacitated ones collapsed, disintegrating into ash, their bones shattering into dust. Oh, what a formidable weapon! This truly is a nightmare for zombies. Fortunately, the production of such devices is exceedingly limited, with scarce raw materials available. The entire nation possesses barely over 40 of these bombs, a figure insufficient to instill fear in the vast zombie horde. Within mere minutes, 1 dry-shrinking Lin bomb was expended, and of course, the throngs of zombies on the street were now significantly diminished. The corpse-hunting team rejoiced, for they had effectively eradicated the zombies, allowing them to fulfill their mission with ease. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed through the streets, shaking the glass of nearby buildings. Following this, a large group of zombies adorned with desiccated flowers atop their heads emerged. These zombies exhibit a myriad of forms. Some scuttle along the ground like lizards. Others possess tails and leap into the air like monkeys. And then there is one, a towering giant over 3 meters tall, with arms as formidable as iron hammers, crashing through the landscape with each thunderous step. The giant's feet are astonishingly large, each stomp resonating like a colossal tank rumbling down the road. The members of the corpse-hunting team stood in stunned disbelief. Have these zombies evolved at an alarming rate? These creatures, previously unseen, move with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, several monkey-like zombies lunged forward. "Fire! Quickly, fire!" shouted Xiaoyi anxiously, waving his hand to conjure a wall of earthy yellow that shielded the group. The monkey zombies collided with the wall, toppling over. It appears that Xiaoyi possesses earth-based abilities. Shen Feifei cast a lingering glance at him, having never witnessed him utilize such powers before. He revealed them only in this critical moment. How cunning! Immediately, the advanced artillery and heavy machine guns were deployed, and the unfortunate zombies at the forefront met their demise, unable to evade in time, swiftly disintegrating into ash. The remaining first-tier zombies, witnessing their kin's downfall, hesitated for a moment. Amidst the cacophony of the night owl's cries, they reversed direction and hastily vanished into the nearby buildings, no longer to be seen. Even the imposing 3-meter-tall giant zombie twisted and retreated behind a tall structure, crouching low to conceal itself. Had the zombies conceded defeat? Clearly, such a notion was inconceivable. They intended to lie in wait within the buildings, springing forth to ambush the corpse-hunting team upon their entry into the town. This is what is known as urban warfare, guerrilla tactics. This nearly second-tier zombie indeed demonstrates a degree of intelligence, comprehending the nuances of coordinated combat and guerrilla warfare. Shen Feifei felt a surge of anticipation. After a prolonged wait, the zombies remained hidden within the houses. The sun began its descent, and there was no time to linger. Xiaoyi tossed his cigarette but to the ground, crushing it underfoot. It was already afternoon, and nightfall would soon descend, ushering in the zombies' dominion. Humans, lacking night vision, would find themselves at a disadvantage in the darkness, becoming prey for the ravenous undead. Thus, the corpse-hunting team had no choice but to press onward with determination. The advanced zombie that had emitted the night owl's call remained stationary in the center of a villa, with no signs of movement, as could be inferred from the sounds it produced. Chapter 62. The Giant Zombie. Should they charge in? Shen Feifei felt a pang of concern for the hunters. The villa lay not far ahead. If they could reach it successfully, the high-tier zombie would be within their grasp. Yet, with so many high-tier zombies lying in ambush along the way, how could they possibly approach unscathed? Even the high-tech artillery would have limited efficacy. Under Xiaoyi's command, the convoy readied itself, swiftly mobilizing and darting toward the villa like a bolt of lightning. The howling wind whistled past their ears as the vehicles approached the villa's entrance. Only a few quick-reacting zombies managed to rush out to disrupt the convoy, while the others remained oblivious. A cacophony of zombie growls erupted as the undead, filled with regret, emerged from various abodes, clawing and gnashing their teeth in pursuit of the vehicle, only to have their skulls shattered by the highly trained and well-equipped corpse hunters. It was surprising to witness these young men, who typically immersed themselves in rigorous training, displaying such remarkable competence. No wonder Xiaoyi dared to be so audacious. Shen Feifei nodded discreetly, also taking aim and dispatching several of the swiftest and most threatening monkey zombies. Her marksmanship was commendable. As Xiaoyi fired his weapon, he lavished praise upon Shen Feifei with unwavering focus, a glimmer of tenderness evident in his eyes. Need I even say it? Who isn't aware that Shen Feifei is the military sharpshooter with an impeccable record? Dealing with a few low-tier zombies is merely child's play. Watch out! Shen Feifei jolted, seizing the steering wheel from a teammate and deftly maneuvering the vehicle, which skidded to a halt at the entrance of a nearby house. Just as Xiaoyi was about to finish his sentence, a massive wall suddenly collapsed on the road ahead, blocking their path completely. A military Humvee trailing behind them crashed violently into the barrier. Instantly, the hunters inside were left bloodied and dazed, with several losing consciousness. One unfortunate soul was flung from the vehicle, landing lifelessly on the road beyond the wall. The zombies, delighted, eagerly advanced, tugging at arms and legs, dragging the incapacitated team member away. From behind the crumbled wall emerged a towering zombie, grinning widely, its arms coated in a layer of white dust. Clearly, it was responsible for the obstruction that halted their progress. Fire! Quickly! Xiaoyi urged, panic rising as they were still more than 10 meters from the villa. With so many injured teammates rendered unable to fight, including the soldier carrying the explosive device, this colossal zombie had to be eliminated first. Bullets rained down upon the massive creature, but their impact was minimal. Its tough, thick skin merely absorbed the projectiles, creating only small entry wounds without any significant damage. Even the shots aimed at its head were thwarted by its broad, sturdy palms, rendering them ineffective. Xiaoyi, focus on aiming for its eyes. I'll draw its attention. Xiaoyi instructed, steeling himself, then leapt from the vehicle, charging toward the hulking zombie. What are you doing? Are you seeking death? Shen Feifei exclaimed, alarmed. Xiaoyi, with only his earth-based abilities, dared to engage in close combat with a 3-meter-tall zombie. Had he lost his mind? A torrential barrage of bullets rained down upon the giant, puncturing its flesh with numerous gaping holes. Perhaps feeling discomfort, the behemoth zombie moved one hand away from its face to shield itself from the incoming fire. Suddenly, it noticed a small figure leaping onto its foot, attempting to slash at its leg. The giant zombie, peering through its narrow eye slits, spotted Xiaoyi maneuvering behind it, wielding a sharp military dagger aimed at its knee. What are these stones piercing my foot? When did these nails appear? It growled. Strike, strike, I will strike. As the colossal zombie lunged at Xiaoyi with its erratic movements, it clumsily twisted and turned its body, attempting to strike at the audacious little human who dared to provoke it. Yet, this diminutive human was remarkably agile, always managing to evade its grasp by the narrowest of margins. Observing Xiaoyi engage in close combat with the massive zombie, Shen Feifei immediately exerted pressure to deter the other zombies from intervening and disrupting the corpse-hunting team. She was intent on halting the giant zombie's assault on Xiaoyi, but fearing the exposure of her identity, she could only compel the massive creature to slow its attacks, allowing Xiaoyi to narrowly escape each time. However, this stalemate could not persist. After all, Xiaoyi was human, with limited stamina and abilities. It wouldn't be long before exhaustion set in, and there loomed a high-level zombie yet to be dealt with. With a sigh, Shen Feifei refocused her gaze through the scope, aiming at the exposed vulnerable spot of the colossal zombie, unleashing a barrage of heavy machine gun bullets infused with a hint of golden energy. The sound of bullets piercing flesh echoed, and the monstrous zombie's vulnerable area vanished, leaving a gaping hole nearly a meter in diameter at its midsection. With a resounding crash, the creature's intestines and entrails cascaded out from the cavernous wound. Ah, the bullets enhanced with golden energy possessed a force akin to that of a grenade, Shen Feifei mused with a smirk. The intensity of such damage undoubtedly inflicted unbearable pain, prompting the giant zombie to abandon its attempt to shield its eyes. One hand instinctively clutched its abdomen, trying to stuff its own intestines back inside. Regrettably, whatever was pushed in only fell out from the rear opening. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyi unleashed his earth-based abilities, impaling the giant zombie's feet firmly into the ground. Noticing the creature's momentary lapse in covering its eyes, Shen Feifei capitalized on the chance, firing several bullets directly at its eyes. With a series of brilliant flashes, the giant zombie let out an unwilling roar before crashing heavily onto the street, lifeless. Taking a breath, Xiaoyi wiped the cold sweat from his brow and gave Shen Feifei a thumbs up in commendation. Then, he led his companions into the luxurious villa that had long been the lair of the high-level zombie. Chapter 63. The talking meatball. Like most towns in the Flower Kingdom, the streets of the city were not straightforward. They meandered and twisted unpredictably. The opulent villa stood at the first bend of the small town, with shops occupying the ground floor and residential spaces on the second and third floors. Upon entering the villa, one was immediately enveloped by the musty scent of aged, moldy paper products, as if the interior harbored numerous damp books that had not been aired out, resulting in the sour, decayed aroma reminiscent of pesticides. A closer inspection revealed that this villa's ground floor had once been an antique bookstore before the apocalypse. Various types of antiquarian books were haphazardly scattered across the shelves, disorganized, with some strewn across the floor, trampled by countless footsteps. The southern climate, inherently humid and dim, necessitated regular airing of items like books. Now, with no one to tend to them, the fallen tomes had succumbed to mold and decay. Infested by insects as soon as someone passed by, a multitude of tiny, multi-legged creatures, such as damp insects and centipedes, would occasionally scuttle out from beneath the pages of the book. Upon emerging, they would quickly retreat into a darker, More humid corner, startled. The zombie hunting team, composed of dozens of members, included some assisting injured comrades and others on guard duty. All of them rushed into the ground floor shops. The unique sensitivity of the zombie envoy allowed Shun Feifei to distinctly sense that the barely second-tier zombie resided within this very villa. Glancing at the scruffy-bearded Xiao Yi and the other hunters trailing closely behind, Shun Feifei furrowed her brow. Acting alongside these individuals would undoubtedly reveal any tricks she had up her sleeve, and acquiring the crystal core of that high-tier zombie would not be an easy feat. In the midst of her thoughts, an unexpected commotion erupted outside the villa. The first-tier zombies, previously hesitant to attack, suddenly surged forward with a fervor akin to having been injected with steroids, howling as they began to besiege the villa. Instantly, countless arms and decaying heads pressed against the transparent windows and solid doors, pounding violently as if they were desperate to break in and devour the hunters. With a few resounding crashes, the glass shattered under the force of the stronger zombies, their arms reaching in from every corner like the sinister hands of hellish demons. They must be stopped. They cannot be allowed to enter, Xiao Yi urgently strategized, aware that the high-tier zombie upstairs had yet to make an appearance while the horde outside closed in. If they weren't careful, they could easily be overwhelmed. Among the zombies, there was a striking commonality. They were all female. Despite their foul odor, it was evident that they had once been beauties, each possessing a stunning figure and delicate features, appearing no older than 18 or 19, and among them, the most beautiful zombie cradled a grotesque, half-human-sized mass of flesh. Indeed, it was a fleshball, a male zombie missing a thigh and one arm, with only one arm left to cling tightly to the neck of the lovely zombie. Was this the plump, round zombie responsible for the incessant cawing, the very high-tier lecherous zombie that had claimed many human lives and left the military baffled? The fleshball zombie, perhaps catching sight of Shun Feifei, froze momentarily, its round, fleshy face twitching as it attempted to speak but could not articulate its thoughts. Meanwhile, Shun Feifei, concealed from the gaze of others, felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a swift leap, she ascended to the upper floor, dashing toward the lovely zombie clutching the fleshball. "Run!" The fleshball zombie shouted in alarm, urging the female zombies to shield its escape. In mere moments, Shun Feifei had severed the necks of two beautiful zombies with her hand blade, simultaneously extracting the crystal cores nestled within their brains. "Stop, please!" The fleshball zombie and its companion trembled against the wall of the living room, visibly shaken at the sight of the fierce Shun Feifei. "Have you learned to speak?" Shun Feifei sneered, revealing her sharp, gleaming teeth as she waved the bloodied hand blade menacingly to intimidate them. The self-recovering, articulate zombies pose a significant threat that must not be underestimated. They cannot be allowed to remain, lest they become formidable adversaries to Feifei the Queen in the future. "You, kindred spirit, sister, do not slay the meatball zombie," she implored, gesturing with her solitary arm towards Shun Feifei, then indicating the dazed and expressionless girl holding it. Is this female zombie her sister?" A flicker of complex emotions danced in Shun Feifei's eyes as she scrutinized the rotund creature. Despite its corpulent form, one could discern from its visage that it had been a boy no older than 20, around 17 or 18. During its human life, 3 of its limbs had been brutally severed, as evidenced by the jagged edges exposed. It suggested that during its living days, it had suffered the loss of its limbs to a zombie's bite, leading to its transformation. "Did your sister infect you?" Shun Feifei inquired, her smile fading as she posed the heart-wrenching question. "Yes, no, don't ask." The meatball zombie's eyes suddenly glistened with sorrow, and it sorrowfully covered its eyes with its remaining arm. "So it is true. How can you still have the audacity to live?" Shun Feifei elongated her tone, her voice imbued with a subtle authority and profound enchantment, each word penetrating the meatball zombie's mind, reverberating and assailing its consciousness. "Die, die, I shall die." The meatball zombie's eyes gradually dulled as it leaped from the arms of the zombie girl, rolling onto the ground, obediently approaching Shun Feifei, awaiting her command. "By consuming them, you shall find solace." Shun Feifei thrust the crystalline cores extracted from the high-level zombies into the creature's mouth, urging it to consume them swiftly. Under the weight of Shun Feifei's formidable presence, the meatball zombie complied, devouring the crystals and beginning to cultivate its powers. Generously, Shun Feifei lent it a hand, aiding it in breaking through its bottleneck, successfully evolving to the second tier. With a decisive motion, as the meatball zombie ascended to its new stage, Shin Feifei swiftly extracted the crystal from its brain and, in a single shot, obliterated its head. Concealing the evidence of her actions, employing her net gun, she ensnared its corpse, fabricating the illusion that it had been captured and subsequently executed. Having completed this, Shin Feifei turned her gaze towards the beautiful zombie girl, still trembling in the corner, and after a moment's hesitation, ultimately decided to end her life. This zombie girl, who remained loyal even after her brother's infection and continued to care for him despite her own transformation, embodied deep emotional ties and loyalty. In a different context, Shin Feifei might have considered taking her as an ally. However, under these circumstances, it was best to grant her an early release from her suffering. Chapter 64. The Languid Cat Queen Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, what troubles you? Upon entering the living room, Xiaoyi immediately spotted Shin Feifei, who was seated by the window, leaning against the wall, her pallid complexion betraying the numerous tears and rips in her combat attire. Xiaoyi, are you all right? Please do not frighten me, Xiaoyi exclaimed, pulling Shin Feifei's head into a gentle embrace, his eyes revealing an unmistakable anguish. I am fine, merely exhausted from the excessive use of my evolutionary powers. Shin Feifei feigned weakness, meticulously observing Xiaoyi's reaction. Upon seeing that Shin Feifei, though somewhat frail, was unharmed, Xiaoyi felt a weight lift from his heart, and he turned to observe the chaotic battlefield in the living room. At the entrance stood several zombies, their faces obscured, whose heads had been cleanly severed with a single stroke. Showing no signs of struggle, however, the interior of the living room was in disarray. Furniture lay shattered, evidently the aftermath of a fierce confrontation. In the center of the hall, a female zombie lay slain. Her head exploded, and remnants of torn fabric clung to her sharp fingernails, reminiscent of fibers from Xiao Ye's clothing. A grotesquely overweight, limbless creature was tightly ensnared in the net of a net gun. Its head a mangled mess, crumpled on the floor. It was clear that this was the target zombie of the operation. Had these high-level zombies all been dispatched by Xiaoyi alone? How formidable, how extraordinary, what an impressive young woman. The corpse-hunting team members collectively gasped, their gazes towards Shin Feifei now filled with reverence. You must not venture out alone again. It is far too perilous. Xiaoyi recognized the scene before him, but instead of awe, his eyes sparkled with affection and pride. No doubts, how splendid! Shin Feifei secretly rejoiced. Without a word, Xiaoyi scooped up the seemingly fragile Shin Feifei, instructing the others to clean up the scene while descending the stairs under the watchful eyes of the group. You? Shin Feifei was taken aback that Xiaoyi would lift her in front of everyone. Her previously pale complexion flushed crimson. Gently pushing against Xiaoyi's chest, she realized he had no intention of releasing her, so she ceased her struggles. Instead, she shyly buried her head deep into his chest. Falling silent as she breathed in his uniquely masculine scent, she allowed him to carry her down the stairs, surrendering to his will. Ahem. The corpse-hunting team members quickly turned away, busying themselves with the battlefield cleanup, pretending not to notice the pair. Could it be that these high-level zombies fled out of fear after their commanding high-level zombie met a gruesome end at the hands of humans? A question mark formed in the minds of Xiao Yi and the team. Yet none noticed the triumphant smile on Shin Feifei's face as she nestled in Xiao Yi's embrace. Following this brutal battle, the corpse-hunting squad had lost several members, with others rendered unconscious, suffering significant losses. Xiao Yi gently nudged Shin Feifei, who remained curled up in his arms like a docile kitten, refusing to rise. Shin Feifei, still enveloped in Xiao Yi's warm, strong embrace, lazily opened her eyes to gaze at him. We've arrived at the base. It's time to get up, little lazy cat. Xiao Yi, amused yet slightly constrained, pointed towards the large gates at the entrance of the base. Where they were headed. Goodness, over an hour has passed so swiftly. Reluctantly, Shin Feifei pinched Xiao Yi's waist playfully, pouting as she sat up. With hundreds of thousands of people in the base, how could they let others witness their intimate embrace? She certainly would not allow that. Time flew by, and the sun gradually sank below the horizon. The lighting within the base dimmed, and outside the outer city, aside from the occasional flicker of campfires, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. It is said that Shin Feifei has nearly gleaned all the secrets of the military base in Taicang, yet she has yet to infiltrate this particular laboratory. Therefore, she cannot allow this legitimate opportunity for a tour to slip through her fingers. All right, don't be afraid, don't wander off, Just stick close to me. Shen Feifei's persistence eventually swayed Xiao Yi, who decided to take her for a look, as she would inevitably participate in such missions in the future. Thus, a visit now would serve as a warm-up. Section 65. The terrifying laboratory. The entrance was remarkably spacious, with numerous tracks from heavy vehicles etched into the dirt road. Had it not been for her prior knowledge that this was a military laboratory, Shen Feifei would never have guessed that behind it lay a significant military stronghold. At the entrance stood a guard post, where a few soldiers clad in immaculate white protective suits were stationed. Their mouths, ears, and noses were thoroughly concealed behind thick masks, and even the hands gripping their firearms were gloved, leaving only their eyes visible, glinting as they scrutinized the corpse retrieval team entering the experimental area. The mountainside had been hollowed out, creating a vast cavity where the laboratory was situated behind the military camp. After undergoing rigorous inspections and meticulous identity verification, Shen Feifei and her companions were finally granted entry. The interior of the mountain was dimly lit, with only a few small light bulbs flickering atop the cave ceiling, illuminating their path. Captain Xiao, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. After navigating countless twists and turns, a bespectacled, portly man in a standard white lab coat approached, his handshake with Xiao Yi overly familiar and insistent. What treasures have you brought us this time? Our supply of test subjects is critically low. The rotund man, seemingly in his 50s, bore no wrinkles on his face, which had a somewhat smooth and supple appearance. At that moment, he was lecherously rubbing his hands, casting a gaze at the body bags brought by the retrieval team akin to a wolf eyeing a maiden. Shen Feifei could not suppress a shiver. This grotesque man was a pervert, a vile pervert. She cursed him inwardly with malicious thoughts. What's wrong? Does the beauty find it cold here? The lecherous man, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed Shen Feifei's involuntary shudder. Well, of course it's cold. Just look. Shen Feifei pointed to the incessantly dripping water from the cave ceiling, unabashedly expressing her disdain. Ha ha. You'll be visiting often from now on, so you might as well get used to it. The grotesque man chuckled, sending chills down Shen Feifei's spine. Since it's your first time here, why not come and see our experimental results? The man tugged at the body bags while inviting Xiao Yi and Shen Feifei to observe their research outcomes. Well, since we are here, we might as well take a look and understand their progress. Shen Feifei pulled Xiao Yi, who had initially wanted to leave immediately, to follow the grotesque man into the experimental area. Upon entering a fully enclosed laboratory, several other personnel, similarly devoid of protective gear, approached to remove the body bags and toss them into a metal chute resembling an inclined garbage disposal. After a considerable wait, a series of thuds echoed as several body bags were deposited into a laboratory below. Take a look. This is our laboratory down there. The corpulent figure, seemingly reveling in his authority, beckoned Shen Feifei and the others to a large transparent glass window, positioned mere meters above the very spot where the cadaver had recently fallen. Outside the glass, Shen Feifei and her companions observed several researchers clad in fully enclosed protective suits, complete with helmets. With practiced efficiency, they unzipped bags and extracted the grotesque, fleshy remains of the zombie, securing it upon an operating table before commencing their dissection. Head, arms, skin, muscle, and even intestines were systematically removed, bloodied and swaying in their hands. While others diligently recorded data, the severed pieces were meticulously placed into sealed refrigerated containers, awaiting further examination. Once one body was dismantled, another took its place. The speed at which they worked made Shen Feifei's eyelids twitch. These individuals struck her not as scientific researchers, but rather as butchers engaged in the gruesome task of slaughtering and portioning. Intestines, viscera, offal, loins, tenderloins. Each item was categorized and prepared for sale. Following the dismemberment of these corpses, the large refrigerated containers were transported to another laboratory. There, similarly armed researchers retrieved the body fragments, weighing them on instruments, slicing samples, conducting blood tests, and inputting data into computers to generate comprehensive DNA profiles. Observing this process, Shen Feifei began to grasp the reason behind the professionals' failure to uncover the secrets of the zombie core. None had dared to examine the heads of the zombies, let alone investigate the potential presence of cores within. Were these esteemed intellectuals overly arrogant or merely oblivious, perhaps ensconced in their lofty ideals, dismissing as trivial the television shows and novels they deemed beneath them? Consequently, it had never occurred to them that the key to the evolution of zombies might lie within their very brains. Have there been any advancements in the research? It's been quite some time, Xiaoyi inquired, a glimmer of hope in his voice. None. These corpses are lifeless. What progress could there possibly be? The corpulent figure hesitated, quickly denying any responsibility, as though concealing something, and shifted the blame for the lack of success onto the corpse retrieval team. Capturing a live high-tier zombie is no simple feat. It's merely talk. Xiaoyi expressed his dissatisfaction with the corpulent man's attitude, his eyes wide and fixed upon him. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, a researcher clad in a blood-stained white lab coat rushed towards them, his face a mask of terror. "It's bad. It's bad. The zombies are rioting," he shouted, as the shrill wail of alarms echoed from the corridor behind him. Upon hearing the alarm, a contingent of armed personnel surged into the fray. Moments later, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire, the roars of zombies, and the anguished screams of humans. "Let us go see." After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Xiaoyi frowned, preparing to arm himself and join the battle. "Wait. The armed personnel can handle it. You should stay here and protect us," the corpulent man urged. The corpulent figure trembled in abject fear, his glasses quivering precariously on the verge of slipping from his face. Clutching at Xiaoyi's clothing, he refused to let go. "Is this truly a senior administrator of the laboratory? His courage appears to be as fragile as parchment." Shen Feifei regarded him with a mocking expression. "Humph." Xiaoyi cast a disdainful glance in his direction, shaking off his hand as he and Shen Feifei rushed toward the laboratory. Inside the room, the previously sealed iron cage had been opened, and several advanced-tier zombies were fervently tearing into a group of researchers and soldiers, the crimson blood gushing forth in a gruesome spray amidst the sounds of their ravenous gnawing. Bullets from machine guns ricocheted off their bodies, producing only a hollow metallic clang without inflicting any harm. Are these zombies endowed with metallic abilities? Shen Feifei pondered, perplexed by the presence of so many metallic zombies in a facility that was supposedly devoid of significant research outcomes. Where did they come from? With a shrill cry, the metallic zombies, upon noticing their arrival, displayed no signs of fear. Instead, they eagerly lunged at them with their blood-soaked maws agape. Chapter 66. The Twisted Professor. This horde of zombies possessed metallic powers, impervious even to the light machine gun bullets that struck them, causing no damage whatsoever. For the humans within the laboratory, these metallic zombies were akin to devils from the depths of hell, ruthlessly harvesting human lives. "They cannot be killed." A young soldier, no more than 16 or 17, screamed in terror, retreating frantically as he squeezed the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the zombies. "Aim for the head. For heaven's sake," a slightly more seasoned soldier urged, as the bullets were deftly directed towards the zombies' craniums. Yet, apart from the cacophony of metallic sounds, the zombies merely paused momentarily before resuming their relentless charge towards them. The bloodied, slimy maws filled with razor-sharp teeth drew ever closer. "Please, don't eat me." The young soldier, paralyzed by fear, abandoned his empty weapon, clutching his head and fleeing towards the exit, as he stumbled and fell to the ground. He could not halt his momentum, rolling perilously towards the horde of zombies. The metallic zombies, sensing the delectable morsel that had unwittingly approached, bent down to seize the young soldier, one of them poised to grasp him with its glinting claws. Suddenly, a wall of earth materialized out of thin air, barely intercepting the zombie's lethal talons. Moments later, a golden streak flashed by, as a golden orb shot straight into the zombie's forehead. A resounding pop echoed through the air. As the head of the metallic zombie exploded like a rotting watermelon, foul white matter splattering across the other zombies. The earthen barrier had been conjured by Xiaoyi's earth-based abilities in an effort to save the soldier. While the golden orb was undoubtedly the work of Shen Feifei. Given Xiaoyi's intent to rescue, Shen Feifei, being in the throes of romance, would naturally offer her assistance without hesitation. Target the zombie's eyes. With the highest military rank and the most extensive combat experience against zombies, Xiaoyi successfully assumed command within the room. Wielding a specialized sniper rifle designed for special forces, he aimed directly at the zombie's eyes and fired. This maneuver proved to be remarkably effective. The recently ascended, lower-tier zombies, lacking sufficient defenses and devoid of any protective abilities in their eyes, found their vision successfully shattered by Xiaoyi. The bullets penetrated their skulls, resulting in explosive devastation, and in an instant, these zombies succumbed to cerebral death. Meanwhile, the slightly higher-tier zombies were similarly dispatched by Shen Feifei, whose bullets infused with golden energy detonated their heads, causing their lifeless forms to collapse onto the ground. In seamless coordination, the duo managed to eliminate all the golden zombies within mere minutes, leaving no survivors within the room. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated down the corridor. Who ordered you to kill all the zombies? Huh, this is absurd. An emaciated old man, clad in a white lab coat and appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, stormed into the room, vociferously berating Xiao Yi and Shen Feifei. Who is this man? Shen Feifei pondered in confusion. With the zombies charging forth to devour the living, how could he possibly object to their actions? My research results, he lamented. You little brats, compensate me, the old man, in a fit of agitation, circled the corpses of the golden zombies several times, pounding his chest and wailing as if he might embrace and kiss them. Were these golden zombies all his creation? Shen Feifei scrutinized the old man without blinking. After exhausting his tears, the old man, noticing the incredulous expressions on Xiao Yi and Shen Feifei's faces, lunged at them with wild abandon, his frenzied demeanor rivaling that of the zombies themselves. Old Yao, have you lost your mind? If it weren't for Captain Xiao and his team, we would have perished here today. A rotund figure appeared just in time, intercepting the frenzied old man. Please excuse him. Old Yao has been obsessively researching zombies, and now that he is on the brink of a breakthrough, it has all been ruined. He is a bit overstimulated. Don't blame him. Don't blame him. The stout man attempted to mediate while soothing the still weeping and flailing old man. While having research results is indeed a positive development, this old man seems to have gone a bit overboard. Xiao Yi shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further, and prepared to leave with Shen Feifei. Don't go. You mustn't leave. The old man, breaking free from the stout man's grasp, gasped for breath as he obstructed their path. A strand of unremoved mucus dangling from his nose. I just saw on the surveillance. You are all evolvers. You, young man, can wield the Earth shield, right? You cannot leave. Stay for my research. And you, young lady, while others' guns fail to kill golden zombies, you can blast their heads with a single shot. You must be a golden evolver as well. You cannot leave. Stay for my research, the old man boldly declared, standing defiantly in front of them. Get lost. Shen Feifei, incensed by the old man's words, was ready to kick him. This old fool actually wanted them to remain as substitutes for the golden zombies in his experiments. What an ungrateful wretch. Had his brain been flooded? Regardless of Xiao Xiling's son or a noble third generation, she cared not. She would not be made into a test subject. The old man clung desperately to the stout man's clothing, resolutely obstructing Xiao Yi and Shen Feifei. Humph! Upon witnessing such a scenario, even the most composed and cultured Xiao Yi could no longer contain himself. With a furrowed brow, he pushed the old man and the corpulent figure aside, shielding Shen Feifei as they strode purposefully out of the laboratory. Behind them, the old man continued to holler, imploring them to stop, exclaiming that his experimental subjects had escaped. However, the soldiers stationed along their path paid him no heed, naturally allowing Xiao Yi and Shen Feifei to pass through each checkpoint. They were acutely aware of the events that had transpired within the laboratory and understood Shen Feifei's identity, rendering the old man's frantic cries irrelevant. Truly, a mad scientist. Once outside the cave laboratory, Shen Feifei could no longer restrain herself and voiced her thoughts to Xiao Yi. They have engaged in even more outrageous endeavors. You will grow accustomed to it, Xiao Yi replied with an awkward smile, his facial muscles twitching in a somewhat stiff manner. The 67th chapter. A rare gemstone. Are there even more outrageous things? What else have they done? Do tell, Shen Feifei exclaimed, her eyes widening with curiosity akin to that of a child. Upon returning to the campsite, after refreshing herself, Shen Feifei retired to bed early, playing with the crystal core she had obtained from the head of the gelatinous zombie. This particular crystal was extraordinary, translucent with layers of rippling patterns resembling concentric circles of water, undulating gracefully. The translucent hue was peculiar, with a faint pinkish tint reminiscent of rose petals. To her surprise, the crystal even emitted a subtle floral fragrance, evoking visions of spring's vibrant beauty. Ah, the gelatinous creature is indeed unique. Among millions of zombies, none bore a crystal with a floral scent, yet it does. However, she pondered, What special properties could this crystal possess? Would there be any adverse effects? Shen Feifei examined the second-tier crystal core from every angle. Succumbing to its allure, she swallowed hard and impulsively placed it into her mouth. As the translucent pink crystal melted like candy upon contact, it revealed a delightful sweetness, accompanied by a hint of floral notes. Its essence flowed down her throat, leaving a trail of delightful bubbles. Fragrant and inviting. Delicious, she exclaimed, savoring the last remnants of the sweet liquid, reluctantly rinsing her mouth with a small amount of water. If all zombie crystal cores were this delectable, then cultivation would be a truly pleasurable endeavor. Feeling a sense of pride in her successful hunt for this crystal core, Shen Feifei prepared to snuggle into her blankets for a long slumber. However, she soon began to sense an unusual change within her body. The areas where the crystal had passed began to emanate warmth, gradually intensifying until she was drenched in perspiration, the beads of sweat soaking through her clothing and saturating the blankets, this time. However, the sensation of sweating felt distinctly different. Shen Feifei felt a rising heat within her, particularly in one specific area, causing her cheeks to flush crimson and her heart to race. Even to the point of wanting to tear her own clothes apart, yearning to plunge into the icy river, to soak in its refreshing depths. How infuriating! This, indeed, is the peculiar effect of the second-tier crystal core. Shen Feifei, her cheeks flushed, gasped for breath, pacing anxiously within the confines of the room. At one moment, she envisioned herself diving into a space to immerse in a basin of water, and at the next, she would leap out to feel the cool breeze against her skin. It is no wonder that the rotund zombie was surrounded by so many beautiful female zombies. It turns out he is a special kind of lecherous zombie, possessing unique proclivities. This trait appears to be innate, as it is embedded within the characteristics of the crystal core. Shen Feifei felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she known, she would not have hastily consumed the crystal core, eager to ascend in power. The abilities that had previously proven infallible now faltered, exacerbated by the circumstances. Instead, the heat emanating from the crystal core surged within her, intensifying with her abilities. The oppressive heat caused Shen Feifei to roar in agony, toppling everything in the room. Xiao Yi, what is wrong? Open the door. Outside, Xiao Yi's urgent knocks echoed. He had just lain down when he heard the commotion from Shen Feifei's room and felt an unsettling worry. Rushing over to investigate. Upon arriving at Xiao Yi's door, he noticed several soldiers hesitantly gathered outside, unsure about knocking. They had all heard the ruckus from Shen Feifei's room but were reluctant to intrude upon a lady's quarters, waiting instead for Xiao Yi to take the lead. This cannot be good. Xiao Yi must be in trouble. Without regard for Shen Feifei's prohibition against entering her dormitory, Xiao Yi forcefully slammed against the door. The sound of thudding reverberated as he crashed through the entrance once more. Inside, a lithe, delicate, and breathtakingly beautiful girl stood in the open space, drenched, her enchanting figure reminiscent of an ethereal being, yet undeniably strong. She was raising her head to the heavens, letting out a piercing cry. Upon seeing the door swing open, she abruptly turned to gaze at the intruding Xiao Yi, to his astonishment. Shen Feifei's previously short hair had transformed into a cascade of lustrous, shoulder-length locks, flowing down like a silken waterfall in the span of just half an hour. Clad in a soaking wet ensemble of undergarments, certain areas clung closely to her flawless, delicate skin, subtly revealing the scenery beneath. Xiao Yi and the soldiers outside instinctively strained their necks, swallowing hard, their faces flushed crimson, their bodies betraying involuntary reactions. Yet, rather than shy away, Shen Feifei's entrancing, crimson eyes fixated on the soldiers, her cherry-red lips parted as she gasped and approached them. Realizing the precarious situation, Xiao Yi swiftly slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, resolutely barring Shen Feifei's exit. The sound of relentless pounding echoed behind him as Shen Feifei crashed against the door. The already battered dormitory door, unable to withstand her violent onslaught, shattered into fragments. Xiao Yi, jolted back by the force, collided against the opposite wall, narrowly avoiding a painful encounter with the hard surface that could have left his prominent nose flattened. Chapter 69. The Collapse of Ambition. Water, it is icy water. I've inhaled it. Shen Feifei emerged from the basin, her head breaking the surface of the frigid water. The droplets of water cascaded down, splattering across the floor and drenching her recently dried garments in an instant. A sopping figure stood in Xiao Yi's bedroom, her long, dark hair cascading down her shoulders, still dripping profusely. Struggling to push aside the wet strands clinging to her face, Shen Feifei opened her eyes, only to realize she was not in her own room, but rather in a somewhat familiar yet indescribable place. Where am I? How did I end up here? Xiao Yi. How are you? Have you regained consciousness? A familiar and melodious male voice resonated in Shen Feifei's ear. Who is it? Turning to locate the source of the voice, she discovered it was Xiao Yi. At that moment, Xiao Yi appeared disheveled, his upper garment torn and hanging in tatters, revealing his enticing bronze chest glistening with beads of sweat. His trousers were similarly disarrayed, with only a belt and undergarments remaining intact. He looked as if he had been ravaged by a fierce storm. You pervert! Shen Feifei shouted, pointing at Xiao Yi's slightly bulging undergarments, her face flushed with embarrassment. She instinctively wrapped her arms around her chest, only to find that her own top was wide open, exposing her bra in a most indiscreet manner. Another shriek escaped her lips, echoing through the base and even soaring several hundred kilometers to the skies above City A. The onlookers, a group of men, exchanged glances, clearly indicating they had heard, yet were at a loss for words, only able to emit awkward chuckles of agreement. What could have transpired? It seemed their leader was not in danger. Lei contemplated for a long while, failing to discern any threat from Feifei's voice, and continued to focus on fiddling with her new mobile phone. Pervert, am I the pervert? Xiao Yi found the situation rather amusing. As if it were someone else who had chased him to this place and left him in such a state. Yet now he was being labeled as the pervert. His face flushed crimson, feeling a mix of embarrassment and hesitation as he stammered for words. The curtains were torn, half of them missing. The bed was damp and disordered, as if someone had just rolled around in wet clothes, leaving remnants of Xiao Yi's torn fabric scattered about. The floor was soaked, the basin of water Xiao Yi had just filled now entirely upended by Shen Feifei's hair washing. How did it come to this? She vaguely recalled consuming that semi-transparent pink crystal in her own room, which had ignited a feverish desire to let loose, prompting the arrival of Xiao Yi and his companions. Then, astonishingly, it was she who had taken the initiative to pursue him into his bedroom, overwhelming him on the bed, and in a frenzy, had torn his clothes to shreds, violating him in a manner she had never before contemplated. Oh heavens! How could she have acted in such a scandalous manner? Now known to the entire hunting squad. As the memories flooded back, Shen Feifei covered her face, feeling as if she were a cooked shrimp, utterly mortified. How could she face anyone after this? Tears of humiliation streamed down her cheeks. It was all the doing of that pink crystal from the zombie, which not only elevated her abilities, but also possessed a peculiar power to incite chaotic desires and passions. Shen Feifei initially remained oblivious, easily succumbing to it, only to discover that she had been thoroughly outwitted. This resulted in quite the blunder. As Shen Feifei gradually regained her composure, she began tidying up the room while reflecting. The handsome Xiao Yi from earlier appeared to possess impressive pectoral muscles, exuding strength, and his thighs seemed remarkably firm, leaving a rather pleasing impression. Although this incident was unexpected, it could not solely be classified as a mere accident. After all, if Shen Feifei had not been fond of him, she would not have relentlessly pursued him amidst the entire barracks. As she pondered, a sense of regret washed over her. Having succeeded in breaching his defenses so early, she had awakened to reality. If only she had waited an additional half hour, she mused, that charming young man might have fallen victim to her whims. Shen Feifei wiped her mouth, even devising a plan to lure Xiao Yi away, whisking him to her lair in City A, where she could then deal with him as she pleased. With a hearty laugh, Shen Feifei changed into a clean set of undergarments and tidied up the bed, claiming Xiao Yi's bedroom with a sense of entitlement. After all, he had gone to the office, and with her own door broken, it seemed unreasonable to leave a young woman to sleep in a room without a door. That night, Shen Feifei enjoyed a deep and restful slumber, while Xiao Yi, confined to the office, tossed and turned, unable to find peace, rising early the next day with dark circles under his eyes. This woman, he thought, was remarkably thick-skinned. She had fallen asleep without locking the door, unperturbed by the possibility of intruders. Shaking his head, he gently secured the bedroom door. He then turned his attention to tormenting those rascals who had been craning their necks in the corridor, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Ah, what a delightful sleep! Shen Feifei stretched lazily, rising with reluctance. This large bed was indeed comfortable, far superior to the one in her own room, and she contemplated whether to move it to her space, though it would be even better to take the handsome fellow along as well. It was already 9 o'clock, and to her astonishment, no one had come to rouse her for training. Shen Feifei noticed that the clock in the room was nearing noon. The soldiers were busy at the training grounds, yet no one had disturbed her slumber. Could it be that Xiaoyi had shown consideration for her by specifically instructing others? Regardless, there were many tasks awaiting her attention, and since training was off the agenda for the day, she resolved to venture outside the military camp to seek out those two individuals, the uncle and nephew who had once promised to assist her in locating the scoundrel Luo Hao. Due to it not being a regular holiday, Shen Feifei required approval from a superior officer to exit the military camp, along with a pass to do so. Initially, the officer responsible for granting leave sought to make her life difficult, scrutinizing her request with disdain and refusing to approve it, concocting various reasons to impede her. He cited the non-holiday period and the scarcity of passes, among other excuses. Eventually, seeing that Shen Feifei remained undeterred, he furrowed his brow, let out a cold huff, and tossed her leave request onto the floor, informing her that he had an urgent meeting to attend and had no time to waste with her, effectively ushering her out. Shen Feifei was incensed at that moment. This gluttonous individual, accustomed to taking advantage of others, dared to try and extort benefits from her. She had plenty of good things at her disposal. The items in her space could sustain thousands for years. However, she simply does not possess the habit of allowing others to dominate her or treat her with disdain. You wish to extract benefits from me, do you not? With a resounding bang, Shen Feifei slammed the door shut, swiftly turning to seize the neck of the corpulent logistics officer. With a single upward motion, she lifted the unfortunate man off the ground by his throat. Coughing, he stubbornly refused to acknowledge the situation. "No time left," she declared. "Then I shall grant you eternal rest in hell." Shen Feifei tightened her grip around the officer's neck, lifting him completely off the floor. "Please, no," he pleaded, his eyes rolling back as he desperately attempted to pry her fingers apart. Yet, Shen Feifei's strength was beyond that of an ordinary person. He could not budge a single finger. With a sudden motion, she released him, sending the officer crashing to the ground. "Then hurry and fetch it," she commanded, her voice sharp enough to frighten him into disregarding his sore throat as he scrambled to his feet. Trembling hands retrieving a pass from his desk, he stamped it with an official seal, signed it, and then, bowing deeply, offered it to Shen Feifei with both hands. Behind him, the logistics officer collapsed onto the ground, his legs trembling, unable to rise for quite some time. Good heavens, she truly is a sorceress. I shall not dare to provoke her again. Upon returning to her bedroom, Shen Feifei donned a feminine outfit and hastily made her way to the military camp's exit. Determined to seek out that scoundrel Luo Hao, as she emerged from the camp, the outer ring of the city appeared unchanged, neither bustling nor deserted. High-ranking officials' wives, luxury vehicles, and bodyguards filled the few large shopping centers within the base. No matter how dire the circumstances, the affluent always seemed to thrive. Look, that female bandit is still at large. She has claimed over 500 lives." A throng had gathered around a street-side bulletin board, engaged in fervent discussion. Indeed. There's a bounty of 100 taels of gold for her capture. Such a fortune, a man exclaimed, his mouth watering at the thought. 100 taels? Do you even think you could manage that? I've heard that woman is a demon. She killed over 500 people in mere minutes. Just look at her. She has the face of a fierce beast. Would you dare approach her? You'd be devoured alive. Another person pointed at the wanted poster. Oh, the police chief is still undeterred, issuing a public notice with a bounty of 100 taels of gold, someone added. They even commissioned a portrait for identification. Yet, how could that depiction resemble such a terrifying creature? She is clearly a beautiful young woman. With a hint of curiosity, Shen Feifei squeezed through the crowd to take a glance at the bulletin board. She nearly retched there. The wanted poster depicted a woman with a square head, large ears, eyes the size of bells, a mouth wider than a plate, and a round face adorned with blemishes, exuding a fierce aura. Truly, she appeared as a fearsome beast. Good grief. This police chief cannot catch her and resorts to such grotesque portrayals to slander her. Shen Feifei fumed. It is utterly despicable. Moreover, they claim she has killed 500 when, in truth, only 100 have perished. Is this not a blatant attempt to defame her? Shin Feifei was filled with indignation and resolved that before departing from the Taicang base, she must confront the police chief who had tarnished her reputation. It was high time to settle the score for the injustice she had endured. Lost in her thoughts, Shin Feifei arrived at the spot where she had first encountered the young boy. Big sister, big sister? A child's voice suddenly rang out as a boy dashed towards her. Looking up, Shin Feifei recognized him as the young lad from before. Big sister, why did you take so long to come? It's been over 10 days. I've been waiting for you every single day. The boy tugged playfully at her sleeve, a hint of petulance in his furrowed brow. Oh, has it been over 10 days already? Shin Feifei scratched her head sheepishly. Days had slipped away in a flurry of training and missions, and before she knew it, the time had far exceeded the 7 days she had promised the boy and his uncle. I've been quite busy these past few days and hardly had a moment to spare, but now that I have some free time, I came to find you. Shin Feifei gently pinched the boy's soft cheek, smiling warmly. Outside the community, the area where over 100 ruffians had perished had long been cleaned up. Any traces of blood had vanished. The only remnant was a wanted poster of Shin Feifei plastered on the wall, its edges curling as it fluttered in the wind, occasionally obscuring the image. The passers-by went about their business, utterly indifferent to the past events, perhaps too fearful to intervene. Chapter 71. Exciting news at the end of November. In the Maple Leaf community of Taicang Base, Shin Feifei and the young boy returned to the building. After a few knocks on the door, someone peered through the peephole and, upon recognizing them, promptly opened the door. Welcome, please come in. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. The boy's uncle greeted them with a hearty tone, his previous frail demeanor now a thing of the past. Upon entering, Shin Feifei scanned the room. The uncle and nephew still resided in the same living area, yet it was now impeccably tidy, with items arranged in an orderly fashion, devoid of any clutter. The air was fresh and devoid of the musty odor that once lingered. The doors to the other rooms stood open, revealing several burly men lounging about, chatting amiably. They nodded politely at Shin Feifei as she entered. Please, have a seat. Mississippi, the person you asked me to look for. I've consulted with my friends. It's quite a daunting task, with over 100,000 people involved. And without electricity or computers, searching through the archives is incredibly challenging. The man lamented as he retrieved a crumpled sheet of notebook paper from his pocket. Stained with perspiration, he carefully unfolded it, smoothing it out before handing it to Shin Feifei. Have you found him? Shin Feifei's heart raced. At last, she had a lead. After such a long wait, filled with trials and tribulations, she had finally unearthed this scoundrel. The memories of each deceitful encounter and the vile face of the person who had cast her into a sea of corpses flooded back to her mind. It is time. We shall settle the accounts. Shin Feifei gritted her teeth and pressed her lips together, resolutely picking up the somewhat yellowed piece of paper from the table and examining it closely. Luo Hao, age 23, male, formerly a student at Z University in a city. Rescued by the military from the XX regiment at the end of June 20XX and transferred to the Taicang base. He was settled in the D district of the Outer Ring City, with no special contributions and no records of leaving the base. The page contained a mere 60 words, encapsulating all of Luo Hao's existence at the Taicang base. Was it truly just this? Shin Feifei flipped the paper back and forth, searching for any additional text, but found none, so this was all there was. Noticing Shin Feifei's evident dissatisfaction, the man bowed slightly and apologized, stating, with millions of people in the base, it's impossible for everyone to have a detailed record. Luo Hao isn't an outstanding individual, so it's quite normal for his records to be sparse. Yet, from the words on the page, it was clear that the information was genuine and valid. This man and his friend had not treated her dismissively. They had sincerely assisted her in her search. Shin Feifei softened her expression, smiled, and pulled out the remaining 6 packets of instant noodles from her bag, offering them to the man. Thank you, thank you. The man's face lit up with joy as he eagerly embraced the noodles. Clutching them tightly, he furtively glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then hastily shoved them under the bed. Perhaps in his excitement, one packet slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor with a loud crack, drawing the attention of several burly men in the neighboring room, who turned to look at him, some even shifting closer to investigate the noise. It's nothing, nothing. I'll treat the brothers to drinks later. The man, realizing that others had noticed the noodles he held, broke into a cold sweat. In these times, it was common for brothers and spouses to fight to the death over a mere bun. let alone these instant noodles, which had become a luxury item. Fearing the repercussions, he hastily attempted to placate them with promises of alcohol. "Have you been to the D district of the Outer Ring City to scout?" Shin Feifei inquired of the man. "Not yet. We were waiting for you to verify if this is the right person before making any plans." The man, surprisingly composed, refrained from alarming the situation. "All right, since it's still early, I intend to head to the Outer Ring City to search. Will you accompany me?" Shin Feifei asked him. "Of course, I'll go. But it's a bit chaotic there. We, from the Inner Ring, usually avoid going there unless necessary. Perhaps we should bring a few more people along?" The man glanced at the other burly men who had been staring at them and decided to share some of his good fortune to prevent them from fixating on his noodles. "Fine, you all get ready." Shin Feifei observed their behavior, understanding that if she left, the noodles belonging to these two might be at risk, potentially inciting conflict. It would be prudent to offer these men some benefits to quell their eagerness. After all, she had a fondness for that little boy. Moreover, in a chaotic and populous Outer Ring City, especially in the D District, it would be wise to have a few more strong men for assistance. Upon hearing that the affluent Shin Feifei had consented to accompany them, the burly men's eyes gleamed with excitement. They hurriedly approached, aligning themselves in a row, each puffing out their chests and drawing in their bellies, proudly showcasing their robust muscles, in hopes that Shin Feifei would select them. A chuckle nearly escaped Shin Feifei's lips. These men were quite amusing. It was not a beauty pageant or a talent show. So what was the purpose of flaunting their muscles before her? With only 6 of them in total, their numbers were hardly excessive for a trip to the outer city. One man quickly stepped in to facilitate the situation, urging them to prepare. After negotiating the terms, it was settled that each would receive 2 bags of instant noodles as compensation, 1 bag to be paid up front, with the remainder to be settled upon locating their target. A few minutes later, the group was fully equipped, brandishing an assortment of gleaming weapons. One man, seemingly having procured a pistol from an undisclosed location, tucked it into the waistband of his trousers, discreetly concealed beneath his outer garment. Deeming himself ready for the task at hand, "Xiaoyu, guard the door at home, and do not let any strangers in," he repeatedly instructed the boy, emphasizing the importance of securing the doors and windows against outsiders. Additionally, he brought along several black buns, serving as currency, which lent him reassurance as he confidently led Shin Feifei and the 6 imposing men toward the outer ring of the city. As noon approached, the persistent overcast skies finally began to relent, allowing a small sun to peek through, casting its rays upon the thoroughfare of the Taicang base. The improved weather uplifted the spirits of Shin Feifei and her companions, infusing their steps with a newfound lightness. The group of 8 exited the Maple Leaf community, heading directly toward the Outer Ring City. Along the way, Shin Feifei learned that the man's surname was Li, and his name was Li Zhong. The others were members of their resource search team, assigned to reside in their vicinity by the base government, and they maintained a fairly amicable relationship, devoid of significant conflict. Upon reaching the entrance of the Central Ring City, they were approached by several police officers, their hats askew, who inquired about their intentions, likely due to the visible weapons they carried. However, their demeanor was relatively amiable. Recognizing that they were merely seeking someone, they did not impede their progress. Holding the 2 black buns that Li Zhong had provided, the officers kindly gestured toward the direction of District D in the Outer Ring City. The area was bustling with activity. Some individuals were tending fires, the contents of their pots unknown, while the acrid scent of charred food wafted through the air. Others were engaged in various haphazard activities, while some were selling their wares. The expressions of the passers-by were blank and listless, yet upon spotting the neatly attired group from the central ring, a flicker of life sparked in their faces, prompting many to draw near. "Excuse me, sir, are you interested in purchasing porcelain? Crafted in Jingdezhen, a fine piece for only 3 buns." A gaunt man with a shifty demeanor brandished a chipped porcelain pot, which bore an uncanny resemblance to an outdated chamber pot. "Would you care for some porridge? I just made it, steaming hot, only 5 buns a bowl," called out the vendor of charred food, leaning forward to interject. Drinking his porridge? One might choke on the burnt taste. Shin Feifei frowned, glancing at the grimy pot, its exterior caked with residues of unknown age, scarcely larger than a cat's food bowl. 5 buns for a bowl? How audacious! "We are not here to purchase anything. We are in search of someone," Li Zhong interjected. "Bah, what is there to seek in people? They are all dead." The man selling porridge waved his hand dismissively, ignoring them as he continued to fan himself and tended to the pot of burnt porridge. The others, upon hearing that they would not be purchasing anything, dispersed, losing all the warmth they had just moments before. "Excuse me, is this Area D? Where is the district chief's tent?" Li Zhong loudly inquired of those around him. However, after asking several people, those who had gathered just moments ago now seemed oblivious to their presence, engrossed in their own activities, indifferent to their plight. "Old man, where is the district chief's tent in Area D?" Li Zhong asked a bespectacled gentleman in his 50s, who was holding a bicycle bag. There was no response. "Old man, where is the district chief's tent in Area D?" Li Zhong, somewhat frustrated, repeated his question to the seemingly deaf elder. "I can't hear. I'm hard of hearing." The old man gestured to his ears, his eyes twinkling, yet he continued to ignore him, lowering his head to fiddle with his bicycle. "What kind of people are these? They won't even help with directions." Li Zhong felt a surge of anger. With no outlet for his frustration, as he caught the concerned gazes of Xin Feifei and his companions, he felt utterly humiliated. Unable to even ask for directions, it seemed a waste of his existence. Xin Feifei, too, felt a sense of helplessness. In the pre-apocalyptic world, asking for directions had been a trivial task, but now it was a challenge. Either they ignored you or pointed you in the wrong direction. In this post-apocalyptic era, the temperament of these people had become even more peculiar and unfathomable. "Boss, if you buy my porcelain, I will tell you where the district chief's tin is. How about that?" The shifty-eyed man approached once more. "Fine. I'll give you 3 steamed buns for the information." Li Zhong, feeling the sting in his heart, pulled out 3 black steamed buns from his pocket, realizing that merely asking for directions had cost him 5 buns, enough to last him a day. Damn it, things in the outer city are truly expensive. Not 3 buns, but 30. The shifty-eyed man, eyeing Li Zhong's pocket with greed, gulped. "What? You clearly said 3 buns for 1 pot earlier. How did it suddenly become 30? "You're asking for too much," Li Zhong exclaimed in shock. "Yes, 30 buns for 1 pot. Take it or leave it." The man's haughty demeanor showed no signs of concession as he rolled his eyes. 30 buns would last Li Zhong's group several days. He was unwilling to part with such a quantity, especially since it was evident that the man was trying to deceive him. "Hemph, forget it. We're leaving." Li Zhong, infuriated, decided to search for someone else who might direct them to the district chief's tent. "Trying to leave, are you? You broke my porcelain and expect to walk away scot-free." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed behind him as the shifty-eyed man smashed the porcelain pot to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces, the white shards scattering everywhere. A setup? A scam? An ambush? Li Zhong's companions, witnessing the situation, immediately bristled. They were individuals who had fought their way through hordes of zombies. Who was afraid of whom? Armed with weapons, they surrounded the shifty-eyed man, glaring menacingly at him. Upon reaching the outer ring city, the territory of Brother Niu, who would dare to act defiantly against me? The brothers emerged, brandishing their weapons, in response to that shifty-eyed fellow who rolled up his sleeves and elongated his speech. A ragged band of men, numbering around 100, surged forth from the various corners of District D, each wielding iron rods, steel bars, and machetes. Glinting ominously under the SUNIT, is no wonder that the porridge vendor hastily moved his pot. He must have anticipated this unfolding drama from the very start. It appears that this shifty fellow has engaged in such antics more than once, as the throng of armed men gradually encircled them. Li Zhong and his companions swiftly formed a protective barrier around Xin Feifei, brandishing their own weapons. Though their hands trembled incessantly, beads of cold sweat beating on their foreheads, it is hardly surprising. 100 against 8 is a disparity so vast that their anxiety and fear are entirely justified. In District D of the Outer Ring City, a mob wielding clubs and other weapons encircled the 7 or 8 individuals at the center. "Are you attempting to rob us?" Li Zhong's voice wavered with trepidation. "Indeed, boy, be sensible. Hand over everything of value," the sharp-featured, monkey-faced ruffian declared, spitting as he rolled up his sleeves, pointing at them with an air of arrogance, as if addressing a flock of lambs destined for slaughter. In a wonder, Li Zhong remarked that they seldom ventured into the outer city. It is apparent that this place is rife with chaos, hardly safer than the zombie-infested streets beyond. At times, humanity can be far more vicious and cunning than the mindless undead. Don't even think about it. We won't give you anything. Li Zhong, equally desperate for money as he was for his life, retorted fiercely. How could he easily relinquish what he had earned with his own blood and sweat to these scoundrels? What, looking for a fight? The monkey-faced ruffian's eyes widened, and he brandished his arms, preparing to snatch their belongings. The throng of over 100 drew in tighter, their assorted weapons clashing together, producing a cacophony of noise. Shun Feifei observed the scene with a cold detachment, her once icy heart growing ever colder in this apocalypse. Rather than collaborating and supporting one another through adversity, these individuals resorted to bullying the weak. The inherent baseness of humanity, in the face of hardship, only intensified, proving more wretched and detestable than beasts. That moment, Shun Feifei wished she could transform into a demon, slaying these humans and reducing them to thoughtless, lowly zombies, just as she would treat that loathsome, cold-faced woman. Hand it over, boy! The sharp-featured ruffian reached out, forcefully tugging at the bag of buns from Li Zhong's grasp. Yet, Li Zhong refused to relinquish it, clinging desperately to the bag. Brother, just give them the bag of buns. It's not worth much, and our lives are more precious. A burly man who had accompanied Li Zhong urged him in a hushed tone, his eyes flickering with unease as he attempted to pry open Li Zhong's fingers that clutched the bag. Finally, the bag fell into the ruffian's hands. Damn it, just a handful of black buns. What good are they? The ruffian, taken aback by the effort expended for such a meager haul, spat disdainfully onto the ground, his gaze shifting back to their faces. The clothing is rather decent, yet I implore you to strip it from me. The cunning individual has advanced with insidious intent. I did not anticipate her to be so unassuming. However, this sharp-tongued person has taken note, and Shun Feifei is instantly engulfed in exasperation. This time, Shun Feifei has come to the outer ring city, deliberately allowing Li Zhong to take the lead in managing affairs, all in an effort to avoid drawing attention, hoping to locate Luo Hao swiftly. Yet, fate has conspired against her, and she has crossed paths with this troublemaker. Do you still expect me to serve you? Shun Feifei coldly scoffs, pushing aside Li Zhong, who stands in her way, and swiftly stepping forward. No, Miss Lu, do not venture out. I shall protect your safe departure with my life. Despite being miserly and greedy, Li Zhong is a man of loyalty. He hastily reaches out to block Shun Feifei's path. Let her go, let her go. After all, she is merely a woman. What is her life compared to that of our brother? It is that burly man again, who even shoves Li Zhong aside, sending him sprawling. You scoundrel! Allowing a woman to bear the brunt of disaster. Are you not a man? The other burly men accompanying them could no longer tolerate this, shoving the individual aside and encircling Shun Feifei once more. Applause erupted, a splendid display of chivalry rescuing beauty. Following a few rounds of applause, a fierce-looking man, flanked by dozens of thugs wielding machetes, approached from the periphery. Upon hearing this man's voice, the crowd obediently parted, as if responding to a military command, creating a broad passageway for their passage. Brother Niu, you have arrived. What do you think of the plump sheep I have procured for you? The sharp-tongued individual immediately donned a sycophantic grin, bowing deeply to Brother Niu, resembling a treacherous collaborator from the wartime films of Huagua upon encountering his own father, General Huang. Quite satisfactory. These plump sheep possess a few pounds of meat, sufficient for a hearty stew. That young lady, in particular, is exceptionally tender. Brother Niu revealed a smile that had not seen the light of day in ages, his yellowed teeth glinting as he licked his lips, as if savoring a delectable dish. Plump sheep, meat, stew. Shun Feifei was momentarily taken aback, swiftly realizing the implications of his words. The brutish man intends to feast upon them. They are resorting to cannibalism, this scoundrel. Although several months have passed since the apocalypse, and survivors struggle to exist in various locales, there have been no reports of cannibalism. Even the infamous Malong, who treated women as mere commodities, had never been known to consume human flesh. Yet today, such a heinous act transpires within the Taicang base. This ruthless Brother Niu and his accomplices are intent on devouring people. They wish to consume Shun Feifei as well. It is indeed more savage than the undead. Shun Feifei could not help but feel disgruntled. After all, while the Queen Feifei may be a zombie, she has merely indulged in the consumption of human blood, primarily from reserves stored in hospitals. Even that insufferable cold-faced woman had only been subjected to having her blood drained, never her flesh consumed. In other words, Queen Feifei has yet to partake of human flesh. Yet these individuals, audaciously, wish to feast upon her flesh. Even the man who had aided the sharp-tongued individual was now in a state of panic, his face ashen, desperately pushing his way through the throng, fearful of being dragged off to be devoured. To be consumed by me, brother Nyo, is your fortune. Death is inevitable. Is it not better than being devoured by a zombie? Ha ha ha. The man known as Nyo Gu laughed boisterously, causing the flesh on his belly to jiggle. The group behind him joined in with their nervous laughter, as if they had witnessed something amusing. Only the man cooking porridge wore a pained expression, shaking his head as he quietly slipped away from the crowd and headed outside. Chapter 74. The District Chief's Nightmare. Are you their District Chief? Shen Feifei inquired, her expression unwavering as she approached Nyo Gu. Indeed. I am the District Chief of Zone D, he replied with arrogance. So, little girl, if you serve me well, I might just spare you. It would be a shame to waste such tender flesh. Though he spoke casually, his gaze lingered on Shen Feifei, swallowing hard as if he wished to devour her whole. Ah, District Chief Nyo, I have come to Zone D to find someone. If you reveal this person's whereabouts, I will gladly stay and keep you company. Shen Feifei feigned a sigh of concession, laying down a condition. Who are you looking for? Nyo Gu boasted, in this district, I can summon storms with a stomp of my foot. Finding someone should be a piece of cake. Speak. Luo Hao, the one who broke out with you from Z University. Shen Feifei smiled sweetly at him. This Nyo Gu was none other than the bully from the Z University library who had pushed her into a pile of corpses. He had only grown fatter in the months since their last encounter. What? You want him for what? Nyo Gu stuttered, his expression shifting to one of unease as he scanned Shen Feifei's face repeatedly. He took a deep breath, wiping the cold sweat that had formed on his forehead. As long as it's not that devil looking for him, that's fine. Shen Feifei's appearance had changed dramatically since her evolution. Nyo Gu had only seen her a few times before and failed to recognize her. So, you came looking for that scoundrel Luo Hao. That little brat stole something from Nyo Gu and has long been devoured by me. Now that you're here, you can settle his debts. A sharp-tongued member of the group interjected. What? Luo Hao was eaten by this Nyo Gu. Shen Feifei's spirits plummeted. This scoundrel, whom she had yet to confront for revenge, was dead? How fortunate for him. Anger boiled within her. Yet she sensed Nyo Ji's unease, his eyes flickering. She suspected that Luo Hao was not truly dead. Rather, Nyo Gu was concealing something. Her despondency was suddenly replaced with hope. He really dead? Shen Feifei stepped closer to Nyo Gu, feigning tears and sorrow. Regardless of whether he is alive or not, once you are here with Nyo Gu, you can rest easy. Nyo Gu lunged forward, reaching out to pull Shen Feifei into his embrace. However, he failed to grasp her. Instead, she deftly twisted his arm behind him, forcing him backward. A gleaming military dagger pressed firmly against the carotid artery of his neck, piercing the flesh and threatening to rupture the prominent veins. What are you doing? I am the district chief, a government official. You dare to defy authority. At this moment, Nyo Gu did not plead for mercy but instead threatened Shen Feifei. Humph, a government official and district chief. Why did you not declare yourself as such when you were eager to feast on human flesh? Shen Feifei disdainfully kicked him. Let these individuals leave. Vacate the outer city, she commanded Nyo Gu, driving the military dagger deeper into his flesh, causing a stream of blood to flow forth. Go, let them pass. No one is allowed to obstruct. Pain surged through Nyo Ji's neck and arms, instantly robbing him of his bravado. As he complied with Shen Feifei's urgings, the throng of people parted, creating a narrow passage for Shen Feifei and her entourage. With a watchful eye, Shen Feifei led Nyo Gu and Li Zhong through the crowd, making their way towards the outer city. Behind them trailed a group of burly men wielding knives and forks, their appetites unquenched. What ruckus is this? A booming voice, laden with authority, emerged from the front. As a batch of ill-mannered policemen, sporting crooked hats and slung firearms, arrived on the scene. The porridge vendor lingered behind the police, momentarily stunned by the unfolding chaos, before swiftly disappearing into the crowd. They are the ones who captured the district chief and are using him as leverage. They are insurgents. Seize them. As the group spotted the approaching officers, rather than being frightened, they erupted with joy. Hastily informing the police of Shen Feifei's alleged misdeeds, Li Zhong and his companions' expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that just as they escaped the tiger's den, they would find themselves plunging into the wolf's lair. Officer Go, are you truly intent on apprehending us? We are innocent victims here. Shin Feifei remarked with a smile directed at the leading officer. The officer, taken aback, instinctively retreated several steps, only to be halted by the throng behind him. "It is you. I dare not." He stammered. "It must be these ruffians' fault for provoking you. If they wish to harm you, they are truly oblivious to their own folly. Just watch how I discipline them." Officer Go recognized her. She was the merciless woman who had once haunted his nightmares. Encountering her again, he felt a wave of terror wash over him, rendering him incapable of arresting her. Without hesitation, Officer Go delivered a vicious kick to the loudest troublemaker, sending him sprawling to the ground, before mercilessly striking him with the butt of his gun until the ruffian lay unconscious. Once outside the base, Shin Feifei ceased her forceful grip on Niu Gu and instead produced a pair of plastic handcuffs from her belongings, swiftly binding his wrists together. With a fierce kick, she sent him tumbling into the muddy ground. "Where is Luo Hao?" Shin Feifei inquired, taking a seat on a nearby stool, crossing her legs comfortably, and idly twirling the military dagger in her hand as she interrogated Niu Gu. "I don't know. I truly don't know, heroine. Had I known he was your cousin, I would never have attacked him or driven him away. Please, forgive me." Niu Gu lay in the mud, fearfully gazing at Shin Feifei's dagger. "I shall ask you once more, where has he gone? Enough with your rambling." Shin Feifei's patience waned, the dagger nearly grazing his face. He always babbled about going to Jiangbei to exchange lottery tickets. "I thought him mad and beat him a few times. He might have fled out of fear." Someone mentioned seeing him with a dilapidated boat, seemingly heading towards Jiangbei. "Truly, that is all I know. I beg you, heroine, spare me. I shall never dare to harm anyone again." The muscles on Niu Ji's face twitched as his eyes remained fixed on the trajectory of the military dagger in the wilderness a few kilometers outside the Taicang base. A robust and ferocious man lay awkwardly in a patch of muck, his hands tightly bound behind his back with plastic handcuffs. He was a pitiful sight, his visage smeared with a grotesque mixture of blood and black mud, his expression one of sheer terror as he gazed at a girl seated on a folding stool before him. He was none other than the notorious Niu Laoda, the very same man who had once forced Shin Feifei into a horde of corpses alongside Luo Hao. Now, he held the position of District Chief of D District, situated just outside the Taicang base. It was uncertain whether his elevation to District Chief had rendered him complacent, or if his tenure as a government official had deprived him of the opportunity to venture out and battle the undead. At this moment, Niu Laoda had completely shed the fierce demeanor he once exhibited in the library of Z University, now reduced to a state of cowardice and fear. He trembled inwardly at the sight of the military dagger in Shin Feifei's hand, which had no qualms about piercing his neck. "Heroine, you must know everything. Please spare me. I bow before you," he pleaded. In that moment, the once fearsome district chief, who had commanded respect and instilled dread among students and survivors of D District, found himself prostrating in the mud, heedless of the foul, yellowish substance that clung to his face and lips. He continued to beg for mercy from Shin Feifei, his desperation palpable. The military dagger in her grip performed a graceful flourish, reflecting a glimmer of light in the fading sunlight. Shin Feifei paused her game, regarding Niu Laoda as one would a corpse. Suddenly, she smiled, a smile so beautiful, yet so tragic and haunting. "You wish for me to release you? What a fanciful thought. Do take a look at this. Surely, you haven't forgotten?" Rising from her seat, Shin Feifei revealed the folding stool beneath her. "Look closely." She even moved the stool closer to Niu Laoda's line of sight, ensuring he could see it clearly. In an instant, the once perplexed Niu Laoda turned ashen, devoid of any color. His bulging eyes remained fixated on the red lettering emblazoned on the stool. Z University Library exclusive folding stool. Z University, the very place from which they had fought tooth and nail to escape. How could he forget? The eyes of the woman he had wronged before her demise haunted him, often emerging from his dreams at midnight, gnawing at his psyche. Terrified, he now refrained from sharing a bed with any woman, finding solace only in those whom he devoured, believing that only then could he rest soundly, assured of their death. His penchant for consuming beautiful women had taken root during those dark times. The more exquisite the woman, the greater his satisfaction, and the better he could sleep. Yet now, this woman had produced a Z University folding stool, the very instrument of vengeance wielded by the woman he despised. "Who are you? Who are you?" Niu Laoda's eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets, his face contorted in agony. His body writhed, attempting to retreat from Shan Feifei, twisting his filthy form in the dirt like a black maggot, desperately trying to escape her presence. At long last, the formidable Niu Laoda leaned awkwardly, propping up one leg, seemingly oblivious to the fact that one of his shoes had slipped off, while the other was inundated with mud. He limped around and hastily fled towards the Taicang base. However, Shan Feifei paid no heed to the fleeing Niu Laoda, continuing to sit upon the bench, captivated by the breathtaking sight of the setting sun. Suddenly, Niu Laoda, propelled by a sprint akin to that of a 100-meter dash, came to an abrupt halt before him. At the end of the path leading to the Taicang base, a throng of grotesque, foul-smelling zombies, their mouths lined with jagged teeth and fingers elongated, were eagerly converging towards him, grinning grotesquely as they approached. "Zombies! Zombies!" he shrieked, his voice distorted and parched. In an instant, Niu Laoda turned and sprinted towards Shan Feifei with a speed surpassing that of his earlier flight. He dashed past Shan Feifei, who remained enraptured by the picturesque scene, only to halt once more after barely a few dozen steps, for he beheld yet another swarm of zombies encroaching from that direction. Thus, Niu Laoda began to dart left and right. You are still admiring the scenery. Ha ha ha. We are all going to be devoured by the zombies. Devoured. No one can escape. Ha 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 ha. Eventually, Niu Laoda could run no more. Leaning precariously, he plopped down beside Shan Feifei, laughing maniacally, while his muscles trembled uncontrollably in a rhythm dictated by fear. Eating people, ha ha. I've eaten people too. Who's afraid of whom? Huh. At worst, I'll become a zombie myself, brazenly feasting on others. Ha ha ha. A hollow yearning flickered in Niu Laoda's eyes as he indulged in fantasies to alleviate his terror. With so many zombies around, it seemed he would have no chance to transform into one. It was far more likely he would end up as foul carrion in their bellies. Meanwhile, illuminated by the waning light of the setting sun, Shan Feifei shattered Niu Laoda's illusions. "Do you truly not recognize me? Take a closer look," she urged, extending her hand as a cluster of blue flames flickered to life from her fingertips, casting an ethereal glow upon her countenance. Her face was pale as a ghost, emerging suddenly before the eyes of the night's onlookers. Particularly striking were her eyes, resembling those of a vengeful spirit, fixated intently on Niu Laoda. Your eyes? Why do they seem so familiar? You cannot be. No, it's impossible. You are her. You are her. She is dead. She has already perished, consumed by zombies. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You're a fake? A fraud." As Niu Laoda gazed into Shan Feifei's eyes, they gradually aligned with those of the woman from his dreams. His body, once slumped on the ground, suddenly tensed, and he sprang back to his feet, bolting away as if struck by lightning. A demon? A demon? I must be mistaken. How could this woman possess the same eyes as that one, filled with such hatred? Niu Laoda's vision was consumed entirely by Shan Feifei's eyes, rendering him unable to perceive anything else before him. With a mere sound, he had already plunged headlong into the throng of corpses, inadvertently nestling into the embrace of a zombie, akin to a bashful maiden eager to wed, seeking solace in her beloved's arms. There, unfinished matters awaited her resolution. In the 76th chapter, The Ecstasy of Vengeance. Bull Laoda had perished, irrevocably so. Yet, his dying wish to transform into a zombie would remain forever unfulfilled, for he was devoured alive by that horde, piece by piece, until nothing remained. The sun had descended considerably, leaving only a faint crimson visage illuminated, as it accompanied Shan Feifei's graceful silhouette into the outer city. "Get out!" Shan Feifei's expression turned icy, and an aura of lethal intent enveloped her. Her voice rang out like thunder, causing the ears of those nearby to ring, with several collapsing in an instant. This was the result of her evolution through the consumption of the zombie core. Sensing the dire situation, others took flight, retreating to hide far away, only daring to peek after a significant interval. Indeed, Bull Laoda couldn't he have possibly died, could he? Someone ventured. "Shh, keep your voice down. That woman is fearsome," another cautioned. Even Bull Laoda, with his imposing stature, was rendered utterly powerless against her, and those police officers are on her side. "Get out of here. You are no longer welcome to reside in this place." A dusty blanket tumbled down the stairs, followed by the clattering of a wash basin. "Damn it, I was allocated government housing here. How dare you try to evict me?" A coarse yet feeble male voice protested, "I am part of the government, and the people here no longer welcome you. Depart at once, or I shall treat you to peanuts," retorted a police officer, the sound of a firearm being readied echoing in the air. "What is this?" Shen Feifei inquired, astonished as she glanced at the man, addressing Li Zhong and Guzi. "This vile dog. He took Miss Lu's belongings and still dares to betray you. Such treachery cannot be permitted to linger here," Li Zhong exclaimed in indignation. The events of the day had profoundly affected him. Had it not been for Shen Feifei subduing Bo Lauda, they would have all been devoured. The officer, Guzi, acted to curry favor with Shen Feifei, believing Li Zhong had a good rapport with her. "Well done," Shen Feifei nodded in approval. "That traitor, who forsook his friends, undoubtedly deserved punishment. This principle of retribution, good rewarded with good, and evil met with evil, was a truth Shen Feifei ardently upheld. This is your reward for today." Shen Feifei retrieved the remaining packets of instant noodles from her bag and handed them to Li Zhong and the others. "Take them. It hasn't been easy for any of you. If you refuse, I shall be quite displeased." She insisted on placing the items into their arms. It is worth noting that during the perilous moments, unlike those who had just been ousted, Li Zhong and his companions did not consider turning her over to save themselves. Instead, they resolutely shielded her. For this, they were indeed deserving of her respect and reward. Shen Feifei was a woman of clear principles, valuing loyalty and sincerity. How could she possibly shortchange these genuine men? Having concluded his business, he prepared to depart. "Dogzi, follow me," he called out as he exited from Li Zhong's residence. Trembling with fear, Dogzi, who moments ago had exuded bravado, now hunched over, his back arched as if he might collapse to the ground. "Miss, I swear I did not betray you. Truly, I have said nothing. Look, even that portrait was a fabrication of my own, intended to deceive that scoundrel chief." Dogzi, believing that Shen Feifei intended to silence him permanently, was on the verge of fainting, his legs quaking under him. So it was this scoundrel who had conjured that dreadful portrait, painting himself in such an unflattering manner. What a fool, however, seeing that he had not betrayed her and appeared genuinely remorseful. She decided to show him some mercy. "Rest assured, I do not intend to harm you. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters." Shen Feifei smiled, softening her tone in hopes of calming the terrified Dogzi. "Really? You won't kill me? That's splendid," he exclaimed, relief flooding through him. "Please, ask whatever you wish. I shall be completely forthcoming." Upon hearing her words, Dogzi felt as if a great weight had been lifted, straightening his posture and proudly thumping his chest. Exaggerating his bravado. In the 77th chapter, the chief marries his fifth concubine. As Dogzi watched Shen Feifei's retreating figure, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. Something significant was about to unfold at the base. That night, within the vibrant Spring Flower restaurant in Central City, the atmosphere was electric, with guests bustling about. The raucous sounds of games and toasts resonated, echoing far and wide, even reaching distant corners beyond the establishment. 5 heads, 8 steeds, you lose, drink? Inside, the place was filled with slovenly dressed officers, their uniforms stained with grease and sweat, indulging in the cheap, poorly mixed alcohol while gnawing on platters of braised meat and chicken legs, their breath reeking of liquor as they spat and splattered each other with their words. Engaging in boisterous games and drinking, they resembled ruffians more than government officials. At the entrance, a woman stealthily slipped inside. Yet these raucous revelers remained oblivious to her presence. Upstairs, the main hall was occupied by higher-ranking officers, gathered around a portly, jovial chief, who was toasting with a beautiful young woman in his embrace. "Congratulations, Chief. Your prestige remains undiminished as you successfully claim the base's most alluring maiden as your 5th concubine. Here's to your continued victories in battle." The one raising the toast was the same officer who had previously inspected the corpse retrieval team in Outer City. With your silver tongue and charm, you truly know how to please. If only we could swiftly capture that female bandit, that would be truly satisfying." The police chief relished the toast, downing the drink, yet his mind lingered on the long-haired creature. "Indeed, rest assured, I have laid a comprehensive trap throughout the base. Once that female bandit shows her face, she will not escape that moment. She will be at your mercy." The toast-giving officer quickly bent and bowed, assuring the chief, while inwardly cursing him. "You scoundrel, cursed with the affliction of a restless night. May you swiftly meet your demise. Is it truly so effortless to apprehend a female bandit? In mere moments, she has claimed the lives of countless individuals. Should you encounter such a figure, it would be remarkable if she did not flee at the first opportunity. The notion of capturing her is utterly absurd. It is rumored that the Longmao monster is the illegitimate offspring of the esteemed director and his sister-in-law, and it appears this may indeed hold truth. Otherwise, why would such relentless efforts be made to apprehend a murderer linked to a distant relative? It is well known that the director's unremarkable wife has long fallen out of favor. Within the banquet hall, numerous enchanting ladies clad in kipeos, their long legs elegantly exposed, flit about, each carrying a tray laden with delicacies, incessantly serving dishes and toasting glasses. Occasionally, someone ventures to the bar, several meters away, to procure the necessary libations for the gathering. Upon noticing the tray devoid of wine, a beautiful server hastens to the bar to replenish her supplies. However, as she reaches her destination, a hand suddenly covers her mouth and nose from behind, followed by a fierce blow to her neck, rendering her unconscious. The unconscious beauty is swiftly dragged into a storage cabinet, and shortly thereafter, another tall, graceful woman in a qipao, with a smile adorning her face, approaches the banquet hall, carrying a tray of wine. Drink, 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 blast it, the wine is all gone. Where's that serving girl? The director, having drained his glass, discovers the wine jug empty and promptly begins to berate the staff. Here it comes, director. We have just procured a bottle of 82 Lafite. The smiling server presents a bottle adorned with the emblem of a foreign vineyard for the director's inspection. Lafite, indeed, the 82 vintage. Who would have thought such a treasure would still be available? I shall indulge myself. The director, with a greedy lick of his lips, seizes the bottle and, disregarding the envious gazes of the surrounding officers, begins to pour the fine wine directly into his mouth, oblivious to the exorbitant price it once commanded in a world before calamity. In no time, the substantial bottle of Lafite is emptied. Excellent wine, exquisite wine, he exclaims, belching uncontrollably. The foul odor emanating from his mouth repulses his fifth concubine and others nearby, who, unable to openly express their disgust, subtly shift their bodies to avoid the noxious fumes. This glutton, to consume such a quantity of wine in one go. What a veritable human cask! Originally, Shun Feifei had hoped to share the libation with other officers, yet this insatiable fiend has left them nothing. What a waste! With the wine depleted, I shall seek out more for the director and esteemed officers. There should be other original spirits available. The woman, disguised as Shun Feifei, offers a gentle smile as she retreats from the banquet hall. Splendid, my dear. Should you procure another fine bottle for this director, I shall take you as my sixth concubine. The director exclaims with delight, his senses dulled and head spinning, yet his tongue remains keen to exploit Shun Feifei's charms. I shall await your return. In the distance, amidst the dark of night, a girl's uniquely melodious laughter echoed. Shun Feifei had already departed. Ugh, the esteemed official, who had been reveling in the banquet hall, now felt an overwhelming discomfort in his stomach, a sharp pain akin to being pricked by needles. Ignoring the throngs of people around him, he lowered his head and began to retch uncontrollably. Alas, the stench was unbearable, repugnant beyond measure. Those nearby could no longer endure it, rising in unison, covering their noses, and retreating to a safe distance. For what the official expelled was a viscous, dark substance, reminiscent of ink, reeking with a foulness more intense than the stench of 10 rotting corpses. A faint, black vapor ascended from the putrid mess, as if it possessed a life of its own, swiftly enveloping every officer present. Ugh, as if by contagion. Anyone who caught a whiff of that foul odor in the banquet hall doubled over in nausea. Initially, the contents of their retching were white, but soon they too succumbed, producing the same vile, blackened refuse as the official. Who, the police chief and those beside him stood, their faces ashen, incessantly chuckling foolishly. Chapter 78. Chaos among the base zombies on the second floor of the Spring Flower Restaurant. In an exquisitely decorated banquet hall, a group of several high-ranking police officials gradually rose, their faces pale, their mouths continuously uttering foolish laughter, as if they were utterly intoxicated. With their unsteady, halting steps and slightly stooped postures, this assembly set forth, making their way toward the exit. Goodness, what has become of you, esteemed chief? Have you all finished your meal and drink? The proprietress of the restaurant, holding a floral handkerchief, observed these officials stumbling about, heedless of their surroundings, colliding with tables and appending chairs, and her heart ached for her precious possessions. She hurriedly rushed into the hall to greet them, hoping to implore them to be more considerate. These items had cost her a fortune, purchased from survivors, and were invaluable. She knew she could never procure such treasures again. Who? The high-ranking officials, who had been walking steadily, were suddenly captivated by the enchanting and fragrant proprietress who appeared in the corridor. Instantly, their collective gaze fixated upon her, and their previously hunched backs straightened with newfound vigor. What is the matter with you all? The proprietress, alarmed by the peculiar expressions of the policemen, instinctively took a few steps back. Gazing fearfully at these pale-faced, predatory figures, I must inform you that this is the Spring Flower Restaurant, and the true owner is none other than the mayor of the base. Though you dare to cause a ruckus here? Do you wish to jeopardize your positions? In her panic, she revealed the identity of her clandestine benefactor as a means of intimidation. Yet, the chief did not approach her with tenderness. Instead, he savagely bit into her face. In an instant, a sizable chunk of flesh was torn from her delicate visage, devoured hungrily. The other officers soon converged, some tugging at her legs, others grasping her arms, while a few lunged forward, sinking their teeth into her back. Zombies! The undead have arrived. A male waiter, poised to serve, witnessed the unfolding chaos and instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. In a state of sheer terror, he discarded the tray he held and fled down the stairs with great haste, relaying the alarming news as he ran. Indeed, that bottle of 82 Lafite had been tampered with by Shun Feifei, who had infused it with a substantial dose of zombie virus. The wine was genuine, procured by Shun Feifei from her spatial realm, specifically intended to lure those indolent gluttons. Little did she anticipate that the police chief would succumb to such greed, consuming the entire bottle without sharing a drop with anyone else. However, this was of little consequence, for the virus within that wine was a potent strain of the zombie virus, extracted by Queen Feifei from her own being. Infused with extraordinary virulence, even the slightest exposure would suffice to incapacitate these individuals. Lo and behold, the high-ranking police officers, who habitually exerted their dominance over the populace within the base, could scarcely fathom that a celebratory feast would metamorphose into their own funeral banquet. Without exception, they all fell victim to the infection, transforming into the lowest form of zombies. After indulging in the delectable flesh of the proprietress, these newly minted zombies surged toward the grand hall below, where an array of sumptuous delicacies awaited their eager appetites. Meanwhile, the waiter's frantic shouts went unnoticed by the officers downstairs, who were engrossed in their revelries, drowning out his cries in their raucous merriment. One officer even kicked the waiter aside, deeming him a spoilsport. Realizing that his efforts were in vain, the waiter hastily scurried out of the establishment, seeking refuge from the chaos. Chief, have you come down to enjoy a drink? One inebriated officer, swaying with intoxication, spotted the chief descending the stairs and eagerly approached to curry favor. Look, the chief is smiling at me. Enraptured, the officer misinterpreted the chief's grin as a gesture of camaraderie, which thrilled him beyond measure. It was a rare occasion for a lowly officer like him to be acknowledged in such a manner by the esteemed chief. Chief, why are you biting me? He exclaimed, oblivious to the impending danger as the zombie chief sank his teeth into him. The drunken officer, under the influence of alcohol, registered little pain and stared in bewilderment at the severed finger of his own hand, casting a puzzled glance at his superior. What followed was a warm farewell from the chief, who fully embraced and devoured the unfortunate officer's hand. Other officers, still seated, were swiftly seized by the transformed high-ranking officials, who voraciously took bites out of their bodies and necks, blood splattering everywhere. Good heavens, it's zombies! The chief has turned into a zombie. The remaining officers, jolted awake by the sudden eruption of blood and dismembered flesh, finally recalled the terrifying specter from their memories. In an instant, they began to scream and scramble toward the exit of the establishment, fleeing in a panic while forgetting entirely that they were armed police officers, equipped with firearms capable of vanquishing zombies. Before long, the Chunhua restaurant, a unique locale within the inner city, transformed into a scene of chaos, a veritable hell for the police. Apart from the grotesque figures of zombies gnawing on bones and flesh sprawled upon the ground, the place was devoid of life. The shrill blare of military alarms reverberated through the inner city, a harbinger of the zombie onslaught targeting the base. In an instant, the survivors, gripped by fear, trembled at the sound of the alarm. Horrific memories surged forth, prompting them to hastily don their garments and gather their belongings in a desperate bid to flee the city. The streets and alleys became a tumultuous sea of panicked crowds, the cacophony of voices and cries echoing throughout the base. However, with nightfall upon them, visibility waned, and in the ensuing chaos, individuals shoved against one another, uncertain of which direction to flee. "Hey, why are you stepping on me? Are you seeking death? Don't head this way. Go that way. There are no zombies at the city gate. You're stealing my things. I'll fight you for it. Ah, he bit me. He is a zombie. There are zombies in the city. Run for your lives." The entire Taitsong base descended into pandemonium, the wailing sirens, the throngs of agitated people, and among them, those taking advantage of the chaos to loot. Alongside the genuine zombies feasting on the living, it was utter bedlam, a bubbling cauldron of turmoil simmering in the darkness of night. Chapter 79. The truth of the uprising in the inky blackness. The Taitsong base lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of illumination. The outer, middle, and inner cities resonated with the frantic cries of the populace, a sensation akin to being besieged by countless zombies from outside, eager to devour them. Pausing momentarily, Shen Feifei continued her preparations. She was acutely aware of the virus she had unleashed. Merely a handful of ordinary zombies, could they truly incite such a frenzy? These people were overreacting. Yet, after a while, the panic-stricken screams from the outer and middle cities infiltrated the inner city. The scene evoked the impression of innumerable zombies attacking humanity. At that juncture, the assembly bell for the corpse-hunting squad rang out. Beckoning, "Assemble quickly. Zombies are approaching," with hurried footsteps echoing in the corridor. The members of the corpse-hunting squad gathered, fully armed and ready for action. Reluctantly, Shen Feifei donned her gear and descended the stairs. "No, I shall join you. Let us eradicate the zombies swiftly, for everyone's peace of mind." Now even Shen Feifei was uncertain. How could a mere handful of zombies provoke such a reaction from the entire base? Could it be that another horde of zombies was breaching the perimeter at this very moment? She felt compelled to ascertain who this deity was that dared intrude upon her domain without paying homage. With Xiao Yi's approval, Shen Feifei accompanied the corpse-hunting squad to the middle city. In the middle city, hundreds of thousands of soldiers mobilized, their massive headlights illuminating the darkness, an array of firearms at the ready. The well-trained warriors, wielding megaphones, incessantly urged the populace to remain calm and divide into orderly groups to sit down. Those who attempted to exploit the situation for looting were met with a volley of gunfire. This tactic proved effective. After several minutes, aside from a few genuine zombies causing havoc and feasting upon the living, the remaining individuals fell into silence, awaiting the dawn and the military's response. In the stillness of the night, the sound of zombies devouring their prey resonated with unsettling clarity. Zombies abound. Dispatch them swiftly. Upon the discovery of a zombie, a beam of light is immediately directed towards it, ensnaring the creature before a barrage of gunfire ensues. The military's efficiency is truly commendable. Gradually, the situation is brought under control. After a night of fervent activity, it is only when the sky begins to lighten that order is fully restored. Shen Feifei is on the verge of exasperation. What external zombies are causing chaos? It is evident that only those few police zombies are preying upon the populace. Those few zombies rampage through the city, biting any human in their path. Yet there is no one to thwart their murderous spree. The so-called police patrols and city management teams have long since vanished without a trace, let alone any organized efforts by the populace to resist and eliminate the zombies. Consequently, these few zombies merrily feast upon one victim after another, wreaking havoc on countless lives. Thousands have sustained injuries, and many have perished. This does not account for those who take advantage of the chaos, committing acts of robbery, assault, and trampling one another, resulting in even more casualties. Altogether, over 10,000 individuals have been affected. This the effective governance of the base government. On the following day, during a joint military and political conference, the military commander slammed his fist upon the table, his voice booming with fury. The conference room was filled with high-ranking officials from both military and government, including Xiao Yi. At the time of the incident, our military had already sounded the alarm. Where were your police forces, your city patrols? Where were they? The old commander bellowed, directing his ire towards the government officials present. Cough, cough, cough. Commander, please temper your anger. We have conducted an investigation. Those zombies are merely high-ranking police officers who have mutated, including their chief. Without a leader, how could the police force possibly regroup? This matter cannot be blamed on our government. A rotund official, impeccably dressed in a suit and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, spoke calmly, seemingly unfazed by the commander's outburst. He is the mayor of this base. Indeed, the city patrols are composed of a motley crew. Their outdated weaponry might suffice for routine patrols, but against zombies, they are utterly ineffective, wouldn't you agree? Another official chimed in, the captain of the security patrol and deputy mayor. Quite right, quite right. Had it not been for your military sounding the alarm, there wouldn't have been such a mass exodus, trampling so many in the process. The government was merely trying to maintain order, yet the pathways were obstructed, allowing the zombies to roam freely and inflict harm. Another official hastily deflected the blame for the government's ineffectiveness onto the military. Humph, so it seems the fault lies with us military personnel? Should we not have sounded the alarm? Should we not have deployed troops to uphold order? The military commander was nearly driven to the brink of fury. MMM. Upon hearing this, the government officials shamelessly nodded in agreement, asserting that the military was at fault, utterly mistaken. In an instant, the military personnel were incensed, ready to erupt in outrage. These rotund, self-indulgent officials enjoy the finest of everything: food, drink, and amenities. When it comes to seizing power and profit, they are all too eager, yet when mistakes arise, none are willing to take responsibility. Instead, they shifted the blame onto the military, which had come to their timely rescue. I have witnessed shamelessness before, but never such unparalleled audacity. Truly, they can be deemed the most disgraceful politicians. Since you all deem it the military's fault, why not relinquish control of the base and take your people and leave? Xiao Yi suddenly stood up to speak, his gaze piercing like daggers straight into the hearts of these government officials. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that when they heard the alarm at night, their first instinct was not to ascertain the situation at the base or maintain order. Rather, they led a throng of close guards and police, absconding with a significant amount of valuable possessions, fleeing the city with their families under the cover of night. These individuals, typically so self-righteous and full of moral posturing, wielding power and influence. When the critical moment arrived, all they could do was escape with their ill-gotten wealth, rendering themselves utterly useless. In other words, they are nothing more than a cadre of high-ranking leeches, parasitically feeding off the base. Xiao Yi's words fell like a boulder into a serene lake, stirring up tumultuous waves of conflict. The military personnel rallied behind Xiao Yi's assertions, with even the old commander casting an appreciative glance in his direction. However, the representatives from the government were incensed, voicing their discontent. They accused Xiao Yi of lacking organization and discipline, of military interference in politics, of exhibiting a warlord mentality. They insisted that their appointments were sanctioned by the central authority and that no one had the right to dismiss or expel them from the base. The grotesque and shameless demeanor of those individuals infuriated Xiao Yi to the point where he nearly drew his weapon, only to be restrained by the military chief of staff. Thus, both sides stood poised for confrontation, each refusing to yield an inch. Ultimately, the mayor of the base and the old commander jointly appealed to the central authority, reporting the true circumstances at the Taicang base. After a considerable delay, a response from the central government finally arrived, deeming that both the government and military at Taicang were at fault, each deserving equal reprimand. They were instructed to continue their previous cooperative arrangements, with a stern warning against further discord. Otherwise, no assistance would be forthcoming. Thus, the matter was superficially resolved. The plight of countless lives seemed to elicit not even a modicum of interest from the central authority. From Xiao Yi's account, Shen Feifei gleaned the unfolding events. Gently stroking Xiao Yi's hair, she empathetically offered him solace, attempting to soothe his troubled heart. The higher-ups required political equilibrium. The Taicang base remained under governmental jurisdiction, and it was untenable for either the military or the government to dominate. Even if this batch of officials were dismissed, another would inevitably take their place to govern the base, resulting in mere superficial changes. In summary, Shen Feifei sought to comfort Xiao Yi in any way possible. Yet, beneath her outward expressions of reassurance, she remained skeptical. The youth, brimming with passion, focused solely on actions beneficial to humanity. But how could Xiao Yi and his peers stand against the seasoned bureaucrats entrenched in the corridors of power? In this apocalyptic era, during such a critical juncture, humanity was still embroiled in infighting. The officials at the Taitsong base, brazenly corrupt, readily abandoned their citizens to save their own skins when danger loomed. What use are such officials? They would only hinder efforts to reclaim lost ground and impede the military's counteroffensive. It is evident that within this political struggle, fierce competition among the various factions at the center has undoubtedly taken place, culminating in mutual compromises that led to this decision, born of desperation. Contempt for them, contempt for humanity. Shun Feifei inwardly raised a middle finger at humankind. Although the chaos at the base, resulting in loss of life, was precipitated by Shun Feifei's impulsive confrontation with those despicable officers, it nonetheless highlights the profound mismanagement within the base. Even minor disturbances are sufficient to undermine its very foundation. If this continues, there will be no need for a horde of zombies to assault the Taitsong base. They will simply rot from within, continuing their tyranny. Sooner or later, internal strife will lead to a catastrophic collapse. When that day arrives, the Taitsong base, the largest sanctuary for human survivors in the south of Huagua, will crumble to dust. None of these humans will escape the clutches of the undead. After Shun Feifei's encouragement, Xiao Yi's despondency and disappointment significantly improved. Finally mustering a faint smile, he took Shun Feifei's hand and dashed towards the mountains behind the military camp. Upon reaching a large rock on the mountain, Xiao Yi eagerly showcased his earth-based abilities, demonstrating how he could carve the stone as if it were clay. He meticulously formed hand seals, targeting a large boulder, unleashing his powers repeatedly. The stone knife struck from all angles, sparks flying as the hard rock was transformed into a substantial chair. Running his fingers over the smooth surface of the stone seat and the elegantly shaped backrest, Shun Feifei burst into laughter. While others might present their girlfriends with flowers, rings, luxury cars, or designer bags, Xiao Yi, in contrast, gifted her a massive stone chair, weighing several tons, utterly immovable. "How does it look? Do you like it?" Xiao Yi panted as he turned to Shun Feifei. He had long wished to present her with a gift. Yet what could possibly captivate a girl's heart in this apocalyptic world? Flowers and designer bags had become commonplace, no longer desirable. Only a man's robust physique and undeniable strength could truly win a girl's affection. When he had passed this stone previously, he had conceived the idea of crafting a chair with his powers, intending it as a secret rendezvous spot for their dates. Indeed, Shun Feifei adored this chair and appreciated Xiao Yi's thoughtful gesture. Like this stone chair, though its craftsmanship was rudimentary, it conveyed Xiao Yi's sincere affection. Tenderly, Shun Feifei rested her head against Xiao Yi's chest, and they began to share secrets, their hearts drawing closer together. From that moment forth, they naturally became true lovers, often finding themselves at that large chair after training sessions, playfully teasing each other like love-struck partners. Time passed incrementally, and soon, 2 months would have elapsed. One day, Xiao Yi and Shun Feifei returned to their private sanctuary. "Xiao Yi, let me share some stories from my childhood," he said, without waiting for a response, as he took Shun Feifei's hand and began recounting his mischievous escapades from years gone by. At the tender age of 3, he would mischievously tug at the braids of little girls. At 4, he took advantage of the nursery teacher's slumber to draw whiskers on her face. By the age of 5, when his cousin Xiaoling visited, they filled their grandfather's smoking pipe with water. And subsequently, he found himself aiding his cousin in tormenting boys at school, among other escapades. He recounted these tales for over an hour, right up until he mentioned Shun Feifei. Shun Feifei was perplexed, wondering why Xiao Yi was suddenly sharing such domestic anecdotes, particularly about that cold-faced woman. After all, she had long since been transformed into a foul zombie by Shun Feifei, and now, hearing Xiao Yi speak of her, left Shun Feifei feeling quite uncomfortable. News of Luo Hao had reached her ears. Even the notorious Niu Laoda had fallen victim to her revenge, becoming a zombie himself. And that annoying police chief who relentlessly pursued Shun Feifei had met his demise as well. In Jiangnan, there was little left for her to cling to. If anything remained, it was only Lei Lei and her companions. However, they had matured swiftly, no longer requiring her constant guardianship. There, too, were Shun Feifei's parents, the elderly couple she had always held dear in her thoughts. In the 81st chapter, titled Spitting Fire, Shun Feifei desired to share her joy with her closest sisters, wishing to spread happiness among them. "What's wrong, Lei Lei? Why are you crying?" Shun Feifei's heart, once soaring with excitement, plummeted at their distress. After a considerable time, she learned the truth from Lei and the bespectacled girl. It turned out that before departing from a city with the corpse-hunting team, Shun Feifei had entrusted the safety of the small infant rescued from the bearded man to Lei and her friends. However, since the child was human, it was only natural that the bearded man arranged for him to stay within the human base at Malong's peace building. To protect this adorable little one, Lei and her companions refrained from attacking the human base and even ensured that nearby zombies did not harass or assault it. They had initially believed that as long as these humans were well-fed, well-watered, and warmly clothed, they would naturally be filled with kindness and affection, caring for the city's sole surviving human infant, as a high-level zombie who had already ascended to the second tier. Lei could distinctly discern the scent of every human. Although she wasn't as formidable as Queen Feifei, she could still ascertain, within a radius of 500 meters, whether each individual was alive and in good health based on their scent. However, in recent days, Lei and her companions discovered that they could no longer sense the presence of the small child. No matter how hard they tried, it was evident that something had happened to the child. The task entrusted to them by their leader had gone unfulfilled, resulting in the child's disappearance right under their noses. They felt utterly remorseful towards their leader. How could their sisterhood endure such a failure? Consequently, Lei and her companions began deliberating whether to storm the human base at the peace building to investigate the whereabouts of the child. They were determined to charge in and find the little one. With a resounding crash, Shun Feifei slammed her hand onto a nearby desk, splintering it into pieces. Those who dared to cross Queen Feifei had sealed their fates. Even though Shun Feifei had now become a zombie, the emotions of her humanity could not be extinguished overnight. Particularly, the image of that small child, with their bright, dark eyes, always reminded her of her parents back home and the joyous days she spent with them during her childhood. In those days, my parents often remarked that Feifei's eyes sparkled like black jewels, declaring her their most cherished and beloved child. Consequently, upon encountering this child, Shun Feifei felt her heart soften with profound emotion, even nurturing him with the same affection she had for her younger self. When fleeing the mall, she steadfastly protected the little one. Upon reaching the peace building, she continued to look after him. And later, at the Taicang base, she entrusted Lei and her companions with his discreet care. Initially, Shun Feifei had thought of the child as a human, worrying that being with the zombies might expose him to infection, which is why she had arranged for him to be cared for among humans. However, to her dismay, he had suddenly gone missing. Almost simultaneously with receiving this distressing news, Shun Feifei led a formidable horde of zombies toward the human base at the peace building. With a resounding crash, she shattered the glass doors with a single punch, allowing a tide of zombies to surge inside. It appeared that the inhabitants of the peace building had long been unaccustomed to zombie attacks, becoming complacent and living in comfort. Astonishingly, there was not a single guard on duty at the entrance. When Shun Feifei and her group burst in, the humans were oblivious, sleeping soundly like dead pigs. It was only when they were dragged from their beds by the zombies and thrust into the lobby that they awoke from their slumber. "You? Aren't you Xiaoya?" a survivor exclaimed, pointing at Shun Feifei, who stood amongst the zombie horde. Yes, it's you, Xiaoya. How is it that you are with the zombies?" Captain Li, trembling and weak, managed to gesture toward Shun Feifei, his voice scarcely louder than a whisper. "Ah, Captain Li, it has been so long. I came to see how you all are faring at that moment." Shun Feifei was less concerned about finding the child and more amused by the disheveled state of the survivors as she settled into a chair brought by Lei, a smile gracing her lips. Perhaps due to their comfortable existence and prolonged absence of hunger, these robust men were well-fed and rosy-cheeked. In stark contrast, the women were fewer in number, and those remaining appeared gaunt and weary, their condition suggesting they were neither well-fed nor warmly clothed. A few others huddled around makeshift bedding, their bodies emaciated, gazes vacant and distant, standing at the forefront of the crowd. Some of the young girls appeared as if they were frail old crones, their backs bent with age. "You, come here." Shun Feifei beckoned to a young girl, roughly 17 or 18 years old, whom she recognized from a previous encounter where she had been injured by the cold-faced woman. "I'm calling you." Behind the girl, the burly men hastily pushed her forward, causing her to stumble at Shun Feifei's feet. "Do not be afraid. I have a question for you. Aside from these women, where have all the other girls gone?" Shun Feifei showed no disdain for the dirt that marred the girl's appearance, instead gently helping her to her feet. Given that these men seemed to be living comfortably, it was perplexing that the women appeared so emaciated. Shen Feifei was determined to seek clarity. They have all died. They were starved to death by these beasts, mistreated and even devoured. Having consumed their meal, the girls took a moment to react, their eyes finally flickering with a semblance of vitality, unperturbed by the thousands of zombies looming behind Shen Feifei. Their frenzied cries echoed, akin to the ramblings of the deranged. Huh! Shen Feifei's gaze turned icy, her eyes slicing through the group of burly men like a blade. No, don't believe her. This woman has lost her mind, Captain Li exclaimed, his voice betraying a hint of cowardice as he averted his gaze from Shen Feifei. Chapter 82. Punishment of Humanity on a December night. Within the lobby of the Peace Mansion base in City A, Shen Feifei demanded, "She's gone mad? Very well, you, gather here." She beckoned the women closer. "What do you normally eat? Why are you so emaciated?" she inquired, gesturing towards their gaunt forms. "Stop crying. Boss Feifei is asking you. Speak up," Lei interjected, unable to bear the sight any longer. "These women, do they only know how to weep? They tell us we are worthless, mere meat pigs, and that nurturing us is a waste of sustenance. After meals, we are left to lick the remnants from garbage bags. There is scarcely anything to eat, just some scraps of food. Occasionally, if they are in good spirits, they might toss us a flatbread or a handful of uncooked rice. Even water is a rare commodity," a bolder girl spoke up. You lie, speak again, and I'll beat you to death," a burly man growled, his venomous gaze threatening the girl. Terrified, she trembled, silenced by fear. "Humph! To dare threaten someone in my presence is truly courting death." Shen Feifei turned her head, and in an instant, several first-tier zombies surged into the group of men, seizing the offender and dragging him away. Outside, the air was filled with the man's agonizing screams. Instantly, the complacent survivors huddled together in fear, refraining from any further interjections. Mo Long and his gang are cannibals. They've grown tired of canned pork and wish to savor human flesh. Several of the plumper sisters have been killed and consumed. They particularly relish women's thighs and hearts. I've seen them devouring stir-fried meat and human flesh hot pot. The women recounted, their voices steadying as they recognized Shen Feifei's support. Stir-fried meat? Human flesh hot pot? Shen Feifei initially found it hard to believe the women's accounts. After all, how could these robust men, who lacked for nothing, suddenly resort to cannibalism? However, upon witnessing the kitchen adorned with women's thighs and ribs, glistening with brine and oil, alongside thin, translucent slices of human flesh meticulously laid out to dry, her skepticism evaporated. Shen Feifei was utterly convinced. These burly survivors had indeed turned to cannibalism. Even in a state of abundance, with no external threats, they had chosen to devour their fellow humans. Before the apocalypse, Shen Feifei had vaguely heard rumors of affluent individuals and officials crossing moral boundaries to indulge in what they called baby soup. At that time, she had dismissed such tales, unable to fathom how such absurdities could exist in a prosperous society. Yet now, these survivors, too, had embraced cannibalism. They had transformed the act of consuming human flesh into a perverse form of pleasure and a symbol of power. Eating so contentedly, with such a sense of righteousness, he chuckled, her laughter reminiscent of a zombie for the first time. You are a zombie, indeed. Initially, there was a hope that was merely human, deserving of their clemency. However, upon witnessing her laughter, the group of survivors felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over them. Realizing she was, in fact, a zombie, one of a higher intelligence, capable of speech. "Where is Mo Long?" disregarded their disheveled appearance, instead calling out his name. The survivors exchanged glances and soon, the terrified men pushed Mo Long to the forefront, the one who had previously been deemed the most loyal, the bald man. "Mo Long, I wish to inquire about the child I entrusted to you." This elevated tone resonated throughout the hall, piercing Mo Long's heart. He is ill," Mo Long stammered, avoiding her gaze. He struggled to comprehend why this female zombie exhibited such concern for the child. Having led an exceedingly comfortable life within the building, his once robust physique had become somewhat portly, with several rolls of flesh accumulating around his exposed belly. "Ill? Where is he?" Scrutinized Mo Long's feeble performance with disdain. "I recall that when we departed, we had agreed upon you caring for the child for 3 months. We would naturally send someone to escort you to the human base, Dio, you remember? She casually crossed her legs, inquiring. We took care of him, Mo Long replied, his voice faltering as he struggled to continue. But where is he now? S tone became more insistent, her impatience growing. The entire building had been thoroughly searched by the zombies, yet the child had not been found. Even his scent had vanished completely, that bastard Mo Long. He claimed the child was the most tender and delicious, far better than the women. Just days ago, he personally killed the child, boiling him for soup, which he consumed. The speaker was a woman in her early 20s from the group. Upon closer inspection, recognized her as the one who had once escorted her to the guest room, only to later be beaten by Mo Long in the dining area. No, I did not eat him. He died of illness. We simply discarded him, and his body was likely consumed by zombies. Yes, it must have been eaten by zombies. Mo Long, terrified by the woman's revelation, fell to his knees before, hastily attempting to deflect blame onto the zombies. He laughed, and the horde of zombies behind her joined in, as if they had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. With a swift kick, she sent Mo Long crashing against the wall, forcing him into an intimate encounter with it. Eaten by zombies? Such a fabrication. Under the strict orders of Lele, not only was it improbable for zombies to be consuming humans near the building, but even approaching them was out of the question. Though the zombies lacked intelligence, their physiological instincts dictated that they would never defy those of a significantly higher rank. It was evident that Mo Long was lying. The child has met a tragic fate, consumed by these insatiably greedy and shameless beings, boiled into a delectable broth. In the confines of Ma Long's bedroom, with the assistance of a woman, Shun Feifei unearthed the skull of that unfortunate child from beneath Ma Long's bed. It had been gnawed clean, devoid of any remnants of flesh, save for the imprints of Ma Long's emotional teeth. Those hollow black eye sockets stared silently, gazing upon a world that he had yet to comprehend. Why is this world so cruel? Why is Ma Long, who is well-fed and warmly clothed, so avaricious and brutal? Why do they spare not even the children and the vulnerable? They are indeed more merciless and shameless than zombies. Shin Feifei was incensed, driven to a furious rage. With a wave of her hand, thousands of frenzied, drooling zombies, restless and with glistening eyes, lunged towards the group of sturdy survivors. Like a mighty river engulfing a small boat, Ma Long and his men were devoured without exception, their blood licked clean by these long-starved zombies. Shun Feifei's eyes, who had always opposed zombies feasting on humans, the lamentations of these survivors now resonated as perhaps the most beautiful and melodious symphony in the world. In the hall on the first floor, the floor was polished to a reflective sheen by the zombies' relentless licking, far cleaner than it had been during Ma Long's presence. The group of women, upon catching Shun Feifei's gaze, huddled together in despair, shutting their eyes tightly. What fate could await these frail women now that Ma Long's formidable men had been devoured by the zombies? You have two paths before you, Shin Feifei declared, pointing at the foolish zombies that still craved their fill, eyeing the women with insatiable hunger. Point one, they consume you. She smiled, and the other path is to become like them, a zombie. Though these women evoked pity, she could not escort them to the Tansong base, as it would expose her identity prematurely. If left to their own devices, they would struggle to survive, potentially mutating into a female Ma Long that preyed on her own kind. This was a fate Shin Feifei was unwilling to witness. Thus, she preferred to let them perish, to transform into the same kind as the zombies. Zombies become zombies. The women wept, their cries filled with profound sorrow. After enduring the struggles of the apocalypse for so long and experiencing so much, they ultimately could not escape the grim fate of becoming zombies. Is this truly destiny? Come, I fear not. At last, one girl, having wept enough, wiped her tears, bravely rolled up her sleeves, revealing her frail yet straight and resolute arms. Better to be a zombie and be free from the daily torment of being trampled upon than to remain human. Indeed, Shin Feifei nodded in approval, casting a knowing glance at Lele. Following Feifei's indication, Lele squeezed forward, opening her gaping maw filled with sharp teeth, and swiftly bit down on the girl's arm. Contrary to expectations of blood and horrific cries, the girl's arm bore merely a bite mark. The zombie virus quickly infiltrated her bloodstream, and before long, she transformed into a lowly zombie with a vacant stare. Witnessing the girl's painless metamorphosis, the other girls gritted their teeth, resolutely rolling up their sleeves in anticipation. Gazing northward, Shen Feifei opened her mouth, filled with jagged, sharp teeth, and let out a hissing laugh, saying, "Humans of Jiangbei, do not disappoint me." Just as Xiaoyi had mentioned, within less than half a month, Shen Feifei and her companions were granted a month-long vacation. They were to board a private plane to Jiangbei for a leisurely getaway. With minimal packing, merely putting together a few essentials for appearances, Shen Feifei, along with Xiao Yi and a dozen others, boarded a military transport helicopter, buzzing towards Jiangbei. However, Shen Feifei found it rather peculiar that those on vacation seemed to have brought nothing at all. Not even a small bag for a change of clothes. From the vantage point of the aircraft, the vast river surged tumultuously beneath, flowing eternally eastward, unchanged through the ages. Regardless of the upheavals in society or the transformations of humanity, it continued its relentless journey towards the sea. From several thousand meters above, the river appeared immensely broad, stretching endlessly, with no sight of the opposite shore. Yet, for the military aircraft, this expanse was traversed in mere moments. In just a few minutes, they had crossed over to the opposite side of the great river. From their elevated perspective, the northern bank of the river was lined with glistening black barbed wire, standing tall at over 3 meters. Every few meters, concrete pillars reinforced with steel rebar stood sentinel along the riverbank, entwined with the menacing barbed wire. Behind this barrier, drab concrete structures loomed, featuring watchtowers and bunkers, all erected to thwart the potential incursion of zombies from the south. Of course, these measures also served to prevent the survivors from Jiangnan from smuggling themselves into Jiangbei, thereby bringing the zombie virus with them. The corpse hunting teams enjoyed a special privilege, receiving a rotation break every 2 months, a rare benefit in Jiangnan, bestowed only upon those officers of military rank or higher within the base command. This privilege was undoubtedly attributed to Xiao Yi's influence, as he was the chairman of the Jiangbei Military Commission, one of the 2 most powerful figures in the nation. Otherwise, the members of the corpse hunting team would be lucky to be acknowledged, let alone granted a vacation in Jiangbei. They might as well perish in Jiangnan, much like the thousands of survivors who had met their end at the Taicang base. The buzzing aircraft circled over the airport in Jiangbei for a while before receiving instructions to land on a designated helipad prepared specifically for them. As soon as they disembarked, Shen Feifei was greeted by a throng of soldiers clad in white biohazard suits, fully armed, waiting at the airport. Upon seeing the members of the corpse hunting team, these soldiers swiftly surrounded them, not in welcome, but rather with light machine guns aimed menacingly at them. What was this? No warm welcome? Were they to be arrested? Shen Feifei furrowed her brow, a myriad of questions flooding her mind, as she steeled herself, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Don't worry, Yezi, this is merely a formality, a standard procedure, Xiaoyi said, noticing Shen Feifei's rising ire and hastening to calm her down. A standard procedure, you say? Shen Feifei replied, reluctantly taking Xiao Yi's hand and settling down. Under the escort of the warriors clad in gas masks and armed with machine guns, they entered a completely sealed structure within the airport. Here, the corpse hunters were required to undergo thorough bathing and disinfection, as well as change their clothing. Not a single item they carried was permitted to leave. Everything was to be destroyed. Watching her carefully packed bag being seized by those individuals swathed in white garments, Shen Feifei felt utterly dejected. Fortunately, she hadn't brought anything of value. Otherwise, it would have been heart-wrenching. It was no wonder that the seasoned corpse hunters brought nothing with them, arriving in the dirtiest and most tattered of clothes, evidently fearing that their possessions would be confiscated. After emerging from the showers, Shen Feifei and her companions were still not allowed to leave. They were confined for a full 2 days and nights, without a single person undergoing mutation, before being released from the reinforced concrete building. The humans from Jiangbei were indeed quite cautious. However, little did they realize that an anomaly had already infiltrated the corpse hunters, a hidden entity. The Feifei zombie queen, who bore an identical appearance to a human. Dressed in newly issued military attire, Shen Feifei found the uniform ill-fitting. The garments were excessively baggy, the trousers far too long, and the shoes felt like boats flopping about on her feet. How absurd! The personnel at the airport had evidently not prepared any women's uniforms and had merely handed her an oversized men's outfit. Yezi, you're out. As soon as they exited the building, they spotted Xiaoyi waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Shen Feifei nearly swallowed by the oversized military garb, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Laugh, laugh. I dare you to laugh. Shen Feifei playfully punched Xiao Yi, though she lacked any real strength behind it. All right, let me take you to the vacation villa to change into something more suitable. I've already arranged for some clothes for you, Xiao Yi said, as if anticipating Shen Feifei's predicament. Shen Feifei responded gently, like a docile little kitten, taking Xiao Yi's hand and following him into a high-end military sedan that whisked them away to a villa district. This area was specifically designed for military personnel with commendable achievements. Shen Feifei's accommodations were in a standalone villa, one of the finest in the resort, situated right beside Xiao Yi's own residence. Naturally, this was also indicative of Xiao Yi's status as a high-ranking noble of the third generation. Well, are you satisfied? With a flourish, Xiao Yi swung open the grand door to a spacious hall, revealing an array of garments for all seasons, along with designer shoes and handbags. There were easily thousands of items. Are all of these for me? Shen Feifei gazed in awe at the new clothes emanating a fresh fiber scent, her heart swelling with sweetness. It is a girl's nature to adore beautiful clothes and handbags, and Xiao Yi's silent preparation of such an abundance of items demonstrated his genuine affection and care for her. In this age of scarce resources, even in Jiangbei, it would be unlikely to procure such a quantity so swiftly. His thoughtful intentions were unmistakable. With a sudden impulse, Shen Feifei leaned in and planted a kiss on Xiao Yi's handsome face, leaving a rosy imprint behind. Despite being a figure who remains calm in the face of zombies, Xiao Yi was now anything but composed, grinning like a fool as he gazed intently at Shen Feifei's busy back. Is she beautiful? Indeed. Is she beautiful? Undeniably so. Regardless of what Shen Feifei wore, Xiao Yi would foolishly exclaim how lovely she looked, much like a love-struck young man. After indulging in his vanity, Shen Feifei finally donned a simple set of casual women's attire before Xiao Yi. Is it really this uncomplicated? Xiao Yi found himself perplexed. Did not all women revel in extravagant adornments? How could his beloved choose the most understated outfit? This is quite suitable. It facilitates shopping. Shen Feifei was not preparing for a grand aristocratic banquet. She was in a hurry to search for her father and mother in H province. Furthermore, this inconspicuous attire allowed for greater mobility. Yes, having been away from civilization for so long, I yearn to reintegrate into society. Otherwise, I perceive everyone as a potential enemy. Shen Feifei spoke the truth. Ever since the outbreak of the biohazard crisis, apart from Xiao Yi and a few others like the bearded man, every person she encountered had been a ruthless villain. Luo Hao, Boss Niu, and Mo Long, the long-haired creature from the Taicang base, the bald man, and those cannibalistic survivors had shattered the worldview and moral compass she had painstakingly built over 2 decades. Apart from exterminating them or letting the zombies devour them, Shen Feifei found herself with little choice. Unbeknownst to her, the desire for slaughter grew stronger in her heart, at times even contemplating leading an army of zombies to annihilate the millions at the Taicang base and assault Jiangbei, transforming all of humanity into the undead. Even her eradication of the survivors and peace-building of City A, turning those women into zombies, was driven by dark thoughts that she could scarcely contain. Although each time such notions arose, they were thwarted by the remnants of her humanity. Her perception of humanity was increasingly shifting towards disdain and hatred. If this continued, who could say that one day she would not indeed lead an army of the undead to obliterate all of humanity? Thus, Shen Feifei genuinely needed to experience the rhythm of normal human society, to observe the lives of others, and to search for her lost parents. Naturally, the quest for her father and mother was a secret she must keep from Xiao Yi. Her true identity should remain unknown to humanity, especially to her beloved. Xiao Yi, very well, I shall respect your decision. Xiao Yi affectionately brushed his fingers against Shen Feifei's small nose. Smiling, he was willing to meet with Zhao's parents at any time, as long as Shen Feifei desired it. Here are your identification documents and communication devices. Take them with you. Before departing, Xiao Yi left behind 100,000 in cash, providing Shen Feifei with funds for her upcoming travels. Cash? Shen Feifei picked up the thick stacks of banknotes and examined them. Ah, these are still the currency in circulation from before the apocalypse. It seems the government has not abolished the old currency due to the outbreak of the zombie virus. After all, the defenses along the river are stringent, and for someone from Jiangnan to attempt smuggling into Jiangbei is no simple feat, let alone bringing such a large sum of cash. This thought led Shen Feifei to recall that scoundrel, Luo Hao. Had he managed to successfully cross over to Jiangbei? Perhaps he had already met his end at the tightly secured blockade in the river. However, Shen Feifei would prefer that he could reach Jiangbei smoothly, only to be apprehended and sent into the hands of those twisted individuals in the laboratories, enduring endless torment and suffering, blood draws, biopsies, being chopped into pieces, whatever could provide satisfaction in their cruelty. Ha ha ha, Shen Feifei laughed joyfully, even envisioning the wretched demise of that dead Luo Hao before her eyes, rendered unrecognizable. After dispatching Mo Long and the others, her spirits plummeted, prompting her to vent her frustrations at the largest state-owned bank in City A. Upon breaching the formidable steel vault door, 1/2 meter thick and 3 meters wide, Shen Feifei beheld hundreds of shelves brimming with glistening gold bars, weighing several tons in total. Instantly, her previously darkened mood transformed into exhilaration, casting aside all her grievances. The shimmering gold dazzled her eyes, akin to a potent remedy that swiftly healed her wounds. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Feifei transported all the gold into her jade space, stacking it against the walls to create golden barriers. Thus, whenever she entered the space, she would find herself in a room entirely filled with gold, delightfully cradling the bars as she slept. Isn't a golden house for hiding beauties? Shen Feifei pondered with a sense of pride, wondering if Jiao's abode could ever boast such wealth. Meanwhile, she also took several bags filled with crisp banknotes, convinced that they would prove useful upon her arrival in Jiangbei. If not, at least they would serve to provide comfort for her parents. Nevertheless, the 100,000 cash was a token of goodwill from Xiao Yi, and Shen Feifei gratefully accepted it, stashing it in the small purse he had gifted her. After swiftly tossing the communication devices and identification cards he provided into her space, ensuring no identifiable signals would leak, she hurriedly made her exit. At the airport alone, she was delayed for 2 days and nights by those troublesome characters. How many days remained of her fleeting holiday? Not rushing to purchase a ticket to H province immediately, Shen Feifei circled around, ensuring she was not being tailed. Following the bustling streets, she advanced onward. On the sidewalks, people jostled against one another, carelessly bumping into each other in the throngs of shoppers. The merchants' loudspeakers called out their wares in a cacophony. Customers flowed into the shops like waves, one after another, without a hint of the desolation of the apocalypse, nor the panic of the populace. Instead, everyone appeared extravagantly carefree, eager to buy whatever caught their fancy, regardless of the price, much to the merchants' delight, who smiled from dawn until dusk, their facial muscles stiffened from grinning. However, one notable difference from the pre-apocalyptic days was evident. All transactions were conducted in cash, with magnetic card transactions entirely obsolete. Of course, bartering and gold exchanges existed, but they were rare. Consequently, the throngs of shoppers carried bundles of cash with them, exchanging them for heaps of goods. The prices in the market had surged dramatically, at least 3 to 4 times their former values. Just then, Shen Feifei spotted a stall selling apples, their bright red hues utterly enticing, exuding the fresh aroma of fruit just plucked from the orchard. Licking her lips, she felt her saliva flow far more profusely than usual. The apocalypse has long since transpired, and due to the absence of cultivation and trade, apples and the like have vanished from a city and the Taicang base. Even her space holds no stock. This predicament is unbearable for her. A true aficionado of fruits, in the past, in Jiangnan, there was little she could do. However, now, upon sighting her beloved fruits, especially apples, she lunges toward the street-side fruit stall. In Sea City, located in Jiangbei, on a bustling thoroughfare, a girl with cascading long hair eagerly dashes into a fruit vendor's shop, seizing a red apple with the intent to devour it. Hold on. Young lady, hold on. A vigilant middle-aged woman swiftly intervenes, covering the girl's hand and blocking her mouth. Shen Feifei, with her mouth agape, hesitates. After all, this is Jiangbei, not the zombie-infested Jiangnan, where humans are still not mere food, and apples are not freely given. Slowly closing her mouth, Shen Feifei expresses her dissatisfaction and helplessness, inquiring with a smile from the middle-aged woman, "How much are the apples per pound?" "Ah, my dear, you have asked the right person. These apples have just arrived fresh from the orchard. Take a whiff, have a look. They are exceedingly fresh. My apples are the finest business on this entire street." The vendor, rather than hastening to sell her produce, boasts about her wares. "I get it, but how much are the apples per pound?" Shen Feifei, growing impatient, finds the vendor's lengthy discourse tedious. "It is merely an apple, after all. Why the pretense?" The vendor, assessing Shen Feifei with shrewd eyes, promptly replies, "My dear, The apples are 100 yuan per pound, genuine Fuji, sweet, juicy, and delectable. She gestures toward a discreet price tag behind the fruits, where the figure 100 is faintly visible. With a startled gasp, Shen Feifei nearly collapses at the stall point. 100 yuan per pound for that half-red, diminutive apple. Before the apocalypse, such apples scarcely sold for 3 yuan per pound, and now they demand 100? This price surge is utterly astounding. No, it is enough to terrify the zombie queen, my dear. If you cannot afford the apples, kindly step aside. I have business to attend to. Observing Shen Feifei's stunned expression, the shopkeeper's smile evaporates, and she begins to usher her out of the store. As she moves away, the shopkeeper mutters under her breath, I thought she was affluent, dressed in designer labels, but it turns out she is a pauper, unable to purchase even a pound of apples. At that moment, a man strides in with an air of arrogance, loudly proclaiming, I'll take 10 pounds. Coming right up. Instantly, the shopkeeper greets him with a beaming smile, attempting to shove aside the still-dazed Shen Feifei, who deftly evades her grasp. Shen Feifei feels the sting of disdain. Regarded as a fruitless pauper, she is scorned with contempt. How infuriating! Her expression shifts dramatically. She detests those who look down upon others. To so brazenly humiliate someone over a few measly apples is utterly detestable. With a swift motion, Shen Feifei retrieves 100,000 yuan from her bag and slams it onto the counter. Bring me 1,000 pounds of apples. With that, she plopped down onto the shop's sofa, crossed her legs, and lifted her chin, casting a disdainful glance at the proprietress. Here she comes. The moment the proprietress laid eyes on the pile of freshly minted bills exuding the scent of ink on the table, her demeanor shifted instantly. She beamed with such joy that her eyes seemed to disappear, bustling over with eagerness. She offered tea and began to massage Shen Feifei's shoulders. The transformation in her expression was so swift, it could rival that of an Oscar-winning actor. Ignoring the man who had requested 10 pounds of apples, she immediately began weighing apples for Shen Feifei, bringing out bag after bag until the store's hall was filled with a veritable mountain of fruit. Gazing at the towering heap of apples, Shen Feifei felt a twinge of regret. How on earth was she supposed to carry all this? Should she just store it in her space? This powerful woman couldn't possibly be oblivious to the implications. She might report to the military. After all, individuals with supernatural abilities were a rarity, and space manipulators were virtually unheard of. Upon receiving such a report, how could the military possibly let her go? This holiday was undoubtedly ruined. If only she had known. She wouldn't have let her temper get the better of her. Sighing, noticing Shen Feifei's troubled expression, the proprietress, seemingly intuitive, kindly remarked, My dear, is it too much to carry at once? No worries. I can arrange for someone to deliver the items to your home. Deliver to her home? Or perhaps to the military's villa? Maybe to that inn instead. Shen Feifei gestured toward the establishment across the street named Tongfu Inn. All right, the proprietress readily agreed. After all, once the goods were sold, their destination was no longer her concern. Even if they were dumped on the street, it wouldn't matter. Seeing the proprietress' agreement, Shen Feifei strode purposefully toward Tongfu Inn. It was merely a place she had pointed to at random. She hadn't actually booked a room there. To avoid drawing attention, she needed to secure a room immediately. Pushing open the grand doors of Tongfu Inn, she was warmly greeted by a young girl of 18 or 19, adorned in a gown and a sash. Hello, miss, do you wish to book a room? Unlike the bustling atmosphere of other businesses, the inn was eerily quiet, with scarcely a guest in sight. Yes, I'd like to reserve a larger room on a lower floor. In a bit, the proprietress would send someone to deliver the apples, and if the room were too high, they would surely complain about the distance. Thus, it was more efficient to choose a lower level. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. The front desk manager swiftly arranged a room for Shen Feifei on the second floor, a luxurious suite of over 100 square meters, without even asking for identification. Although business was tough for inns these days, having even a single guest was a welcome occurrence. They couldn't afford to scare anyone away by demanding personal information. However, the price was not cheap. After some negotiation, the suite was priced at 10,000 yuan per day. Shen Feifei grimaced. Fortunately, she had withdrawn a substantial amount of cash from the Citibank beforehand. Otherwise, she would be sleeping on the streets tonight. The prices had skyrocketed, soaring to astronomical heights. Or perhaps it was simply that she had always been rather frugal and money-minded. Once wealth found its way into her pockets, extracting it was an arduous challenge. For this reason, Her classmates at Z University had bestowed upon her the illustrious title of Stainless Steel Rooster. The sentiment conveyed is that even the most frugal of individuals must occasionally shed their rusted remnants. Yet Shun Feifei epitomizes a stainless steel miser, one who is incapable of relinquishing even the most corroded of scraps. While there may be sympathy for her plight, expenditures that are necessary must still be made. Moreover, to Shun Feifei, these banknotes are merely scraps of paper, easily obtainable in any desired quantity. Thus, she adjusted her mindset and soon ceased to feel pangs of regret over her finances. Shortly after securing her lavish suite, the delivery from the fruit shop arrived, 50 pounds of apples per bag, totaling around 1,000 pounds distributed across 20 bags. Confirming that others had vacated the premises and that there were no surveillance devices within, Shun Feifei waved her hand, and the once towering stacks of apple bags vanished without a trace. The cost of these apples is indeed exorbitant. Taking a substantial bite from a large apple, she resolved to make the most of this newly rented luxurious VIP room. Finding a small advertisement for leather goods she had spotted on a wall, she picked up the hotel phone and dialed. "Do you provide fake identification?" she inquired. "Yes, I need to obtain an identity document swiftly. The information must be undetectable by the police, and the quality must be impeccable. The IT must be ready today. An increase in price? How much? Very well, no problem. Just ensure it is expedited." After hanging up, Shun Feifei patiently awaited the arrival of the individual responsible for the counterfeit documents. While staying at Tongfu Hotel does not require identification, it does not imply that other places are as lenient. Furthermore, Shun Feifei intended to travel a considerable distance to Province H to visit her parents. Given the current situation, the Flower Kingdom government has imposed strict regulations on the production of gasoline and other energy resources. Transportation methods such as trains, planes, and buses are now state-controlled. Tickets must be secured in advance, subject to rationing. Naturally, the Flower Kingdom has also taken over public transportation, and military personnel or armed police are often stationed at bus stations to conduct checks, requiring identification for ticket purchases. Hence, procuring a counterfeit document is imperative, and it must appear entirely legitimate, undetectable even by police or military personnel. After an hour of waiting, during which Shun Feifei consumed an abundance of apples, the counterfeit document provider finally called to announce his arrival. However, he refused to ascend to her room, insisting that she come down to the entrance to allow him to assess the surroundings. Fearing that the police might have dispatched spies to apprehend them, Shun Feifei found this notion somewhat absurd. A police spy? Could a queen of the undead be mistaken for one? Nevertheless, given her urgent need for identification, she reluctantly acquiesced. Slipping on her shoes, she made her way to the entrance of the Tongfu Hotel, standing alone against the biting wind, appearing quite vulnerable and pitiable as she awaited the arrival of the individual responsible for her documents. After another half-hour of waiting, observing that no suspicious figures lingered nearby, the document provider finally approached, feigning a casual stroll. "Miss, are you in need of identification?" he queried, a man clad in a beanie and sunglasses. "Yes, indeed," Shun Feifei replied eagerly, having waited so long for this moment. "Follow me. I will take you for a photograph," he instructed, his hands tucked into his pockets as he hastily walked ahead, prompting Shun Feifei to follow behind him. With an eye roll directed at him, she had no choice but to comply. In this apocalyptic era, these law enforcement officers remain preoccupied with arresting those who forge documents or engage in illicit activities, solely focused on monetary gain, seemingly oblivious to the pressing need for training and preparing ordinary citizens. One must recognize that should a zombie onslaught occur, the physical capabilities of these common individuals would be woefully inadequate to confront such adversaries. The residents of Jiangbei would merely become easy prey in the hands of the undead. Accompanied by Shun Feifei, I entered a rather inconspicuous photo studio nestled within a modest storefront on the street. The interior of the studio was dimly lit, and no one was there to greet us. The proprietor scrutinized Shun Feifei with a wary and suspicious gaze. After a hushed exchange with the owner, the man's demeanor shifted slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared on the proprietor's face as he warmly nodded at Shun Feifei. At that moment, a photographer approached, inviting Shun Feifei to take her picture. "Miss, would you like a genuine identification document or a counterfeit one?" The man who had brought Shun Feifei in interjected. "Genuine or counterfeit? Isn't the purpose here to forge documents? How can there be a distinction between real and fake? Is it merely a matter of exquisite craftsmanship versus subpar quality?" Shun Feifei found herself bewildered. "What does that imply?" Shen Feifei inquired. The counterfeit documents are merely standard identification cards. The average person would not discern their authenticity, but a discerning officer would easily detect the fraud, the forger explained. If the document can be readily identified as fake, what uses it for evading military or police scrutiny? Shen Feifei pressed further. The forger continued, there are two types of genuine documents. The most expensive option includes your residence, blood type, and even your records, all meticulously arranged and filed with the police department, and no matter how diligently they investigate, they would find no discrepancies. After a brief pause, he added, the other type is a high-quality identification card that closely resembles a legitimate one. Only if the police were to verify your records at the local registry would they uncover the truth. This option is slightly more affordable. The most expensive type is impervious to any investigation by the police, the forger concluded. Upon hearing this, Shen Feifei made an immediate decision. Since she had resolved to conceal her identity, it was imperative that she do so thoroughly. Very well, let's proceed, she exclaimed. The hat-clad man, visibly elated at the prospect of a lucrative transaction, signaled to the photographer to promptly take Shen Feifei's picture. He then began making a series of enthusiastic phone calls. After a brief interval, the man hurried back, a broad smile on his face, even removing the glasses that had obscured his eyes. All set? Miss, please wait a moment, and your identification will be ready, he declared. Oh, but might I request that you settle the payment first? His gaze fixed intently on the bag in Shen Feifei's hand. How much will it be? Shen Feifei inquired. Initially, he had vaguely mentioned a sum of around 50,000 yuan, but with the introduction of the premium option, uncertainty clouded the true cost. For the most expensive option, it will undoubtedly be double that. You see, there are bribes involved, both with the police and our associates. The man chuckled nervously, rubbing his hands together. All right, here are 50,000 yuan. You may take this for now, and upon receiving the documents, I shall provide the remaining balance, Shen Feifei stated, pulling several bundles of cash from her bag and handing them over to the hat-wearing man, all the while feeling a pang of regret in her heart. Somewhat trustworthy, an hour later, a brand new identification document was in hand. Lixin, 22 years old, female, hailing from Lijia Town, H City, H Province, father, XX, mother, XX, siblings, XXX. All identity information was meticulously complete. Even her specialized training as a Special Forces soldier raised no suspicions. This identification was directly obtained from the police station, colloquially referred to as a form of identity affiliation. IT merely added her personal information to the original household registration. Unless one were to visit that household in person, it would be nearly impossible to uncover any discrepancies. After promptly settling the remaining bill, Shen Feifei departed with a light heart. Fortunately, having refrained from purchasing a phone and SIM card, Shen Feifei managed to resist the urge to call home. However, ever since acquiring these items, her heart felt as though it were infested with countless tiny insects, incessantly crawling within her, creating an unbearable itch of longing. She picked up the phone, inserted the SIM card, hesitated for a while, then took it out again. Unable to withstand the temptation within, she retrieved it once more, only to repeat this cycle multiple times. Ultimately, Shen Feifei could no longer resist her yearning for her family. Steeling her resolve, she dialed her father's number. Beep, beep, beep. The brief ringing failed to connect. Could it be that her father's phone was out of service? Shen Feifei pondered for a while, attempting to call several times, yet still met with silence. Unwilling to accept defeat, she tried calling her mother, but the outcome was the same, ringing with no answer. What if something had happened at home? A cold sweat broke out on Shen Feifei's brow. Recalling the phone call she had received that day at the library, her heart sank further into unease. Surely her parents were not so concerned for her safety that they had recklessly traveled to Jiangnan? The mere thought was too harrowing for Shen Feifei to bear. Without regard for exposing her identity, she directly dialed the family's landline. The brief seconds of waiting felt like an eternity, stretching on for decades in Shen Feifei's mind, nearly unbearable. At last, someone answered the phone. A deep, resonant voice, yet imbued with an unmistakable weariness. It was her father's voice, the very sound Shen Feifei had longed to hear. In an instant, tears surged from her eyes, soaking her shirt. Who is this? Who are you? Why aren't you speaking? Hearing the noticeable frailty in her father's voice, Shen Feifei could no longer contain herself, softly sobbing into the receiver. Feifei, is that you? Quickly, let me hear your voice. A woman rushed over from a distance, her urgency causing the furniture in her path to clatter loudly. "Fei Fei, is it you? My dear daughter. Speak to me. I knew you were still here. Please say something." The one rushing over was none other than Shen's mother, who, upon hearing her husband's call, hurried over and snatched the phone from him. Shen Feifei covered her mouth, allowing her tears to silently fall onto the phone, yet she remained voiceless. Listening to the voices of her father and mother brought her great solace, yet she reluctantly ended the call. Swiftly, she removed the SIM card from the phone and discarded it into her secret space. It is not that Shen Feifei does not wish to converse with her family. Rather, she is burdened by apprehensions, an unavoidable concern that looms over her. Throughout her months in the Special Forces, she has garnered a wealth of knowledge. According to her understanding, the government and military of Huagua, upon discovering her to be a highly intelligent zombie, have gone to great lengths to obtain her photograph, even at the cost of numerous elite operatives, all in a bid to capture her in city. This indicates their relentless desire to apprehend her for experimental purposes. Consequently, it is highly probable that the residence of Shun's parents is under surveillance by these military or government officials, or that their phone calls have been subjected to round-the-clock eavesdropping. Shen Feifei, in her phone conversation, dares not divulge too much about herself, yet she cannot resist the yearning for her family. Under the current circumstances, simply hearing their voices would bring her solace. At the very least, she has confirmed the safety of her parents, which alleviates her worries. "Is that you, Feifei?" Shen's mother exclaimed, her heart racing. "Why isn't she speaking?" Gazing at the disconnected receiver, tears streamed down Shen's mother's face as she incessantly questioned Shen's father. Although he shared her concern, he was well aware that since the implementation of family planning policies in Huagua, most families have only one child. The Shen family, adhering to the national directive, had only their precious Feifei. Who could have anticipated the sudden calamity that unfolded, a biochemical crisis? The Jiangnan region had succumbed entirely to an epidemic, with its inhabitants transforming into grotesque creatures that devoured human flesh and drank blood. Even the survivors found themselves severed from their families, unaware of their fates. Other than the initial phone call that connected them on that fateful day, there had been no further news of Feifei, plunging her parents into a state of terror. What has become of Feifei? Is she still alive? Shen's parents were frantic, their minds racing as flights were grounded. Trains ceased operation, and buses halted in those first few days, all transportation ground to a halt. Eventually, disregarding his advanced age, Shen's father took it upon himself to drive their car, accompanied by Shen's mother, embarking on a perilous journey to Jiangnan. After several days of travel, they finally reached the riverbank, only to be intercepted by military police who forbade them from crossing. Witnessing the hastily erected barbed wire and fortifications along the river, they even saw a few survivors paddling desperately to the shore, pleading for help. However, these unfortunate souls were met with a barrage of gunfire from the expressionless soldiers. Their boats capsized, and they fell into the water, disappearing without a trace. In utter despair, Shen's parents collapsed in tears, realizing that they would never again see their beloved daughter's cherubic face. Thus, time passed. 6 months elapsed without any word from Shen Feifei. Initially, the Shen family clung to a sliver of hope, but as the days turned into months, their hearts grew increasingly despondent and silent, until ultimately, hope faded into oblivion. Simultaneously, in a modest building several kilometers away from the Shen residence, a group of men gathered around a table, squinting through clouds of smoke as they engaged in raucous games of poker. The room was thick with haze, and in the living area, a trash bin overflowed with oily, filthy takeout containers, carelessly tossed alongside disposable chopsticks. Due to an extended period of neglect, refuse overflowed from the trash bin, teetering precariously as if ready to spill over in the innermost room. An array of surveillance devices cluttered a large table positioned against the wall by the window. Aside from a couple of illuminated buttons, the instruments were enshrouded in dust, suggesting they had not been handled in quite some time. A casually dressed young man lounged languidly in a chair, idly perusing an adult comic while propping his feet on the table's edge, chuckling to himself intermittently as he glanced at the instrument's indicators. Suddenly, one of the buttons on the table's equipment turned red, pulsating with light. Initially, the young man paid it no heed, but after a considerable interval, he inadvertently noticed it. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly regained his composure, setting aside the comic, straightening his posture, donning headphones, and intently tuning in, hastily jotting down notes on a sheet of paper. Before long, that once blank page was filled with chaotic scribbles resembling dark, cryptic symbols. Removing the headphones with a flourish, the young man excitedly grasped the paper, springing to his feet with a sharp sound as the chair scraped against the floor. Cradling the paper as if it were a precious treasure, he hurried into the living room. "Captain Lin, we have a situation." An unidentified call was received by the Shin family, and they are in a frenzy, claiming that the voice on the line belongs to their daughter. The young man spoke animatedly, spittle flying as he gesticulated enthusiastically. A middle-aged man shifted uncomfortably, furrowing his brow in discontent as he cast a sidelong glance at the youth. He took the paper from him, casually glancing at its contents. In City C, no one spoke on the other end before hanging up. Upon reading further, the man's frown deepened. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the sound of someone weeping, presumably a woman. The young man elaborated with great fervor, gazing hopefully at his superior, yearning for praise. "Come on, now there are tears, and you're certain it's their daughter." From start to finish, it's merely the Shun elders indulging in their own wild conjectures. Every family experiences such occurrences. It's not uncommon to have 8 or 10 incidents in a month. How could one possibly keep up without becoming overwhelmed? The middle-aged man, having lost all patience, coughed twice, spat a thick loogie onto the paper, then crumpled it in his palm, tossing the balled-up sheet into the trash bin with a swift motion. The force of the throw caused it to bounce twice within the overflowing refuse, only to rebound off a takeout container and land at the feet of a nearby card player. Disgusted by the sight, the individual disdainfully kicked it beneath a nearby sofa, where it would remain shrouded in darkness henceforth. The instruments continued to flash red, yet he no longer glanced their way, allowing them to flicker and gather dust in silence. Just as Shin Feifei had surmised, both the military and the government had begun monitoring the Shin family. Moreover, they extended their surveillance to nearby households with relatives working or studying in Jiangnan, with the Shun residence being a particular focal point of scrutiny. Though outsiders remained unaware, high-ranking military personnel were well informed. Reliable information from the Jiangnan military region has revealed that the daughter of the Shin family has not only been infected and turned into a zombie, but has also evolved into a highly intelligent and dangerous variant with retained memories. Of course, the surveillance personnel below remain oblivious to this. With so many monitoring targets, it is impossible to keep an eye on each one individually. They are merely aware of their duty to monitor and check in on the Shin family at regular intervals. As time progresses, nearly half a year has passed, and among the other monitored households, aside from a few individuals who have succumbed to overwhelming nostalgia and occasionally scream into the phone in a fit of madness, creating chaos in their homes, nothing particularly noteworthy has occurred. Consequently, these surveillance personnel have gradually grown lax and let down their guard, spending their days playing cards and engaging in frivolous activities. Incidents like the one earlier are merely seen as occasional outbursts from those who have lost loved ones, whose mental states may be somewhat unstable, and crying into the phone is a frequent occurrence. What transpires in the Shan household is but a trivial episode to them, categorized as mere madness, and no one pays it any heed. After hanging up the phone, the elderly Shuns wept together for a long time, and upon realizing that the phone had fallen silent, they finally departed. To be candid, the Shuns harbored a dual hope. They yearned for the voice on the other end to be their beloved daughter, yet simultaneously wished it were not. If it were her, it would mean Feifei was still alive. Granting them a glimmer of hope, those clad in terrifying, fully enclosed sterilization suits brutally kicked the children of the 5th household and their neighbors to the ground, binding them tightly before confining them in a large, transparent sterilization tank and taking them away. Subsequently, the 5th family and their neighbors were also apprehended, alongside anyone who had interacted with them that day. Their homes underwent rigorous disinfection multiple times before being sealed with warnings against entry. After a considerable period, some individuals were eventually released. However, the 5th family and the 2 children have yet to emerge, even to this day. Some speculate they have been imprisoned. Others claim they were executed in secret, their bodies incinerated and buried deep. Yet others suggest that the 2 children mutated into zombies and were sent to a research facility, along with the 5th family. The rumors abound, and the truth remains uncertain. On a night in City C, after hanging up the phone, Shin Feifei tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. Before the call, her longing for her family was somewhat manageable, akin to getting used to the absence of someone after a long time apart. Yet once the call was made, this longing surged forth like a mighty river, ever more urgent and profound with each passing moment. A few scantily clad beauties, donning nothing but bikinis, lounged on makeshift beds in the entertainment hall, giggling as strong young men, under the host's direction, massaged them with oil. Occasionally, they would surreptitiously touch inappropriate areas, sharing their experiences and pleasures. The host, in turn, delighted the audience with light-hearted jokes. The spectators below erupted in laughter, their amusement echoing throughout the venue. Bored, after watching for a while, Shen Feifei found it utterly uninteresting, as it was nothing but a parade of humor. With a flicker of the screen, she switched to another channel. At one moment, there were sticks, then sausages, and soon enough, Apple phones made their appearance. Regardless of whether those items were present at the time, the sole aim was to amuse. Ultimately, Shen Feifei stumbled upon a certain platform, and in an instant, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to it, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. The content, which must be censored, was shockingly explicit, devoid of any blurring. The key areas were depicted with startling clarity, and the suggestive moans of both men and women were tantalizing, ensnaring the very soul. Reflexively, Shen Feifei glanced around, ensuring no one in the room was observing her, before her cheeks flushed and heart raced as she continued to watch. Although she had never partaken in such indulgences, merely observing the antics was permissible, was it not? This platform bore the emblem of a renowned authoritarian broadcaster from Huagua. Prior to the apocalypse, Huagua enforced strict regulations on the distribution of such adult films within the country, even legislating against them. Despite the rampant proliferation of these materials in the shadows, accessible to everyone from octogenarians to children barely in their teens, they remained taboo in public discourse, unfit for broadcast on television, especially on state-run channels. As the long night dragged on, Shen Feifei found herself unable to sleep. Upon closing her eyes, she was haunted by visions of writhing bodies and grotesque expressions of laughter. Tossing and turning, she sat up and opened the computer provided by the Tongfu Hotel. However, after browsing for a while, regret washed over her. The news articles on the computer were all about high-ranking officials from XX Nation visiting XXX region, delivering what they termed constructive speeches, reports of bountiful harvests in XX region, and articles celebrating the bustling prosperity of XX region, detailing the trivialities of life. The interviews conducted by XX Station showcased people's supposed happiness, their faces radiating with feigned joy. News concerning the apocalypse, preparations, or training was utterly absent. Forums and discussion boards were filled with lowbrow humor, embodying an entertainment until death ethos, all saturated with frivolity. The once revered military history content had been relegated to the far corners of the internet, with many sites no longer even featuring such topics. References to the apocalypse had vanished without a trace, uniformly erased. Occasionally, when a forum dared to post about preparations for the apocalypse, the thread was swiftly locked or deleted, becoming inaccessible. The predominant slogan across sites and forums was to avoid discussing current affairs. Upon reaching this point, Shen Feifei abruptly shut down the computer. Avoid discussing current affairs, entertain until death. These phrases incessantly flashed through her mind. In such dire times, the Huagua regime not only refrained from empowering the populace to confront reality with courage, but also relentlessly concealed, obscured, and obliterated the truth. It echoed the handling of the excess epidemic from over a decade ago, wherein the higher-ups resorted to concealment to prevent public panic and unrest, locking down information repeatedly. It was only when a large-scale outbreak became undeniable that they finally took action. That had been a minor epidemic with limited consequences. Yet now, the entirety of Jiangnan lay in ruins. Who among the people of Huagua remained unaware of the calamity? Still, the Huagua government persisted in behaving as if nothing had transpired. Life continued as usual, with people indulging in their pleasures, eating, and drinking as if nothing had changed. In order to maintain their temporarily stable rule, they continued to drug and deceive the populace, allowing the people to be entertained to death. At this rate, the citizens of Huagua will inevitably be toyed with until their demise. Indeed, the pigs know nothing. They are solely aware of their cycles of eating and sleeping, living blissfully unaware. Then, they line up to the slaughterhouse, joyfully ascending to paradise. Perhaps, for these pigs, the final blow is also a moment of joy, anticipation, and temptation. Deceive, and continue to deceive. Foolish, and persist in feigning ignorance. After all, Shen Feifei is now a zombie. Why should she concern herself with these humans? It is truly superfluous. As long as her own parents are safe and sound, that is all that matters. What does it matter if others are foolish or face life and death? With clarity in her thoughts, Shin Feifei felt a newfound lightness in her heart. She indulged in a delightful hot bath and cozily nestled into bed, ready to tease the Lord of Dreams. Outside the window, the night and city sea sparkled with brilliant lights, and the streets were alive with bustling traffic. Many people were crammed into bars and karaoke halls, intoxicated and singing with wild abandon. Unable to find sleep, in stark contrast lay the Jiangnan district, a dark expanse reminiscent of a graveyard, eerily silent, save for the occasional chilling groans and gnawing sounds of zombies, alongside the muffled sobs of the survivors. The end of December 20XX, in North Jiang City. The sky was clear and blue, devoid of clouds. Inside the Tongfu Hotel, Shin Feifei rose early, freshening herself with enthusiasm. With a cheerful disposition, she clutched a deflated handbag containing a pack of tissues, hastily making her way to the local passenger station. For Shin Feifei, who was eagerly yearning to see her parents, the sluggish train was certainly not her ideal choice. The long-distance bus, with its flexible schedule and swift pace, was her preferred option, as she had anticipated. The bus station was now under military control. Upon entering the long-distance passenger terminal, she noticed numerous uniformed soldiers and police, wielding batons and holstered sidearms, their faces stern as they scrutinized every passerby with suspicious gazes. Occasionally, they would approach, demanding identification for inspection. The X-ray machine for bag checks was an indispensable security measure. As she stood in the long line to purchase her ticket, Shin Feifei patiently awaited her turn. A plump man, speaking with a Jiangnan accent, was in a state of panic, loudly protesting as he struggled against the firm grip of the soldiers. To prevent the spread of the pandemic, all individuals entering to buy tickets and board must undergo a temperature check with an electronic thermometer, the kind that quickly reads temperature upon contact with the forehead. Anyone exhibiting a higher than normal temperature would be prohibited from boarding and taken to a sealed observation room for mandatory isolation. Perhaps due to the rumors that the observation room was an unpleasant place, many who emerged appeared in poor condition, having lost not only their money but also failing to understand why they could not leave. Thus, the plump man vehemently refused to follow the soldiers to the observation room, desperately attempting to flee the station, during which he even scratched a soldier's arm thigh in an instant. The soldiers were incensed, cursing as they surged forward, delivering punches and kicks to the man. 1 foot pressed against the back of the corpulent man, while a hand seized his short hair, lifting his bruised face, marred from the fall, to gaze upwards. A military officer observed the man's reaction. Upon noting his continued breath and survival, he callously dropped the man's head with a thud against the ground, paying him no further heed. Seizing the moment, other officers twisted the man's arms behind him, securing them in cuffs. Like a lifeless dog, he was dragged away by his legs, leaving a trail of bloodstains on the marble floor of the terminal, a path leading to the temporary isolation chamber at the passenger center. Witnessing this scene, terrified travelers huddled together, inching along the walls, fearful that the wrath of the officers might soon be directed at them. Disperse. Do not congregate. Those needing tickets, proceed to purchase. An officer, adorned with the insignia of a sergeant, stood with a triumphant stance in the hall, hands on hips, barking orders at the crowd. The sight of their quaking forms brought him a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, he noticed a woman who did not flinch, her expression void of fear, seemingly disdainful of both him and his comrades. What a troublesome woman! She must be taught a lesson, he thought, a sinister grin forming on his face. Attention! You, yes you, the woman in the white down jacket, stepped forward. I wish to inspect your identification. Was he addressing me? This officer who bullies the common folk? Shin Feifei glanced around, realizing that while others wore an array of colorful winter coats, she alone donned white. I am speaking to you, miss, the officer reiterated. Perhaps fearing association, the crowd behind her quickly retreated, leaving Shin Feifei isolated. Did you call for me? She asked with a light chuckle, her expression swiftly transforming into a sunny, innocent demeanor, all the while mentally cursing the officer's ancestors. What business do you have with me, officer? As the officer approached, she deliberately adopted a sugary tone that could grate on one's nerves. Just a routine check. Fulfilling my duties, he replied with a chuckle. As he got closer and beheld Shin Feifei's breathtaking beauty, his irritation evaporated. replaced by a foolish grin. "Well then, officer, please proceed with your inspection," she said, retrieving her newly issued identification from her pocket and lightly brushing her fingers against his palm as she handed it to him. "Oh, yes, of course. No problem at all," he stammered, momentarily flustered, returning the ID without even glancing at it, attempting to impress her with a salute, his feet snapping together in a standard military fashion. "This way, please." He cleared a path through the throng of ticket seekers, leading Shun Feifei to the front, instructing the ticket clerk to assist her immediately. "You're heading to Province H. What a splendid destination. It's the heart of the nation's XXX center, bustling and secure." He conversed amiably, eager to engage with her. Nothing of significance occurred. "You may proceed to enjoy yourself," that individual, Li, incessantly chattered beside Shin Feifei, boasting about his energy and influence, as well as his extensive social connections. His words flowing forth with exuberance, clearly reveling in his own self-importance. At the height of his excitement, he occasionally gesticulated wildly, almost shedding his shirt to flaunt his meager muscles. Shin Feifei felt her ears growing weary from the incessant noise. With a faint smile, she could no longer endure the performance of this insipid jester. From her bag, or rather, her space, she retrieved a thick, wide-brimmed pair of sunglasses to shield her eyes. I endure. Out of sight, out of mind," Shin Feifei muttered to herself, finding a seat to rest while awaiting departure. Perhaps sensing her irritation, Li finally silenced himself, yet he stubbornly remained beside her, occupying the empty seat next to her. From time to time, he would steal glances at her, eventually opting to take out his phone and listen to music. "Ding dong, the bus to Province H is now boarding," announced a synthesized voice over the intercom, prompting the crowd headed to Province H to rise and queue for ticket inspection. Shin Feifei hurried to join the line. "Come on, let me see you off," Li's overly eager voice chimed in her ear once more. Thank you. You are too kind," Shun Feifei replied, pulling her bag closer and swiftly slipping through the ticket gate. She truly could not tolerate him any longer, an unremarkable fellow, devoid of any real capability, swaggered around with an air of bravado, wielding the authority of an official military officer to intimidate ordinary people, barking orders and engaging in extortion. He enjoyed boasting, trying to impress the ladies with his ostentatious demeanor and sycophantic behavior. Such individuals bore no distinction from the police officers Shin Feifei had turned into zombies in Jiangnan. Their presence paled in comparison to the slightest bit of her own Xiaoyi's charm. Yet he continued to hover around her like an insistent fly. Shin Feifei felt utterly exasperated. Had it not been for the timely announcement of ticket inspection, she might have resorted to clawing at his face, to see if he would still dare to be so bothersome. Upon boarding the bus to Province H, Shin Feifei finally breathed a sigh of relief, her heart feeling considerably lighter. The vehicle sped along, the roadside scenery and crowds flashing by in a blur, and soon they were on the outskirts of City C, approaching the toll booth. "Oh, there's a toll booth in Jiangbei," she noted, surprised to find one just under a kilometer outside the city limits. Observing the long line of vehicles stretching for hundreds of meters, an unsettling thought struck her, reminiscent of the toll booth at the edge of City A, where countless vehicles had collided, many reduced to scrap metal, and the remains of thousands of unfortunate souls trapped in the congestion. The toll booth, a swift and ruthless tool for endless financial extraction. Money, oh money, it cannot be eaten or drunk, nor can it be used to bribe zombies in times of crisis. Just wait, before long, this will become your grave. Shin Feifei chuckled inwardly, deriding the short-sightedness of those in power. The distance from City C to Province H spanned several thousand miles. After a whole morning, they had only covered a third of the journey. Approaching noon, the bus halted at a roadside eatery, allowing everyone to disembark for a meal and a brief respite. Shin Feifei joined the throng, stepping off the bus to stretch her limbs. This place was called Xianzhuang. Shin Feifei observed a large sign at the entrance of the road, emblazoned with the word Xinzhuang welcomes you. The roadside greenery was exceptionally well maintained. Despite it being late December and the cold wind howling, the tall pine trees lining the highway stood firm, their needles lush and verdant, untouched by the winter chill. The stone embankments of the guardrails were adorned with numerous dried flowers. From a distance, the vibrant hues of crimson blossoms and verdant willows created a summer-like spectacle, captivating the eyes of passers-by. The atmosphere lightened people's spirits, instilling a sense of goodwill and hope in this new place. Shen Feifei's previously dismal mood had also improved significantly. Suddenly, she noticed an elderly woman in her 60s or 70s clinging desperately to the leg of a robust man in his 40s, wailing loudly, while the man dragged her through the dust and dirt. The burly figure had his shirt half open, his hair a disheveled mess, evidently unwashed for quite some time, and his unkempt beard added to his scruffy appearance. Exuding an overwhelming scent of alcohol in his hand, he clutched an old-fashioned bag with a broken zipper, from which the shadows of several coins could be seen. "Child, do not gamble away your father's life savings. Return it to me," the elderly woman sobbed, tears and mucus streaming down her face as she clung tenaciously to the man's leg, refusing to let go despite his relentless attempts to drag her away. The man was indeed the woman's biological son. His father was ill, and the money he held was meant for his father's medical expenses. However, the son had succumbed to gambling, attempting to seize his father's funds for his vices. After observing for a while, Shen Feifei and her companions gleaned this distressing information. "Get lost, you old hag. What is the point of treatment? You'll meet Yama sooner or later, so why waste so much money? It's better for me to gamble and win big." The drunken man, after struggling for some time, could not shake off the elderly woman. Noticing the crowd's gaze upon him, his face flushed with anger, and he bellowed, brandishing his large fist at the woman. The elderly lady, frail at her age, could scarcely withstand the blows from her burly, ungrateful son. After a few hits, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet her indomitable spirit compelled her to hold on. "You wretched old crone, dare you obstruct me? Watch me kill you." As the elderly woman grew weaker, the man felt no remorse. Rather, he seemed to revel in the attention he garnered from the onlookers, as if basking in a perverse glory. With a surge of excitement, he raised his leg and delivered savage kicks to the woman's abdomen, trampling her hands with his heavy feet. Only when her hands were battered and bloody did she finally release her grip, unable to lift them any longer. "Humph, old hag, let us see if you dare to stop me again." The man appeared to grow more exhilarated with each act of violence, throwing his head back and laughing uproariously at the horrified crowd, his breath reeking of alcohol as he boasted. Raising his foot to viciously stomp on the elderly woman's back, that foot, a size 43 or 44, wielded by the drunken brute, posed a grave threat to the elderly woman's life. Onlookers widened their eyes in shock at the scene, witnessing the man's frenzied assault on his own mother. Some timid souls, unable to bear the sight of such human tragedy, covered their eyes in fear. On the highway outside Xinzhuang, a grim spectacle unfolded. The biting north wind howled, solidifying the soil in the fields by the roadside and freezing the hearts of the onlookers. The travelers, who had moments ago been filled with joy, were now witnesses to a tragic scene of a child mercilessly beating their mother, their hearts heavy with sorrow and discontent as their eyes fell upon the burly man raising his large foot, clad in stiff leather shoes, to stomp down upon the elderly woman. Their anger intensified. Yet, the distance separating the brute and his mother from the crowd was at least 50 meters. No one could rush to her aid in time. The heavy foot was about to land forcefully upon the frail frame of the elderly woman, and all the spectators could do was watch helplessly, some even envisioning the horrific aftermath of her insides being crushed. Alas, the foot of the burly man, with its unkempt hair, was already upon the woman's clothing when he suddenly stumbled, veering off course. Clutching his head, he began to wail about his throbbing pain. Observing this scene, the travelers by the roadside exhaled in relief, patting their chests and repeatedly exclaiming how terrified they had been. A few men even rushed over, encircling the elderly lady in an attempt to assist her. The driver and his assistant also approached, shouting, "Don't help that old hag. Mind your own business." The burly man, now seemingly less affected by his headache, saw others aiding his elderly relative and immediately began to act belligerently. "You scoundrel! How dare you strike your mother? Are you even human?" a man barked, fixing a fierce gaze upon the brute. "What, do you want to get beaten too?" Despite being outnumbered, the man, emboldened by alcohol, rolled up his sleeves and glared defiantly. "Ready to fight, oh no, why is my head hurting again?" he cried out, clutching his head before he could even throw a punch. Not far off, Shen Feifei and several female travelers paused to observe, unwilling to intervene. Afraid to fight? Huh? Look at that cowardly demeanor. Just a bully preying on the weak. He only acts tough when he thinks he can intimidate the elderly, one sharp-tongued female traveler mocked. Indeed, pretending to have a headache now, yet he didn't seem to have one earlier when he was acting tough. Another chimed in, ridiculing him. Shun Feifei silently chuckled, finding amusement in the display. In truth, the burly man was genuinely suffering from a severe headache, and it was all thanks to Shun Feifei's machinations. Since ascending to the second tier, she had acquired a mental control ability, enabling her to manipulate the brainwaves of zombies within a 500-meter radius, directing their every action. Of course, this mental control was effective only on the mindless undead. Its efficacy on intelligent, sentient beings remained uncertain. In this dire situation, Shun Feifei was reluctant to reveal her capabilities and attract trouble, so she resorted to a mental control attack against the burly man. Being her first experiment, she refrained from exerting too much mental energy, yet the shockwave of her psychic force was formidable. Invisible ripples, akin to water waves, surged from her ear into the man's head, reverberating violently within. This ripple traveled at the speed of sound. It was far quicker than any ordinary person could run. As the foot of that man had yet to descend upon the elderly lady, it effortlessly infiltrated the recesses of his mind, mercilessly assaulting his cerebral nerves. The man, besieged by a throbbing headache, was compelled to cease his actions, narrowly sparing the elderly woman's life. However, the initial assault was merely a probing endeavor, brief in duration. Soon, the man regained his composure and contemplated resuming hostilities with the travelers. How infuriating it was! A truly unrepentant wretch. Shun Feifei felt a surge of indignation. Although she had once been headstrong, often engaging in quarrels with her parents and, in a fit of rage, retreating to the Jiangnan campus for an extended period without contacting her family, her heart had always harbored concern for her aged parents, leading to frequent regrets over her rebelliousness. Thus, she could not abide by anyone displaying disrespect or ingratitude toward their own parents. Yet, this loathsome man, oblivious to decorum, had the audacity to provoke Shun Feifei's ire. In these trying times, countless individuals across Jiangnan and Jiangbei mourned the loss of loved ones, yearning for familial reunions that remained unattainable. This scoundrel, blessed with both parents, showed no appreciation, indulging in gambling and pilfering his father's life-saving medical funds, even injuring his own mother. At his age, in his 30s or 40s, he was far from the innocence of childhood, yet he dared to behave so. He was truly deserving of a beating. Unable to resort to physical confrontation like mere mortals, the queen could still not let him off so easily. In her second mental assault, Shun Feifei not only extended the length of her shockwaves but also significantly intensified their force. "Oh, it hurts, it's killing me," the man cried out incessantly, his head pounding while beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Clutching his aching, needle-pricked head, he began to roll on the ground, his face becoming caked with dirt and grime. From the gaping hole in his bag, a deluge of cash spilled forth, scattering across the ground. Money, money! A throng of travelers, upon witnessing the scattered bills, momentarily halted, tempted to gather the notes and stuff them into their bags. Yet, upon seeing the pitiful, tearful elderly lady, they hesitated and refrained from advancing, allowing the wind to whimsically toss the money about. Remarkably, not a single soul discreetly pocketed even a single bill during this spectacle. Shun Feifei, quietly nodding in approval, felt her heart thaw slightly. Since the onset of the apocalyptic crisis, traversing from Jiangnan to Jiangbei, she had encountered individuals devoid of humanity, leading her to the brink of despair regarding human society. At times, a restless fury surged within her, compelling her to lead a horde of zombies to eradicate humanity. Had it not been for her timely encounters with Xiao Yi and the young boy, who managed to soothe her increasingly turbulent spirit, such a catastrophic event might have already transpired. Now, however, she witnessed the brighter side of human society. These travelers, strangers to one another, willingly intervened to protect the elderly lady, eschewing avarice and returning all the scattered bills to her. This demonstrated that amidst humanity, there remained a glimmer of compassion, that not all had succumbed to moral decay. Becoming creatures worse than zombies by the roadside, dozens of people bent down to gather the fluttering bills, subsequently handing them over to the driver, who meticulously placed the currency into a plastic bag and presented it to the elderly lady, who had just been helped to her feet. Thank you all. You are truly benevolent souls," the elderly woman, her mouth stained with blood and hands smeared in crimson, repeatedly bowed in gratitude towards the crowd. "Oh dear, Why is that man still writhing on the ground? Exclaimed a woman with a sharp tongue. He can't genuinely have a headache, can he? Remarked one gentleman. Perhaps he indulged a bit too much and is now suffering the consequences. Another mused, displaying a hint of schadenfreude. He might be ill. Is there really such agony? Someone speculated, as they absent-mindedly rubbed their own teeth, as if they too were afflicted. The onlookers lingered, captivated by the scene unfolding before them. Child, dear child, what troubles you? Do not frighten your mother. I am old and cannot withstand such shocks, the elderly woman sobbed, moving with trembling legs to kneel before the man. In that moment, she had completely forgotten the brutality of her son. Her only concern was his safety. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, shook their heads in silence. It is said that a son is the heart's delight of a mother, and here was the living proof. After a while, Shun Feifei decided to pause and observe the reaction of the burly man. Child, does your head still ache? Allow your mother to soothe it. The elderly woman, undeterred by the dirt on her son, cradled his head in her arms, attempting to alleviate his discomfort. Oh, it hurts terribly, you wretched old hag. You've touched my wound. The man, upon realizing it was his frequently bullied mother, instantly regained his bravado, raising a hand to strike her across the face. This fool never learns. Shun Feifei, incensed, initiated another psychic assault. Ouch! The man felt an intensified throbbing in his head, 100-fold more painful than before, causing him to writhe once more. After a considerable time, he finally ceased his movements. Child, you must not be harmed. You are our only son, the elderly woman sobbed, kneeling in the cold, tears streaming down her face. Curse it all! I am not dead yet. Despite having lost strength in his limbs, the man still had venomous words for his mother. Just as his insults left his lips, the pain in his head surged anew. Did you see that? Every time he mistreats his mother, he suffers a headache. The sharp-tongued woman chimed in again. Indeed, you cannot deny it. Another man concurred. Could it be that a divine presence is punishing him for his filial transgressions? Suggested the driver. Look over there. There is a local deity temple. Not far from here, pointed out a keen observer, gesturing towards a small shrine situated across from a restaurant, standing a few hundred meters away in the aftermath of the apocalypse. With the rise of the undead and inexplicable phenomena, many former atheistic beliefs began to waver. A considerable number of individuals came to view these occurrences as divine retribution against humanity, leading to the establishment of altars for worship in every inhabited area, whether in the southern or northern regions. The temples in the northern districts flourished, bustling with devotees who filled them daily, seeking blessings and fortune. In response, the government of the Flower Nation, which had previously advocated for atheism, opted to turn a blind eye to these developments. After all, the matters of the apocalypse are best left unspoken. It is merely a self-deception. Who among us does not harbor a sense of panic or urgency within? Seeking solace in the worship of deities provides a spiritual refuge and an outlet for our frustrations, which is certainly preferable to having none at all, sparing us from the incessant thoughts of these unruly folk contemplating rebellion against their harmonious governance. With the tacit approval of the authorities, temples and shrines have sprung up like mushrooms after the rain. Even the long-forgotten Earth God Temple has been reconstructed by the roadside. The traveler who just pointed it out was referring to a newly established Earth God Temple. At that moment, the Earth God, adorned in a pristine official robe, sat majestically, awaiting the reverence and offerings of the faithful. At a man, lying on the ground and barely clinging to life, overheard the discussions of the crowd and recalled that he had never suffered from headaches before. Yet now, he was seized by a sudden and fierce pain. Was it possible that the Earth God was manifesting his power? Instantly, he felt the hairs on his body stand on end as he glanced at his weeping mother, a shudder coursing through him. Could it be true? Truly there are deities. Mother, please stop crying. Let us go worship the Earth God, he called out, his voice trembling as he uttered the word mother, which he had not spoken in ages. Child, does your head no longer hurt? The elderly woman asked, wiping her tears. No, it no longer pains me. Let us go worship the Earth God. Very well, my dear. With great effort, the man crawled and rolled, supported by his mother, until they reached the Earth God Temple. He knelt before the diminutive statue of the Earth God, less than half a meter tall, and began to pray fervently. Oh, Earth God, I have sinned. I shall never again strike my mother or steal my father's money for gambling. I swear, I will truly cease to gamble. If I do, let me be devoured by zombies." He continued to bow, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud, while he uttered his vows. Remarkably, after his supplications and promises, the faint ache in his head vanished entirely. After a considerable time had passed without recurrence of the pain, he genuinely reformed his ways, ceasing to abuse his parents and abandoning gambling altogether. Instead, he devoted himself to earning an honest living to support his parents. The tale of his punishment by the Earth God spread far and wide, and many came to know of it. Henceforth, the Earth God was regarded as a true deity, and people from all around flocked to pay their respects. Eventually, this location transformed into a renowned tourist attraction, greatly benefiting the nearby restaurants and inns, leading to a booming business. Though their brief episode transpired within a mere half-day, it left a significant mark. The driver, glancing at the clock, exclaimed in alarm that they had already exceeded their departure time by half an hour. He hurriedly urged the passengers to acquire some convenient snacks, bustling them onto the vehicle, counting heads before setting off. The scenic beauty along the roadside flashed by the windows, the sign of the new village and the blooming flowers along the highway soon fading into the distance. The fields beside the road gradually became desolate, and the presence of human habitation diminished significantly. The northern winds howled outside, rattling the windows and the body of the vehicle. The northern sky darkens early, especially in the month of December. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the darkness enveloped the landscape like ink, with scarcely any illuminated buildings along the roadside. It was as if one could not see a hand in front of their face. The entire expanse of sky and earth was shrouded in a thick blackness. Only occasionally did the headlights of oncoming vehicles on the expressway stir a sense of vitality. "Xiao Wang, take over." "I need a moment to rest," said the driver, who had been behind the wheel all day and had subsisted on nothing more than a meager convenience meal at noon before resuming the journey. He was thoroughly fatigued. "All right, you're all set," called out the assistant, Xiao Wang, as he took the steering wheel to continue piloting the coach. Typically, long-distance coaches like this one, which travel thousands of kilometers, require the presence of at least 2 drivers. This is not without reason. Driving for hours on end without blinking can lead to visual fatigue, resulting in misjudgments and errors in assessing the road. To avert such mishaps, it is customary to alternate drivers every few hours. Once the driver had switched shifts, he swiftly stretched his numb and aching limbs and consumed some food before finding a bunk to recline and catch a brief nap. This long-distance coach was a double-decker sleeper bus, specifically designed for travelers embarking on extensive journeys. Prior to the cataclysm, such double-decker sleeper buses had frequently been involved in severe traffic accidents, leading to their prohibition. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, as the number of vehicles on the road diminished, these convenient and swift buses were reinstated. Perhaps it was the inky darkness outside that rendered the view unremarkable, or perhaps the monotony within the vehicle, lacking any form of entertainment, induced a profound sense of loneliness. As the passengers observed the driver succumb to slumber, they too began to yawn and gradually retired to their bunks for rest. Slowly, aside from 1 or 2 individuals still fiddling with their phones, occasionally emitting mechanical electronic sounds, the rest of the passengers closed their eyes and drifted into sleep. The overhead lights were extinguished, leaving only a few dimly lit side lights to facilitate a peaceful slumber. Outside, tranquility reigned, enveloping the landscape in darkness, while only the 2 long-distance coaches traversed the lengthy expressway, their headlights illuminating the path. Inside the bus, silence prevailed, accompanied solely by the sounds of Xiao Wang steering the vehicle, the engine's hum, and the whisper of the wind outside. Adapting to the local customs, Shun Feifei climbed into her bunk, secured her seatbelt, and closed her eyes, ready to succumb to pleasant dreams. As seconds turned into minutes, and the darkness deepened, the clock at the front of the bus indicated it was nearing 8 in the evening. The passengers, now deep in slumber, produced a chorus of snores that harmonized within the confines of the vehicle. Suddenly, the bus, in a state of steady motion, executed an emergency brake, leaving behind an elongated skid mark. The vehicle's inertia propelled it forward abruptly. A passenger who had not fastened their seatbelt was thrust forward by the bus's sudden halt, their head colliding with a piece of luggage, resulting in a dull thud. Despite the cushioning of the bag, the impact was painful, prompting an immediate cry of distress. Other passengers fared little better. Some sustained noticeable bumps on their heads, wailing in agony, while others on the upper deck nearly tumbled down, narrowly avoiding serious injury. Most passengers had secured their seatbelts, escaping unscathed, yet they were all startled, fearing they had been involved in a traffic accident. "What on earth happened? Don't you know how to drive?" The passengers exclaimed in unison, their anxiety palpable. Finally, Xiaowang managed to speak, his voice trembling as he pointed towards the front of the bus, his fear evident. "What is going on over there?" The driver, glancing in the direction of Xiaowang, instinctively drew in a sharp breath. Not far ahead, amidst the dim shadows cast by the headlights of the bus, a long-haired woman clad in a striking red bridal gown knelt upon the barren asphalt, her hair cascading down to the ground, obscuring her feet from view. It was an eerie, chilling, and terrifying sight. Who could she be? Why was she adorned in a red wedding dress? And what compelled her to kneel on this desolate highway in the biting cold of the night? Did she not fear the chill? The length of her hair concealed her feet, heightening the unsettling atmosphere. A torrent of questions swirled in the minds of those present, igniting a sense of panic and apprehension as they exchanged glances. "Shall we go and take a closer look? Would anyone like to join us?" suggested the driver, his own fear creeping in as he retrieved a flashlight from the toolbox. But this is an isolated stretch of road. How could a woman be here, dressed in red? It's too frightening. "We cannot go. We cannot," protested some timid passengers, huddling together in refusal. Others, upon hearing this, were equally terrified and declined to venture forth. Only a couple of audacious young souls dared to accompany the driver. Armed with wrenches and pliers as makeshift weapons, they cautiously descended the vehicle behind the driver and Xiaowang. The remaining passengers crowded towards the front of the bus, yearning to glimpse the unsettling scene through the expansive windshield. A few who were unable to reach the front climbed onto the upper bunk, craning their necks to gaze intently ahead. As the driver and his companions stepped out, their silhouettes elongated by the bus's headlights. They gradually approached the woman with the flowing hair in the pitch-black night. On the highway leading to H Province, a solitary bus stood illuminated on the road, while a woman in vivid red knelt directly in its path, as if her entire being were mere skeletal remnants, making a sound with every movement. On this moonless and windy night, the clarity of the scene was particularly haunting. "Have you arrived?" At this pivotal moment, the woman spoke, her voice high-pitched and grating, reminiscent of a blunt knife scraping against bone, adding a layer of dread to the night. "You called us?" The driver and his companions, momentarily shaken by her words, steadied themselves and hesitated before inquiring. "Yes, we have been waiting for you for quite some time." The woman elongated her tone, her voice deeply resonant. "Waiting for us? For what purpose? Do we know you?" asked a young man, summoning his courage. "How long have you been here?" As they witnessed the woman speak without any apparent abnormality, the crowd began to calm. "Let me think," she replied, seemingly extending a bony hand to count. "1 year. Yes, over a year." "What? You have been sitting on this highway for a year?" the driver nearly shouted, his previously settled demeanor unraveling once more, his expression transforming in shock. Under the harsh glow of the lights, the woman's hair, wild and unruly, was parted by her emaciated hands, revealing a glimpse of her gaunt features. A visage as pallid as parchment emerged, revealing high cheekbones sharply outlined against the skin that clung tightly to the bone. The eye sockets were sunken deeply, reminiscent of a skull, and crimson droplets trickled slowly from her eyes, landing upon her similarly wan and emaciated hands. The corners of her mouth curled downward, marred by a profound gash, while the flesh of her face appeared to sag grotesquely, lending her an especially ghastly and terrifying aspect. Coupled with her voice, deep and grating, akin to the grinding of bones, her laughter echoed like that of a malevolent spirit beckoning them forth. "Ah, a ghost? Run for your lives!" The driver and the young men were utterly terrified, convinced they had encountered a female specter. They abandoned their wrenches, scrambling and tumbling toward the bus in a frenzied rush. After a chaotic shoving match, they finally managed to cram themselves aboard the vehicle. "Drive, drive, hurry!" The passengers urged the driver to set off even before the doors were fully closed. The driver, trembling like chaff in the wind, squeezed into the driver's seat, pressed the accelerator, and with a sharp turn of the wheel, sped away, barely avoiding the ghostly figure. The bus, in its haste, brushed perilously close to the highway railings, producing a screeching sound as a long strip of paint was scraped from its exterior. Under normal circumstances, the driver would have stopped to inspect his beloved vehicle, but today, he was determined to flee as swiftly and as far as possible, disregarding the state of the bus. Behind them, the specter followed, her gaze fixed intently on the moving bus windows. Even as they drove far away, her malevolent smile remained visible, growing ever paler. Is it truly a ghost? One passenger whispered, "Of course it is. Did you not see that it has no feet? Ghosts float," another replied. "Indeed, and dressed in red. They say that female spirits clad in bridal attire are vengeful and relentless," chimed in someone who had watched too many dramas. "If zombies can exist, what is to say a ghost cannot?" murmured another quietly. Though their voices were low, the words struck a chord, transforming the expressions of those aboard into one of dread, plunging them into silence. Indeed, zombies had begun to appear in Jiangnan, creatures once deemed mythical, known for feasting on human flesh and drinking blood. What was so implausible about a female ghost appearing in the north? Hadn't there been reports earlier that day of the land deity manifesting? Such occurrences only served to bolster the reality of the spectral presence. Fear gripped their faces, an unsettling anxiety permeating the atmosphere. The driver, already on edge, was now in a state of heightened panic. Beads of sweat cascading down his brow in the frigid winter air. His hands trembled on the steering wheel, causing the bus to sway unsteadily. "Focus on driving safely," shouted Shin Feifei, admonishing the driver. "If something goes awry at this hour, it would be disastrous. There's nothing to fear. There are no ghosts, likely just a person in disguise." Shin Feifei's voice resonated with a calming authority, penetrating the driver's anxious mind. "Yes, just a trick, a ruse." The driver gradually regained his composure under Shin Feifei's reassuring influence, settling back into his driving. However, not long after, the driver suddenly jolted, and with a sharp crack, the bus came to an abrupt halt. "What now?" The passengers' hearts raced anew, their earlier relief quickly dissipating. The driver, trembling uncontrollably, pointed ahead, eyeing the glow of the headlights. There sat a woman clad in red, her long hair eerily still. Could it truly be a ghostly apparition? Had this woman in red ensnared them in her spectral grasp? The passengers, gripped by terror, became utterly disoriented, their anxiety spiraling into chaos. They flitted about the vehicle like headless flies, and some even sank to their knees, fervently beseeching the earth deity, "O benevolent Lord of the land, I implore you to manifest once more, to banish this specter from our midst, for we are all good souls." Their lamentations soon turned to tears. As one wept, a ripple of fear spread, causing other timid souls to join in. The vehicle was soon filled with a chorus of sobs. The men, though silent in their tears, bore flushed faces and reddened eyes. A pall of despair enveloped the long-distance bus, with furrowed brows and heavy hearts prevailing throughout. In the corner, by the window, Shin Feifei furrowed her brow, lamenting her ill-fated journey. It seemed she had neglected to consult the almanac before venturing forth, encountering a succession of misfortunes. Observing the panicked reactions of her fellow travelers, it was evident that they were paralyzed by fear, rendering them incapable of resolving the crisis. "Enough of this weeping. I shall investigate," Shin Feifei declared boldly, flinging open the door and leaping out. No, don't go. The ghost devours the living." Cries of alarm erupted from the vehicle, with others anxiously calling out to her. "What do you and your accomplices desire?" Shin Feifei demanded, arms crossed, gazing down at the woman before her with a piercing glare. The figure, seemingly a ghost, appeared incredulous as she brushed her hair back, revealing a face caked in cheap white powder. Adorned with splotches of red ink, under the artificial light, she bore a resemblance to a phantom. "I am a ghost. Are you not afraid?" The woman extended her long-nailed fingers towards Shin Feifei, gesticulating animatedly in the air, yet was met with unwavering resolve, as Shin Feifei did not flinch. Startled, the woman looked up at her. If anyone were to be deemed a specter, it would be Shin Feifei, a veritable ghost queen. How could she fear this diminutive specter? A ghost, you say? Your cheap makeup and red attire hardly invoke terror. Shin Feifei had already sensed the rapid heartbeat of the so-called ghost, a heartbeat unmistakably human. This revelation indicated that the entity before her was merely a person in disguise. There was undoubtedly a secret behind this masquerade. With a swift motion, Shin Feifei yanked the woman's red cloak aside, revealing a pair of feet encased in thick cotton shoes. You've uncovered my ruse," the would-be specter stammered, her voice betraying her youth. Had it not been for the excessive powder on her face, one might have noticed the flush of embarrassment that crept across her cheeks. "What are you and your accomplices planning? Are you not afraid of the consequences of highway robbery?" Shen Feifei glared at her, her tone sharp. Despite the woman's adult stature, her voice retained the high-pitched innocence of a girl, incapable of mimicking the chilling wails of a true ghost. Though her face was obscured by a thick layer of substandard powder, it was clear that she possessed a round visage, far removed from the gaunt, skeletal appearance of the earlier specter point. One could discern that this so-called ghost was merely a child, no older than 17 or 18. Upon witnessing Shen Feifei in conversation with the female ghost, the passengers within the vehicle transitioned from their initial state of trepidation to a blend of curiosity and eagerness, crowding at the windows to observe their interaction. The driver and his assistant, stationed at the front of the car, widened their eyes, fixated on the scene before them without so much as a blink. "We, too, are compelled by circumstances," the female ghost murmured, her demeanor betraying a hint of guilt. "Compelled? Who coerces you to traverse the expressway at such an hour, courting death? Speak." Observing the girl before her, who appeared incapable of deceit, Shen Feifei gradually softened her tone. Given the soaring prices these days, acquiring anything is now several times more expensive. Our savings have long been depleted. The girl paused, wiping her tears before continuing. Yet another tragic tale from a family in a post-apocalyptic world. Bereft of their primary supporter and beset by rampant inflation, a solitary woman struggling to care for two young children indeed faces insurmountable difficulties. With a sigh, Shen Feifei could not help but feel a measure of sympathy for them. In the biting cold of December, where even droplets of water freeze upon contact with the ground, these two women must kneel on the expressway, masquerading as ghosts in the pitch-black night. Even burly men walking alone on deserted roads would feel a chill of fear. Let alone these two fragile women, and what of that elderly ghost, so gaunt and weathered, surely a testament to a life of hardship. In these times, few can claim to be anything but thin. The expressway, bustling with traffic at such high speeds, is perilous. A single misstep could lead to catastrophe. How long have you been engaged in such activities? Though she felt a twinge of pity for them, the memory of the earlier near-miss stirred discomfort within Shen Feifei. She had no intention of letting them off lightly. Had it not been for the seasoned driver, whose skills were commendable, the fright induced by these two ghosts could have resulted in a severe accident for all aboard. "This is our first time attempting something like this," the girl confessed, her voice trembling. "Mother said we only need to gather a few tens of thousands for my brother's surgery. It's so dangerous here. I'm scared." "How much do you lack?" 100,000, perhaps 80,000, the girl initially intended to elaborate, but upon noticing Shen Feifei's stern expression, she quickly amended her statement. Recognizing that the girl was not lying, Shen Feifei contemplated as she turned towards the long-distance bus. She rapped gently on the window, signaling to the occupants inside. With a click, the driver promptly swung the door open. "What's the situation? Is it a ghost? What does she want? Will she continue to haunt us?" A woman with a quick tongue nearly lunged at Shen Feifei, her words tumbling out in a rush. "She seeks a toll. Let us pool our resources." Shen Feifei refrained from exposing the ruse of the girl and her mother. After all, should the passengers discover they had been deceived, nearly frightened to death and on the brink of an accident, they would undoubtedly demand retribution. In such a scenario, the girl would surely face a brutal beating. Given the dire state of her family, adding this incident could prove fatal for them in Jiangnan, where so many had already become mere shadows of their former selves. Shen Feifei felt a pang of compassion. In Jiangbei, it is preferable that tragedies be kept to a minimum. "How much will it take?" the travelers inquired urgently. Having endured a night of terror, who would not wish to rid themselves of the specter of fear? Is money truly more precious than life itself? Consider it a monetary offering to avert disaster. Accompanied by a driver, there are 30 individuals in total, amounting to 80,000 yuan, which evenly divides to just over 2,000 yuan per person. For 90,000 yuan, each would contribute 3,000. Shen Feifei stated the sum. The girl's family still requires 80,000 yuan for the surgery. However, the hospital's assorted incidental fees will undoubtedly be substantial. Any surplus could be regarded as assistance for her family. It would be unwise to stage another ghostly incident over a mere few thousand. as the consequences could be unpredictable. Soon, the travelers gathered the 90,000 yuan and handed it to Shun Feifei, gazing anxiously as she descended the vehicle once more to negotiate with the ghostly figure. Approaching the girl, Shun Feifei produced the 90,000 yuan, adding an additional 10,000 from her own resources, totaling 100,000 yuan, which she extended towards her. 100,000 yuan? The girl's voice trembled as she beheld the sum, her throat constricting as she glanced at Shun Feifei, hesitating to reach out for it. Take it. This 100,000 should suffice for your brother's medical expenses. You are forbidden from haunting the highway again, beware, or you may lose your life. It wasn't that Shun Feifei was unkind. But should they encounter a reckless driver or a passenger with ill intentions in the dead of night, their ruse might be exposed. Perhaps the mother and daughter would indeed become specters, lying lifeless in the wilderness. The girl slowly rose, disregarding the numbness in her legs from kneeling for so long. She deeply bowed to Shun Feifei, hurriedly taking the money and leaping off the highway, vanishing into the inky darkness. Madam, was that truly a ghost? In the North, one cannot casually address a young lady, as this title has evolved to encompass various meanings in modern times. Thus, most refer to single women as madam or older sister. Indeed, was she truly a ghost? I observed her fleeing. Could she possibly have legs? Some passengers, witnessing the girl's nimbleness as she jumped off the highway, began to question the ghostly narrative. Although these travelers were not malicious, they were easily swayed by rumors, their courage akin to that of timid rabbits. Eager to uncover the truth, they would not seek it out themselves but preferred to await ready answers. The vehicle resumed its journey. The night and trees whisking past the windows. By 6 o'clock the following morning, the long-distance bus arrived at the provincial bus station in B City, the heart of H Province. This is the final destination. Everyone, please rise and disembark. With the driver's call, the passengers yawned and stretched as they emerged from the coach, tidying their belongings in preparation to alight. Take your time, take your time. Every encounter is fateful. Here is my business card. Do keep it. I hope to see you on my bus again. The driver, wearing a warm smile, stood at the door, distributing exquisite business cards to each passenger. In these tumultuous times, with soaring prices and challenging business conditions, diverse taxes abound. Operating long-distance routes offers higher profits, yet the number of travelers has significantly diminished compared to the past, necessitating the cultivation of good connections. The more passengers, the better. Thank you, thank you. We hope to travel with you again, echoed the assistant, Xiao Wang, assisting from the side. Madam, please wait. Noticing Shun Feifei disembarking, the driver hurriedly approached her. Is there something else? Shun Feifei halted her steps, regarding them with a look of skepticism. It was indeed thanks to the lady's audacity that last night's matter was resolved. My brother and I discussed it, and wish to invite you to a meal as a token of our gratitude. The driver, slightly bending at the waist, gazed eagerly at Shun Feifei, presenting himself as one seeking a favor. Very well, continue with your tasks. Seeing Shun Feifei's demeanor from last night, the driver genuinely wished to treat her to a meal in appreciation. However, after Shun Feifei boarded the vehicle, her indifference towards the others indicated that she was not one to indulge in superficial pleasantries. She spoke with conviction and clarity, embodying a straightforward and forthright character. Her rejection of their invitation was undoubtedly sincere, devoid of any need for pretense. Observing Shun Feifei walking far ahead, Xiao Wang speculated, brother, this girl possesses such courage and executes tasks with such efficiency. Could she perhaps be a soldier, accustomed to the sight of blood? Indeed, that might be the case. If so, it could very well be state secrets. Let's not speculate further to avoid trouble. The driver, being more seasoned, naturally pondered more deeply as she extricated herself from the crowd. Shun Feifei instinctively reached for her phone to reassure her family of her safety. This had always been her routine. Upon arriving at a new place, she would contact her family to alleviate their concerns. What is that? As Shun Feifei retrieved her phone, she inadvertently pulled out military communication equipment, which was now blinking with a bright light on the screen. A series of numbers flickered incessantly. Who could it be? Several missed calls flashed before her. Shun Feifei hesitated for a moment before pressing the call button. Hello, is this Xiaoyi? Why do you never answer your phone? Where are you now? I've been so worried. On the other end, Xiaoyi's mature and refined voice resonated. What do you want from me? Shun Feifei, instead of feeling elated by her suitor's call, lowered her voice, slightly displeased. Oh, you're in B City? How wonderful. I am here too. Would you like to come over? I have many friends I'd like to introduce you to. The voice on the other end remained cheerful, oblivious to the frown on Shen Feifei's face. Now, it seemed that a mere phone signal had betrayed her location. If Xiao Yi continued to track her, her position would be completely exposed. No, it's just the phone signal indicating my location. I have no intention of investigating you. Please don't be angry. If you wish to enjoy your time alone, feel free to play for a few more days and contact me later. Upon hearing Shen Feifei's words, Xiao Yi immediately envisioned her in a fit of rage. Remembering her earlier insistence not to be contacted, he couldn't help but break into a sweat. Shen Feifei quickly ended the conversation, tossing the military communication phone into the space. Truly, it was a dangerous device. Equipped with a satellite positioning system, this small phone had allowed Xiao Yi to ascertain her whereabouts in mere minutes, nearly rendering her extensive preparations futile. With a sigh, Shen Feifei reflected on Xiao Yi. Initially, during their passionate romance, she had indeed wished to abandon everything to be with him. However, the days apart had provided her with ample time for contemplation. Was their connection, one alive and the other deceased, truly feasible? In B City, within an upscale private club, a luxurious restaurant on the top floor spanned several hundred square meters, adorned with opulent decor and surrounded by expansive, transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. In the very center of the restaurant, an exquisite Wang Wali dining table is lavishly adorned with a plethora of Western and Chinese breakfast delicacies. A few young gentlemen are gathered around a large sofa at the table's edge, indulging in their morning repast while playfully embracing and kissing the beautiful ladies in their company. Only one man, possessing sharp brows and bright eyes, clutches a military-grade mobile phone, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation, seemingly lost in thought. His breakfast remains untouched before him, while two lovely young women sit beside him, stealing glances his way, too timid to partake in their meal. Young Master Xiao, could it be that you've developed an infatuation for some young lady and have failed to win her heart? One of the young men teasingly pinches the ample bosom of the girl beside him, leering mischievously. Indeed, young Master Xiao appears quite earnest in his endeavors. Could it be that he has set his sights on that stunning beauty from Jiangnan? A boisterous young man tosses a piece of cake into his mouth, exclaiming, "Oh, it's true. Young Master Xiao is in love." The young men exchange knowing glances, and an understanding dawns upon them. Young Master Xiao, you are the most dashing figure in our noble circle, effortlessly navigating through the throngs of admirers without a care. How could you have succumbed so swiftly? This is rather uncharacteristic of you. The rotund fellow smacks his lips regretfully. Indeed, several of my beautiful cousins remain unmarried and harbor secret affections for you. You must not be so easily plucked. It brings to mind the days when young Master Xiao valiantly courted numerous suitors. As the boisterous young man animatedly retells the tales, spitting as he speaks, with all this food, can't you silence your incessant chatter? Young Master Xiao retorts, shoving a stick of youtiao into the man's mouth while casting a fierce glare in his direction. As for the enigmatic Xiao Yi, what has transpired? For the past few days, I have been unable to reach him. The signal is non-existent. When I finally managed to contact him, his demeanor was peculiar. They say, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean, and it truly seems so. I cannot fathom her intentions. Young Master Xiao is brimming with confidence in his allure. Upon entering B City, Shen Feifei immediately sensed the vibrant energy of the capital of Huaguo. The streets are bustling with vehicles and teeming with crowds, a veritable sea of humanity. One can hardly discern any signs of impending doom. Buyers are joyous, and sellers are elated. The atmosphere is harmonious, a hive of activity. The advertising billboards lining the streets are vividly colorful, showcasing a dynamic interplay of static and solid displays. A familiar movie star endorses a cosmetics brand, while a youthful, sun-kissed boy promotes campus life. The auditory and visual spectacle bombards the senses, creating an exuberant scene that captivates passers-by, compelling them to pause and admire. What a splendid tapestry of prosperity! Immersed in this lively ambience, Shen Feifei finds herself enchanted, her heart captivated by the sights around her. With unwavering intent, she embarks on a shopping spree. After traversing several streets, she finally arrives at the renowned food street, guided by her memories. Here, she discovers a stall selling savory braised meat, the flavor perfectly balanced to her parents' liking. Without hesitation, she purchases several pounds to carry in hand as she continues her culinary adventure. Next, she indulges in the delightful Gaoyang Fawn, a dish both chewy and refreshing, beloved by her parents as well. Aiwawa, a delectable treat, is the utmost favorite of Shun Feifei, who has procured a generous supply. Alongside, she indulges in noodle tea, stuffed intestines, and spicy tripe, all of which are cherished by her family. With several kilograms of delicacies in hand, she has even purchased dozens of her particular favorites. Additionally, there are various pastries, such as authentic sakama, zilahong, zalaibai, jiangmi sticks, and honey cakes, conveniently packaged delights that she acquires in a frenzy, leaving the vendors gleefully astonished. The merchants, brimming with enthusiasm, treat Shun Feifei as if she were a wealthy patron, eagerly inquiring if she requires home delivery. Naturally, Shun Feifei declines, choosing to carry everything herself. Once her purchases have accumulated, she discreetly transfers a portion into her jade space, ensuring she always holds a couple of items effortlessly. Over there lies the children's pastry section. Shun Feifei reminisces about her childhood, when her parents would bring her here to play. Each visit, she would linger in the children's pastry area, refusing to leave without a treat. The popcorn balls were irresistibly sweet and delightful, and she could never get enough of them, savoring each piece. Then there were the muddled cakes, sticky and sweet, truly delectable. The sour jujube noodles, with their tangy sweetness, were also among her favorites. Even during her elementary school years, she often tucked these snacks into her pockets. At tea times, when her cravings became unbearable, she would sneak a piece out and indulge when the teacher wasn't watching, devouring it like a thief. Suddenly, Shun Feifei was startled, slowly rising to her feet yet unwilling to speak. Typically easy to chew and swallow, the cat ears she had were now shockingly tough, refusing to crumble. Embarrassed to munch voraciously in front of her classmates and teachers, she puffed her cheeks, covered her mouth and pretended to cough, all while discreetly swallowing the stubborn morsel. By the time the irate mathematics teacher approached, Shun Feifei had managed to swallow it entirely, leaving only a few crumbs clinging to her lips, thus erasing all evidence of her mischief. This act sparked uproarious laughter from her classmates, who thumped tables and clapped chairs in amusement. Infuriated, the teacher shouted but found herself unable to catch Shun Feifei in the act, reluctantly allowing her to escape for the moment. However, from that day forth, Shun Feifei earned the reputation of a mischievous troublemaker in the eyes of her math teacher.